Welcome back to Blast Slam 7. We're in day number 2, and our group stage being best of ones means it is non-stop action. We had 9 best of ones yesterday. Today we're going to be looking at 8 more of them, seeing where our groups fall for our teams fall for us. And of course, joining me in our group stage here is going to be T and Quinn again. How you feeling, Quinn?
I'm feeling very good. Excited for more Dota. Right in my veins.
We're going to inject it straight in there. And what about yourself, T?
I'm doing splendid. I found a new t-shirt brand. It's called Boyer. It's wonderful. I love it a lot. It's great.
Is it just the front?
No, and it's got the back too.
Wow.
It's an absolute. It's so the material feels amazing.
Yeah.
It's gonna feel in the studio where it's a little hot. It's gonna feel just so fresh wearing this wonderful t-shirt. So.
What was the brand name again? Sorry.
Yeah, Boyer.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. I'll write that one down. I'll see if I have I can order myself some as well. But we're gonna have a look at our results of yesterday. Like I said, there were 9 best of ones that happened on Xtreme. There were another 9 that happened over on B-Stream. But looking at our Xtreme results, was there a best of one, Quinn, that took you by surprise, or one that really sticks in your mind from yesterday?
I think the last one, to be honest. BetBoom beat up Spirit in a way I didn't necessarily expect, with a draft I didn't expect. So I think that was a little surprising, the BetBoomers.
Yeah, and I mean Yandex just coming off of a break and just dominating throughout the entire day. Like they should slip up a little bit, but they just didn't. Like day 1 as well, like that's when you give them like, go on, it's a break. But no, they were just turning up and going, no, we are very, very good.
They don't need your compassion or your pity, T, but maybe some of the viewers out there do. We're going to be compassionate and show you guys a highlight, a recap of everything that happened over our 18 best of ones yesterday.
BZM follow up, waiting for the Ravage along with Pure's damage. Double Vortex drag back up with the crits. They're going to lose the tiny thing. Massive call! What is that?
Instead, Emo lives, they instantly kill the Lion, Shadow Demon doesn't really get to do what he wants to do, and it's not even done apparently. Big Winter's Curse, Nightfall killed his own teammate.
Also snaking, TPing up towards the top. They'll use the arena, they're going to catch the 3 of them.
Kisses.
Follow-ups coming in the form of the kisses, laid down onto all of them. I mean,
this is the worry.
You know, this is the dream for Maori. Surrounded by the 3 of them, still 20 seconds until he has split back up. Can Yokam save him? And Yokam's doing everything he can to try and keep him alive in this fight, but Zeal will still die. Arena's back out into the tornado. Yokam,
the damage.
He's started on them. He gets the off as well with the cookie. He's still alive, and they're so low.
I'm going to be able to get the stun onto 2. They haven't cleared the kill at the Yokam just yet. Yuma still wants to turn to try and disrupt Jackie. No TP means 0 damage, and the Overgrowth will make sure they do not make it out of this one alive.
But there's the connection onto the Drow with the Requiem from afar. Absolutely no way to get out for Pure. CC'd hardcore. Double kill for Yatoro's collapse. Trying to run away from this snowball. Ari continuing on. They get the last bit of damage needed, though, for the ultra kill on the Shadow Fiend. Bear comes in. Very deep. A nice crush from Chira Jr. Oh my god, no one to lead it off the face of the map. Malady is going to get killed off by Satanic, using the Reaper Scythe for that, as well as the Egg. Beautiful placement. Stuns basically everybody. Nice bushwhack onto 2 with the Wheel of Wonders over the Kiritich, turns into a wolf. Sonic Wave's going to keep them at bay. Look at the damage. He gets the Abyssal Blade. He gets the Toro safe for the time being. Can they turn around? They get the bash. They get the kill. This damage from Kiritich is insane. Kiritich is going to be given the full-on juicy rampage.
It was a phenomenal showing yesterday. We're seeing the Kiritich rampage at the end of that recap there, but there was another rampage in that game from GPK just mere moments later. So the fact that we're seeing, you know, BetBoom not at the top, they're 2-1, is a little bit surprising, knowing just how good that best of one was for themselves. But you're right, Yandex did not need that compassion at all, T. They came in and they 3-0'd on their first day.
Yeah, absolutely dominating in the top spot. But I just want to already give a shout out to Glyph, right? Sitting in that 3rd spot, 2-1. The 2 wins that they have, even though if you look at all the teams here, there's not really like freebies, right? Sometimes the tournament.
Sorry.
Oh yeah. That was, yeah, 1 second, let me pluck that one back out. Yeah, there is one freebie. So outside of the one freebie in the tournament, there aren't many in play.
Okay.
So for Glyph, beating Aurora, beating Falcons with their 2 wins, they're 2 pretty impressive wins to have. So it isn't going to be another story of beat Falcons game 1, day 1, series 1, and then get eliminated. Like, they're looking like a potential contender to be that good mid-pack team.
Is that ringing true for you as well, Quinn, or do you think there's some more teams that you could throw into there?
No, I agree. I think this is honestly a pretty pretty level playing field, at least. Like, I think Glyph, and then there was one other off the top of my head, but I can't remember it. Anyway, I think Glyph was another team that I expected. You expect to be near the bottom with OG. But to be honest, the fact they go 2-1, I'm curious to see how things shape out over the next couple of days, because I think sometimes you have a good day one and then you fall off. We've seen it with like your Cult Bros in the past, and so Glyph, it's part of those players, so I wonder if they're going to be able to keep that momentum. But I hope they are, because I think it's always cool to see new teams able to compete at the higher levels, like OG or Mouse at the beginning of the year. I think if Glyph or one of these other teams becomes that sort of same type of challenger, I think it's always fun.
Yeah, it's their first tier 1 showing T since becoming this roster, but it's not just the teams and the players that we want to talk about. They're not the only ones that get to have fun. We're going to have a little bit of fun on this panel as well. It is always my pleasure in Blast Slams to have a little bit of a game with my panel. This one's not for points though. This one is genuinely for pure dopamine, a little bit of fun. We're going to play with our axis here. We're going to reveal what our X and Y axis titles are, and then we are going to be placing the talent on this axis. So we've got MMR on one side of our x-axis. We've got style.
Again, we're in the boyer.
That's true. Style and toxic are the two opposite ends of the y-axis, and MMR and hair is well, I know which side I sit on, and it's definitely not the MMR one.
Right, okay.
MMR and hair opposite sides the same.
I'm just saying, I have probably the most amount of hair and the least amount of MMR.
I would remove every hair in my body to go from 13K to like 20K.
That's not how that works,
I mean,
by the way. And also, I figured maybe we could be on the same page, work together a little bit. And the first person we're going to go for is someone who hasn't shown their face at a Dota event for quite some time. We're going to start off with Rhea. I thought it would be fun to make her the first talent that we put on our toxic style hair and MMR.
Who wants to take lead on this one, guys?
Oh, she's on the toxic half for sure, by the way. I will very gladly say that. Are you joking, bro?
No.
She is slightly reformed, so she can't go all the way to toxic. I want to put her further down. I'm going to put her further down. She's not that toxic. Maybe a little bit further down. She's really reformed herself. Yeah, well...
I think that's
a bit up.
Well,
There's a smidge up.
No, I think it's good there. I think it's good there on the toxic part.
Okay, but then she's
high MMR.
She's decently high MMR, but she also has a decent amount of hair.
But she does have... If you're talking about the amount of hairs on your head...
Yeah.
She has like way more hairs on her head than MMR. So surely you have to go to the right-hand side.
It's also, relative.
Like
it's relative, right? There will be people on this list who have
hair.
higher. So I feel like she can't be super, I feel like she's somewhat central or slightly hair leaning.
You have to factor in the volume of hair here. You're privileged. You have it.
I have what?
Hair.
I do.
I don't.
I do have that,
I speak from the...
Follically challenged.
I know. I'm jealous. Hence why...
I think we can leave Rhea there for a little bit.
I think that's okay.
I would have put her on a little... Yeah, okay, all right, yeah. Who do you want to work on next?
Cinderin.
He's not on the list. You picked literally the one talent that wasn't.
I want the surprise. I want the surprise.
Okay. Production can choose then. Just pull up another person.
Oh, Mr. Governor. Well, I mean, we have to go quite heavily in the MMR direction. No offense.
I mean, I
no
do
offense.
have MMR,
I don't think
hair.
you could take offense to that at all.
A little bit more left, please. A little bit more.
I think we're okay there.
Hello?
I know the other talent. No,
Hello?
I know the other talent that are on this list. You were not further in the MMR direction.
It's only Quinn.
Kezu?
We're the same.
Kezu.
But I guess you technically have to go a little bit more to the MMR because you don't have any hair.
Exactly.
And he does have more hair.
Thank you very much. Slandering my MMR.
Yeah.
More to the left, production.
And then we could just bump it all the way up to the top. That would be great.
There we go, my guy. And I have 0 style, and I'm not toxic.
Yeah, I feel like
you fucking put me on there. I am going to come down, Jack.
I think this is about right.
Okay, all right. We'll put 2 there.
I'm neutral.
All right, we're pulling up Quinn now. You're very on the MMR side. It significantly outweighs
my hair.
Well, it's shorter now, so you've cut your hair, so
that's true.
I think it has to go there. And all the way up to the top. Yeah.
Well, no, I'm reformed.
Nah.
I'm okay. T tarnished my behavior score earlier. I am 12K communication and behavior.
Are you actually?
Yes.
On God.
Yes.
You swear.
Yes.
Pinky promise.
Yeah. I can log in on one of the PCs and I can take a screenshot.
Okay, we gotta bring him down then.
12K.
That's super impressive.
I'm 12K.
Is it you just don't say anything in games anymore?
No, I've been streaming. I talk.
What the fuck is wrong with Blast if all of us are... Wait, hold on. I say all of us.
There's no way I'm toxic.
Okay, but this is out of all of us. This is out of all of us.
Okay.
I'm 12K.
Just to be clear.
So am I.
Yeah.
But you and I are different.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
And the Pope's Catholic.
That's what I'm saying.
All right, we're moving on, it seems.
I think you should go all the way to the right because I have absolutely no MMR.
but she's got a lot of hair.
I do have a lot of hair.
Again, very jealous.
A lot of hair.
Like, we are the polar opposite.
We are the polar
posing.
opposite. I don't think I'm toxic.
I think
you're not toxic and you're stylish, so it's got to be. We got to be bottom right quality.
You and I are literally the inverse of each other.
Perfect.
I still protest my positioning slightly, but
I'm just saying, out of all the talent, I do think you are the most toxic.
I don't like the
That's
fact
what
that
it is.
like the
I don't think I
center
am
of my
anymore.
picture is leaning toxic. That upsets me. But
It
it's
is what
allowed.
it is.
It what it
I know
is.
that we have our upcoming casting pair on this as well. So if we wanted to go, who is that?
Who's
That's
that?
Owen? Yeah, that looks like Owen.
Ooh.
okay.
Owen is definitely not toxic. You
No,
can't
no,
even like.
he's-
Honestly, I would just go straight, like, I go down a little bit. So it's like a little bit of style, like
He goes
halfway,
pretty, yeah.
halfway
He's-
through style,
Yep.
and it's like he has hair.
Okay, but he does have MMR
And
too.
yeah, so
I'm
it's
just
like-
saying, if Owen could learn to restrain himself, bro would actually have decent
Yeah,
MMR.
but he does like the Midases and the Battle Furies, the Boots of
Yeah.
Travel, the Radiance, all on one hero.
I think we should go even further in the MMR then. It's impressive that he even has any MMR left.
Honestly, I think just directly on the line, but in the style is fine. Like on the style toxic line, like that's where the picture hits, and then just down a bit more.
That's true, because otherwise we would have to move Alex closer to MMR, because she does have more MMR
Yeah,
than
so
Owen.
I think that's.
So what if we put Owen slightly to the right, Rhea slightly to the left?
Or we can just bump
That's
Owen
okay.
more
Yeah.
right, more like in between you and
I think
Sheik.
yeah, just move Alex to the left.
And then
a little
Alex
bit.
to the left a little bit, and then we're gonna put. Is this Fogged?
Yeah.
Fogged's pretty good. Does he even play ranked?
No, he
anymore?
doesn't play
mostly
ranked,
party
but like
now.
if he did, I think he would be quite high on Mar.
Yep.
No, Fog changes everything. So Ray has to go back to the original position, and then Fog goes styled down but left a bit on the MMR. So he's left of the line.
Okay.
So yeah, like that. Yeah. Like
I wanna say Fogged. No, I don't. This isn't beef starting, but Fogg does have slightly more style than Owen. I've seen his knitted sweaters; they are fantastic. So I
That
would
is
put
nice.
Yeah.
Owen up a little bit.
And you should also be lower down.
on
Yeah,
the
true.
style,
You need to be
Yes.
that. Yeah.
all the way on the. I'm telling you, I'm the complete inverse of Quinn.
Perfect.
Yeah, we should be like on the same act. Like whenever one of us is moved, the other one
Literally.
on the same string.
And then the last one we have is Kezu.
Okay,
Boo.
Kezu is gonna be, I think, up like slightly. Like he's between me and T.
Yep.
Okay, yep. But
And
is
he's
he
not.
toxic?
He's not toxic at all.
I've never
And
seen his pub behavior.
I would
No,
say
no.
like he's in like the.
He's definitely down. He's in style zone. He's not
down.
even toxic.
He's like in this position, right a bit, and then like in between Fog and I for start, like left a bit.
Yeah.
I will
he's
say,
there we go, like,
I
yeah,
want to
right
put
there.
no. I want to put.
Banger.
I want to put Kezu more on the style. Have you guys seen? I want to say his glasses. They're not that new, but I feel like he's had a style revamp.
You know,
in the
he
last,
can be
like, 2
bumped.
years.
Kezu has drip.
Sure, he
Kezu-
can be bumped a little bit
Kezu
lower
has
than
drip.
Fog then. Yeah, like he can just go a tad.
Can we,
Drip or
put,
drown and
can
he's
we put
walking on
Kezu
water.
a little bit further down the style? I want to put a little bit of respect on the effort he's put in.
Respectable. This is good.
I think this is fantastic. We have no one that is super toxic with hair. That's super impressive. I don't know why. It was just the only
You keep it up. You keep
it
it
was
up.
the only quadrant that wasn't filled out for some reason. But I had a lot of fun. Did you guys enjoy it?
This is fun. That's the
we
axis, and we're the
I am
allies.
protesting my x-axis, but that's fine.
I stand
No,
by.
my Y.
My Y.
I was gonna say, I
protest
stand by
my
your
Y.
protest
ex.
both.
You don't have the MMR. Well, look, I had a lot of fun. There's plenty more of talent players, teams that we can put on various different axes. But for now, we want to focus up on our best of ones, beginning our action here. Because like I said, 8 best of ones today. We've got to start getting through them. We're going to start off with Aurora up against LGD. Talking about these two teams. LGD being the ex-Heroic roster for anyone who might not have tuned in, anyone who hasn't seen it on social media. So when you see it, they are a South American lineup under the LGD banner now.
Yeah, it's exciting. It's very cool. I think it's good for them. I think they're a team that deserves an org. They have a lot of fans and a lot of support from different regions, not just South America, but I think they've, especially with like the KJ interview at last TI, I think
Yes.
they've garnered a lot of international fandom. And so I think it makes a lot of sense. They have an org, and they've been playing better than I expected, because I think the last couple of tournaments have been very rough for them. But they're a team that's super inconsistent, both from game to game, and I think also from tournament to tournament. So I'm like, on their current trajectory, I'm expecting a lot from them.
No, for sure. I think the cool thing as well with, LGD is, like you mentioned with KJ, I feel like every tournament he has a new way to convince people why his passion for the game just grows. Right? It's like, I'm playing only to win TI, this is everything. And then he's like, now I got LGD, and I've never thought I'd get to wear a jersey so heavy. Like every time, like, my God, it's so deep. Like, and I love hearing players who just truly just love the game, because you just want to see them succeed. Like, it's not as if he's here just to try and collect dollar bills and then, go home. Like he really cares and loves for the game. And like you can't ever side against him for this kind of type of logic. Sorry.
Yeah, he's one of those players that gives you more reason to cheer for him and for the team. They're doing really well right now. Out of 3 best-of-1s, they're sitting on a 2-1 scoreline. Aurora, who came second at the most recent tournament, sitting 1-2. And you might be thinking, okay, did they just come up against tougher opponents or whatnot? But it's always that on-paper conversation. Aurora lost against BetBoom and against Glyph. That's where their 2 losses come from.
Yeah, and I think that's 2 games that they're on paper favored in,
yeah,
which I think is not a great sign for them. They also just lost the most recent finals. That's according to someone said it on Reddit, so who knows if it's true or not. But Nightfall's lost 9 finals in a row.
Yep.
9 finals in a row.
9 finals in a row.
Yeah, it's rough. The thing with Aurora is that they have this like negative aura around them that they just can't win a tournament. Like they got 2nd places, they got 3rd places. When you look on Liquipedia, little Glicker rating thing, like they've been number 1 for like multiple weeks, multiple months, but they just don't have anything to show for it. Like they are unable to.
Oh, they got a TI invite.
Yeah,
that's true.
That's fine. Then maybe got to lift the Aegis to prove all the haters wrong, but they are yet to lift the trophy.
Imagine you win 9, potentially 10 grand finals, whatever, in a row, and then you win TI.
Yeah.
Like, is that not Giga? That's pretty horrifying.
That's based. Also,
yeah.
he changed his name to Mode Monacy. That means something more to you than it does to us, I think.
That's, yeah. Well, yeah, sure.
Also, Army did take a picture with Donk the other day.
Dude, okay, that actually blew my mind. When that came on my
kinda-
timeline, I was just like, what is happening right now? Because it's not even like they're the same org. I'm just like, okay, fair enough.
Same boot camp facility, I guess.
It's just how it is. What were we talking about before we got distracted by Counter-Strike?
All I know is Army luckily took a picture with someone who doesn't choke in CS Grand Finals. So
They rushed B.
Yeah.
Okay, let's talk about something you really know then. Have you guys favored LGD's drafting a little bit more? Because coming in, T, you were very critical of what they had been drafting for themselves in previous tournaments, and then you're just like, what are they going to have on paper when it comes into Blast Slam 7?
Yeah, I mean, LGD is a team that is like, with the correct draft, they can beat any team. And if they have a bad draft day, the players individually can sometimes not step up to fix the problems. So you need to have that consistency. And I think in multiple different tournaments, from previous Blast Slams to even Valahias to Dream Leagues, like you can see like the drafting just, it's like the creativity exceeds the player's skill, in my opinion. And I think right now, in the first, or yesterday, it's like this blend has occurred where it's like everyone gets to shine. So I hope whatever we saw yesterday gets to keep, moving forward into future drafts. Like I even like the Night Stalker carry idea. Sure, there was an eventual problem that unfolded, but like, conceptually, it was kind of cool.
Yeah, and we're going to see if it does happen, right? Because we're talking about our first best of 1, Aurora and LGD. We're going to get on into that draft. We got LGD Aurora draft coming up, a bit of bans coming through. And also, it took me a little bit to process like why you were referencing, like why Nightfall would even change his name to Mode Monacy.
Because he also lost finals.
Yes.
Yeah.
So many in a row as well.
Yeah,
second place. I was just like, at first I was like, why is this relevant? And then it did click. It took me a bit slow there. But hopefully they're not going to be slow on the draft here. So for Aurora, wanting to get themselves another win because their start to the group stage has not been as strong as we were expecting. Any weird bans coming out? Not really, right? Lone Druid, Doom, Tiny, Puck, Husker, Kez, and Snapfire. Dude, this Snapfire is still just, I cannot believe its rise in popularity.
It just does its job so well. Does it? Oh yeah, because it's like we saw Whisper play it off lane and just create a lot of tempo. We've seen other players get it mid lane and kind of create chaos. On our stream at least, it has looked weaker, but that's because I think teams beat it in laning phase through Vipers and they shut it down through aggression, and like it is a good hero. If you see it on pick 18, 23, 24, whatever, you're probably going to win the game. If you first pick it in the draft and you don't respect flexing it, then you're probably going to lose the game maybe. So
well, that's what I mean. I feel like first phase banning it is more what shocks me than anything, and allowing something like a Clockwork to go through, which feels like it being in the opening pick for a draft has more impact. You're more comfortable doing that, and then you could leave that Snapfire for the second phase ban.
I think that is very fair, but at the same time, I think because it's Whisper specifically, I like the Snapfire ban because I think I think a lot of players are just, hey, Snapfire is good, so we're gonna play Snapfire. I think Whisper is a Snapfire player. He's played this
like
hero
GPK.
mid. Yeah, like GPK. If anything, I think Whisper is one of the. He might be like in terms of experience on the hero. I think he's the best Snapfire player because he played the hero mid plenty of times, like in pubs and stuff, and he's also played the hero offlane a ton over the course of years before anyone was really playing it core. So I think he's very, very good at the hero, and I think it's a deserved ban. And I also think Schofield, not Schofield, Theolacore is kind of bad at Clockwork. I played with his Clockwork in pubs, and it felt very, very low impact. I did not like his item build, and in general, he was not owning the game on a hero that I think is very imbalanced. So this may be also a read from playing pubs with the guy, because I don't think his clock is very good.
But when you say his clock's not very good, in what aspect of clock are you saying? His positioning to be able to counterplay a hookshot, his ability to run into jungle and just annoy people with cogs? Like, what aspect of clock? Because there's, even though it looks quite like a simple hero, there's a lot of elements to it. Like, what part is the reason why you're kind of throwing the shade?
I think more so the latter. I think he's, like, as a player, he's not this chaos creator like a Schofield is, or some of these more like wild Clockwork players. To me, he's the kind of guy who stands behind his core and casts spells, and is like his most played heroes are like Coddle and Dark Willow and things like this. Like they're follow-up, yeah, Hoodwink. These are all like follow-up heroes in some sense. Clockwork is like this mayhem, get in there and be a crazy man, and I don't really think that's his play style, and I think it's hard to just sort of start doing that out of the blue.
Well, there's a couple of bans going on as well in this draft. I want to remind everyone that there is a B stream, and if you want to know what series is happening over there, it's Falcons and Xtreme Gaming. So just letting you know, there are 2 options throughout the day for our 8 best of ones to tune into at any time, while we are focusing up on LGD and Aurora.
I like Makoto with the heckin' blanket cam. He's cozy.
Yo, that's cozy. Hold up.
I don't think I've ever seen someone with a blanket like that. Like, they're about to watch a movie by a fireplace.
But that's like full cocoon. Like, you've properly wrapped it around the arms there. Like, imagine if you can play like that too. That'd be impressive. The wireless keyboard.
People might have also noticed that the reserve time is no longer ticking down. The draft is just paused for a moment, resolving some issues there. So that is why I'm also going to remind you guys about that B stream, that Falcons and XG. What do you think while we're resolving our issues, T? Out of the 2? The TI final run back, XG Falcons.
I am really afraid for XG at the moment. Yet to see Xiaowei on the coaching camera, and just their general trajectory of gameplay. It feels like they need to be given the win rather than earning the win. And yeah, I just don't know if they're going to be able to turn it around in the group stage. But if they do, of course, XG, you always want to see them make a playoff.
It's that team that you always want to be proven wrong whenever you get critical about them.
No, yeah, like if you ever say to me like, what are the teams that you want to see in top 4? I will always say XG, because like no one wants to see like 3 Eastern European teams or 1 Western European team. Like no one wants to see Europe as a top 4.
Maybe they got the dunk buff.
Yeah, true. But you want to see some like SA, SEA, China, right? Of course, China being historically very important for any tournament.
I think we're trying to get the B stream draft up as well, because we don't know how long this one's going to take. There you go. See, they're way further through in their draft.
They really are.
I can't see the first pick, so I'm going to hope that production will whisper in my ear what it is.
The first
it's
Chen. Was Yuma.
They opened they opened up the Chen, sorry, on the Falcon side. So it's Chen, Lion, Alk, and Clock, Sand King, and just kidding, it's Pango. Dude, I'm getting baited so hard by production right now.
Yeah,
I'm getting baited so hard.
So just so we understand, it's Pango, right?
It's Pango that is hidden right now. So it's Pango, Lion, Alk, and then you have the Clock, Sand King, and Hoodwink.
I mean, XG's heroes are weird. I don't know about the Sand King.
I was about to say the same thing. It's like, I look at it, I'm like, I can't find the thread between them right now.
There we go.
Like, you buy Blink and you murder some hero. It feels weird.
Yeah, but Night Stalker.
What the heck? I also feel like Night Stalker...
Oh, Yuma's done. Like, how dare they pick Night Stalker?
Yeah, he's booting up the B stream. He's pissed off.
Dude, he's got PTSD from when he played Night Stalker.
Wait, what's happening?
Wait, why is there not a 4th pick for Falcons?
Where's the 4th hero?
What?
Look. Uh-oh.
Are we tripping?
Uh-oh.
As soon as Dawn, what the?
Draft penalty. They play with 1 less hero.
That's
why Yuma stood up. He's not allowed to play.
Penalty for like beating up the ref or something.
They were the issues we're resolving.
Yo, there should be like yellow-red cards in Dota. It's like you don't do your interview, yellow card. Bad interview, yellow card.
Actually, I would be kind of down for that.
They're all interview related?
No, he's just using it as an example.
It was 2 examples.
You pick Pango, yellow card.
Yeah, exactly.
That's based.
Your name's
That's
Quinn,
why they
red
lost their
card.
4th hero.
Pick Huskar, green card.
Is that how easy it is to get them?
In America, maybe.
What did happen? I am so curious.
Yeah,
I've never seen this before.
Something is bugged. Like, but it's on our end.
Okay,
They would have paused the game.
Anyone gonna make the low-hanging?
Yeah, everyone take a guess. What hero do you think they picked?
Ricky.
No way. It's such a cringe joke.
Yeah, and?
Bounty Hunter.
There we go.
Nick
My guy.
Okay, cool. That
So
was
you
a
said
really
Nick,
that was a really fun exercise in picking invisible heroes in Dota.
Thank you.
Thank you, yeah. Jesus.
We're
that was
staring into
there.
Nima's soul.
Wow.
Well, it's because our issues are being resolved. They've got their own ones over on Xtreme where Falcons are playing with potentially only
4v5.
4 heroes instead of all
Imagine
5.
if they win as well. Like, that is a... I mean, winning 4v5 is fun in Dota. Like, when you're playing like 30 minutes into a game, a guy disconnects, unfortunately has internet problems, it happens.
It's
When
because
you
the
can
gold
clutch
gain is
up,
insane.
sure, but when you clutch, even if you don't sell his items, let's say they've got like Blink BKB initiating here, like when you actually get to micro that hero and you're still winning, sure, the gold gain is insane, but just playing 4v5, it is just a vibe. It doesn't happen often, but...
I don't know if I've ever had it where someone on my team is disconnected and I've played like for longer that they get an abandoned. I actually don't think that's
Really?
happened. I've played against, like I've played 5 against 4, but I don't think I've ever been the 4 against 5 for more than like maybe 2 minutes. Like someone might disconnect right at the end and that's it.
It feels awful when they initially disconnect, but
Yeah.
if everyone can rally around, it then feels amazing.
I feel like I'm missing out on something.
But when they reconnect, if they ever do reconnect, you always go...
And you've sold their
Bro,
items.
you should have just laughed.
No, you don't sell the items. You always go, don't worry, bro, you didn't abandon. You had like 10 seconds left. You're fine. And then they play, and then it's like, wait a second.
Damn, T's got the mental strat there.
Dude, I'm always insta-selling their items. I want that gold injection.
Yeah, of course you are.
You want your little bloodstone on left track and
Dude,
you play,
that
you want to start.
might be the one thing we agree on. I would do that
Dude,
too.
it's so much fun. You ever played like these 2v5 games? You just like, as soon everybody starts DCing.
2v5.
Yeah, it's like one guy abandons and then 2 other people leave and then you and like one other guy, you sell everyone's items and you go Lee Sin al-Gaib mode. It's fun.
Yeah, why not?
Damn.
Like, sure, the whole idea of like, oh, wasting time. Who cares? I'm enjoying it. Why not?
Sometimes you win.
Yeah.
You win.
Oh, the draft.
Sometimes you win, but it's not going to happen in this case. It is just going to be a straight up 5v5 for LGD and Aurora. Issues resolved, and so now our draft is back to where it was beforehand. And we're going to be looking at what heroes are going to be taken out in this second phase. So unfortunately, your boy Necro will not be seeing the light of day in this best of 1.
Sad.
The worst.
It's good against Timbersaw, and it's just a good hero right now. I think Yuma also played it yesterday, and they won their game, I want to say, that he played it in. So showing that it is capable of being picked. And the hero's just kind of spooky, honestly. I think offlaners don't really want to lane against it. And WS has had a ton of success on Timbersaw, so clearly he thinks these are the 2 worst matchups.
And with the way that LGD is kind of batting right now, they're not really respecting the supports, because Aurora, they're one of the teams where they will draft the same set hero pool for multiple players, right? Like WS can get his Timbersaw. Going into the next phase, I'm expecting Phoenix for Kaori, right? Like you see Clockwork initiating, he hookshot, you press egg, he's now dead, right? Like he's just in a really terrible position. So it's not as if LGD is trying to take away some of the obvious heroes. It's kind of like inviting them, please, play your normal Dota, we have the plan to beat it. And that is the fun of best of 1. Like, give the specialties away and then concoct a plan.
I also think Phoenix is really good against Clock because the hero is just the bowler now, and he can't hit the cogs to bowl if he's got his attack speed slowed. So Fire Spits are really, really good against Clockwork because it's not about battery assault sticking on you anymore. Canceling dive, he just can't hit the cogs, so we can't bowl.
Yeah, I got really confused with the bowling analogy as well, T. But the heroes are
Sorry?
like 10-pin bowling.
Oh, right.
And hitting the cogs is bowling down the alley.
Bowling, right, yeah.
And the heroes are the pins.
No, it's amazing. Yeah.
Beautiful.
And the gutters are like the sides of the map. And
Do you play with gutters?
No,
up?
gutters down. Good. Okay, cool.
Saying.
No, you can. I'm not saying like.
Yeah, I'm not
it's
judging.
Bad.
There's
I'm not
no
judging you.
judgment.
If you
There's
have
zero
gutters
judgment.
up, that's
like
fine.
if you wanted
but
to do it, that's all good.
That's okay. If you want to bounce left and right.
Hey man, I'm all down for some fun.
But
that is fun when you sling it into the side and it goes like you're playing pinball.
Unironically, the best. That's good.
Winranger to me is very blasé. It's probably okay. I don't think it's great against Timbersaw as a carry hero because he has reactive armor, so he's... In terms of like heroes that are okay being relentlessly shot by the carry, I think Timbersaw is up there, whereas a lot of offlaners get really punished by Winranger, so to me it's a bit weird.
At least I think the lane will be fine in regards to Winranger farming, and in the game when Timbersaw is going in, Winranger can go, okay, your initiation doesn't threaten my life, I can then run past you, and because you've kind of like disrupted your own team's positioning, I can go execute someone. So if Windranger's jumping Timbersaw, sure, there's a problem, but if she's ignoring the Timbersaw, I think it's fine for now. Of course, depending on the the later picks. Still, it's an opening that needs problems to be solved. It's not like this opening is like, wow, it opens up so many other heroes. It's like, no, you're picking these 2 heroes, and now you're looking towards like the team fighter, the mid lane bit of damage. Like you really need to respect the potential weaknesses of this opening for OGD.
Yeah, for Aurora, I mean, Hoodwink is so good with Timbersaw, I think, in particular, because you allow the Timbersaw to actually get close and press Warling Death. So if you're playing against Windranger, or even if it's Clockwork 5 or something, he's playing close, and so you can maybe run them down. You've got the slow and a little bit of stun. It's very nice synergy. Timbersaw likes to have some disable on his 4 hero generally. He doesn't like a Rubik or something like that quite as much as a Lion or a Hoodwink.
Okay, so they go for the Venomancer over the Phoenix for Kaori. It's just still very annoying to play into. Like when you're clock running around the map, if you run into a Plague Ward, your positioning scene, you can't be as annoying. Like the whole Schofield style of clock that we want to see pretty much every 4-player, emulate, it is just annoying into Venomancer. You are just gonna kind of be reminded that you can't be there.
Doesn't Venom also have I forgot the name of the spell, the Bug Bite thingy? So when you focus fire on Windranger, it just does more damage to you as well. So
yeah, you can Snake Bite the Windranger.
That's it, Snake Bite.
It does a little bit more Damaggio.
I'm not saying that's the reason why they pick it, but that is a cool
you can
interaction.
also put it onto the clock, so when he punches his own cog to go bowling, he's hurting himself.
It all just kind of makes sense.
Yeah, such a OP Snake Bite game.
Do you know how the Venom snakes count on clock cogs? Does 1 snake count as a hero hit? Like if you're trying to deny Clockwork cogs?
No,
it's 2 hit. So you need to do 2 Plague Ward hits to kill 1 cog.
Because it's the same as the Shaman Ward.
So it's not that bad then, because you can skill snakes level 2 instead of Snake Bite, and you can, like if you push his cogs, you can hit 1 and with the snake and then hit with yourself.
But it is kind of annoying because it's like when you place your snake, if you don't have like auto attack on the summons and like the correct settings, you have to like select it and click it. So you need to have like auto attack on all summons, place it next to the cog you want to hit. It is a little bit finicky if you have the wrong settings, and people have different settings, but yes, it is a potential thing to look at. You can just start killing the cogs very quickly.
But just be better.
Yeah, no, for sure, 100%. My apologies.
Okay, I mean, the fact that now it's Shadow Fiend carry makes a lot more sense to me, and just some Windranger 4. Windranger 4 is a bit whatever, but I think it's much better to have Shadow Fiend carry here against Timbersaw. That was what PARIVISION was prioritizing against Timber whenever they were playing against Aurora in the Grand Finals last tournament, so I think this makes a lot of sense. I think it's one of the best answers we've seen to Timbersaw.
Yeah.
Very solid.
And then they have the Beastmaster as well. So I think for LGD, it's like the Clock SF, you know it should win its safe lane. Beastmaster, assuming it's mid, could still be off lane. If it's mid, you know it's probably going to farm very nicely there. It's a very generic mid hero, plays into most matchups. So I think their farm and LGD's fine. It's more, Aurora has that kind of element of the timings can be scarier. Like if Timbersaw doesn't die in lane and maybe Alk is giving at least 1 Ags away, let's say he's fully ignoring Ags and just wants to play a normal game, right, with Radiance. The Blink Orchid Radiance timing of Alk plus Timbersaw is, you have to respect your positioning. You can just get blown up, but honestly, I like what LGD has. It just feels very, very chill. Just like hit creeps, protect your cores, and the game will play itself out.
I know there is that possibility of moving Beast to offlane like you talked about, but I think taking away from Tai Long would just be a little bit of a disappointment. I remember in Slam 6, bro was like 17-0 and he's Beast or whatever. He was like 1v9ing, hard carrying his team. They still unfortunately ended up to go on and lose that game, but like I remember him having the most insane Beastmaster performance we've seen in so long.
I've been calling for it for many more tournaments.
I think it's fantastic. I think it genuinely would be disappointing to see it not go on him.
No, for sure. I mean, also into, Alk and Venomancer lane, putting Beastmaster there, getting Galed and Concoction. It can get a bit clunky. Your Borg running into Acid Spray to try and CS. Like, it's not ideal for Beastmaster offlane.
It's also not quite what it used to be mid, though. The hero's gotten a decent amount of number nerfs, and while I think it's still playable mid for sure, it's not peak. And it's also very slow. Like, I think in some ways mid Beastmaster is a bit weird against Alchemist too, because Beast is just not very good at making moves, right? You want to farm your own thing, but Alk is just getting more gold, so you're sort of trading hyper farm, and then at the point you have Ags, now Alk dodges you, he gets his Ags, and then you've got a weird timing where the rest of your team is quite good at fighting back against the Beastmaster with his like Ags blink or whatever.
In the previous tournament, were Alk players giving away 1 Ags, or was it just... Okay, but it was
Was
one
it only 1 or 2?
Just 1.
Yeah, okay. I assumed with the changes it would be 1 Ags into normal items, but obviously before you had more bonuses to giving more Ags and all that stuff, but yeah. Right now the tasteful Ags is of course going towards Timbersaw. Like Kaya Sanj blink on him, gets free Ags, buys BKB, and then can just run through the game.
Yeah, there were some games where, like Yatoro bought 0. I think pretty much every other Alchemist was buying at least 1, but even Yatoro was buying 1 Ags in most games. There was just like 1 or 2 where he didn't. I mean, I think you want something like a bit of a slippery hero here. They banned Quap, which could have been quite good. They're probably looking at Storm, Ember even, something along these lines. I mean, they're classic Makoto heroes, but I think whenever you look at LGD's heroes, yeah, the Storm. You like, they have some disables, yes, but they're all stuff that Storm can dodge very easily. You see Shackle Shot coming, you zip dodge it. You see Roar animation starting, you zip dodge it. Clockwork against Storm is obviously bad because you don't really care that much. Like, you can just stay away from him if he starts doing the bowling thing. So I think it's quite a sensible pick, and it also fits within sort of Makoto's relatively small hero pool.
I thought you were gonna say you see Hookshot, you zip away.
A little harder.
You see the code coming at you, you zip away.
See Rocket Flare, zip away.
So you ever fighting in this scenario, or you just...
You see Power Shot, you zip away.
See Raze, zip away.
See Requiem, you zip away.
Broken hero, untouchable.
I think the way that they have drafted on Aurora, it's very nice, where Alchemists can sometimes feel like you're lacking damage in the fight because you've jumped in first, get kited, and then you're like stuck in your kind of initiation. With Storm, Veno, Hoodwink, and Timber, it's like they will happily create fights, pickoffs. If you don't have BKBs up, you will die to these combos even before Alk's into the mix, and then their job is to poke out the BKB of a SF or a Beastmaster. And then when that happens, Alk could jump in after. So I think they just have really nice layering. It's a very clean looking lineup. It's got strong lanes. It's got its ability to farm stacks. It just kind of does everything. Of course, Timbersaw is the weakest lane of the 3 that still needs to be reminded. And then a Bat Rider.
Yeah, I guess
OGD.
offlane Bat.
Yeah.
That's a whisper. I mean, he's like
The Bat guy.
He's insane on Bat. But the hero is very bad against Venomancer because Bat's whole thing is he wants to run in on you and just chase you down with Firefly, and you get galed when you run. And Venomancer is like a classic counter pick. So I think they should do fine safe lane, and Bat offlane is not picked very much these days for a reason, because I think the hero has just been nerfed quite a bit, and his scaling as a core is not as good. So while I can see like it's good against Alchemist, it's bad enough against Veno that I don't like it that much, and I lean Aurora.
But what if they just go for like a farm game, right? And Bat Rider just hits some camps and he gets boots of bearing, and then sure, the laning phase slows are really annoying, but in the game he doesn't really care because he can like apply buff to his team, he can like gank through the map and do other things. Like sure, normally you pick Bat to get kills, but I can see, you know, the kind of the 20-minute phase of the game, if all cores on LGD have their items, it can be quite a simple game for them because it's like Beast plus SF, you get kill. Bat with Lasso plus one other hero, you get killed. Like you can just execute an Alk or a Timbersaw if they have bad positioning at that stage of the game.
It's not unplayable for sure. LGD definitely they have gameplay, but I think it's not only these classic games for LGD where the execution is they just need to execute a little bit better. Whereas Aurora, I think if you're sitting and you're chilling and you're farming Radiance and Ags, I think eventually you hit a timing where it's quite difficult for LGD to fight. You look, they don't really have any front line, and you're playing against an Alk who's going to blink stun you, a Timber who's going to burst you, a Stormer can jump you. Like, there's a lot of jump, and there's no front line or really that much vision from LGD. So I still lean Aurora, even though I think it's not some unplayable game for LGD.
Just respect the mid lane as well, right? Because you have the pressure of Timber going into SF, you got Bat right into the Veno. The supports need to look towards mid, because a Beast or a Storm, if they get the active runes, access to better farm, even a quick rotation, they can open up the game as well. So as much as we're talking about, is it a good back game? Can Timber survive his lane? This easily could become a Tai Lung or a Makoto show if they're forgotten about in the mid lane.
Yeah, LGD have proven us wrong time and time again when it comes to drafts on paper, us not necessarily seeing the same vision that they do. They're still able to execute at a level that other people aren't aware of. It's just, can they close the game out? Are they able to do that against a team like Aurora? It's a best of one and a lot on the line in this group stage.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Time to get into the gameplay here between LGD and Aurora. Fog, first thing I noticed, we're seeing Aurora coming hot off another tournament, doing pretty well there, and sticking with some of the same old stuff, right? Straight away, WS Timbersaw coming in. We did see it dealt with previously. Do you still like that they kind of stick with this? Like, how do you sort of feel about the Timbersaw right now? You're still like, this hero's crazy.
Yep, this hero's crazy. You can get shut down, and there is definitely a design in this draft to shut it down. As we see, triple cores are mixed damage in a way, right? The Beastmaster, the Bat, and the SF, and they're high mixed damage as well, too, right? So it's not like this is going to be one of those games where it's completely free for him. However, even if he's a distraction, that's kind of the dream, right? He has an Alchemist Storm in his draft, so making space for these heroes, especially the Alchemist, allows you to just get a free Aghanimus at some point, and then you are a unkillable beast. So, yeah, I mean, this hero is pretty insane, Owen. Of course, it did have some losses yesterday, but yeah, I can see Aurora's. It looks a lot easier to play. I think for LGD, it does look a bit more volatile, so we'll see if execution is going to be there for them.
Corey looks to be in trouble here. They'll be able to get first blood. Lovely little knockback there from Whisper with the level 1 flame break to secure that setup. Allow them to get the kill.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely elements of both drafts that I like a lot. It's just really is the Bat Rider is my biggest question mark, because we just have not been seeing this hero played nearly as much. So as an offlaner in particular, it can run into some struggles pretty early, because then you don't have a frontliner traditionally, comparison to like a Timbersaw, who always is going to be that better frontliner. However, it's Whisper on the Bat too, so we'll have to see how that ends up going. It is the Bat player.
And I guess it kind of worked out as well because you've got Tai Lung playing like a Beastmaster mid. You know,
exactly.
Like you still have that kind of go in and have a bit of beef, bit of frontline, without that falling entirely on the Bat's shoulders to fulfill that role.
No, exactly. That's why I think it's like, there's definitely merits to it. And then he does have a clockwork on his team too, right? So he does have somebody that's just it's going to take a little bit, but as soon as that 6 comes out, right, the clock can just be that natural initiator, get that information, which allows the Bat Rider to pick and choose his targets at times. So well, we'll see if that ends up paying off for them. They had some, I actually didn't get to see all the games from them. I should probably open it up. There was way too much Dota yesterday, and I was on like an hour and a half of sleep, so I got to be honest with you, I did not get to catch all the games.
Yeah, that was a crazy amount. But LGD, they had some good showings yesterday.
They also picked a Night Stalker carry one game, if I'm not mistaken, that I saw, and I was not happy about that one.
They did. They did have some merits to it. I mean, we'll probably see more Night Stalker today, honestly, right? That yesterday we saw some carry Night Stalker, some mid Night Stalker. A few of these teams definitely trying to get that hero into the drafts.
Not sold on the carry.
Okay. That's fair. Now, bottom lane. So this lane, SF Clock, one of the stronger duos. Is it strong enough that you can actually find chances to kill the Timber, or should WS not really be dying down here to this?
I think because he has the Hoodwink, he should be quite a bit safer. There is a clock, which is very annoying to play against, but I don't know, Hoodwink is just a good fix all lane problems. So, because you have like it's not just a stun, it's a vacuum stun. So even if you're, out of position, you can drag them into a different spot so they can't get all the spell connection. I think WS will be slowed down significantly, but I think Mira should be able to make the difference in securing a fair bit down here.
A little slow on the CS for the first few waves, WS.
Yeah.
So he has to be careful early on.
It's just a survive lane, right? It's not a pressure lane. He'll get what he can out of the lane. Mira will probably soak a decent amount of CS because you can't secure the range that efficiently as the Timber. So I think Mira right now has 3 CS because of that. Yeah, let's see.
Corey.
Let's see how this top lane goes, because this is the volatile lane, I would say, right? The back can get a lot of kills.
Shot. Yeah, okay, they don't actually go from there. They respect the fact that he has the stick charges. I imagine once they have, level 3 on Whisper and Theolicor, then they could really start going for, like, the Veno, for example, right? Corey's got to be careful.
100%. You're seeing the Alk's last hits look really, really good, but they're going to have to spend a bit more on regen, right? So Whisper, he is struggling on last hits, as kind of is the case, is which my concern is about the Bat Rider. I just don't know about this hero's lane presence. But it's a lane that they can get kills if Nightfall's not very careful in it. Nightfall, he actually stepped up. He's gone.
Dead. I mean, just like that. I mean, this is sort of the potential that could come out from these two. And yeah, even Whisper alone. I mean, Corey's got to also be super careful. He has got stick charges, but it's going to be a lot of pressure from this Bat in the lane.
Yep, it's something about the Whisper Bat, right? As I was mentioning, it's 15 last hits for the Alk, only 9 on the Bat Rider, but he is, just going to play for kills in this lane as Whisper does. And looking at mid lane, something we have to talk about is Tai Lung on this Beast. He's had some games where he just literally wins the game on it. He crushes the mid lane super hard, so Mikoto already is starting to get a fair bit of denies onto him.
Getting a very, very solid start here. 18 and 10 against the 16 and 1. Sure, some of those denies being the boars, but still. Going to show how much Thailand has control of this lane right now, and it will not get much easier for Mikoto. He's trying to clarity up so he at least has some availability for remnants to farm with.
Yep. And look at bottom WS, right? It's 9-1, but then look at the Hoodwink, right? It's 7-1. I think 1 or 2 are cogs, but he is securing a couple of those extra. So it is bad for the Timber, right? Don't get me wrong, but it's not as bad as it actually looks in terms of his last hits. And the SF has no mana at this point, or limited mana and resources. So playing decently at least for that. Now they've hit 3. Now it's quite a bit harder for WS to step up. Level 2 cogs plus level 2 raises.
Let's see what the plan's going to be for Mira. He's going to try and grab the creep to at least interrupt the pull.
Watch out for the bowling.
Around with him.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Looks like he's going to be all right now. Let's just end up getting the courier up top.
Hey, wow, he actually gets a solo. That's big.
That's a little unexpected. I mean, I didn't think he'd be able to do it solo, but he does.
He is. I mean, now at this point, he's really struggling. The SF counter has been pretty damn good overall in a lot of situations versus this Timbersaw. This time, I mean, he stepped up very far forward, so
yeah,
does end up losing his life, and now he's just kind of jungle.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mira,
and now,
he's gonna have to move around.
You can't really come back to the lane, right? I mean, he's
No,
going to try WS, but into level 3 raises, this is miserable now.
That's a painful time to die, because I believe his raindrop was literally coming on the courier too, and that gives you a good element to survive. KJ.
Jungles. Well, he'll help about a little bit there.
It happens.
Dying under the tower. So WS gets a little bit of a boost back up from that kill.
You can thank Mira for that one. He might even get the D ward with this too, because that was placed afterwards from KJ, so could be a double benefit they get down there. But I would say LGD definitely designed, right? Their lineup is designed to get the ball rolling pretty early and kind of stomp in a way. Don't let this Alchemist sit back and hit the creep. So right now, Beast and SF having a great entry into the game, and the Batrider, Whisper, is having a good entry as well too, being able to kill the Alchemist at least once already here. So across all fronts, pretty good. And they get the power rune. Nice bush whack.
Catch the Wind Ranger.
He's dead.
Theolicor will get taken out by Kaori.
Good old Hoodwink.
With that rune going to to Tai Lung though, this does mean that it looks very unlikely that they'll be able to make any sort of move to kill this Beastmaster soon. He doesn't. Pretty strong here in the mid.
He is, but he didn't keep his... Okay, he had shield rune. His catapult walked up. He could have popped it and tanked for the... Well, he let his catapult die. Now Whisper, top, does get found. Mira finds the angle. That was weird in mid. I thought they would use shield rune and tank for the catapult. He just let it die. It gives the storm 6 and then pops the shield and walks off. That was interesting.
And they want to try and get the setup on a WS. Continue to punish this Timbersaw.
Should be all right, but the wisdom's in jeopardy.
Don't get the trade by the looks of it. Actually, well, Thailand's going to TP up to try and stop them from getting the trade. He won't actually make it over there in time, though. Mira's going to be able to safely take the wisdom in return.
Goodbye, Kaori.
They indeed will get a kill out of this with the ball on top of Kaori. Whisper as well. Makoto's got to be careful sticking around this area. Thailand does have Aurora ready to go.
That was heads up, though. He stole the medium camp on the Storm Spirit, just walked in, literally. So that's nice.
Yeah, they want to start putting some pressure now into the tier 1 mid. Around Thailand, very close to having the Helm, just 700 off the recipe.
I like that we're seeing the Helm, right? More and more compared to people going for the Aghanims, just players wanting to play around that creep. The creep is so powerful. Like, no one can deal with creeps. Not even cores if you get it out super early, and it's going to be that very early timing. Mikoto loses his soul ring.
That's quite a stack courier. Loses 7 minutes in.
That's brutal.
He's got to be he's still hanging around super low on the mana. And Thailand gets the raw +1 mid.
That's so much minus efficiency. Like, can't even go to the jungle now at this point. Usually you have soul ring, you're able to use it twice during this minute that it's dead. He would have farmed an extra like 300, 400, maybe more gold. I mean, that's a massive courier kill from KJ.
Yeah, that hurts. He's gonna have to go to back to base anyway. Has no mana.
Lane pressure looking good from the side of LGD right now. As we see Nightfall, he is farming well, but they did get the first kill to slow him down. And Whisper, He's getting away with the bat off lane, which I haven't seen that many people at least do in terms of laning phase. He's got the 7. He's going to have drums. He's already scary. He's already dangerous. KJ, we'll be spotted.
Give him the concoction. We can't get out with the TP.
Mikoto gets it, so a galvanized stack for him. Give him anything you can get at this point if he's going to make the rotation after losing Soul Ring. It's going to respawn, but man, that was one of the pin more. That's like losing a full treads off the courier, essentially, almost. That's brutal.
It's going to be quite some time for both him and WS to get back into this game. We've seen it happen before, at least from WS's Timber, right, where he does sometimes have a rough lane, but can still get back in there up towards the top if you're given kind of like 20 to 30 minutes to play.
It's a lot of magic damage, though, this game early, right? It is all 3 cores with the mixed damage, if not even more, right? Insane. Bat has always been traditionally one of the best heroes versus Timbersaw, especially if you get off to a good start, because your damage is that explosive. Just, of course, we have to keep mentioning, the Bat has been nerfed, so we'll see the difference that it makes for that. But yeah, WS, it might be a bit hard for him to recover. Sure, he's going to get an Aghanims early, but this early pressure from LGD is quite fantastic right now.
King Jungle's going to get dealt with by the 2 supports. Or maybe not, actually.
Tanky.
Stick charges are enough, yeah. They're not actually able to finish him off. But they have to be careful themselves because the cores have arrived. Tyling and Theodore are actually able to finish off the tier 1 tower mid.
They're going to be setting pace pretty fast around this Beastmaster. He's got the Arcane Rune. They've been securing the runes. A lot of this game is reliant about how the mid lane pressure is going, and right now LGD's pressure is good. Got him another power rune, swinging toward top. They're going to keep looking to constrict map. And for Aurora, I think the supports are going to have to do quite a bit of heavy lifting to fix this pressure right now because Mikoto is behind, the Timber's behind, Alk doesn't want to show up. So we'll see what Kaori and Mira can kind of do to slow this down. LGD, I feel like they can kind of take over all 3 tier 1s very easy right now.
Yeah, I don't think this top tower is going to be defended. They'll have to let this one go.
It's going to be a lot of farm from Aurora, it does feel like. Because sometimes when you lose this much map pressure, and my goodness, and crazy aggressive wards from LGD, sometimes when you lose this much map pressure, you rely on your offlaner, right, who is a team fighter, to bring you back in it. Timbers kind of just wants to farm. So it feels like all 3 cores do just want to hit those creeps. So let's see what does happen in the next 5 minutes or so.
LGD feeling super strong now around any of their cores. All 3 of them off to a hot start.
And Yuma's doing the build that we've seen now quite a bit. Maybe he doesn't do the specialist array disassemble, but is just going to go the right-click style. And Whisper's got those stacks. And he's got his drums, he's got his tranquils, he's got the Kobold Cup, with quickened as well, so he's speedy to get in and out of the fight. So Venno is one of the annoying heroes for Bat, but when you're this speedy, this early...
They catch a support kill in the mid. This time, King Jungles won't get out.
Ooh, a shackle.
Getting a cheeky little shackle there to the acorn shot tree. And we'll try and chase on because Mikoto's low on mana. Good flame break knocked back onto the 2 of them. Mikoto will be able to get far enough away, but Kaori caught behind.
This is a scary, aggressive draft from LGD. I feel weird saying LGD. This is just not, this doesn't feel right, but yeah.
They're back.
We'll get used to it. They're back, baby. Especially saying an aggressive lineup from LGD, because usually like to hit the creeps as well, too, but not this LGD. This LGD likes to play fast, aggressive, 4K lead. Super early Overlord's going to come out, and Whisper is just, he's getting away with sitting back, stacking jungle, getting involved. So yeah, Aurora.
Getting a lot of farm. Like, this is a pretty stacked bat. You know, to beat just only about, 1K behind a free farm Alchemist. It just goes to show how much farm he's getting.
And it's Whisper Bat, so look at he knows usually with what build to go in these games. It's a very nice Lotus game versus the Alchemist, versus the Storm, just to dispel all the annoying little things as well too. So this is going to be some insanely fast pace on his timing for it. Concerns for Aurora if they can't slow this down.
Oh, it's going to be super tough. Yeah, because whoever gets Lotus can't really get gone upon. You know, you look at the concoctions, the vortexes, they won't be there.
That's definitely a really good pickup. And usually, right, we've been saying, the Bat Rider sometimes can't believe the tanky hero, because he's got this much farm at this point, he is pretty tanky, especially once he gets that Lotus Orb, once he gets the bearing. It's a very good boots to bearing game too. He can just run through the spells of the Venomancer. Some limited control on the side of Aurora.
You know, all through this time, Yuma on the SF is just
chilling.
All the space in the world, you know, ahead of the farm of Nightfall's Alchemist. You know, if they choose the right time to get the SF involved, the snowball's going to be so hard to stop. Up top in the jungle, Theo Lecourt will get caught out.
Just another support, though. That's 5 supports, so those 6 kills that Aurora's gotten, it's only, what, 1 on the core so far here. Very slowed down on Aurora. And these supports, they do a good job of just kind of sitting back and farming and being in position to stop things, but this is everything is just, okay, Nightfall, when you get the Aghanims to give to our buddy, because we can't do too much on the map without you once we get these timings. Just, these cores are just way too strong for us. LGD's cores they feel untouchable at the moment.
Yeah, they really, I don't know which of Aurora's lineup wants to try and tackle this SF right now. And especially once he's got the BKB. So I imagine what Yuma with this Mask of Madness, Dragon Lance, and then the BKB picked up. Once he has the BKB, that will probably be the timing where they can just walk down lanes around this SF and sort of just say to Aurora, what are you going to do?
Yeah, they're going to pose that question pretty early, it does feel like. They have a lineup that can force objectives. You know, the Roche, if you have that Beastmaster with the Overlord, can always threaten it too, so... Ooh, I mean, so it's going to have to be Nightfall after the first Aghanims that gets given away, but he's very squishy in this game, even if he just turns up with, like, just a Radiance. Like, he needs BKB pretty early versus this lineup. As we said, there's so much magic, so much damage.
They're looking for Nightfall.
That's a nice Shackle.
Shackle into the lasso. It will get the concoction off, but the cogs are down. He's trapped. They get the big kill here off the back of Whisper's move. We'll see Aurora try and find something in return. They will get the Wind Ranger, but they're still got a run. Tylang's turned up. He has the Roar at the ready. If they can close the gap, LG have a solid chance of getting another kill from this. Makoto will be able to get back into the safety of space, but only just. They just have to run away. They cannot fight back right now when LGD turn up with their cores.
They have to commit so much to get this kill, and it's just on a support Wind Ranger. He's perfectly fine with this. Tier 2, this might just be dead here. Looks like it. Buffs up the SF with the damage, with the attack speed, the frenzy from the creep. That is a super early Tier 2. LGD looking good. Looking good this morning. Taster and Kaori
one as well.
Can deny it away. Okay, Makoto will actually get it. Speedy stuff. Immediately swinging it to the opposite side as well, too. And looking at Field of Court, buying Vessel. Really strong this game versus the Timber. They're ticking the boxes. Constricting the map very quickly here. Whisper's Lotus is done. Bearing is very soon to be finished. And Tylang's already moving toward that next area. So Aurora continuing to try to slow the pace down. Yeah, I don't know.
It's not going to be easy. This is,
no.
I mean, it just feels like it's all going to plan for LGD right now. And for Aurora, they have Nightfall free farming, but again, just the fact that comparatively to the cores of LGD's farm, it doesn't look that impressive on the Alchemist, right? 3 cores of LGD are right behind this out.
They're gonna have to. They have to get to the next items. It feels like they need the BKBs on the cores very early versus LGD, and those aren't end-all be-all answer BKBs because it's an SF with high physical, and it's double BKB piercing disables. So the pressure's definitely gonna mount for the side of Aurora. We'll see if they can endure it. Let's see how many mistakes LGD makes in particular, because if they do make a couple mistakes, those will compound very quickly to get those BKBs for Aurora. Tier 2 mid. It's just dying.
Yeah, I mean, there's no turning up for the defense right now from Aurora. I mean, understandably so, they've just, you know, if you are Aurora, you've got to choose that defense, you know, with 100% accuracy, right? If you turn up and fail to hold, then the game's just going to completely crumble. Have to try and time everything towards what's going to be the strongest moment. And as you said, probably around that first Aghanims, then maybe maybe they can kind of get something going. But even then, into the full 5-man of LGD, especially considering this BKB is pretty much on the way out for Yuma, it's they don't really have anything to go through that.
No, and right, for the thing about this Aghanims, there's a lot of counters, right? Because it's going to very likely go to the Timbersaw, right? Because the Storm one can be a little underwhelming sometimes. We'll see. Actually, it might just go to the Storm because the Dispels in particular. The problem with the Timber one is if you get it early, someone buys a Yules on the enemy team, which I already see Clockwork, I'm pretty sure, having, and they just Yules you instantly when you pop it. So has to be pretty careful, and we'll have to see if he does actually just give it to Mikoto because of that. It could actually happen. And that's, the Storm Spirit one, obviously it's incredible, but it's incredible when you get the timings of like the later stages when you're able to pull and you just eviscerate everybody in it.
Like there's so many
it's not
Aghanims
Void Spirit
upgrades in the game where, you theory craft when you're on a lineup with an Alchemist, you're like, oh my goodness, if I get this Ags given to me early, it's going to be so broken.
Exactly.
And Storm's just not really one of those, right? It's a good Aghanims, but it isn't like oh my goodness, I got this for free at 20 minutes. It's a free win.
Yeah, it's not like the ones when we saw the Void Spirits where you get a double silence, which just changes the way that the hero functions entirely, right? It changed the way the hero functions, but later. So LGD continue to just accelerate, right? Next, Roche ticking the boxes. Aurora did get some decent kills, at least on these supports. But this BKB, LGD definitely going to want to continue to pressure. I think they can just go for potentially even hitting base a little bit here. Like hitting the tier 2 bottom, threatening some TP backs, and then they can back up, get Tormentor, and play the map like that. Mira?
Nearly. Quite in time there with a hook shot.
KJ was busy killing a courier. I think he was actually able to get that kill there, but...
Oh. That's a report.
That's a report. He killed the more priority thing. He was killing the courier that was going for the point booster, but he didn't get it as it had the point. If he got it when he had the point booster, that would have been sick.
Fair, yeah.
Either way, slows down the timing of the Al because they have to smoke to their secret shop to get the Aghanims. Because look at Nightfall,
right.
he wants to go buy it.
That's what this is, right? This is
that's what this is.
Oh no. And look who's there. LGD, they're ready for them. They're going to get the lasso on a Mira. From the hook wing, he'll try and tell the sharpshooter, but Mira's gone. The Requiem comes out into the Raw.
Oh, God.
He didn't get the chance to pull Lightning away. We'll see Douglas turn up with this newly found Axe onto Thailand with the Chakram. He will manage to bring him down. So big kill found there by WS. But meanwhile, Nightfall's just getting chased and burnt down by Whisper and Yuma. I mean, they got something.
He wanted the Axe.
But indeed, a shopping trip gone horribly wrong there for Aurora as they lose 4 heroes. But indeed, at least they got the Ags, eh? Yeah, they got the Ags.
This was big brain by LGD. They killed the courier top. I'm sure someone was calling, do not let them get to the secret shop. They are going to try something. And they did. Dude, they smoked to go to get the damn point booster, and they were ready on the side of LGD. This is potentially at least a tower here.
Mikoto. Whisper's just getting into the pace. I mean, they're going to turn over to Whisper instead, but...
He's beady.
He's feeling strong. He's feeling tanky. I mean, and he is right. He's a very farm bat rider.
A shopping trip gone wrong.
Yeah.
They got the Aghanims at least, so we did see it get displayed immediately onto Tai Lung, but Nightfall just got walked down immediately. His Chemical Rage came up, I think, toward the end of things, and it didn't matter. Now this is some smooth gameplay so far from LGD.
And, I mean, I guess one of the reasons why they can be this smooth with it is they probably did some homework, because what Aurora's turned up with today isn't really surprising, right? So if you're preparing for what to expect from Aurora, you're probably prepared for something like the Aurora's draft they have right now. Whisper.
And they get the grab.
You continue on to the tier 3 bottom.
Another catch, Mira.
Fine, Mira. Okay, Nightfall throws the hook down, but it does get reflected.
Yuma doesn't even die. The one still has the Aegis for 2 minutes. They can back up. Very nice. Like, they get a small little kill. It's a kill. And then they back up and don't lose anything for it. So it ends up being super worth it again for LGD. Keeping that pressure on the front of Aurora. I've seen this a lot, though. I feel like when we've seen this Alchemist at Dream League as well, teams have been pretty good at punishing and taking advantage of it.
Yeah, they multiple times, right, just go for this SF safe lane. And it does... I think, you know, sometimes it won't necessarily always win the game against the Timber, but it pretty much always guarantees that WS is going to have a very slow start in the game.
And this, it's all cores. That's the thing, right? It's this Bat Rider as well, too, which nobody else is really playing as much in the off lane. It's just Whisper. It's very good versus kind of all of these heroes in a way if you do get off to a good start. It's the reason we were seeing it picked so often before, even though now it's nerfed. We're seeing if you're a specialist on the hero, what it can do.
Into the base they go again. Still with a minute on the Aegis.
Smoke up from Aurora. They've got a Vessel now for the Venomancer.
Where we go? They're going shopping again? Or is this for a fight?
No, this is for a fight. This is for an angle. Still 50 seconds.
Try and get through the Aegis. Good for Yuma.
Cuts the tree. Tai Lung walks into melee to cut it as this Beastmaster. That was kind of funny.
They're going to drop the ult on Yuma. They really want to just try and pop the Aegis at least. They'll get it with the Chakram. Aegis gone. LGD, even though they don't have the Aegis, they don't really need to be that scared. They can still push on pretty strong with the BKB at the ready. I mean, Yuma's very close to his next big pickup. He only got away from Scaleless. They're going to get the grab here, Whisper. Catch out Mira, get one of the supports. Looks at WS, he's got the barrier protecting him for now. Makoto's going to look to try and get back, but the Roar's there straight away. As Makoto will die, Thailand gets the double. The
Yuma's dropping low.
Yuma is very, very low.
He's gone.
He'll end up dying. So at least something to be found here on the defense from Aurora, but they need to find more. They're going to chase on, see what else they can get. Tai Lung.
They got Tai Lung.
Up by a bushwhack into the trees. He'll turn, get the axes out, but it will cost him his life there. So Aurora were pretty much the best fight that they've had so far this game. They had to use a buyback on Mira, but it does get them the chance to push LGD back and kill off their two big cores, getting both Tai Lung and Yuma.
Look at the damage the SF took. Honestly, his Mask of Madness kind of didn't fully kill him, but he took so much physical damage from the tower under the acid spray, everything. He was just getting beat on by every small thing there. You saw it kind of kicking pretty quickly onto him. I don't think he expected to take that much, but hey, honestly, Mask of Madness ran in, so did take a ton of damage there. Aurora striking back a bit here. WS getting to actually shine for the first time in this game.
Good hold.
Good hold.
A few more of those, though.
One or two more. WS.
With the Lotus off. He is a pretty huge kill as the top net worth for Aurora. Backup's coming in to try and help out. But that's WS down.
And Mira.
So if they can find him in the trees. The other core looking for the angle with the shackle. They've got the vision. They've got the shackle to stop the TP. They'll get both of them.
I've actually been liking this Wind Ranger support a lot more than I'm seeing it more and more games. I know Save has been showing it off insane amounts of games, but I don't know. There's something about it that actually feels really nice to catch some of these really annoying supports like the Hoodwink. You're very mobile to get on top of it, and Tai Lung will find a catch.
And they can get back on with the push now. I mean, it's three heroes dead on Aurora.
Absolutely. You are looking to get a 2-Rax advantage here.
I mean, that defense was maybe the start of a potential of holding this game, but it does feel like that death from WS down on the bottom lane, that was a big loss.
It was a big blunder. They all split up. They went to just go hit the creeps. The BKB is done there for Nightfall, but that is a full set of racks for essentially for free. They don't have to use BKB or anything from Yuma. Can continue the push. That was bad. I mean, they not even just WS, right? They lost Mira. There's like a triple sequence of losing heroes. Painful after they just get that slight recovery in the game.
Coming close to the timing where they can check for the next Roshan. That will be almost certainly where Aurora will try and challenge them.
And look at this from Whisper. Goes for the lens, and then he's going for Aghanims, probably because he's starting to see Lincolns be built on Makoto, and you can just bypass it, right? Bypassing either Lincolns and Lotus, you have ways to do that with the secondary lasso. So not going to save Makoto by any means if he doesn't get hit by the initial and blocks it. That's good itemization. I really like the way everybody's itemized on LGD this game and playing to that strength. double Yules on the supports. So this Timber, as we've said, good luck getting that Aghanims off now. He almost has the BKB, but they're going to Yules him. They're going to control him.
I mean, and that hurts, right? When
it always hurts.
Effectively, you carry Alchemist, spent all his hard-earned time farming an Aghanims that is very easily countered.
Yeah. I love the way they itemize. Sometimes I feel like I see teams just not... They kind of just don't do this, right? They don't buy Eul Scepter versus like some of these. This item is insane. I still think Euls is one of the best support items in the game. I think we see it quite a bit, but yeah, especially in this game, can absolutely see the merits for it. Nightfall. They are looking for him. He is in trouble.
Pretty good read on where he is. They're going to catch him. Catch the creep wave as well.
Oh, actually, Roche looks like it's going to be a quick spawn potentially, so if they do want to swing and check that one out, they can look for it. Amp damage top. The LGD, Duki came in, did their homework, absolutely showing their draft. They're playing it not flawless, but pretty damn good so far here.
It really seems that they have the exact answer of what to do against Aurora. The roar will get reflected. Makoto teasing with the idea of trying to go back in onto Tylung. Whisper's going pretty aggressive here into the three of them.
Oh, the Whisper Bat Rider, look at him.
I mean, they just
melting them.
Control him. And it's going to end up just with the supports dead. Makoto and WS, the last two left alive. They'll try and turn for Whisper. No, they get him. This time, he gets a bit too aggressive for his own good. But the damage has already been done. WS is going to get held in position by the Yules. They won't try and set up onto him, though. He's able to get back to the base.
Who got the last hit? WS. I was looking, I'm like, ooh, that's a big kill there. So he does get a nice little kill bounty. Whisper overplaying his hand. Yuma was trying to connect with the DD, but wasn't close enough. Satanic's done for him. Roche is going to be the option for them, but Aurora is back. Let's see if they can look for the fight here.
I think they've got to. You've got to try and
they have to.
Surely. At least try and steal.
Cooldown for WS. Hard for him to get in. But Mikoto and Nightfall can. Let's see what angle they can find.
Or at least look to try and get this fight before LGD are able to set up for the Roshan.
Oh, it's shifting top too. So they ideally want to find a kill here. LGD not really giving them that option. The cogs are put down to stop them, to scout them, and it will see them all. So they lose their bat, a little over-aggressive from Whisper, but immediately back up. Don't lose a chain sequence of deaths to allow Aurora to get that Roche or get any of their lanes in a better spot. Two bots still pushed in pretty far. LGD, squad's back up, looking for the fight.
Yeah, Tylung ready to get in there with the Hex picked up.
Oh, full Hex, oh god. He's big.
Jump Whisper. Gonna get the lasso off. Quickly dispose of Kahori. The rest of them try and look to see if they can get in onto Yuma.
Yuma.
Get the Vortex into the stun. They're controlling the SF. They've killed him. They bring the Shadow Fiend down. Aurora might just get the chance to find Theolacor as well. As
massive fight
in upon him. Concoction's out. They take the Wind Ranger down. I think they'll just able to throw everything on the SF. He doesn't get the chance to get BKB or Satanic off at all.
They got split. He gets caught from a first stun. They were looking for Mikoto on the left side. The hook shot misses, and Yuma just gets ice eye. That is the biggest opportunity for Aurora, right around the Roche pit as well.
Straight into the Roche. I mean, Tylung could try and do something here. Still has his BKB and Raw.
WS looking for the catch. Nightfall. Find Whisper. Doesn't get the Lotus off.
He's in trouble. Vortex drag back. Get the Lotus off now. WS trying to close in. Tylung holds back WS for now with a Hex. Yours as well. WS still trying to look to chase on forward, but will not manage to close in upon them. And it is buying time for LGD to get everybody back in the game.
WS
seconds and Yuma will be back in.
I think he cut the tree of the bushwhack. Now he's lassoed in.
They got the damage. So they get the chance for the BKB.
Tylung,
BKB and Lotus. They'll get the Hex.
He's fighting.
Onto Mikoto, but the Lotus is there, so the reflect of the roll will go straight into the face of Tylung. It does at least set up the rest of the team to kill off Mikoto. Now with the vessel down onto WS, they'll also take him out.
Oh, they overchased now on Aurora themselves. They looked for more kills, but it gave time for SF to respawn, and now they don't even get to go back for the Roshan themselves too.
And now, LGD can just walk into the pit and continue to finish it.
All right, back to business for LGD. A little bit of a hiccup. But my goodness, Aurora playing very far forward. And I mean, I'd have to see the full replay sequence. He cut the tree at the bat, right? When he was bushwhacked with Timbersaw. And then he was able to disengage, re-engage. Things quickly became a disaster.
It didn't go as smoothly as it needed to.
Definitely not. Back to business. SF very likely to pop an early BKB now. Yuma. A couple of these, they've been holding them. The Lotus as well, too. We saw there. Tyler was hesitant.
We'll see on the replay here, folks.
It was before this.
Oh,
it's okay, though. It's
yeah, this is sort of when they came back in, and it was like, oh, Aurora sticking around a bit too long, and it was a nice reflect on the Raw, but even with Thailand dying, he'd done his job. The Raw sets up into the hook shot, and then the damage coming in from Yuma, and at that point onwards, the fight pretty much over for Aurora.
Nice hook shot, great cogs. This hero did start to suffer a little bit in terms of win rate in some of the games, but still seeing the effect it can have when you've got a big turret like Yuma on the SF. Back to business. Tier 2, Aurora looking for another angle. Nightfall does have the full AC, so physical damage is high. As long as they can get it pre-BKB, but this age is going to be a problem for them to work through. Find KJ.
Jungles. Can they get any more here?
I'm going to try to poke.
LGD, they can definitely just wait until they've got everybody back in the game.
Don't need to rush here at this point. Just, yeah, wait till the... Well, obviously with the Aegis, but yeah, just waiting for the clockwork. Stay reset in this area. Aghanims is done for Whisper, as we saw, and he did get the Partisans brand, so eyes on the double lassos, eyes on the bypassing of the Lotus and Lincolns if he does find the, you know, the secondary, the first target, so it bypasses the secondary. Any other big pickups that we saw? Mikoto got Witchblade, so a little bit of a damage increase for him. He has hit 20 now, but the Aghanims is not going to come out for some time because Nightfall needs to build for himself. Potential final push. Aurora. See how they approach it.
Mikoto. He's going to have to go and refuel back in base, using a lot of his mana.
This one's much harder for them to just go for an SF because he has this Aegis.
They try and jump Whisper, but Whisper, he actually gets the jump.
Double lasso.
And he gets the lasso of Okori and Mikoto into the Hex. Thailand steps up, roars, they keep him locked down, and the damage comes in to take out the Storm before he can get any sort of playoff. WS will try and tip a chain away. Not able to get in. They do bring down Whisper at the end of it all, and they also manage to take out...
They're kiting. Aurora's doing this nice.
I mean, Yuma he's going to be left on his own now. Sort of isolated.
Look at this fight.
I was wondering if he could actually help out, but he can't. The pushbacks in on a Yuma. They're going to be able to bring down the SF. Oh, well, he's healing up. He's healing up. Not enough. They'll bring him down once. Yet they've got the concoction. They're going to be able to set up to take Yuma down a second time. Aurora somehow finding a way to pick apart LGD one by one on the defense.
It took them a long time to kill that Storm. They got the double lasso. They got the roar. It got the Hex. But it took everything to bring him down, and Nightfall and WS just able to stick on the targets. WS literally sat on top of the Shadow Fiend the entire fight, literally point blank, with no threat. They had to use everything to kill the Storm. I'm astonished how long it took him to kill him. Was it some uphill misses, hitting wrong targets? I wasn't sure. Either way, massive for Aurora.
It felt like the catch from Whisper was pretty phenomenal, and then I don't know. I guess that they just didn't have sort of Yuma in position to be able to bring the damage in quickly.
Did he uphill miss? Like, I don't know, something, like, I felt like he missed like 5 times or 6 times. I don't even know. Either way, Aurora, that's the fight they needed. They are back in this one now.
Definitely quite the shake-up there for LGD.
And Nightfall just finished up Basher before the fight. Now he's got the Aghanims for the Storm Spirit, so they've got the AoE control as well, too. This game has leveled up a lot more for LGD. They have to be very careful with their execution in the next few moments. They do have a 2 racks advantage, so they still can look to close things out if they can get the mega creeps online, but the team fights have gotten infinitely more complicated now.
Oh yeah, it's so much harder now.
Ags is going to be done for Kaori as well, too. So the damage amp plus the... Uh-oh.
The timing that they're about to hit Aurora is going to be super strong, and at the start, Whisper Gonna get chased down. Yuma's got the Requiem ready to push them back. A little bit of safety here for Whisper, but WS, he's still going to move on forward. He'll use the lasso to lock down WS, and actually allows Whisper to get the blink off. So Whisper will get away. Yuma's had to put the BKB, though.
They're just getting ran at now at this point. Aurora is fueling that strength as well. Mikoto jumping a far distance. They've got the follow-up. And that's the Aghanims done for the Alchemist and for the Venomancer. Oh my goodness, what a swing we have. Next few moments, as we said, for LGD, feel absolutely crucial. Cannot make too many more slip-ups in this game. They have gotten to the timing that they wanted on the side of Aurora. Amp damage is bottom. Tiny Lung will just kill it away. But Roche, still about 2.5 minutes. And look at how Aurora is now posturing, right? Starting to get outside a little more here. WS, he's that top net worth. He's got 5,000 HP essentially on this Timber Saw. Or more even, when he pops the reactive. Yeah, they're smoking. They feel that strength. LGD, BKB on cooldown for 40 seconds. Dangerous moments for them.
Alright. If they find Tai Lung up there, it would be pretty huge. Looks like they won't end up sweeping that far into the corner of the map.
Initiation's still going to be huge. If LGD gets the angle to get a double catch, still can see them kill these targets very easy. But now Aurora, much better ways to start and executing these fights. Can rely on a multi-hero pull that comes out from Mikoto. Could just get the chain stun and kill potentially 2 cores as well if they're not careful with their positioning. Seeing what's Tai Lung buying. So he's going to go Lincolns himself. So they're going to have 1-2 Lincolns soon on their side. Because I also saw the Bat Rider picking up one soon. But Whisper has foregone a BKB this game. As we said, there is... I mean, not really anything that goes through it, but... it's interesting.
So they're going to start to try and approach the base again. I mean, obviously after that way that last siege attempt went wrong, I mean, if you're LGD, what are you doing differently next time? You know, what are you sort of taking away from that last play where it did go horribly wrong?
Maybe just, I guess, like, I didn't fully see, but perhaps just having Yuma closer, right? I think maybe he was just a little further when they got the initial lasso. They just have to be a bit more in unison so their damage is there with their disable. Because they have the disable. Yuma just has to be there for that damage. Because he is all of it now at this point. But as we're seeing, Yuma, it's dangerous for him too because 1 stun and he can just die. So I'm clicking around, seeing if they do have some greater healing lotuses. They do. So King Jungle has a greater lotus. They have 4 steps. So potentially can still save Yuma in a full stun lockdown. Full Abyssal now. Nightfall getting that farm going with these double Aghanims being gifted out. And how's the neutral tokens? My bad, I think we just pulled them up and yeah, sorry. Conjurer's Catalyst on the Storm Spirit. That's a big one to point out. I think that's the most busted, and he also has the Mystical, of course, too. The amount of damage you can dish out inside of this, just the Vortex in particular. If he hits 25, Aurora probably just wins the game.
LGD just having to sort of avoid Aurora right now.
They have to play for Roshan. Looking to potentially get a catch beforehand. If they do see somebody, Kaori. Lung is inching forward here.
Oh,
and Kaori.
And he's getting very punished for that. Tries to poke at the wave, and they're immediately on top of it.
If they sequence this into more kills, it would be massive for them.
Oh,
and they will.
They get the Hex on a WS, and Mikoto just TP'd out. So WS, he's only got Nightfall and Mirror by his side. Still
they're chasing.
Super tanky. Time is going to be bought for Mikoto to start heading over.
Hook shot.
Yep, with the hook shot. Push back as well, or force out the BKB from WS. There's
Mikoto.
From Mikoto, but he's going to get caught by the root straight away. Nightfall in with his own BKB, throws the concoction over, but he's going to get dodged by the Yules. So Aurora, you end up getting forced away from the middle of the map.
That's a pretty big blunder from Kaori, right? Showing himself mid, his team tries to... I mean, they get caught kind of in a chain sequence afterwards. They don't all die, but WS uses BKB, Nightfall uses BKB. Mikoto uses all his mana. LGD, the Roche isn't quite up for them, though. Can't just walk into the pit with that there. And what, was that the Lincolns? Because I thought Mikoto got caught. His Lincolns actually saved his life, if I'm not mistaken, on the TP out initially.
I think it might have. Or he might have just, the TP might have finished just in time.
Maybe, yeah, I didn't see which one popped up first. 8 seconds, Roche. The scan is out. Aurora, they might think it's up. They might think that they're doing it right now, so they're forced to come out. A lot of BKBs used. Even that SF did use his.
Let's see who's going to go first. I mean, you want to send the Timber
for
in.
Angle. Yeah, they're looking for the angle. He's got BKB, so he's very safe now.
Oh, they're going to see King Jungles. They try and get him, but he's going to be protected by the Lincolns.
Decently tanky.
Wants to get back in here, Mikoto. Yule's also buying a bit of time for King Jungles. He is super low. Get the hook shot off to the side, so he'll stay safe.
Nightfall.
Quite kill the support.
Aurora's getting time for the BKBs all to come back up. SF's is also back up for Yuma. He's not level 25 yet, though, on the Shadow King, so doesn't have that big increase in damage just yet. This Roche could be just this side or whoever gets it here. Refresh your shard. Tai Lung. They break the Lincolns.
Bushwhack. Big pull. The vortex onto the two of them. Jump forward for Nightfall. He's in on top of Tai Lung. They're trying to burst through, but
Lasso.
the out. The lasso's there. They lock down Nightfall. They destroy the Alchemist. And now with Aurora controlling WS, they're going to try and look for more. Comes to an end, but the hook shots there. Requiem as well. They completely lock down WS. Mikoto gets back in, but he's got no mana left to play with. And with both of his other cores dead, there's no further fight to be had here for Aurora. LGD able to stay strong through that. And oh my goodness, did he get the shackle on Mikoto? But the Lincolns will save him and allow him to TP out. But Nightfall, he died so quickly there.
Insanely fast. They didn't get the chain stun. I think he gets the BKB off in between the catch of Mikoto plus the Abyssal, and then the lasso comes in on literally both cores, bypassing their protection. Yuma's able to stand his ground. That's the fight they wanted, and now they get this Aegis. They have 50 seconds to potentially go for those megas.
Yes, huge.
Go the refresher, guys.
Level 25 as well.
Team? They'll get it.
Come on, we get it. He was pinging it. Who's going to take it? The other core's going to pick it up for now.
And looking for the beast, but yeah, you see right there, right? He gets the BKB off in between the sequence of the vortex and the stun from Nightfall, and immediately afterwards, the fight's just over. LGD, back to business.
Ready to look for those mega creeps.
And big talent, of course, level 25 is hit for SF, and a full Hydra Breath, so his damage has increased as well. Buyback.
Come out from WS. Still 10 seconds without Nightfall. Mikoto jumps in.
Mikoto.
Careful. Lincoln's gets popped. Whisper. He's in. Gets the last
Another
one. WS. They get the drag back. The damage coming out from Yuma. WS in trouble. It's going to be a dieback.
Mikoto.
Roar onto Mikoto. He's taken out. He's got buyback available. He'll have to use it straight away. Mira goes down. He does not have the buyback. Nightfall's in with the jump. Looking for King Jungle. It's the concoction onto the clockwork. They'll take the clockwork out. Now they'll both move back towards Yuma. Vortex comes in onto the four of them. There isn't the immediate follow-up though, and Yuma's just able to lifesteal back up, take out Nightfall as this game is over. GG is called. LGD taking this game against Aurora. Aurora, they made it exciting as they got to the end. You know, we had a bit of a pushback from them. But very much did feel that this was always LGD's game to lose. You know, they were the ones in control the whole time. They had the advantage. And Aurora, they needed a couple more of those perfect holds, really, to try and turn this one around, Fog.
Yeah, they needed a better entrance into the game, too, right? They lost pretty heavily across the lanes. Whisper Batrider showing off a bit here in this game. One of the few off-lane bats that I've seen work in this patch, too. So I kind of want to see a little bit more of it. That looks pretty good.
Well, we'll see if we will. Well, there we go. LGD turning up here on day 2, getting themselves another win against Aurora.
Yeah, LGD had a great day number 1, and so we're wondering, is that going to continue for day 2? Well, it feels like it does, especially when you guys here on the panel didn't favor their draft. A bit of question marks around.
You keep clumping me in with Quinn here. All right, so basically we've worked like 2 LGD games. Both times Quinn's gone, I hate this team, I hate this draft, I hate everything.
You did not say hate this team. I just
despise their existence. And I'm like, well, actually, I like this timing and I like that timing, and then the timings happen, and then
okay, you can say that. Oh, I can see a path forward, but you can still choose to like Aurora's more.
I didn't like Aurora's draft compared to. I didn't actually favor either. Anyways, back to the point, dear Nat. Where are we going?
I think it was just the fact that LGD can surprise us again and again with drafts that on paper might not look like they have a clear path forward. Like, yeah, you can get pickoffs and you might be able to play it this way, but it doesn't feel like it's an easy to execute. Yep, they still prevail. They make it look easier said than done. And then, yeah, there was a little bit of faltering, but they ultimately win, T.
I'll let the hater go first, actually.
That's true, yeah. Let the hater go first.
What the hater
says. Speak up for yourself.
I mean, I do hate the draft. I don't think it's very good, but I think they've got a lot of pizzazz early game. I think that's what this team has going for them. Is I think they consistently outperform the expectations of lanes. I honestly expected Timbersaw Hoodwink to do a little bit better in this lane because Hoodwink is so strong, but they got just shellacked bottom lane.
Hoodwink needs to get buffed after this game.
Yeah, that's right. That's what I've been saying that a lot. I think that was one of the biggest things, if not the biggest thing for this game, is how hard they won bottom lane and how gigantically obese the Shadow Fiend is for the entire game. So I think that is the biggest surprise. But I also think that this game was way too close for how good their start was. And this is not the kind of game that if you're LGD, you walk away from being like, we're so good, look at us. It's the kind of game where you're like, yo, guys, we won lanes, and then it was really messy, and it was way closer than it should have been. We need to fix these problems.
Yeah, this is very much a game where like they need to look towards the mid game, and it's like it's not a matter of draft for them, because like the draft that they had, it worked, right? They won their lanes, they had the tempo, they had all the things that you want to do to win a game. It's just like the sloppiness of going high ground, right? When you go for the third and final racks, you're trying to hit it, but then Whisper's jumping into the mid lane whilst Yuma's top. Yuma doesn't have, you know, a pike, a silver edge, swiftwing, anything, so he's now like walking down towards mid, and then it's like he's hitting Timbersaw. Like those are the moments where you provide comeback opportunities. So it's like they still are a rough around the edges team. They can win early game, they can throw mid to late game. They didn't this time, but it was getting very close to maybe giving Aurora, you know, that kind of last minute win.
Do you feel like though Aurora's team draft is easy to push high ground against though? Like they have this Benno, they have this Hood, they have this Storm that's, you know, trying to create that chaos a little bit, try and clear your creep waves. So it also feels like necessarily Aurora's lineup is just good for defending high ground to a degree as well.
Yeah, it's not that easy, but I also think it's not really like they're dying when they're pushing. They're kind of dying because they're doing it without Aegis in some silly, somewhat disrespectful way. Like I think there's you can play it by the book, or you can go a little YOLO crazy mode. And I think this team tends to lean in the YOLO crazy mode in the bad way a little too much, because I think there's one way where you're like playing so aggressive the enemy doesn't expect it and you kill them and you overrun them. That's not the kind of aggressive they are to me. To me, it's like, we're kind of bored, they're so weak, just go. And when you do that, I think it tends to end up biting you.
Yeah, I am intrigued to know how they'll fare once they break away from best of ones. I'm assuming they're not going to be in the bottom 2 based on their current scoreline. So it's like when you're in a best of 3 right now against Aurora, right? Going into game 2, Aurora could take away a couple elements of that early game aggression, they'd change it up, and then that kind of point of comeback, rather than it being like the third and final racks as their comeback chance, it probably would have been the first racks for Aurora where they mount their comeback and then they beat LGD, right? So I don't know if LGD are strong enough to overcome the full best of 3, at least in their current like crazy tempo momentum. But of course, if they can continue just improving through this group stage, it's possible. But right now, I think they're really utilizing the pacing that this team has. And in best of ones, if you just draft your own confidence and you just full send it, you can just clean up some games quite nicely.
There are still moments that you guys are right? Rough around the edges when it comes to the late game team fights, when it comes to pushing that high ground and whatnot. But there are still moments, Quinn, that you're looking at it and you're going, they're on the same page. As a team, they're working together really well because they know what they have to shut down. Earlier, it was the Alk trying to get his Ags that LGD was so on top of.
Yeah, there was a really cute moment where they're trying to get this Hoodwink kill and Clockwork is full distracted. You can see there he kills the Nightfall chicken, which is trying to buy the point booster, doesn't have it on it yet. And then right after this, they all beeline it to the other secret shop because they know Alk wants to buy his Ags and give it. And they're just not letting him actually get there and give the Ags to Timbersaw. So they end up kind of running into the meat grinder here and just losing some big team fight whenever they're just trying to buy the item, which is a nice, cute heads-up play to sort of blockade both secret shops and the point booster.
But this is why this team is fun to watch, right? Because like they're always thinking of these things. They feel like one of the most playbook-style teams that we have, where it's like, clearly this is like something they've prepared. Like mid lane, we're going to buy the Helm of Dom. We're going to play through the Bat Rider. We're going to have an auto win SF in the safe lane, which feels like if you get your hands on it, you are just winning Dota games. Like I feel like they followed their playbook. They did it, and then of course once the playbook kind of expires, sure, we get to see the weird things happen. But they are really fast pacing, and I don't know. It's just happy that we have at least one of those teams exist, because other teams, of course, are a little bit more slow and content at wanting to play that kind of true, honest, clean scaling game.
Honest. I don't know how many teams I would put in that honest category.
That's a very loose term.
Yeah, it was. I feel like you're trying to paint a broad stroke there, and not many teams are getting caught by that one. But for LGD, again, wanting to know how they were going to continue for their day number 2, we're going to have a very quick look at the group standings, because it does put them now 3-1 at the top of the groups, tied with Falcons. Now, that being said, it's because there are a lot of other teams that have not played their 4th best of 1 yet, and the most notable one looking at that, well, 2 of them, I guess, is going to be Yandex and OG. And luckily for us, that's what's coming up right now. We have what was the top of the table, a 3-0 undefeated team, now coming up against an 0-3 not winning team. What's the inverse of undefeated? Only
losing.
Only losing team.
Yeah, this is you thought you were watching Dota. You're actually watching the WWE SmackDown. And that's what's about to happen here, I think. And now OG could prove us wrong. I think day ones, like, I think the separation of a day can change things sometimes, especially in a long group stage. You can mess stuff up and then have a good talk that's very productive at the end of that day. I've had to happen before, where we play against a team, we get mollywopped, and then you have a nice big talk, and then the next day you wake up and it feels better. Things are clicking a little more. You've had time to sleep on it and let it like sort of seep into your brain. And so there's a very decent chance that could have happened. Some they'll look like a significantly better team than yesterday.
I just hope so. Like, there's nothing really I can add to that. It's OG are, out of all the teams here, it's like OG, the gap, everybody else. Like it really is like kind of that despair, because when you watch the games, like you just don't, there's no like identity, there's no flair, there's no conviction. It's just dudes running around playing Battle Cup. It just feels weird, like compared to what they were earlier in the year.
Enjoyable. Watching dudes running around playing Battle Cup.
I mean, that is actually really fun. Like
watching it is fun.
Yeah.
I don't know if they want to be it.
No,
because they're playing a Battle Cup against like a bunch of Smurfs.
Yeah.
And someone stole their keyboard.
Yeah.
It's a whole mess.
Oh, yeah, I don't know if it's that bad, but Yopaj was kind enough to give me a little bit of time, and I wanted to get to the root of the problems, what sort of things they were focusing on fixing. What sort of problems are you guys trying to fix?
I think first of all, because Toronto Tokyo is kind of different from us, right? Like it's kind of from CIS team, and we're just kind of trying to fix our gameplay, which is like some aggressiveness and how he played the map, how we play, and yeah, something like that.
Okay. Did you guys have to change much of your drafting to fit him as well, or do you think your drafts are still very similar to before you had Toronto?
I would say it's kind of similar, but I guess Toronto have a lot of idea too, and in terms of his hero, and I think we agree on that. And yeah, I would say our hero is just kind of similar as before.
Now, that's a double-edged sword when you really think about it. Yeah, they're not changing much. Okay, that feels good, coach. The rest of the players, they know what they're in store for when it comes to their offlaner. But you bring in someone that plays differently with the same heroes. Now, how does that go? Now, how do you integrate in the team? Now, how do you feel comfortable knowing that there is essentially those two halves of the same coin?
Yeah, he's also a very opinionated player. We've seen him in different True Side and the Birmingham doc and whatever. Like, Toronto Tokyo is a yapper, and he's someone who wants to make his opinion known. And I think especially whenever you're entering a different cultural environment, a team that's already existed, and then you're bringing a new person in, a lot of the time their role is to assimilate into that environment and just be like, okay, you have your ideas, I'm going to slowly integrate my ideas a little bit over time. But he strikes me as the kind of guy who's like, it's my way or the highway. And so that's why I wonder, like, how actually is that transition period if you're like on the inside?
Yeah, and it was just like previous, OG, when they picked up this roster, it was like the freedoms of how they play. You could see like, it was like 5 friends playing the game. Like when they go in, they're going together.
They were the
like,
Smurfs in Battle Cup.
Yeah, exactly. They were hardcore smurfing. Like they were just like, it was just like so beautiful to watch. And I can just seeing adding Toronto Tokyo to the roster, like you're mentioning, it's like it feels like there's going to be more structure or more like conversations. Like when a problem happens, rather than going, don't worry, it's now we need to do this and that. It just feels like you're adding like more tension to the game. And the reason why this team succeeded was not tension and discipline. It was just like the freedom of do what you want, but with the understanding that individually you're mechanically gifted, right? It's like, I don't know. I'm still yet to see the effect of adding structure to this type of team. I think it is a detriment.
Yeah, I think there's like a joy in what Adam was able to do with the boys, right? That coach, when it didn't feel like you had that pressure of representing and all. For some people, it's exactly what they need, extra resources. Some others, it's a bit like overwhelming. And I'm not saying that that's what's happening. It's just saying from the outside, that is how we can perceive it. From the side of Yandex, though, they come together as this roster, having DM stand in for them. They go on to win. They're like, let's make this a permanent roster move. He joins them. Then they take an event off and we go, whoa, what is their day one going to be? Are we going to have to give them a little bit of leeway into coming into Blast Slam 7? No, not at all. They come in and they get a 3-0. They have an absolutely beautiful, the only team to be undefeated right now.
Sock's a goat. Sock's a goat.
You're saying he's the diff?
I genuinely think this guy is just built different. I can't remember a single team this guy's been on in the last, 7 years that has been bad. Every time this guy joins a team, they are immediately just good. It happened at the beginning of the season with this team, right? They had, I forget what even his name was. And then they replaced him with Soxa, and they just immediately become a better team. And I think this guy is so fundamentally sound. He's a great communicator. I think he has also this sort of Chad aura that you can feel when you're playing with a guy, and I think that is not something to, snub your nose at. Like, he just feels confident. He's a TI winner. You have him on your team, and it's just like you believe in yourself and your teammates more because this guy's there.
And it also helps that their drafts are always balanced. Like, you look at them and you're not going, oh, they really had to overplay here, or they had to only get kills to win the game. Like other teams that we've seen in the best of ones, we are having that analysis. But in 3 games, it's 3 drafts where you're like, I can see that working. You just need to have, good lane here, go crazy. Like, they are just a very well balanced team. And with Saxa in the mix, and then of course DM just being a nuisance from the offlane, it just makes sense. Like Phoenix and Enigma, like they are trying to just win lane and remind their opponent why they are like one of the best teams in the world.
Do you think there's an element of like the unknown for OG, what they're going to bring, not really knowing their identity, that could catch Yandex a little bit off guard? That's happened before. I just don't know if I see Yandex as that team that can be taken advantage of in that way.
I hope so. That's literally
oh, okay. That was not what I thought you were going to say. I was going to say there's just no way.
No, it's like 95-5 to Yandex based on yesterday.
Yeah.
So it's all on OG to like wake up today, have a good chat. Someone has to own up to the mistakes of yesterday. If that happens, then sure, it can maybe be competitive, but I just hope it happens.
It's a new day. It's a new life for me, and I'm feeling good.
Okay. Well, then let's see if it's going to be a new day, because we do have a new draft. OG up against Yandex. For our bans, what seems to be a growing trend is taking out that Wind Ranger in first phase against SEA teams, right? Yes, a lot of teams are looking towards it, wanting to pick it up for themselves, but more often than not, those with the core identity of SEA love to open up their draft with it. And so Yandex take it out alongside the Axe, the Timbersaw, and OG themselves taking out Lone Druid, Clockwork, Enigma, and Cuddle. So yeah, very, very well aware of DM and what he would like to get up to shenanigans-wise.
Yeah. I just like the fact that Yandex comes into the series with just a lot of respect, right? Of course, against teams, you can have meta bans, team bans, and like you're mentioning, I look at this and go, I think they're drafting against OG here, and very, very respectful. First pick, Kez. Haven't seen that yet. At least in
we've seen it first phase banned a lot.
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen.
Are you asking if we've seen Kez question mark or Kez first pick?
Kez first picked. I don't think we've seen on our stream.
No, we haven't.
But first phase banned, yeah, of course.
There was a Kez on the other stream. I don't know if it was first pick or not. So the hero has been played, and it's pretty nasty. This hero feels insanely unfair to play against, and he just has so many tools in his toolbox. He's a great laner, and he also scales really well. Doom is a good response because, I don't know, he's got like 15 spells, so what's good against a guy with 15 spells? A spell that makes you not cast spells.
Say that again, but in different words.
Doom good.
Yes, agree.
That was it. Okay, I thought there was going to be a little bit more, but there really isn't. You love it as a response.
Yeah.
But even in the later portion of the game, it feels like Kez is able to do so much. You don't have to be the one that shows first. Maybe you can have a surrounding roster that bullies this Doom away from the Kez, and so you're wondering, am I even going to be able to end up landing that Doom on Kez?
Yeah, that's pretty much on Yandex to make sure they have, you know, CJ on the mid lane to, you know, play the Slardar, the Embers, the Storms, like the random chaos heroes, because as the game progresses, you just continue moving in further into the game. And yeah, against Doom, you just don't want to allow him to farm his lane, get 6, kill carry, rotate through, take tower, continue farming. Like, you want to make him waste Dooms through bad moves. Like, be the aggressor.
Yeah, I think the other crucial part of this matchup is that Kez, I think, is probably a better laner than Doom, but Doom is a hero that needs to do well in lane. So I look at both of these upcoming supports from OG and Yandex, and I think they want the strongest crap possible for a lane, because if Kez comes out on top, then it's really bad for Doom and vice versa. Neither one of these heroes are heroes that want to play from behind, because they are boss laners. That's like part of their kit, is they own their lane. So I think there's a lot of contention there, and it's already a very, very important spot in the game.
But when you say winning lane with a Kez, do you want to have like the Lich type support to fight into the Doom where you try for kill, or you want a more kind of, no matter what happens, my Kez will farm and go more kind of defensive support?
Or you're not getting the Lich.
Oh, OG joinked it. Oh, fair enough.
I think with Kez, you want some aggressive potential. The hero is such a beast at going on people, and his damage, his HP, his armor, it's all ridiculous. So you want to abuse those stats and beat the crap out of people.
Do you potentially pick a Phoenix there and just kind of like hold it as a bit of a flex where it could go?
That's an option.
Or do you just not like Phoenix into Doom?
No,
Like,
I think that's totally an option.
Yeah?
I think the no healing versus Sunray is not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
I think a lot of Phoenix's kit is more about the aggressive potential, how efficient the hero is, because it's like a 5 hero that can just farm camps, so you get way fatter than other heroes.
Right.
I mean, if you really wanted to, you could also go Ags and get the cast range enchantments, and you can do some fun things to also save Doom targets if you wanted to, but yeah, I think Phoenix is perfectly fine.
There's a lot of stuff here that's chill. Yeah. I mean, really what I'm more curious about is Sox's hero, because I think he'll tend to be more opinionated about his hero, and Malady will fill in the cracks of what's not there. I think that tends to be the dynamic with a lot of teams, is one player is very opinionated on the support roles about their hero, and then the other is like, okay, I will counterbalance that. On our team, it was Celery wants to play his Enchantress, his Chen, and his Eye. Okay, so then that means Tofu in a lot of games needs to play something more catch, because you need to balance that out.
No, Techies, I'm going to assume, in the 5 role. I like it a lot. It's just very aggressive in nature. You can utilize your minds just to understand where smoke ganks and just general movement is. Taser is insanely good now in the patch. And you just stop early aggression just consistently, really nicely.
I'm interested they pick it into Lich, because I've seen it go both ways. You can purge Frost Shield with the Taser, which is cool. But on the flip side, Lich can just grab you when you're flying in with Suicide.
Yep.
So if anything, I think even while burning Frost Shield is significant, I think this matchup is Lich favored. Now that being said, it looks like it's Techies 5, so they won't lane against each other. So then maybe it swings back the other way, where okay, the Suicide in mid game is not as big of a deal compared to the Taser and like the map control.
Yeah, it just feels like the type of matchup where, depending on which side lane's going better, the support and the other lane will just kind of twin gate through and go, you know what, we'll crush this lane real quick, and then they'll suddenly scurry to mid. Like Techies Rubik running to mid lane, throwing multiple, you know, cheap spells. Like, these two spots, they're gonna just be obnoxious in the early game in their movement.
I do wonder if they pick a support on the side of OG that is going to be more aggressive with Doom, because Yopajini's interview talked about how Toronto Tokyo, the way that he likes to play is to have that little bit more aggression, like try and keep up with him a bit more in that playstyle he has. And I'm not saying Lich can't do that, I just wonder if there's another support that aids that just as well.
Before we get there though, picking Puck in this position, especially after yesterday, we saw Yandex happily play like the Midnight Stalker. Is this not like a weird Puck pick? Like for me, I'm seeing what is Slardar's available if you want to play the CJ Slardar. The Night Stalker that we saw yesterday appear for him is available. Like, it's not as if you're protecting your mid laner here, you're kind of inviting the counter pick straight away, and they do go for a Tusk, which is the aggressive support that you were kind of asking about, Nat, in regards to counterplaying. You have Snowball Save against Blast Off, it's perfectly fine. So Lich Tusk strong, Techies Rubik strong. We are going to see some clashes between these two teams, but I'm still just worried about the Puck.
Yeah, he will be counterpicked, and To be honest, I don't think Yopaj is the best laner. I don't think he's the best early game player. I think it's one of his weaknesses, and why, when you look at like mids across this tournament, I think he's almost always going to be on the lower MMR side of things, if not the lowest. So they're running back this matchup. The lane is not bad. What is bad is the 5 to 10 minute period and potentially afterwards. So I think you actually need to squeeze a lot out of the lane as Puck, because I think if anything, you might be slightly favored on Puck. And that's where I'm like, okay, can Yopaj actually squeeze that advantage out? I'm not sure.
Yeah, and then it's like, now you have the Tusk into a Night Stalker as well, where when you try to go for the snowball saves, you can't just blink snowball now. You're gonna need like drinking buddies or something through the shard. You have to like drag the hero away. It just gets really clunky. So I am worried about the kind of the impact of these heroes if the Night Stalker gets to outplay a bit more in the lane and doesn't get shut down. Again, early CS, first 5 minutes, like Quinn's mentioning, so it's not like a full shutdown, but Puck should have just a little bit of an advantage, because yesterday when we saw it, the coils did net a couple Night Stalker kills. So like there was ways in which you could threaten him, but then he just broke open the game after, so it didn't really matter.
Yeah, I think an important factor for how OG fights these runes is I think you need to be pretty consolidated with your heroes. You want to go on like one specific guy, because if you're split up on these rune fights, Night Stalker and one of the supports will pick off your other support very easily, and so I think you kind of have to pick your battles and bring a lot of stuff to one side and be focused, because otherwise if you start bleeding kills away, then suddenly very quickly Yandex's supports will just run the map and you will get run over, because if you look at the heroes, they just have strong models. It's kind of a weird thing to talk about, but like Rubik is just kind of he has high HP, he has good damage, he's just kind of there. Same thing with Techie, same thing with Night Stalker, right? On the flip side, Lich, his model is a lot worse, and Puck also has kind of a garbage model. So you need that gold lead. You need to be actually focusing your heroes together and using the spells, because the innate just like hero stats are not as strong on OG side on runes.
Yeah, you kind of need your carry to also be a little bit kind of more independent then for OG. Like Natsumi maybe taking his Muerta, for example, like a hero that can, when Kez jumps in, it's like I don't need to call my supports to help me, because by myself I can deal with with Watson, and then we can look elsewhere.
Are you not worried that the Night Stalker could just jump you as well, and then you're sitting there like a sitting... Right, but you don't want to carry that's able to be a sitting duck, right? Because when I think about Immortal, if a Night Stalker jumps on me and silences me, I'm not going to get anything off. And my toolkit, I'm not a hero that can just stand there and be like, I'm okay to not get spells off.
So it kind of... Immortal's fine because you have Deadshot to push him away, you've got the silence to kind of stop him from casting spells, and then eventually you itemize with BKB and Pike and all the items to not care, and then you'll have like Daedalus and you can just kill him 100-0.
Well, they ban it, so
yeah.
Redundant point. Thanks, T.
It was a very good hero for OG.
I do respect, like I think T mentioned the Yandex drafts are very consistent, and they are, and I think a big part of that is that each player plays kind of a specific role in the draft, and they will just always do that thing. And I think for CJ, he's kind of just the soldier of the team. He just always plays a blink stun guy or an initiator type. He plays a relatively active hero. Apart from the occasional invoker, he is just kind of that guy, and I think it's a valuable trait to have, and he's sort of an oddball as a mid player in that way, that I don't think a lot of mids are soldiers. It's like the offlaner or the supports, or maybe like if you have like a Ratio type carry. And so I think he sort of breaks the mold in that way, but it's interesting to see the different play style for mid.
And then the Pangler as well, like, they are just deciding, you know what, we'll keep Pangler and Night Stalker to the end of the draft, we'll decide where they want to lay him. I still think it's probably Pangler offlane, Night Stalker mid, based on what we see, but unless OG picks a hero to change that, from the top of my head, I cannot think of a carry that makes life
Bloodseeker. It's actually an insane Bloodseeker game.
Sure. I mean, all three cores play on movement. Yeah. Now I'm going like the other route where it's like a Luna, where it's like it doesn't even feel good. It's just like some casual dude, but I don't want to talk about it because it doesn't feel like it's like a gotcha pick. It's not like the 24 where it breaks the entire draft.
I'm set on Bloodseeker. I mean, the hero's awful, but I think it's like the best Bloodseeker game you'll ever see.
It's too good of a Bloodseeker game. When there's too many targets, you can get Rupture,
This is the first guy you see, just press it.
Okay, that's a good way to deal
Slow
with
it down.
Yeah.
That's right. You got ults, you're supposed to use them. Don't leave them on cooldown.
What are the weaknesses of Bloodseeker? Like, just while we're waiting for a hero to get picked, right? What are the weaknesses of why he's not being seen more? And don't give me there's just better carries in the meta at the moment.
Okay.
Okay, well now you don't even get to talk about it.
I mean, it's just tiny. The hero's just good. No, I mean, the issue with Bloodseeker is I think I don't know, none of his spells are particularly... I think they've been changing this hero's identity quite a bit, and I don't think he really rests on a specific spot right now. Like, none of his spells are overly powerful. They're all kind of meh.
He doesn't break the game with a single item. He kind of complements the pacing of the game, and then with GPM talents, everyone has utility and kiting, so he falls out the game quite quickly. OG though, they go for the tiny. It's just like, just generic dude you need carry, it has stun, it's fine. I'm still worried, I think, for them in regards to you have Doom farming from the off lane, Tiny needs to farm like a full Silver Edge +1 Echo, whatever, and Puck is the real question mark for me. Like normally in this type of draft from OG, Puck would be picked later, you counter pick the enemy, and then that matchup is what you play through to give the side lane happiness. Because your mid lane's countered through kind of just pacing, is the farm on the side lane going to get online because you are just going to be just Night Stalkered across the map, just techies jumping in, killing you.
Yeah, I think OG has to pass a lot of laning skill checks, which is somewhat worrisome because I think Yandex is a better laning team. But if you don't pass those skill checks on OG, then I think you get raffle stomped because your heroes are just kind of bad at playing from behind. They are greedy. And so for me, I'm looking at the lanes. Yopaj, can you clutch up? How does the off lane do? Can you stand against the Kez techies? I think those are the questions for me that I want answered.
Yeah, I mean, just for OG, it's if the lanes do go wrong, just hope that you can kind of find that one fight because you have the heroes that can come back into a game. So you shouldn't be disheartened if the early game doesn't go your way. Play for that one fight.
We're hoping for a strong start in the laning phase for OG, but not to get disheartened. I like that, T. A good message out there, but we'll see just how strong the lanes are if Yandex continue this winning streak for themselves or if OG are able to break their losing streak right now in best of ones.
All right, let's see indeed. Can OG do it here today? They had a rough day one. Fogged coming in here against Yandex. It doesn't look easy. Is there some hope with the draft, or are you also concerned on that front as well?
30 seconds. Pretty massive concerns. Also, it's a last pick Pango. I don't know how the hell that happens. I got to be completely honest with you, Owen. I don't know. This hero is still broken. I hate it. I hate seeing it. And Kez, I don't know. This hero too. I feel like the masters of Kez, they just win. I don't know. Like watching Satanic the other day too, in particular. Like, yes, he was very farmed. The game was super open for him, but my God, he was like just running around killing everybody by himself. So this hero has insane potential. And this Puck pick for me, it just looks really difficult in the position that they picked it. Right? They left the Night Stalker there. Kez has a silence. You're very fragile. I feel like everyone's good versus Puck this game.
Yeah, it does not look easy for the Puck. You know, in terms of just being able to jump in, get your spells off, getting back out.
No. A very aggressive lineup that Yandex has gone for. They've been really good in terms of their lane pressure too. And yeah, I don't know. I feel like they got a Pango at the end, and I'm seeing some pretty fragile heroes across. But yes, they're HP tanky, right? The Doom, the Tiny. But I just see some like very low armor in particular. Right? Tiny 0, Lich 2, Puck 3, Doom a little bit better, but Swashbuckle with the Kez. Just the Midas armor they're going to put on the damage that they have feels very strong. For the side of OG, I feel like they just have to come out of the lanes in a good position or this game is going to be incredibly problematic for them. So we're going to find out in this game, which is brought to you by Polymarket, which is our official prediction market of Blast Slam. And let's see if OG can actually get to play their draft or if they're just going to get kind of run over.
Yeah. No, hopefully get kind of OG giving us a bit of a fight today because, it was a rough day one. Rough day one. But yeah, Yandex looking pretty hot. And they've got the tools to look hot with this game. And always fun to see. I'm trying to think, are we seeing other people do this Midnight Stalker? Will we see other people do this Midnight Stalker, or is this kind of exclusively Yandex?
Niku, right?
Sure, Niku, yeah.
Actually, I should check. I can check for you. I actually have not. I didn't get to see everything on. I need to see.
There was a lot of games here, Blood. Yeah.
I need a little bit of rest. So I think we're going to see the rise of it more and more. The hero does feel like it's in a good position, and it can be flexed, right? So it can be just moved to this off lane.
Is this the best position, do you think? Yeah, you talk about the flex. Like, where is, with its current iteration, do you think is the strongest position to have the Night Stalker?
I mean, probably mid, I think. It does seem like it's pretty solid. And I've seen like this breakfast, we'll call it, right? Because it does change as time comes out. Level 1, it is called breakfast. Now it's afternoon feast. He did hit level 2 before you looked. It was breakfast. It does a lot. Like, just being able to maximize with it is pretty interesting. So I think we'll see maybe some hero specialists play it even more. Because just hitting creeps, it's a lot of regen that you actually do get. It's kind of strange to think about it, but just auto-attacking, right? Getting those extra hits in between make a difference.
Oh yeah, adds up for sure. Bottom lane scam. Saxa, he's got him. First blood comes in for the Rubik.
It's a strong lane. The Rubik overall, this hero. Some players are incredible on it, and I want to say Sox is one of my favorite players on it too. So a very strong hero when people are spamming spells too. So this is a lane that they are spamming quite a lot. You're playing versus a Tiny who's constantly tree grabbing, tree throwing, the Lich who's spamming as well. So the Curiosity stacks matter. You get this extra bonus damage constantly, like 2 or 3. It matters in the laning phase with a Rubik.
DM. Getting away just in time there with the swashbuckle. Pretty low on the regen. Sax is still going to have some tangos to share with him.
This is a very strong lane that OG has designed. Lich kind of secures most lanes in particular, and Tiny is pretty hard to pressure overall, but as you said, a lot of physical damage that can catch people off guard here between the Pango and the Rubik. And they've got the lane in a very good position here for DM. We're seeing, you know, how Sox is playing the lane. Look how confident he can walk up. Now we'll get caught in a stun, but he should be fine.
On top lane, do you imagine Watson's going to have much pressure put onto him, or is he pretty happy up here?
Freedom. Absolute freedom for the lad. Playing versus a double melee lane with the techies on his side. It is like designed to just stomp the lane. You can't walk in and go aggressive because they have taser. And that has proven to me, at least for these Kezes, to be pretty beast mode, so. Even we'll get the wave. Oh. Come on, Malady. Excuse me. Missing the wave pull there.
At least Toronto Toko's going to be quite happy with that.
Yep, does get a wave that he should have not gotten. So that's going to be pretty good for him, and the positioning will be a little bit better. Next wave might get denied completely, though, because he'll be able to pull that stack. Mid lane, Chira. It's one of his best heroes, right? We've seen it a couple times now, as far as I've seen, on his Night Stalker. Doing good in the matchup right now versus Yopaj. And in the mid game, it looks like a really strong Night Stalker game. Very fragile support. Tusk has difficulty saving versus this hero as well, too, if he does get off to a good start.
Top. Ready? Look at the shards, but blast off's at the ready.
Should never really be at risk of dying up here, unless he literally just completely misplays.
Watson getting a lot of denies on the lane so far. 19 and 11 against 10 and 3 that Toronto Tokyo is struggling to find here in this matchup.
Yopaj is doing good, though, in the mid lane. He's ensuring that he gets himself the double runes. He got the bottom water rune. He has the top one available for himself. So he's putting the pressure onto Chira. But Chira is also, he's getting the farm. He's doing, you know, he's just auto-attacking in a way, right? This extra little bit of heal every single hit starts to add up here. Has the raindrop. Should just be able to endure versus that pressure that comes up from the spam. But Yopaj is doing pretty good. Pretty solid so far here on the puck.
Is there a... I mean, will they bring anyone over towards the mid either side to try and gank the respective mid?
Yeah, I think when Coil's available. Yeah, when you have Coil, double support moves, your Tusk and your Lich, absolutely. I want them to see that too, right? You don't want this Night Stalker just have free entry when he has level 6 and he has this nighttime available. So I want to see them try to punish him because that's what looked good last time.
He sharded himself!
Oh, no. You can't do that. It never feels good.
He tried to do a cute little play to sort of push Watson off him, but he just ended up trapping himself.
Oh, never shard yourself, Owen.
And now top, and back in the lane, they're going to be able to do a lot of damage to Toronto Tokyo. They've got him right. He's going down.
Oh, yeah.
So that's just going to lead to a double kill for Watson, who was already having pretty much free farm in this safe lane.
That's going to be a very early Mage Slayer for him, too. And it's a really good Mage Slayer game versus the Puck, versus the Tiny bottom.
Will come in with the respawn and rotation and allow them to take out Saxa. They won't be getting DM, though.
But, I mean, Tim's perhaps feeling a little forced, right? Because this kind of disastrous play top. He has to make the move bottom to make up for things, but does at least get himself a kill. And he has hit 3, and they're making the move to mid. Chira is very healthy, though.
Very hard to go on this Night Stalker, even with the 3 of them.
Yeah.
And he's just going on them. They've got the blast off in. See if they can kill him under the silence. They can. They bring down Yopaj. They're going to be able to turn for more as they chase down Skem. Get themselves another hit. The kill's starting to roll in for Yandex.
I'm surprised they picked this puck in this position, I gotta be honest. I feel like we're gonna see this quite a lot this game for him. This Chira having this incredible entry into the game. He's level 6 already. Look at him, he's full HP at all times. That's the power of this Midnight Feast. Tim's perhaps also in some jeopardy here. He's scouting him out. Making the move.
Trouble. He's in so much trouble.
Look at the taser, 510 movement speed.
I mean, essentially, look at Toronto Tokyo. He's super low. Backup will come in as they'll look for Watson. He's able to parry. He's going to look to try and turn and take out Toronto Tokyo. He's going to get the kill. I mean, Yopaj has to get the orb.
Oh, God.
Miss. Watson's able to jump away. And now he's got the ult. Oh, no. They needed to kill Watson so badly there, and they did not get him.
This hero is speedy, to be fair, but Yopaj not getting the orb connection. Oh, that's brutal. Well, that happened, and they stole the wisdom on top of it as well, too, while they snuck in with the nice... They did. Oh, they did.
Both
oh, they did.
And look at the mid. Okay, he's going to be
Should be all right.
Toronto Tokyo.
Can they get Shira? He's too tanky for their hero, like 1,300 HP. He's got 20 wand charges. They can't actually threaten him. And now these supports not getting the wisdoms. These are pretty XP-reliant supports early on, especially to provide the damage for the Puck. Because Puck is a... The thing about Puck is it's a limited damage hero early on. Especially if you have a tough lane, you're reliant on supports to assist you. And now Yopaj... Oh, God.
He's not long
enough
to silence this time, so he will live.
They're getting owned, Owen. Across the board here. Tiny is farming. That's one good sign for them, but DM is also getting some stuff out of this bottom lane as well. This is a fantastic start for the side of Yandex. he's 6, though.
Hey, that's true. He's pretty strong. Level 6 steals the phase shift, turns the telekinesis onto Tim's. Now Chira Jr. is ready to chase Tim's down. Yeah, he's
tag teaming him.
Diving in under the tier 2.
Oh, my God.
I mean, they won't be able to go for Schem as well, but still, just getting kills as they'd hoped for. And Sax have just been able to walk around the jungle like nobody's business, and they can't do anything about him.
It looks like it's a mid Rubik versus a 5-position Tusk, right? He walks up, it's level 6 versus level 3. Steals tag team, uses it against him. When do you see that? Bottom.
TP's incoming. Thunder's there from DM. Yopaj as well. They need to kill this Night Stalker. They'll get him with the Dream Coil. Question is, can they
Coil
get
stolen.
out? Big steal from Saxa.
They get a kill, but it's a lot rotations. Yeah, and not much needed one, but it is a heavy rotation. Saxa. He's tanky. I mean, he's turning on you, Yopaj.
If he wants to coil him, I mean, he will. He's going to coil the two of them. Saxa just styles on them. He coils, telekinesis. He will die, but he brings down Yopaj again. DM might just get Tims with this next swashbuckle. He will. Double kill for DM.
And DM should be fine. They're pinging him. Do they want to rotate more? Definitely not the case. All right, this is just a beautiful display of Rubik again as we're seeing Saxa come in. Stands his ground. Doesn't get the healing Lotus off. Actually got burst before he could, but the coil steal. It's beautiful. It's pretty.
Oh, Scammy, you're stepping up pretty far there.
Oh, no, Scam.
Oh, there.
That was so aggressive.
12-3 now. 10 minutes in.
They're playing... That was a very good first night. Look at how aggressive, how much they were able to get. He has this Dark Ascension available too, and the supports, they're super high level. Instant smoke. Saxa has a very high damage nuke stolen as well too. They can even threaten the Tiny pretty easily with this magic damage from the techies.
Can. Yeah, that nuke from Saxa into a steal. If he grabs an avalanche, yeah, that's a dead Tiny.
Yep. Such a good Rubik game.
There we go.
I see Natsumi.
Over the avalanche. Setup's there. DM's closing in. It's going to be Natsumi going down.
These two supports are way too high level at this point, and they're the really strong, aggressive supports too when you do have this type of start. Toronto Tokyo also not really getting much.
He nearly died.
Super low.
Yeah,
he does die. The bomb.
Oh no.
Right, this game is a mess.
This is rough. Rough for OG. 14-3, 5K lead, Yandex.
Toronto is going to be taken over by the 5-position techies already at this point. Look at Malady controlling enemy jungle. Max Taser online.
Scam. I think he's dead again.
Farewell.
He just wants his level 6, but he can't get
and
it.
the bomb reveals the smoke. OG's trying to make him move around Yopaj with this puck. Tim's is only level 4, though. the damage is just, it's really not there at this point. Another bomb will hit Tims. Another bomb will hit Tims.
I mean, they've just got so much that they have to deal with this game, OG.
They do. It's pressure on all fronts. It's double Mage Slayer, 2 cores, and then it's a Night Stalker with, what, like 1300, 1400 plus HP early game versus limited damage. Midas soon to be coming out too here. Hey, this is an even better start than I think Yandex could have even imagined. They're just smashing everything. OG, I feel like you got to get a coil and a Doom together. Get a big kill on a core. I mean, this game, you got to do something. You can't just sit back and farm, it feels like. Tims is level 4.
I'll tell you what would be brutal, right? If they don't get the 14-minute wisdom.
Oh god, don't say it.
Yeah. If Yandex get both of those, he might still not be level 6, minute 14 at that pace, Tims.
Yeah. Triple bounty also, they can back up and grab this is one of the bigger leads I think I've seen at 12 minutes in, especially with the experience too. If you bring that one up, it is also quite insane that they have this type of XP at this point. And when you're this far ahead as a techies too, right? You're very oppressive. You're putting mines in the opposing jungle, and then it's also a Night Stalker too. So you're not able to take advantage of the daytime at all here on the side of OG. So it just feels like Yandex can do kind of whatever they want at this point. Yeah, this is rough. And I'm shocked. I'm still so shocked about this puck pick in the situation that they did.
Sure, well, you don't sort of see... You don't see what they see when it came to this pick.
We've just seen that, we saw that, like even they were saying it on the panel too, right? We saw the Night Stalker pick is available. There are even other options that other players have gone for too here. So just really difficult, and Biopaz is the one they have to rally around. Level 6 is there for Skem. He's got Chain Frost. They're looking for something here. Looking for potential bait on Natsumi. Actually, no one making the move here. If they can catch a 2-man coil to 2-man Chain Frost, that'll be the dream.
Looks like they won't find anything.
The wisdom. Oh, and Tims is like, help! Don't let them take it. No.
Oh, they're getting both wisdoms, aren't they? 14 minutes in, they did it at 7. They're going to look to do it again.
Oh, Scam, he's dead as well. Owen. He's level 5. Okay, he's level 5. He's gonna get level 6 soon on Tim.
He got his level 5.
Oh my god, this is so brutal for the lad.
I mean, yeah, this is going to be probably one of the slowest level 6s we've had here right at Slam.
Yeah, I mean, we knew this game was going to be rough, but this is almost rougher than I anticipated it to be. All right, trying again. So we said Tim's level 5, no punch available. They need to get themselves some type of core kill. They got to slow down Watson.
Watson would be huge. Throw everything onto the Kez, right?
He's got Taser.
He's running away. He's able to pull himself away from Toronto Tokyo. As Toronto Tokyo's not able to close the gap and get the Doom off, they'll chase down Malady. So they get something, but it is not close to what they hoped for there. Watson able to just back off.
Taser. Just, I mean, this ability for some reason gives 30% movement speed, right? So he's just 500 movement speed, zooms himself away. I'm obsessed with this hero still at this point. I was actually shocked how little is getting picked toward the end of Dream League. I know it got banned some games, but Malady definitely showing it off here this game. Pap is finished for him. And DM is so farmed as well, too, in this game. He's getting so much with this offlaner.
You can just go for solo plays there almost. Scam will live. Tim's around, but indeed down on the bottom lane under the tier 2. Jimmy trying his best to dodge the Rolling Thunders. Can't dodge the Swashbuckle. That's the
How did they get off? Last pick Pango is having this type of game as an offlaner.
Maybe they just forgot about the Pango. And Watson.
You never forget about the Pango.
He'll be able to bully Toronto.
He's in your dreams. He's in your nightmares.
He's gonna have Desolator already.
They're all so farmed. Everybody.
Oh, and in the trees, Saxa. He has the Avalanche set up. Just avalanches into the trees, sets up on a Yopaj.
They just get to show off at this point on the side of Yandex. 4 to 18. On to the next. Shield Rune. It's nighttime as well now. They couldn't get anything during the daytime to even punish the Night Stalker. He's got ult at the ready. Yeah, they're speed running this one.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Watson's going to be ready to get very involved with this Deso. They'll want to get some Deso stacks.
Looking to play around their ward. Can they get DEM? The shards will not connect, and unlikely they can go for him anyway. He is very tanky on this Pango.
Yeah, it's really what you said. It's Dream Coil, Chain Frost, and a Doom. That might kill someone.
And it has to be like a 2-man coil so that they make sure they get the bounces nicely.
Oh, Toronto Tokyo. It's going to end up walking into them.
It's a 1-man coil.
Onto him. The coil, it's only onto the one of them. It only catches
and it's stolen.
And it's going to be a bigger one from them because he catches Toronto Tokyo and sets up for them to kill the Doom and also to kill Yopaj.
Oh, there's a better puck, and it's on the enemy team.
Yep, Saxa. I think he's a better everyone so far this game. Crazy steals from him. This is the definition of making it look easier from Saxa on the Rubik.
Rest in peace, Natsumi.
A tough one here for OG. They had a rough day 1. Coming into this day 2. It's not going to feel much better. This is going to hurt.
Goodbye, Natsumi. Gives away the avalanche again also, Saxa. Continues to thrive. It feels like a picture-perfect draft, and so far, Yandex, they've done this to a lot of teams. This is one of those teams that also, like Quinn was mentioning, right? These guys, for so long, they're all super high. Like, these are some of the best laners. If you win these lanes, these guys, they crush you. I mean, so fast.
Oh,
God.
Yeah. I mean,
they walked next.
They walked with purpose there. You know, Tim's and Toronto Tokyo were like, right, me and you, we're going to go out there and we're going to kill them. You know, they didn't, the confidence was not backed up with anything there, really. That was rough.
There's nowhere they can go. They can barely kill supports at this point. Yopaj, dead again. The beatdown.
I mean, this has got to be one of those games where it must be miserable to play this out if you're OG. Is there anything to gain from playing this any longer? This one is a rough one.
No.
You just want to forget this game, move on to your next best of 1.
+1, I agree. They're probably going to stick it out because it is these best of 1s, but honestly, there's no hope. There is literally no hope at this point.
This might be 100. Is this what on the win?
97 right now.
97.
But I disagree. It's 100. Because the problem also with OG's draft, if it starts to fall behind like this, right, their physical damage, it just doesn't really exist as a tiny at this point when you're playing versus these type of heroes either, because you're going to have so much attack speed, slow, tasers, etc. So your magic damage, you're essentially like a magic damage lineup versus a heavy physical scaling lineup that has been traumatized in the early game. So it gets progressively worse. So I agree. Like I feel like this is one of those where they're going to hang on, but it truly is just a thread.
Ult scam. Gio Jr. has found him. They'll get the coil and the Doom out on the DM. See if they can finish him. The blast up comes to the 3 of them.
Perfectly fine.
Is gonna be fine. And OG, 4 of them dead. And there it is. They will indeed just move on. Forget this game ever happened. If you're OG, just go on to the next best of 1. I mean, as you said, we can't catch all the games because there's so many games going on at Blast Amp. I've got to imagine, this is probably the roughest game that there's been so far these 2 days.
Let me check the game lengths. I believe that might have been the fastest one because I only saw like a 28-minute game, I think was the other fastest one. The other day, 25. Yeah, this is the fastest so far here that I'm seeing.
And it was a painful 20 minutes.
It was.
Yeah, it's tough.
Not even close.
They're going to move on. Yandex, smiles there. It was a quick and easy one. 20-minute victory here for Yandex.
T, you were saying 95-5 in favor of Yandex. I would say once we saw the puck get picked up where it was, that 5% pretty much evaporated, all right? Nightstalker being just such an easy pick from them. Cheer Jr. having phenomenal showings beforehand. It's exactly what we talked about, exactly what you guys thought. The lanes being so strong for Yandex, OG never really had a way in.
It's not even just like disrespectful, it's just like just bad. Like after, I think if you didn't watch yesterday, picking puck in this position is fine because like you talk about Slardar, you wouldn't think about Nightstalker. But that's even if you forgot to watch Dream League where Niku from Na'Vi was also playing it. But we've seen it be ran against the puck. It gets picked. And then there's Techies and a Rubik who can just run through the map and have good level advantage. So now you have a Night Stalker into a puck, and I don't know, it's just like everything after that puck, it's just, you've asked to lose the game, basically. It's just, yeah, pretty terrible, but whatever, go next. Forget that this game happened, kind of vibe.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, I've been in these kinds of positions that OG's in right now. They're just in a slump. I mean, to be honest, for starters, I think they have individual skill problems. I think it's the absolute biggest problem with this team is they are just not high enough MMR on their individual players. And so I think they get skill checked in a lot of games, especially versus these, like, you know, Fog was saying, these super high MMR players on Yandex, like, you are just going to get skill checked. There's a reason that MMR is not just a number. I think that's the first big problem. And the second one is they're just kind of in a slump right now. You can see the bad vibes. You can see that even if their individual skill is not quite on the same level, they're not thinking about what they're doing. They're playing in a way that maybe they feel like someone else wants them to do something. There's a lot of, like, guilt, and I feel like I should do this. You can see it in all their clicks and the decisions they make. Like, it is just, it's a brutal game because I think they're outskilled and they're also not even really playing to their fullest potential. So it just, that's what it looks like.
It feels like something that every Dota player is familiar with when you're in a game and then it's just like a teammate calls for you to rotate or to help you in this position and you go and then you die and it's like, I knew I shouldn't have done that. And then you're just like, I don't want to keep playing this game because this bro's going to keep calling for certain things that I don't want to do.
Yeah,
that's OG.
Pretty much. And it's also like, in those type of ruts, it just takes one person to identify it at some point and then you can solve it. But it's like, that's such a hard thing. Like, you can just be in a rut for such a long time. So, yep, this easily could just be an OG that goes like 0-11 in this group stage. Like, it is that's how bad of a position they're currently in because have we seen, what, 1 game, 2 games on our stream now from them?
2, I think. 2.
And it's like, both times it's just been like, what? It's yeah, very jarring. So hopefully they get a wake-up call from somewhere. But based on me talking about the draft, Quinn talking about the gameplay, it's not as if it's just one thing going wrong. It's like
get him on
everything
speed dial.
going wrong.
Get him on speed dial, T. Go back to your coaching days. Get in there.
Respectfully, I wouldn't want to try and put out that fire.
It's like the Grinch who wouldn't touch it with a 39.5-foot pole.
I would love to go back to coaching 100%, but I'd like to, you know, maybe build a project for myself rather than try.
Not one that's already a bit of a raging bonfire there.
Kezu's tried before, and
that's true. We're gonna have to wait for next week to ask Kezu about it. But yeah, next on the other side, they're now 4-0. They're continuing that undefeated streak for them. It's fantastic. There's not too much that I want to hop on about this game, right? At some point, it just feels bad to talk about the issues OG has. Massive props again to Yandex. So instead, we're gonna play another Axis game. We're gonna go ahead and play some more of our talent on some brand new Axis. So if you guys weren't here for our pre-show before our best of one started, we had a little bit of fun. We did like a hair MMR scale that you can check out on social media. Now we have a new one. So hottest takes being one of them.
Yep.
Bias
Jay.
That's wonderful.
Okay.
He's not here for that.
So hottest takes and delusional. That's pretty good.
That's
and
good,
then
yep.
bias and what is the inverse?
What? Oh, supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Level articulation.
Oh, well.
Okay.
I know who's getting that one.
Well, why would you like to start then?
But,
yeah, T, where would you like to start?
You. Fuck it.
We're going to start with Quinn? All right.
Yeah, sure.
We're going to pull up Quinn. You're putting
right
him,
corner.
yeah. No,
bottom right corner.
Bottom right? You think you have hot takes?
What do you mean?
That is not true.
No,
What?
Quinn is also
name one
delusional.
cold take I have. About what? About
Name one hot take you've had.
Your entire Dota perspective is warped through the mid lane, so you're delusional because you play mid your entire life. Everything is, oh, this is not optimal. It doesn't help with. Of course.
I don't think you've ever said
mid.
you've never said a hot take. You've said takes.
Yeah.
You've said things that are blatantly obvious in ways that other people might not.
Prove it.
But I don't think you've ever done a hot take.
Right now. Hot take. Right now. Earn your spot on the right.
Aurora are chokers, and I don't think they're gonna win a LAN.
That's not even a hot take. They've lost 9 grand finals in a row. See what I mean? That's not a hot take. You're just saying things other people.
Nobody else said it. Nobody else said it.
Oh, we literally said it this morning.
We didn't. No,
we literally said this morning.
No, we said they hadn't won any LANs yet. We didn't say that they weren't going to.
I think a lot of people have said that. That's not a hot take.
My
I'm sorry, but you're still not. That's not a hot take. We're gonna go all the way to the bottom. I think
Not delusional.
Wait,
we
can go a bit to the right.
I can debate the bias though, is because like every time it's his teammates, like he wants his teammates to win, blah blah blah. So there is a bit of bias there, compared to other talent where there's zero team allegiance. Like he has allegiance.
But he won't.
Zero bias, of course.
He won't make excuses though, right?
Yeah.
Like let's say Yandex play bad in that, he won't make excuses for them.
That's
so
fair.
I don't think he is biased. He's like, I want them to win, but if they play like shit, I'll call them out for playing bad. Yeah.
He can sit there.
So I think you're good there.
Sure.
I again don't think you're on the hot take. We can go for T.
Okay, maybe I'm
Hot
not hot.
take.
Okay, but the thing is, hang on, wait.
Oh my gosh,
Take T off
yep.
the screen. Take T off the screen. You said that.
All right, Jesus.
You said that I don't have hot takes.
Yeah.
You said I have takes, so that means I should be I should be centered because my takes they're lukewarm. They're not cold or hot.
Put him down on the bottom, a little bit to the left. That's good.
I'm more okay with that.
Yeah, we'll leave it there.
Would like to make a case for myself.
Okay, let's put T up. You can make your
I
case.
believe I just stay right there. I don't think I'm that delusional. I don't make many hot takes. I couldn't care less whatever team wins in any Dota tournament. There's
So you're
zero
admitting you're
bias.
boring as fuck.
Yes, and I also can't really speak very well. Surprised I got the job. So I honestly think I'm right in the middle.
I think. Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. I wouldn't move any more to the left.
I'm becoming more delusional as I speak about this segment. So
yeah.
cool.
Do you have any bias? I don't think you do.
I honestly don't mind the central. I don't mind the bullseye.
Yeah, yeah, I don't-
position.
I wouldn't
No,
say
I
you're
would put him a little bit on
boring if you're in the
delusional.
middle. Nah, that's
Huh?
quite mean.
What?
I wouldn't say I'm boring if you're in the middle.
Well, I'm just saying you're saying you're right in the middle of everything.
That's perfect. In this scenario, yes. Not
He's a-
everything.
I'm down for this.
Yeah, fair enough.
I think this one's good. Let's
Yeah.
put Keza down. I think Kezu is more on the hotter take side.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Like, he's smidges right, yeah.
Like, I think he may have some. I don't think he has that much bias for, but I think he's got some bias against.
Oh, like who?
Like, I feel like he's biased against OG.
Okay, I think he has a little bit of
he's got some
PTSD on that one. So
Yeah.
I
you
allow
throw him
that.
up a little bit, so it's like he's up and right.
I think he's
But-
more right in this. I think he's
Okay.
he's got some spice.
He does have some spice. I agree. I fully agree.
So I think a little more right and a little more up.
I'd put him 1/3 to the right,
Yeah.
and I'd put him 1/4 up.
But the thing is,
more up.
he's not like. It's not like he's not articulate. You know
He
what
is
I mean?
very
So
articulate.
I don't want to like put him up there and make him go, oh, I don't like this team. Like that's not how he is.
I
We
would
are- to be
have
fair,
put
we
him
are doing
down. I would
bias.
have put him as an articulate hot taker.
Bias and articulate on the same scale is also like, it's like MMR and hair, right? Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah,
Chief?
okay, I think
A little bit further down.
I think bottom right quadrant. I think further
There we
right
go.
a little bit. Like maybe there.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah,
That's good. We'll leave it at that one. Okay, and then we're gonna put me up there. I think I'm incredibly biased.
I was gonna say I feel
Yeah,
like you're a
very
biased bear.
biased.
I'm definitely a biased bear.
No, you're like the top
I don't
of
know if
bias.
anyone's ever noticed, but I'm definitely a biased
Yeah.
bear.
Now the question is, are you delusional?
Yes.
I don't think you are delusional.
But like, you don't give hot takes. Like, you're not like, other than the one that you said in the green room, but like you've not said that on broadcast
Sure.
yet. So there's one hot take that I'm aware of that you said in me knowing you. So I'm leaning delusional or just central.
I don't
But then you're
feel-
boring.
I don't
if you're
think
central.
No, I feel like I've done some hot takes before. I've done like.
I think she's slightly right leaning. I don't think she's not delusional.
I'm
And I
not-
don't think she's
Oh, you
full-
know?
I think I'm a little bit hot take leaning.
Yeah, let's put it on the right. Not far right though, just slightly right.
Yeah, I think that's good.
Yeah.
I think an inch ever so slightly.
I
is a hot
think
take.
that's fair.
Yeah.
All right, then we're gonna pull Alex up, Raya up here. I think.
She also fits into the bias category,
Yeah, I think so too.
hardcore bias category.
I feel like there's a little delulu.
She's delusional. Okay, I will say delusional, but not in like a made-up delusion. Sometimes it's people are way too matter of fact on a draft that Raya has to be the person that like pulls nothing out of thin
it's not
air.
that bad, 'cause we can
Exactly.
do this and that. It's not that
Exactly.
bad.
Whether she believes it or not, she does do that. So I think that is perfect where she is.
Yes.
Yeah,
And I love it.
Yeah.
I love it for
a little delulu goes a long way.
that's what I'm
Whoa,
saying.
whoa, don't be moving me.
I think that's beautiful. I think that is the perfect
Come on.
summation of our talent there. And maybe we can carry that into our next best of one. We've got Tundra and PARIVISION here. So whether you guys want to put out the hot takes, try and prove your access wrong, or feed into the delusionalness.
PARIVISION did not deserve a TI invite.
That's not a hot take.
What do you mean? Did not deserve? Everyone thinks they did.
But if it was done before Dream League where they won, they definitely didn't deserve it.
What?
Even after you can.
What do you mean in
potentially
current
did.
day? What do you mean? All of Reddit's like, PARIVISION should have been invited there.
Haven't been reading it.
Oh, there you go. Well, I'm in tune with the community, therefore my hot take is against you. So, all right, anyway, back to you now. What am I doing?
Hot take or delusional take. So you think PARIVISION didn't deserve?
No, they were
Okay.
out of form and in form too late, so earn it the good old-fashioned way.
What do you think their form is like now? Coming up against Tundra.
Pretty darn decent. I'm expecting them to win. Don't know
Pretty
why I
darn
turned into queen.
decent.
Don't know why I turned into queen for a second. What? Yeah, they're going to probably win this best of one, I feel. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense because Tundra's trajectory right now, they win Birmingham and it feels like that slippery slope downward ever since Quinn.
I definitely agree. I think I'm surprised that Tundra's been slipping for so long because when you talk about
it's only one event.
Yeah,
maybe
it's been like 3 that they've been slipping and sliding. And I think they're the complete opposite of OG in that they have like mega giga individual skill. You look at all their players and they're like top 10 on like 3 of them. 33 is low rank, but his is kind of fake because he doesn't like play that many pubs or whatever. He does other stuff.
Okay.
And so when I look at this team, they're very individual skilled. So why there must be something rotten in their team chemistry or something right now because I don't see what else would make them perform badly because I think they're pretty good drafters and they are amazing players. So it has to be a team thing, like a synergy vibes thing. Otherwise, why on earth do they suck so hard right now?
Are you putting it maybe similar in the OG camp when it comes to team vibes, but the fact that individual skill is higher, maybe the draft's more cohesive, it doesn't shine the same way, it doesn't look like it's a similar sort of problem, even though it could be?
I mean, if I'm honest, I think it's possible that their team problems come from frustration with each other because I think their standards are so high for each other and their play is so like high on a general basis that I think when people make mistakes, they might get more irked about it because it's like, you can't be making these mistakes. Like we're amazing players, we're an amazing team. You hear Ari talking in interviews like, we're the highest skill individual team. He's saying it all the time, right?
Yep. I mean, on top of that, then it's like when you have this high expectation, it's if they're not able to communicate that correctly, when you're winning, that type of team will always function. But when you start losing, being able to put these type of players into a healthy conversation, find good, solutions, and then go back to winning, that can be quite hard. So I feel like for Tundra, it's just this kind of volatility of like maybe the personalities being the reason why they aren't consistently just dominating an entire year. Because they can, but it just probably just takes more work compared to other teams.
I am surprised that shifting into the best of ones, it hasn't favored them a little bit more because we've talked about it. Sometimes Tundra can get their hands on specific heroes and that's enough to push them over. And all you need is to win one game. And I mean, that's the whole point of a best of one, right? And then it feels like you're sitting better on the group standings. But for them, they haven't been able to. They've only won one best of one out of the 3 that they've played.
I totally agree. I think it's more worrying for them than it is for a lot of other teams that are doing so poorly in this because I agree. I think it does favor them.
Yeah, and then Parry, we never really talked too much on if they're a best of 1 or a best of 3 team, or if they're just consistent full stop.
They're just good, I think.
They're just good.
Yeah?
I feel like they're the kind of team who's fine in any format because they can counterpick you, they can play their style, they're high skill. Like this team doesn't have holes in them to me, apart from if it's a meta where 9 class can't get his weird stuff.
That's true. I'm so used to the weird stuff being like a Monkey King or a Slark, but it feels like in this meta, there's still weird things. It's just not that same brand of weird things.
It's just weirdly more consistently better heroes that don't make your offlaner look like a fool.
Okay, well, we'll see if 9 Class gets those weirdly described heroes in this draft because our best of 1 is underway. One of the most enjoyable things about this Dota season has been the fact that you can never really predict which teams are going to show up, which teams are going to be able to have a good tournament for themselves, and Tundra is fitting right into that after winning, having that slippery slope we touched on there. But we'll see if a new day brings out a couple new ideas, if the vibes are a bit better. It feels like there's a little bit of banter happening in the cameras there.
A little. It did start with
and he's smiling.
That's what I said. 33 was having a little bit of a smirk as well.
But if we look back at Pure, unless he's changed his emotion, he was quite, deadpan, very like...
As we're watching Satanic yawn.
The sleepiest bear I've ever seen.
Pure was yawning in his games yesterday as well.
In the laning phase, or?
Apparently the 12, the midday games are too early for them.
Wait, what? The midday...
We're in a midday game right now.
No, that's just terrible news.
That's what I'm
like
saying.
The entire competitive season.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's something about playing officials. I don't know what it is. Because people yawn for like stress purposes too, don't they? Isn't that like...
Do they?
I think...
I don't know the science behind yawning.
Okay, look at the vibe of this, by the way, guys.
Yeah,
Can we
Pure
talk
is
about,
ready
can
to...
we,
Yeah.
see.
Yeah, no, it's not.
He's
not happy. Okay. The rest of the team looks happy. He's not happy.
No one's grinning up a storm. All right. I think the bans from PARIVISION are good. I think versus Tundra, you always ban Tundra-specific heroes if you can. You don't really want to ban meta stuff. You want to look at them and you're like, what do they want? And, well, they always want Invoker. And I like that people are banning Invoker every game against Tundra, especially when we're in the rut. Because I think whenever Tundra is in that pit, they go back to the classics. They want the Invoker, they want the cheese. Nat was talking about the cheese strats the other day, and I think it's true, and I think these are great bans.
Well, that's the thing. It's not just when they're in a slump. It's when they're in a best of one, right? They get their hands on an Invoker. All it takes is one game for that win for them to be propped up just that little bit higher in a group stage. So to just be consistent on taking out those stable things for themselves, it's the Invoker, the Largo, the Doom, leaving Pango in the pool for Parry to open up with, and Tundra take out the IO, what we're talking about, the 9-class hero, Lone Druid, Kez, and Beast.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice Pangolier pick because they haven't banned Timbersaw, right? So you take the Pangolier yourself, you offer up Tundra to take the Timber if you want, but again, we've already got our Pango, we can buy Diffusal, we can buy Mage Slayer, we can be aggressive. So in regards of like, you know, being first pick, you don't have many bans, so yeah, it makes very clear sense, kind of the opening PVision has gone for.
And it also seems like people have been building a better understanding of playing against this Timbersaw hero because, you know, like in the early middle part of Dream League, it was losing quite a bit, and then it started winning a ton toward the end, and then now it's dipped off into people are starting to ignore it again and started losing again. And I think that's one of the things that's so cool about Dota is you can realize a hero is going to be broken for a couple days, but it's not going to be broken for super long. And there's a feeling sometimes like that with heroes that maybe haven't gotten really big buffs, and you can tell that this is just sort of a fad. It's a phase of the week thing. And the teams that are really good at understanding that, and they abuse it for a couple days when it's broken, and then 2 days later, they know it's not broken anymore, and they stop trying to force it.
But that's, I think, a good example with Snapfire, right? We saw the GPK build, right, at the blink into BKB, like straight in, like aggression into being tanky. But then other mid laners are going for like Yashikaya, Chasm Stone, Shivas, and they can sometimes fall off. I'd like to think that Tundra has, you know, had this discussion about the 2 item builds. In a winning game, sure, you can maybe snowball with the Chasm Stone. If not, just go for the BKB, ensure that you're not going to fall out of the game. But that's going to be my kind of the thing to look at in the Snapfire game. Are people going to be looking more towards GPK?
Yeah, this lane's tough. It's I think just sort of a direct counter pick. We've seen it quite a bit. Before BetBoom started first picking this hero, they were picking its second phase as a counter pick to Pangolier predominantly, because it's just not that easy to beat this hero in lane with much of anything, but Snapfire actually can do it in a pretty significant way. So even though whenever you're 6 and say Pango is 6, you can't kill him, because if you glob, then he rolls and you don't get the kill there, so you want to look elsewhere. You shut him down quite a bit, so it slows down his diffusal, and it allows you as the Snap to play through other lanes and to keep snowballing elsewhere, get everyone else online. So when he hits that diffusal timing or the Mage Slayer timing, it's not as big of a deal as it normally would be.
Yeah, very good bans from PVision, going for the Bane and the Clock. They're looking at the Pango, it's like the 2 obvious in-meta supports that can deal with it, be it Fiend's Grip, Cogs, ways to just try and threaten Pangolier's role. So yeah, pretty good bans. And also, when you pick Snapfire into Pango, the lane's very good for Snap, but when you rewind the clock, like Pangolier was the old school counter to a Snap because you just roll in, stop them all in the kisses, but that's not really the main focus of A-Core Snapfire. It's, you might throw out the globs, but then you're blinking into the fight. You don't really care about, oh, they jumped me on the back lane. You'll happily stand your ground.
Yeah, the double cookie has changed the way the hero can play, because you can also just skirmish at close range even with the nukes, and it's still very, very powerful compared to, like you said, like the old Snap. Whenever it was picked as a core, it was because you had the scaling right-click talents later on in the game, but I think seeing a full Magic Snapfire that actually scales is pretty interesting. So, we'll see how they balance things out. The SF ban to me makes me think, are they going to Timbersaw? They aren't yet. But with that SF ban, I think it does open that up a little bit for both teams, because I think it's been the best counter. So as soon as you see that ban, you start thinking about those things.
Yeah, I mean, not only that, it's like with SF being gone, you said Timber, there's still the Tide. Like, sure, Ursa could get picked, but you got a Coddle with Blinding Light. Like, you can get your way through the lane. You'll buy Yules, you'll have like ways to mitigate it if they wanted to. But yeah, the tanky blob off lanes for 33 are very much all in play. Again, Shadow Fiend has just kind of been promoted very quickly in the anti. So that.
Oh, so much for those guys.
Ooh, this is aggressive.
Yeah, it's interesting to me to pick this blind. I think Viper Marcy is the kind of lane that you would normally pick when you see something specific that you want to hunt down and kill. Now the Viper, they flex, and now they've got a permaflex here, so it goes back to it's really annoying to pick stuff against permaflexes. And we also saw the Viper really owns Snapfire, and so now I wonder, okay, are they going to put Snap support, or does BZM think like, no, NTS messed up, this lane's fine for Snapfire? That to me will be interesting this game.
It's just really kind of a cool opening from PVision, right? Because like Pangolier, multiple lanes, Viper, multiple lanes, like Quinn's mentioning, and then Marcy even can be support to core as well in regards to that. So depending on what Tundra picks, they can start unpacking their draft. They see 4 heroes. You know, Marcy Viper could be the offlane duo. There's so many layers to it, but no matter what, in regards to flexibility, it is a very clear, like, try to win lane by 1 item and push yourself into the map style of draft. Like, this is not a sit back, farm 20, 30,000 gold. Like, you are trying to keep finding cheap kills and progressing and just being annoying.
Wind Ranger makes a lot of sense here against Viper Marcy. They're both pretty much exclusively right-clickers, and you can't right-click Wind Ranger because she has 100% evasion, because that's what the Wind Run spell does. My question is, I guess, are you going to flex this Wind Ranger also to mid and carry, which means you're picking offlane here if you want to flex that till the end? If you end up picking your other support here, then that pretty much guarantees. Okay, so that means that they can just put the Viper mid and it's full chill with the Pangolin offlane.
I'm just gonna check just in case, the 1% chance.
Snap carry or what?
No, the other lane, not the mid lane. What's the Whisper lane?
The off lane?
When was the last time you think 33 ever played Snapfire off lane?
Unlikely.
I'm also saying unlikely. Oh my golly gosh, he has played it. No,
One
he didn't.
time.
He didn't.
Oh, he did.
It was, do you know when you remake and all the heroes get, it was a fake remake game, so no, yeah.
Okay, I was like, there's just no way. If bro didn't want to play Mars when Mars was in the meta by like a long shot, there's no way he's going to play Snap.
It was at most like a 0.1% chance he's played it once in his life.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, that's even generous, but yeah.
But that was the only thing, like when they pick the Tusk, it's like, with other teams, and it's like, okay, so Tusk and Wind Ranger will be your safe lane, and then it's kind of scuffed, but Coddle for Snapfire in the offlane duo just spam the wave the entire time, pull the hard camp. I wouldn't be happy seeing it, but I kind of feel like it is just Snap mid. It's just Wind Ranger carry. They're going to find a last pick for 33.
I also just don't think they're in a position to be that extreme and that creative. It feels like they need to play things that are way more straightforward.
It's also not even like you're flexing it and we're going, oh my god, that would win you the game. It's more like we're just talking about it for like draft sake, but for game sake, it's not even like a winning formula. Yeah. What was for the Void or just for everything?
No, for game's sake. That's how I would describe if you were to flex things like that.
Yeah, I don't know where I'm going to go with that one. Back to you.
Faceless Void!
It's a Giga Void game. Super good against Snap, super good against Coddle, good against Tusk, and I think good against Wind Ranger too. None of these heroes... I think Void, the stuff that counters him the most is like big beefy stuff that he can't kill in Chrono, or it's difficult for him to like poke and sort of go in and out, or it's stuff that counters him really hard in lane, which we are yet to see.
But isn't this where like 33 can just bring back some of like the zoo, the nuisance, where like the damage of P-Vision is awkward against like the Broodmothers, the Lycans, the Beastmasters. Bring like a Visage if you wanted. Like bring anything which is just, I sit in my lane and I make Void think about his tower and how he can't defend it, and then Viper or Pango has to come in, and you can absorb all this time to enable Snap to farm, Wind Ranger to farm. I want 33 to kind of have that, like, I'm killing your tower mentality in this pick.
Yeah, those are definitely the best options against Void. He is a hero that doesn't really farm woods very fast. He wants to sit in lane for a long time until he gets to like Maelstrom or Battle Fury, depending which route you go. And then you can actually leave and be more involved in other parts of the map, but generally you kind of just want to sit safe lane. So something from the off lane, like you said, that just sits there and camps you. Very, very good.
And also it's kind of cool, it's like they ban Axe, Tundra bans Silencer, so P-Vision then ban Enigma, because of course, you know, classic thing if you want to think about the late game. So maybe P-Vision eating up one ban, but still, based on the archetype of hero I want to see from 33, Enigma would have been very good, even if there wasn't a Silencer ban that might have, you know, reminded P-Vision about it.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to look at Lycan or Brood. It also depends a little bit on the 5 that's picked.
Yeah.
Some of the 5s, like they could go for something like Winter Wyvern and try to have some deterrent somewhere for some of the zoo. There's some little options here and there. Because they definitely know that's what Tundra wants, right? A lot of these last phases, especially when you pick something that has been around for as long as Faces Void has, the counters are pretty well known.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not going to be
locked down a lot of the time.
Yeah, there's no shock and surprise to it. I mean, with the Phoenix ban as well, it really... I would be surprised if it wasn't the Lycan.
Silencer ban is weird though for me then. If they wanted, because to be honest, Silencer's not even that good against Enigma, but because Enigma's so much about the Eidolons.
Is the Silencer ban not them just trying to, debate the Enigma?
I think it's so rare that people do bait bans, if ever. Joe. I heard Owen and Fog talking about how broken this, whatever it's called, the trap, what is the W called? Stasis something? What is it?
The taser?
So what keybinds do you use?
Taser. I was thinking of the old
W.
I was thinking of stasis.
You're thinking of reactive taser?
Yeah, I was thinking of this old W. Okay.
Hey, Lycan. No shock to it at all, but still. I mean, I like the techies pick. I mean, whenever I see techies in a draft, I'm just happy. I think it's in such a wonderful position of like aggression, map control, pacing, early game kind of tempo that it just makes drafts feel just quicker. But yeah, 33. He's on a last pit Lycan. He knew the lane he was into. PARIVISION also aren't shocked by this. They took the techies to have the disarm, to have ways to try and manipulate the lane a little bit, but it's pretty much the battle of Satanic versus 33, I think, in regards to who can find more from the lane. Like, how much can Void get? Can he survive and get his like Mask of Madness and suddenly be in the jungle, being super efficient, putting Tundra on a timer?
Yeah, the other thing I'm really curious about is how this Viper versus Snap lane goes, because we saw the Snap get mollywopped last time this happened, and to me, I don't think it should be that bad. I feel like if anything, it can be somewhat drawish, or maybe in some world, Snapfire can even win. And so I want to see if BZM can do better than NTS did, because I don't think that's an acceptable way for the lane to go. And if it does go better, if Tundra gets out okay from the lanes, then there's definitely a world where PARIVISION just gets squeezed on the map. They're unable to fight, farm less and less, and you bleed out.
Yeah, I can also feel the damage getting a little awkward potentially for Tundra though, because you need the Tusk with the Cuddle or the Snapfire to go for kills. Wind Ranger of course needs to find farm, and then when 33 gets his home of Dom Overlord, it's very clear for PARIVISION, like dodge this timing, get Satanic online, kill within Chrono. The problem is, like, again, the Void games that we've seen, you don't get the kills in Chrono, you just kept getting ran at, and then suddenly the game's over before the Void's taken over the game. Like, we're not seeing the 50-40 minute games where Void is like 6 slotted and like you can never touch him, right? Like Tundra, they have some tempo in play.
They do, but you know, Tundra historically have thrived in those later parts, right? We've always talked about how the components of their lineup, their individual skill level, likes to go for that later game. Parry may be playing into that. Maybe they've overshot it, who really knows, but in this best of one, Tundra are really looking for a much desired win.
Here we go. We'll find out if Tundra can indeed find that here against PARIVISION in this game. Fogged, we're getting the good old faces for you coming out from PARIVISION.
Hell yeah.
Tundra, you know, as the panel called it, 33 coming in with his Lycan that we've seen him on a lot recently. Sort of the way to close things up.
30 seconds to battle.
Can Tundra play it fast enough, or do you think they're going to run into issues this game against Parry?
I think they could run into some issues, especially because Tundra does like to play more of like a farming style, right? And they've not been the most solid overall. So that, for me, I'm a little concerned for Tundra on that front. But I do like both drafts. I do think there's timings on both sides that they can play around. I just think a lot of it is going to be up to this mid matchup, like Flynn was talking about. We saw this, there's literally like a solo kill from the Viper last time versus the Snap. Ducalis has Taser.
Gonna try and chase him down still.
He's looking pretty dead.
Yeah, they want to set it up for Pure. And whoop, he's making it work for it.
Should have it on Pure. Another power shot in 3. Is Ducalis going to juke it? That'd be insane.
I mean, there we go. He won't miss that. Pure gets the first blood.
That is 3 power shots, though, so it did cost them quite a bit more than I think they initially wanted it to, but they do get the first blood, which is, of course, fantastic for them. So, off to a good start. And yeah, we're going to have to see how this mid lane. I don't know. I feel like this could be really, really bad for the Snap, because BZM also, for me, yeah, he's been kind of on like the middle ground for me on like the Snap players. He's not in like the BZM level, so yeah, we'll have to see, because he dumpstered the matchup last time, and the game was just kind of over from there. He snowballed so hard. The benefit is they have some very good other heroes versus him, right? The full physical damage coming up from the Wind Ranger and the Lycan. So at least they will have that if this lane does go really sour.
Yeah, they're really going to need to have some answers elsewhere. Top lane, a lot of harassment going down onto Noticed. And we'll have to fall back a little bit.
I quite like this, I mean, I'm very hard to say it when it's me and you, right? I kind of like this Wind Ranger. Mid!
Uphill miss saved him there.
It did.
But anyway, the Wind Ranger.
Yeah, it looks much better this game in particular than a lot of other games that we talk about, because he's got a clear targets to focus fire, either the Viper or the Pango in a lot of situations, right? There is a Taser, which can be very annoying, just dispelling your win run, but can absolutely see the reason why they wanted to go for this. It's always it's always kind of been this counter pick versus Viper, right? So even though it's not laning versus him, in the overall game state, can do very well. I just can't look away from mid. I can't look at the other lanes.
I mean, BZM, he's got to be so careful. He has managed to find a few CS so far, but it is one of those lanes that, you know, give it a couple of minutes, and then the CS is going to look really grim between the two of them.
He might just be dead here. Yep, 9 classes here. Yoink.
TP comes in, won't be able to do anything, so they'll cancel the TP.
And that was Whitemon's TP? It was. It is. It's definitely going to be one of those tougher lanes, but he has the benefits that he has his scaling cores on these side lanes, right? So the Lycan, he's designed to have a very good lane. The Wind Ranger in particular is designed to have a good lane too. So sure, it's obviously not good to have your mid laner completely struggle, especially when he's a tempo one, but the scaling heroes are on the other side. So.
On top, going for Notice, they'll get him. They start going for him before 9+ is able to return, and by the time 9+ is back by the lane, it's too late. Notice is dead.
Very good plays, at least in this top lane. And 33 is going to free farm. So I think BZM just has to kind of endure it at this point now. Like, don't want to chain feed by any means versus Viper so that no one can just dominate. Because I will say also, no one, I think he's been my favorite Viper. There's something about the way that he plays it. And there's something about the team, the way that they understand with it. He even mentioned it in his interviews. He was like, I don't know why teams don't just do what we do when we play Viper. I buy Shard, I get Aegis, I end the game. And that's kind of been the historical thing that I've seen from them. So I think for BZM, just endure it. You're going to have ways to play in the game afterwards. Just do not chain feed on the Snapfire.
Yeah, dying once is, you know, you can recover from that, but a couple of deaths and the gap between you two as a mid, it just ends up being huge.
Yeah, and then your team might just not have a mid laner, and you're going to have to completely rely on your Wind Ranger and Lycan to fully carry you. Because overall, looking at the Snap game, it definitely doesn't look the easiest for BZM, right? There's a lot of gap closing. I think that's Snap, from what I've seen, that's when Snap has struggled the most too, right? You have Rolling Thunder that gets on you, Marcy jump on you, Techies jump on you. There's a lot of different things that just get on you, so.
Bottom lane, DeCarlis. Oh, he's going to get it. We'll be able to at least take the courier of 33.
This should be a pretty free lane, as I was saying, for 33, but also for Satanic. Kato and Lycan, they don't really pressure you too much in terms of any kill threat. It's just from the raw CSing that comes out from the Wolves in terms of denies. So Satanic, he should be pretty free, and Ducalis also. Shouldn't die down here. Very good taser game.
Top lane notes, just got to be careful. Did die earlier against the two of them.
And BZM, look, it's 9 class already again. He's looking for the move. BZM.
He can get the grab. I mean, TPs have to be coming in immediately, otherwise he's just dead. I mean, it looks like they've just accepted that he's probably just...
Yeah, he's gone.
Nobody's even bothering to TP over.
Oh, I mean, this is concerning. Sure, you're getting stuff on these sides, but playing without your mid is usually quite rough, especially when he's like their big damage dealer in the early game, so...
I mean, would it have not been nice to have a TP come in then? Was it really sort of the right thing to do as a team to just let the Viper die like that? Oh, sorry, let the Snapfire die like that to the Viper?
I mean, it's a call that they're making, right?
Yeah.
They're probably just accepting the fact that he is going to be this sacked, right? And you're just going to have to stomp the other lanes. Noticed? Not going to be able to get the kill onto him there. I mean, it's a call that the team makes, but now BZM, right? You got to just jungle, and that does not feel good. As we mentioned to me and you a couple times, like this hero, if it doesn't win the lane, it does struggle so much in the game. So at least for me, I've wanted to see this hero played more as a flex. And I mean, GPK has just been the only one who can just pick it raw because he knows that he's getting to this Pango matchup. This is not the matchup he wanted.
No, yeah, we've seen one at least a couple of times. This Snap Viper is pretty much unplayable.
He might just die again.
Maybe someone will TP to help him. I guess they can't because top lane, they're getting dove as well. This pure dead hits the dive. So not only just the mid, but also up on the top lane, they're starting to hemorrhage lives. And we'll see Ari turn up, but it's a bit too late. BCM's already dead, and now Ari as well.
Oh, God. Tundra, they've had some rough early games, but this is...
I mean, 9 class is coming over. Okay, Ari will be able to live. Getting 9 class is not going to happen, because Ducalis is here.
And the taser's online.
Pure's TP'd over for this, so Pure's got to be very cautious.
All right, 33. He's got to do the carrying. He honestly is going to have to do some pretty big heavy lifting, which he has done on his Lycan before here. But lanes are broken very early here. Here. Another taser's up in 2 seconds.
I mean, once to get to Carlos, he can't. Unless he hits a power shot in a couple of seconds. But now Ducalis is already salving up.
And he's got raindrop. Pure.
He's going to miss the shot on no one. And now no one's...
Oh my God.
BZM again.
BZM.
Oh dear. Jump forward on the two of them. That's BZM dead. Pure's going to get dragged back. He's in trouble as well. They're losing the mid and the carry here in the mid potentially. The snowball buys a bit of time for Pure. But as he comes out of it, he's still dead.
Oh, and this is...
Oh, dear. Well,
no one is...
What that Yandex...
Give me the no one cam.
He was a bit of a beatdown. Maybe this is going to be even more of a beatdown, folks.
I want to see the no one cam. Oh, yeah, look at him. He's smiling. It's beautiful. This is the dream. As I said, his Viper is a true testament to deal with. And my goodness, that is quite beast of an opener. Pure comes in to try to help, but he just died.
What? I was going to say, I feel like it could never really be a good idea to turn up to the Viper lane. If you're the cat, that was a risky move from Pure that I can't really see a very high chance of ever really working out in his favor.
If he was 6, sure, right? Like, then he can focus fire, maybe go for this. But, like, he's level 4. He shows up. Taser comes in. Taser hard counter, of course, to the Wind Ranger. And BZM cookies. I mean, the BZM cookie forward was my biggest problem, I'll be honest with you there. The aggressive cookie in near the Viper just put himself on a silver platter. I mean, PARIVISION has been crushing it in a lot of games. But, I mean, with a faceless void start like this. All right, Tundra. I mean, 33, right? It's going to be up to him.
Oh, no.
And
Look who's found him. No one turns up. Viper strike. He's killing everybody, no one. Mega kill streak.
Maybe you just can't give this team Viper.
Honestly, we were talking many times the other days about like the IO, and Tundra, they got that. They were like, well, we got to ban the 9-class IO. But you might be right. The no one Viper might be on a bit of a similar level, especially if you want to do this mid-snap stuff.
Yeah, it's also just a flex that they play as well too, right? We've seen all 3 cores play it. The one that they played with Satanic didn't have success, but they actually played it like into a late... It went like later than we expected it to. They actually made some cool like kind of comeback plays if you remember it too, so... But yeah, no one noticed. These two have been fantastic on it. And the Pango, even though he did die once, he has the same network
as the
Wind Ranger.
Oh, yeah. They'll get Ducalis. So a kill's found. BZM rotates up towards the top. Can he get out there? Because 9-class and no one, they're smoked up and looking for him.
And BZM is essentially a support at this point.
Honestly, they might rather kill the support instead. They'll go for Whitemon.
He's got kisses, but doesn't have the +1. Not going to throw them. I mean, for a BZM, right, he has to ensure that these kisses get him a kill. So this, he doesn't want to throw it for like a Marcy potential kill. He needs to get a guaranteed kill with these kisses to catch back up.
You lose space.
A dream start for Satanic in particular, as we're seeing. Pure starting to get some slight recovery here after had that rotation in the mid lane. Does have the 6, has the Javelin, so can pose kill threat. Even onto the Viper now.
That's going to take some pretty specific situation, though.
It is. It definitely is.
No one has a +1. If there's any way to sort of, get any disable on for the Wind Ranger during the focus fire, then he's just not going to have enough time, really, to take down those kills.
And if there's just a taser, right? It doesn't even have to be like anything. Yeah. Right? You can just literally throw a taser and it hard counters the Wind Ranger in most of the situations here, too. So, of course, we're mentioning how I can see, why the Wind Ranger carry was picked versus the, he's the turret versus the Pango when he's inside of the role and versus the Viper. But yeah, running in sometimes can definitely be complicated versus this taser. They've given Ducalis the mid lane. Has the 6 now, and they will actually get an amp damage top 2. Off the mark.
I don't want to get anywhere near this Viper.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Oh man, overall for Tundra, their lineup. If BZM has a tough time, which he has, their lineup is quite passive, I would say, right? Lycan kind of like to kill back.
Yeah.
It's full-on hit creep mode, and you're playing versus Void. So playing versus Void and your full-on creep mode is not going to feel good. So they do need to still try to do stuff, but going to the Viper lane is complicated.
Yeah, they're probably just going to have to let this tower go. Yeah, but this Dragon Lance on him is so hard to approach. The kisses are coming out, but kisses ain't going to do a whole lot, and Whitemon's just going to be dead for that effort. I mean, they're still trying to step up here.
33's here.
33's coming in with the rotation, but even with him turning up, he knows he can't touch this Viper right now.
Surprised those are very aggressive kisses forward too. They knew the Marcy has the rebound to reset. I saw they had the solar bind, so perhaps BZM felt tempted, but just gonna get them the 1 kill. And that's a pretty heavy commitment, I would say, from Tundra, right? They popped the Lycan ult, they popped the snap kisses, heavy rotation too for that. They do hold on to the tower, but now they're gonna go right back for it on the side of PARIVISION with those ults used. Looking to punish top. I mean, Whiteman trying to be active. Hard to go for noticed.
Yeah, kind of hard to kill now, especially when he's got 9 class by his side. 9 class just needing about 1 creep and he'll have the level 6. That'll do it.
Got it now.
Unleash online.
They could 100 to 0 Pure.
They're going to try. They're in with the jump. Oh, it's not quite enough. Pure will live. Now I'm going to try and turn with the focus fire. The Wimrun onto Notice. He'll get the shackle onto him. He'll get the shield crash off. But it doesn't matter. They'll be able to kill him
reaction.
off. And with the numbers, they can deal with 9 class as well. Tundra.
He did.
Can they get out, though? PARIVISION are heading up to try and fight back. They're going to find him here with a blast off from Dakalis. Satanic if he wants to. He's got the chrono. Yeah, he'll drop it onto Ari. Look to pick up another. BZM trying to stop him from getting the kill with the blast and the cookie. It's not going to work out. BZM won't be able to save Ari.
Threw the cookie while he started channeling the Illuminate, so it cancels it, because you can't cancel teammates channeling, of course, since they did change that there quite some time ago. He actually didn't roll unnoticed. I thought they were going to like immediately roll as they go for the jump, but does hesitate on it, gets him killed. So at least they do get a kill on Tundra, but they immediately lose Pure afterwards.
Well, they've got kisses again in 5 seconds. So he's going to want to try and fight here up on the top lane.
If they can try to fully send everything on the Viper, right? With Solar Bind, with the punch, with the kisses, it's an opportunity for them to go for a kill. Not anymore. BZM too low. Bottom rune he won't be able to get either. 9 class is there.
Oh, this
3k lead.
Wow. Yeah, do you like this for 9 class? Just going straight for phase into the blink dagger here on the Marcy.
Yeah, absolutely, right? If he pierces backline, finds the snap fire or the coddle, he can even just kill the he can kill the snap on his own.
Another thing that the snap, you know, BZM is going to have to deal with in this game.
On top of
it's going to be so hard for him to get these kisses off.
It is, and on top of that, right? It's like it's both. You can pose aggressive threat and defensive threat when you have this type of build. If you do want to go for it on the Marcy, you can bail teammates out. You can be that follow-up. It's a lot of builds. I think there's like almost any build that you can do on Marcy's. You can go for Solo Crest, you can go for Blinks, you can go BKB. It does feel like you can be very flexible. You just have to, you know, pick and choose how you feel inside that game. And versus the snap, it could be this Blink. All right, 33. This is the timing Tundra has to play around. They've got the Overlord. He's the strongest hero at the moment on the map. As long as the Viper's not there. Can eat everybody. See what they can get out of this timing here from 33. 9 class. Will be the kill.
They won't bother bringing anyone else down here. PARIVISION just letting 9 class die on his own.
Should be able to turn this into the tower as well. Very easily control this area down here too. PARIVISION though not wanting to react. Chrono not at the ready. Doesn't look like they wanted to though, right? They're content hitting these creeps, waiting for that timing for themselves. This is Tundra's time to shine. And BZM, he's just looking to hunt, right? Because he's gone for this Blink build. He's so far behind. Has to get some type of kills to recover his game.
33.
Uh-oh.
Looking for him. And
He's
they're going to find him. 9 class in with the jump. The mines are set down. Nowhere to run.
Ooh. Oh, I like this Marcy Techies thing too, right? You keep throw each other in, keep them in the bombs. That was actually pretty nicely done. Looked pretty. It's a good pickup here for Noticed very early. It's, you know, standard items, of course, but the defusal this game feels like it could be really nice this early on versus some of these more limited mana pools.
I mean, yeah, Satanic, he's just getting a complete...
He's getting everything.
Right, this is a void that has not been touched at all, really, in this first 15 minutes.
No, this is a designed void to win the game. Pretty big advantage, I would say, PARIVISION has with the harder late game scaling draft as well, too, having this type of an advantage. And no one, he already has Hurricane Pike. I love that he rushed this item this game, because versus Snapfire, right, it's all about mobility. If you can get out of the kisses, you're not going to die on this Viper. You want to go for Ducalis here, but he does have Taser. Not the easiest.
Well, they'll catch him in the stun. So we'll be able to take him down relatively easily. Getting that initial stun onto him.
Dire are scanning.
Still are going to want for more here, Tundra. They do have...
BZM.
Line for a little bit. They can look for top. Going for notice. 9 class able to get him out the side. Snuggles coming in. He's going to be able to jump over the shards, though, and he's still got the Rolling Thunder. Doesn't even need to use it to just be able to run away from them there with the help of 9 class.
Shackle does not connect. Cannot get the burst damage there from Pure. Mid lane trying for the push, but Ducalis doing a pretty good job at least of answering, and 33 does pop the ult as well. Really wanted to get this push going.
I'm not going to farm the creep. Yeah, he's going to get it, right? It's going to tick out.
He does.
Plus 250 gold there for no one.
And clearing off all the wolves as well, too.
Dire's bottom tower.
They've got Rolling Thunder. Could look for the play. I mean, Ahri might just look to spam it out here.
They'll dive this tower. So, coming up this tier 1 for Tundra, probably not an option.
That's probably why we do want, you know, why we see 9 class going for the blink, right? They want to just bypass, find this coddle in the back, find the snap in the back.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
A lot of them inside the jungle of PARIVISION. Still difficult for Tundra to find a way to set up onto the Satanic Void.
9 class
when he has the
already here.
He will turn and TPs can come in.
Did Satanic was the one who bought the shard the other day, right? Yeah, he's queuing it up. I was going to say, he was one of the few that got it very early. So this is, I think whenever you're versus Coddle, you're going to get a lot of extra stacks because of the way the hero functions. So it can be very cool. Tundra positioned here to look for no one.
They've got the shackle, but you see they have to shackle the run. They do not want to find, you know, get involved in a fight like this, but they might not get the chance to escape. Pure. He's going to try and get out of here, but Satanic is caught him in the Chronosphere. Wimrun will shortly come to an end. The bash is coming in. He'll turn. Nice get a nice shackle off onto the 2 of them. The Satanic, he's got to consider where he wants to time walk. He's going to time walk defensively. Doesn't want to keep chasing Pure. So Pure, despite being chronoed, will get away for now.
It's another dilation. He's okay. All right, Pure actually disengaging. That was a nice shackle. Good play there defensively to protect him. Satanic got a bit afraid to jump forward onto the Lycan and the Wind Ranger. Still losing BZM though. Continuing to have an incredibly rough game. And everything just keeps continuing to go PARIVISION's favor in most of these situations.
Because you've got to imagine as well, right, when... Because we've had a few games, right, like this, right, where the Snap player has had a tough time against the Viper. I feel like once you go through one of these games, you're just going to be, during the future drafts, you're never going to want to have this situation happen again, right? You do not want to end up playing Snap into a Viper lane because you're just not going to be able to do anything.
Especially when you pick it that early, right? That's why we were mentioning yesterday, it's like sometimes you have to just have this hero available for the flex. They're going to go for Roche since that chrono was used.
Oh, they're looking for steal here.
Noticed.
Pretty early. With the blast up.
A lot of damage.
Damage, though. Yeah, and that's going to mean that Whitemont, he will be going down, even though the heal comes in. Kisses are there.
Oh,
he's got
bash.
Bash by Rose. Oh, he's going to get the time walk off. He'll get out. Up the side, Notice coming in with the Rolling Thunder. They try and turn with the focus fire onto Notice. 9 class jumping over towards Pure. That's the Wind Ranger gone. BZM and Ahri on the retreat. As PARIVISION will be able to push Tundra away from the Roshan. PARIVISION lose nobody. They nearly lost Satanic there. Yeah, Roche, he was trying to do his best to help Tundra out there with that bash.
Right at the timing, too. Look at that. 20 minutes. It's going to start. We started shifting, so immediately they get the grab. Ducalis. I love techies. Like I was saying it this last game as well, too. I'm shocked that this hero stopped getting picked as much. He comes in, does the highest damage out of everybody. Cans a beautiful connection and baits heroes. Then he throws the taser onto one of the other cores, and Pure just has to run away from it because it's a dispel versus that wind run. He gets caught. Beautiful execution. That was kind of a desperate move from Tundra. They're like, we have to get something. Chrono was used. We need to get this Roshan. They cannot finish it.
Yeah, that was... I mean, how could they have come out of that better, Tundra? Like, was it just not the play to even try for Roshan? Was it just that too risky of a move?
I think they have to take risks at this point. I think if you just don't take risks, you lose this game to the Void, right? So I think this was a move that they probably had to do, but it just, just better execution coming up from PARIVISION, getting the angle. Ducalis cleaning up. Now 9K lead, they get the Tormentor. The team that has Faceless Void versus Lycan is the team that got Roche and Tormentor. That is never a good sign for Tundra. You want to be getting pretty much every single objective when you play this type of draft. You want to be getting all those early game moves successfully. It's just not the case at all this time around. PARIVISION, yeah, they're just good team, solid team, know how to play versus this. And as we said, they're Viper. For me, they're the best Viper team.
Yeah, no one's Viper's pretty great. I feel like the last couple of games we've seen him, he just dominates the lane and does something with it, right? Because I feel like a lot of Viper players can kind of, you know, do pretty impressively in the lane, right, if they get a favorable matchup. But a lot of Viper players don't always do the next step, right? They're like, nice, I stumped the lane. I'm going to wander around the map, try and get some kills. But with no one, it's, you know, he has a plan. He knows how to take that lane victory and
Are you about to curse him?
Game victory. Well, maybe. He's dead.
He looked really dead. He's super alone.
It's part of the plan. Backup's coming in, and if it's not coming in, that's his team's fault. It's not his fault, Fog.
You cursed him so bad. I saw him just hitting tier 2 by himself. I'm like, he is so dead right here.
Hey, I told you, he has a plan to win the game. It's just a very complex plan. Us mere mortals cannot understand. So yeah, he's dead.
Pretty decent slip up there. Honestly, the Aegis, right? Does
kill.
give a lot to Tundra, but game state still feels very similar for them. That I've seen him I swear I've seen this happen a couple times here. They did this the other day too when they were playing versus
Titanic. The shackle shot from the high ground. Into the snowball. He's dead.
They got him. Okay, now the game state is starting to change. That was actually massive.
Oh right, yeah. Well, they just lost they just lost the Aegis, and then they lost no one, and then they lost Satanic.
Tundra.
What's going on?
Punishing some of the greed.
He's going to be fine with the 4 star. Actually, no, he's not going to be fine. Snowball's coming into the kiss.
Another.
They find themselves another one. Tundra.
Chain kills.
They didn't need no Roshan. They're making a comeback.
I cannot believe this. And bottom tower potentially too. Probably going to get brought down. What a chain sequence. A bit of a chain feed, of course, coming out from PARIVISION, but Tundra, they'll take that all day.
Look at that.
We just, we just cursed no one so bad. What a good fight, but this guy's the best. Dies, triple kill chain feed afterwards. Gold lead goes from what, a 10K down to a 3K.
Oh, yeah,
still going to go for the shard.
Big swing, yeah.
He's still going to go the shard build. He's still going to look to play for this kind of aggressive posture, go for these towers, but Tundra, massive recovery.
I mean, because for PARIVISION, I mean, we saw sort of like the different intent there, right? Because he's trying to hit these tier 2s. Satanic, I don't know, at this point, is he actually that interested in playing as aggressive as the rest of the team is? Or do you think he's kind of like, well, I'm having a great time farming. Let me get my Scardy before we start going for these big moves. You know, like what sort of tempo is Satanic looking to play right now?
I think he's looking to fight. He bought Shard. That usually is an indicator for me that he wants to farm, or to fight more than farm, right? If you go for just like Mjolnir and sit back, then maybe you'll play more for that. But this is like, I'm going to use my dilation and kill heroes. So, big slip up from PARIVISION, giving some really good breathing room for Pure in particular. He has a BKB now, so Taser in particular, not something he's going to have to worry about as much. Chrono, still going to be the biggest threat versus him, but this is going to protect him versus so much of the things that just kind of killed him in the last fight around the Roche. We've got a game potentially here now.
Oh, we really
still hard
really
for the side of Tundra, but that was a big slip up for PARIVISION.
Yeah, 33 is going to be very close to him to AC, so suddenly, even if you get like a good Chrono, you're not going to be guaranteed to get these quick kills. There's going to be the chance that they can survive through it. PARIVISION. See what the next call's going to be. Yeah, it looks to be just waiting for no one's BKB. Slowing down.
No one's BKB and Satanic's MKB very likely, which are some pretty crucial items, I would say, right? But Tundra can actually look to make some aggressive moves here with this timing. With the BKB on Pure, they've got the Wolves to scout. So if they can get information and go for a jump, can actually look much better for them now inside this mid game. But for PARIVISION, like you were mentioning, now Satanic perhaps is telling his team, all right, guys, we just fed pretty relentlessly. Let's take a bit of a breather, get these next items, and then look for the fight ourselves. Perhaps around that Roche again. But now Tundra they can fight around that Roche.
They're changing up as well. Wants to get the MKB earlier on this game, rather than go for the Skadi build that he didn't initially have queued and that we've seen other voids sort of go for.
It needs the winner. It needs it versus the Windy, right? Because he's the threat versus the Wind Ranger. If the Wind Ranger gets chronoed, now is just going to die when he has MKB rather than will just potentially survive. So absolutely can get why he's going for this build. But it can be risky. Does have Manta to protect himself, but can be a little risky if he does get caught in any type of stun. Tundra might smoke up here. AC is finished.
They're strong. Yeah, around 33 right now. If they get any sort of angle for a shackle shot, they'll kill even the Void. Like, Void can absolutely die.
Nightclass is here behind him, so he's ensuring that Satanic can look to finish up this MKB, but if they can get the angle...
Oh, as they lead into the shackle, he'll try and take
Can't bring him out.
But he's gone.
Massive kills and another.
From Tundra, they'll get 9+ as well with the chase of 33. PARIVISION, they've completely lost control of this. These are 2 back-to-back deaths on Satanic. And for all the farming, all the timing he's had, you just saw him still up there at the top of the net worth. But now Pure and 33, they're level with him. And he's just not getting the chance to play with his chrono. They're catching him up every single time. And in a similar area, there was 2 times in that same spot of the map that they've been able to lead in and get the shackle onto him.
He really thought that he was going to be able to get bailed out, but unable to pull him out. They're just now starting to get some pretty big snowball kills playing around 33 with this AC. Anyone who gets caught in a single stun is at risk of just dying. I'm sure PARIVISION is starting to be like, oh god, what has happened? We need to actually just get these BKBs, like try to slow the pace of the game down. Just Tundra.
A Nightclass.
They're just killing anyone.
He jumps immediately. He's gone. Notice will lead in with the Rolling Thunder, but Pure's coming in from the side. Has the focus fire onto no one. And we'll continue to have the Rolling Thunder control onto Pure. The BKB's out.
Oh, Pure
finishes off Whitemon. Can he get Pure as well? BKB assisting, gives him a further chance to get out in turn with the shackle and allows them to at least have the space for BP out for 33 before any further interrupt comes in.
They only lose the toss. Do have to use the defensive BKB from the Wind Ranger, but perfectly fine to be able to disengage. Let's see what PARIVISION wants to do to try to punish this here, because they're just hemorrhaging kills all over the place.
Ari. Might just have to be that, unless BZM can save him. So no, BZM's not going to be interested in this. Has to let Ari go. Oh, the neutral creep.
Oh my god. Gaben is on their side.
That's true. The Roshan, the neutrals, trying to do their best here to help Tundra out.
The BZM is recovered. He is actually somehow recovered now also with all this going down because his team's been able to make it. He's got the Blink. He's got the BKB. Level 18, level 3 kisses are online. This is an insane recovery coming in here from Tundra.
Yeah, this is going rapidly downhill for PARIVISION.
Yeah.
Such a solid looking start on the lanes and those early moves.
They still have MKB very soon, so the Void is very farm, but definitely seeing the way that Tundra can fight and bring down this Viper in multiple different situations now. No one... He has to be quite careful how he steps. He does have BKB.
And this is not, I would say, an easy game to get a good chrono right. Like, Tundra's lineup is going to be pretty split, playing these, these sort of different angles of a team fight.
All right, MKB online. PARIVISION, this is the fight they're looking for here. Tundra, are they going to be prepared for it? It looks like they are, all grouped up at the moment. They've got the save from Whitemon. They've got the heals from the Coddle now. I mean, so much gold that they've gotten in these last, 10 minutes or so? They've gotten 20,000 gold in the last 10 minutes on their side. And no one, he's having to change his build, right? He had the shard queued up. Now he's like, I need a butterfly. They have too much raw physical damage that's going to be going through me here. Tundra with very good positioning. Nightclass.
They're going to catch him.
No one is TPing aggressively forward here. He has his team looking to sandwich.
And there's the rolling thunder.
They're on Pure.
The opening up to 33, trying to run it with the ult. Satanic looking for some sort of opportunity to find a solid chrono.
Satanic?
33's gonna get chased out of the fight, and he's actually just killed off. Can't run away from them. The kisses come in, but there's no real follow-up to them, so now it's just having to be Tundra on the full retreat. No one gets the double as he catches Whitemon.
Pure might get caught here.
Oh, he should be stuck around for a few creeps in the mid lane.
Oh my god.
Trusting in BZM there to save him with the cookie, so they'll get away the rest of them, but still. 2 dead. Back to PARIVISION, finding a clean couple of kills. No losses on their side. And now, at a key timing again, they can move into the Roche. They're going to be able to get this for themselves.
That was a pretty cool play there, right? 9 class sacrifices themselves, but breaks positioning of Tundra, and then they can get the angle on the flank where no one TPs to left side. They get a good entry from the Pango, and it's dangerous for Pure. You could see his posturing in this fight. He's like, oh my god, I actually need to immediately run, because if I'm in this chrono, I'm immediately dead, so... A hiccup from PARIVISION around that initial Aegis, like 7 or 8 kills that sequence afterwards. Now do get themselves this Roche, but Tundra will be able to get the Tormentor at least in exchange. Pretty decent shard that they're able to get from it too. The drinking buddies for the save. All these little things could matter, right? If Pure is able to not get caught in the chrono, can do so much in this game. He also buys something not normally purchased on a lot of his Wind Rangers, but it is because he's versus that chrono. He gets Blink. So if he does, right, he sees this Void jump in, he's going to Blink, disengage, try to make sure he doesn't get caught in it.
Blink's pretty huge.
I like it.
Can do some really nice counter plays.
Satanic. With this Aegis, level 20 as well hit. So, I mean, anybody who's in this chrono is going to die. But if they do whip that chrono, can absolutely see how Tundra can look to take fights. But PARIVISION looking to snowball off this timing here. No one. Getting closer toward that butterfly as well, too, which is very good in these core-to-core matchups. Pure. This is such an aggressive position from him.
And they've got the pretty good angle down the steps. Not enough to stop him from getting the BKB off as he goes for the BKB TP, and that will get him out.
What did it? That's such a dangerous place to farm. On the low ground in the water, he didn't really see too much. The mid wave is pushing in, too, so... That was really dangerous from here.
I mean, because it was very close to him getting chain stunned by the Rolling Thunder.
Yeah. That was super close. No BKB now for him. PARIVISION. Do have to deal with the lanes a little bit here first. Faceless Void. After having the full MKB, the Linkage is going to be picked up soon here, too. I won't have to worry about those shackle shots that have caught him a couple times here in particular. Block out the big disables.
BZM. Ooh, they're going to see him here.
I mean, BZM.
He's got BKB TP. If he needs to. And he's going to put the BKB now. We'll use it to turn, but the kisses.
Pure, he's caught
on top of him.
He's found
dead.
Pure.
And then with Pure gone, they have no further sustained sort of damage output to keep this fight going. BZM gets taken out. Whitemon has to run, noticed on top of him. I mean, they just get picked apart one by one. Then it was a very awkward way to start the fight, really, with BZM being found and being gone upon. And it kind of baited the rest of the team in to try and make something happen here. Whitemon won't get out, noticed, hot on the chase. They could have set up a way better team fight than that, folks, with what they had.
For sure.
That was rough there from Tundra, getting caught one by one.
They were making recoveries in this game, but immediately back to business. Satanic, he literally just finds Pure. All it takes is one chrono. He did not have his buddies. BZM kind of forcing this play down here, too. And yeah, the positioning broken. He literally just 100s to 0 him in a chrono. Slight slip up.
Into the base hit. How much PARIVISION are going to be able to get before Tundra fully respawn.
They'll get so much too, because the way that they kill this Wind Ranger, Chronosphere is likely to come back up when the lanes get back into a position for a fight as well too. So Tundra, they gotta go when Chrono's down.
Tundra's going to try and go here. See if they can catch anyone. I think for no one. Already 33.
Not easy.
Creep. Coming in from the side, White Money with the jump up, just the punch up onto 9 Class. 9 Class able to take no one down to the low ground. 33's in with the BKB. Satanic, he's still got the Aegis, so they don't really want to put too much effort into trying to kill this Void. Satanic tries to turn and take out Ari with the help of no one. They've got to run. Tundra, they try to make something happen here. It does not work out. BZM just dead again. I mean,
it was a desperate move.
Right? As you say, they were like, there's no chrono, let's try and do something. But they don't even take the Aegis out of Satanic. They don't get anything.
I think this build that no one's gone for, after he died the once, this adaptation he did where he's like, I need to get Butterfly. I saw 33 pops ult, runs at him, and he's like, uh-oh. That's an evasion Viper that we can't actually hit whatsoever. And even though BZM did start to make some network recovery, he kind of just is dying to the supports there as well.
Yeah, I mean, this Butterfly shard, the buildings are going to get destroyed by no one.
So a pretty big hiccup in the mid game, but immediately showing what their lineup is designed to do versus this Tundra draft when they have this type of a start on the Viper and the Void. But it was a hiccup, a definite big hiccup from mistakes coming into play.
Yeah, maybe just sort of the strength of the lineup also being shown in the fact that they can make that a hiccup and still Tundra, even when sort of the net worth was back even, Tundra couldn't, with their lineup, really get a convincing fight go their way outside of that turnaround. If they can find 9 Class here, they will. But they've got the Hex, the stun on the Pure, he's caught in the mines, he'll put the BKB and run. Has to go straight back to the fountain. Satanic getting the bashes in on the 33. Has to also keep his distance with the BKB. Trying to turn back towards Satanic, but the time walk's there. They get the jump punch onto Notice, but the shield crash takes him out of the shard.
Chrono?
There, but this Chrono, he's caught the 2 of them. Ari's actually caught the 3 of them. Wyvern ends up in his way. He's taken out Ari, but now he's kind of on his own. Satanic, he's got another time walk. They're going to look to chase him out. BZM's got to be careful. The bash is nearly bringing BZM down. The Satanic will manage to run from the rest of them. They do hold Tundra. Managing to push PARIVISION back once more. But Satanic and no one getting out alive. The sort of 2 biggest targets remain very tough for Tundra to kill.
Oh man, dude, Satanic, honestly, if he didn't Mask of Madness there, I think he would have killed another 2 heroes potentially. He actually did not get the time dilation off, so he would have had like 20 stacks of time dilation. He Mask of Madness and didn't have it. If he did both, I'm not even kidding, he would have killed another 2 heroes. So a little bit of a slip up in terms of clicking the buttons here from Satanic, but they do get what they came for. 2 racks is claimed. Because that was, I thought he was going to have like 200 or like 300 bonus attack speed inside that Chrono there with the dilation.
See here on the replay, it's a hold. You know, they're
it's a hold.
Back. But the problem at the Void and the Viper are still unanswered here in the
look at this, ready?
portion of the game.
Like, watch Satanic. He has dilation up. He jumps in, doesn't pop the dilation. He just Mask of Madness. Look how many spells were used. He honestly would have had like, I have no idea how much attack speed, but it would have been ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Would have almost certainly killed BZN there.
Yeah. Slight little slip up there from him. Tundra get to live another day. A full Satanic for Satanic. Tundra's got to do kind of like reckless moves in order to win these fights. They have to find some way to break positioning, and it's much harder for them to execute, as we see. Any big item pickups next? I saw 33 also went for Blink. He almost has Nullifier. It's just hard for them to hit the Viper in particular. As we said, no one. He did die, did have the slip up once, but that was it so far here. Full Hex for Ducalis as well, too. I was checking to see if anyone on Tundra was getting toward a Hex. I think Ari might still shift the build towards something like that, because I do want some type of instant disable. It's just hard because there's a Lincolns as well, too. We'll see if he does go for it. He has Octarine queued right now on the Coddle. But I want them to see that extra little bit of disable, because they can kill heroes. It's just difficult for them to lock them down at the moment. BZM going hybrid build also, as we're seeing. Now going back for back for the crits, back for the 20 talent.
It's gonna be necessary.
Yep.
And put everything into that high ground hold. Get the scaling.
I've not been so impressed with a lot of the Snapfire. I'm a big fan of Snapmid. I know I told you guys at Dream League like before we started. I wanted to see this hero so much more, but yeah, I don't think you can just mash it in there. I think some players are clearly showing just more comfort around it too. You know, BZM did get counterpicked pretty hard here, and definitely seeing the result of it. But
I mean, that's just the thing with it, right? It was like when it was kind of the new thing, it was catching people off guard. But now, you know, teams are pretty smart. They adapt. They figure out ways to play against heroes, and most will have a plan on how to play against a Snap because of just how much Snap we're seeing, right?
Tundra has to be ready for this move. Pure, if he gets caught in Chrono, the fight is just over. He does have buyback, I believe, but he cannot get Chronoed in this game.
Oh, he'll blink out to the side. He'll have to pop BKB.
They gotta run.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
BZM will lose his courier.
Would have been short on the money for the Demon Edge anyway, but we'll probably have the Demon Edge money sooner than 2 minutes, so overall will delay is daedalus.
Instant split pushing coming out from the side of Tundra, but Roche, it has spawned. PARIVISION can just walk into this pit here. Satanic also on top of having Satanic. 25's been hit, so he does have backtrack available too, so very difficult to bring this Void down. Oh, okay, Silver Edge. So they do have that on 33, so can actually break him. But now it's into Aegis Cheese Refresher Shard. Tundra.
Yeah.
Pure has no BKB.
His BKB's on cooldown. He's going to try and fight. He looks for no one. We'll get him, but now Pure's been caught out by the Hex. Jump forward from Satanic. Won't find a chance for the Chrono on a Pure. As Pure's able to back off. Notice, with the Rolling Thunder, has the angle onto Whitemon. Satanic wants to be careful how he goes back in. Wants to sort of see where Pure is first. Pure tries to go for him, but Satanic's got a Lincolns. He just turns with the Time Walker. The Chrono catches Pure, catches Whitemon. There's that both of them out. 33 has the BKB and run, but the BKB is coming to an end. Should be able to get away maybe with the Invis. Sentries are down.
Another Chrono.
And there's the Hex. Dakalis gets in with the Hex and the blast off. Dakalis catches the Lycan and sets up for Satanic to get the triple kill.
That was very aggressive from Pure. Perhaps a bit of a desperate one jump forward there, but yeah, he just Chronos him. Easy kill there for Satanic. 9 class will die, but does require a buyback there from Pure. The Chrono just
a little cheeky there, 9 class. He just runs and rebounds and then instantly tries to TP out. It was like, yeah. Well, all in all, though, 13k lead. They still have this Aegis on Satanic. They're ready to go up towards the top lane. And yeah, that is the Pure buyback. So he's only got one more life ready to go. And Chrono's there. So one more Chrono on the Wind Ranger. It's pretty much going to be game over.
Satanic knows that's all he has to do at this point. Sure, 33 is annoying for his allies, but the only real threat of Satanic is this Wind Ranger. So this next fight. How does Pure play it? Literally just has to press Chrono on him.
There he is. And
there we go.
Chrono.
And goodbye.
And that should be that. With Pure dead for 2 minutes. Satanic ready to pick up some more kills here, close to the fountain. As he's ready to start diving the fountain. In fact, looking for BZM. BZM will try and blink out to remain alive, but he will not survive. He's gone. Tier 4 is exposed. There it is. GG is called. PARIVISION, they had a couple of challenges along the way in this game. But overall, it did certainly look like that their plan and approach was much easier to execute. It would have been a tough one for Tundra to turn things around with his lineup. And even though BZM did make a bit of a recovery, he was still having to make that recovery, right? And that's just not where you want to be as a mid-snap.
No, I think Snap, this hero, it feels like it needs to be the dictator of the pace. When it's on the back foot like this, you can absolutely see the difficulties. PARIVISION, a bit of a slip up. We cursed the hell out of no one, but overall, his Viper is very, very hard to bring down.
It is. Yeah, ends 9, 2, and 15. Very impressive stuff from him overall. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, PARIVISION taking the game here against Tundra.
I mean, that's how good no one's Viper is. It could still win against the Costa curse of Owen and Bog.
That's insane.
Dude, I'm telling you, like, you got to factor in all those extra things as well. But it did look good. I wasn't sure if they would feel as comfortable on the Viper without that IO. We saw them play it yesterday, and it had the buffing of the IO. But it feels like there's no real deterrent from picking the Viper and having a good game on it.
Yeah, I think the ideas they have about the Viper and the buying the shard early and going hard, which they didn't get to use this game, I think are very, very powerful, and they just play so well early game around this hero. I think that's one of the most important parts. Is Viper hero from behind is trash, but he's never behind because their early game is always amazing. The supports make great rotations, and they combine heroes in a really nice way.
Yeah, I mean, you got the Viper who stops the Snapfire. You got the techies throughout most of these clips that will be having blast off impact or taser or proximity mines where you're hitting through the Lycan, and then somehow Viper's killing Lycans in the team fights, but it's because of the techies as well. So it's like a little combination 1-2 punch of these two heroes. Like, I don't know, they're just completely outplaying Tundra in the early game. But even though Tundra had a moment of comeback, it's like your early game was such a disaster that against a Void lineup, like, you really need to somehow close it out as soon as you get the chance. Because if the game slows down again, they will go straight back to commanding the game.
In the two PARIVISION games that we've been covering, and this obviously isn't by any means a new thing of them, but what feels so predominant is what you're saying, Quinn, how easy it is for no one and the support duo to run around and close out this map, what feels like essentially put the game in a winning position. If they don't close it out with the three of them plus their offlaner, they can fall back on Satanic having a good time. Like, at no point does Satanic get pressured in the early game by Tundra, and so whilst you falter a bit, ultimately, you know, Satanic is in a perfect position to be able to level up and be that one step ahead of whatever Tundra's trying to pull out.
Yeah, I think in a lot of contexts, the best defense is a good offense, and their offense is insanely good, which means, like you said, Satanic is free to kind of do whatever he wants and vibe it up. 11-2 this game, he's kind of just chilling and playing his game, and I think it's a really big testament. Like I've talked about it before, but I think the support players on PARIVISION are insanely good at the early game. 9class and Ducalis, they're both like top 50 ranked. They're very, very skilled. They've got great hero choices, and I think they both have this mentality of, I'm not here to be like some ward placing goober. I walk around, I help my core. Like, I think they're both here to, like, I'm gonna own, I'm the star of the show. I think
well, that's like the support of old when you didn't have as much gold and it felt like you couldn't do as much. Your impact had to be through warding. It had to be by sticking with a core.
Yeah, that ain't these guys. They're here for them.
He's like, yeah, it's really changed.
Crunch numbers, like, should I make a joke here and throw shade to half the old Dota Pro players?
Do it.
No, it's fine.
That's why you're not on the hot take scale.
Okay, fine. That's why they're all going to coaches, because they're too mechanically shit. Back to you now.
Back to you.
That was a pretty good hot take, I have to say. Do you have anything else that you wanna sprinkle on top about Tundra for this game?
It was great work with you, Blast. Really happy. I'm so sorry. Sprinkle on this one. Yeah, I mean, Tundra, they are just a team that looks extremely lost right now. Like, you would always praise this team because of what they did in the early game. The aggression of Ari. We'd be praising Whitemon and Ari and basically copy-pasting what you just said to Ducalis and 9class to Ari and Whitemon. Like, the aggression they bring. Like, here, it's like a Tusk TPing to a mid lane whilst the Snapfire is already dead to then cancel the TP. Like, these moves you don't see in a team of a caliber of Tundra. Yeah, the early game, you're seeing them like game and game again. So like something's just wrong right now in the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, not just that, but specifically looking at the mid matchup, that was a question you had, Quinn, whether the Snapfire should be losing as heavily against a Viper. We'd seen it yesterday, it lost, and you're like, this is going to be your litmus test in a way of if it actually does go that way. And well, BZM is now 0-4 on the Snapfire in this patch.
Yeah, this lane seems pretty bad. I didn't think it would be this bad, but it seems like it actually is, because this is twice now that people are just getting completely decked. I'm not sure where the block was. I mean, you can see they kind of overreact trying to help Snapfire, and they just chain feed a million kills, and this is the exact opposite you want to do against this Viper hero. He's not that good if he doesn't get extra surges of gold, but every game no one is getting these kills in lane, and so I think that's part of why their Viper has been so successful, is because he's dominating the lane to a degree that's not just like they aren't laning, they're dead and they're not laning, which is not only shutting them down, but Viper gets that extra boost, so he gets the Dragonlance with the Mage Slayer faster, which allows you to like actually be a Chad instead of they're just low net worth and you're normal net worth.
All we've learned pretty much now from the last 2 days is when you pick Snapfire, if you want it to be mid, you need to ban the Viper. That is like the one hero I think we've seen that is like the hard counter to Snap just autopiloting the game and having farm. Like, Viper is like stopping the farm, making you buy Blink and try and do other things. So we see the Night Stalker to the Puck from the mid lane matchup. Now we're seeing the Viper to the Snap. Like, teams are learning a lot that if you are to pick these heroes, even though they're, you know, strong in the meta, you have to still ban correctly.
Yeah, and that's it. That's why when it's like this hero is so synonymous to a player, like you said, GPK, whether it's Whisper there as well in the off lane, you just have to be more aware that they're going to get to pick it in different places, that they're going to have more leeway when it comes to the better or worse matchups there. And we can look towards a team that has been doing similar, right? Falcons and Aurora coming up next. We saw it in their first best of one. Falcons just opened up. They wanted to go for that Snapfire that was rising in popularity, and it falls short for them. And so fun little information that I'm not sure if everyone's aware of that I found out from a credible source last night. Falcons do not have Aui coaching for them this tournament. They are just their 5-stack. They have no extra supporting staff. Mar is the drafter, the button clicker, and there is nothing extra for them anymore.
Okay, interesting. Is vacay with fly or what? So I mean, I think that is. I mean, Aui is very important to this team, and so I'm curious to see how they do because I mean he's the GOAT coach for a reason, and I think that's not too. You can't overlook that because I mean you look at the first tournament. They got like 6th place when the team first formed. They looked fine. I think, and then Aui joined and they proceeded to win every tournament the entire year. That's not a coincidence, and the players will say that too, right? He's highly revered not just by the public but also by that team. So. Yeah, it's it matters.
Yeah, it could be kind of like the mid-game elements, right? Like in between game 1 to game 2, the adjustments. I don't think there's many coaches in modern-day Dota that have as much impact on adjustments compared to like the old-school legacy coaches, even Aui in the kind of the modern version. Like we just don't have many. It's more kind of like the vibe of everyone together. So yeah, I think during maybe the best of 3s, that'll be more apparent. Like if Falcons are to lose a game 1, like what is their bounce-back potential? But so far in the best of 1s, what, they're 3-1, right? So they're okay so far with the Aui break.
Right, they're on that trajectory where we haven't seen the impact, so no one would have really guessed that's where it was going. On the other side, though, Aurora make it to a grand final in the previous tournament, and now for their best of 1s and what's been starting in group stage, they're 1-3. And so T, you so generously tried to get to the bottom of what was unraveling for Aurora.
Yeah, I'm so sorry for this bit of content.
What happened after a very, very strong Dream League performance so far at Blast Slam? The group stage isn't going as well for you guys. What do you think the biggest change was?
I really appreciate you taking one for the
last
team.
week
Thank
to this
you.
week?
I think after we play like Dream League, we go into the finals. Like people starting studying us. Like they try to counter what we pick, and we are trying something new stuff too. I think that's what's happening right now.
Going back to the grand finals, if it's okay to ask, you guys have been in some pretty decent grand finals this year, but you've still been unable to lift the trophy. Is that something that you can see yourself doing very soon, or is there some some curse on the team that is like, you get to the grand finals and it's just, you can't, I don't know, it's hard to word.
Yeah, I guess it's just curse from my carry.
Curse from your carry?
Yeah, like I think 8 or 9 run up.
Curse from your carry. You can help him out.
I'm trying my best.
I like the W. I was like, I'm trying my best, bro, but Nigel is cursed.
Yeah, I had no idea how to ask someone like, hey man, like you've been in some really cool finals, but like you're not winning them. I didn't know how to word that. But yeah, I mean, it's pretty cool. Nightfall, the curse is true. WS locked it in, has kind of shared it to the world. So thumbs up. They need to fix the curse somehow.
So now whenever we say it, we're just quoting WS. We're not the ones saying that curse.
No, not at all.
No.
As coined by Aurora themselves, they are cursed to not win grand finals.
That's a good sign though, because if they're making that joke in an interview, then clearly as a team they have gone to Nightfall, and like that's clearly like a team joke. Like he's not there for the first time grand reveal. Like he's just saying it. Like it's kind of wholesome that they are making that type of joke.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the Nightfall player, like the persona around him is funny how it's changed over time, because I think when he first entered the scene, it was kind of like, it was easy to root against him and fun to root against him. You go through the whole like BKB TP arc, maybe not you, but the majority of people, including me, I think it was very easy and funny to root against him. But I think over more time, I think he's become a lot more likable, and I think he's become a player that you kind of want to see break that barrier of not losing every final to finally win. Yeah, to finally win one tournament, because he's had a lot of ex-teammates win tournaments, ex-teams, the whole everything, and he's still there without the ring. And so I think it would be very cool to see him win a tournament. I think it would be a lot of fun.
I think Nightfall is incredibly easy to cheer for. I think he is just such an enjoyable personality in the scene. Maybe not everyone gets to see that, but it is like, I have so many flashbacks, and I know that this isn't a grand final, right? And maybe we could be talking about other things for them because it is just a best of one, but I do wonder how you bounce back. It happened on Sunday, it's now Wednesday, and you had to start another tournament, and you know that there's this element of PTSD. Like, I remember him playing in that Fisher Playground tournament where his Ursa was like 12-0, and they still went on to lose that game 5, and they didn't win. Like, it's all of these elements that add together. I'm like, I just want him to stay strong and like in his identity as a carry player, because he is clearly good.
Yes, he goes through phases of being like the carry that's too defensive, and his mentality and his style is the reason why they aren't winning games, because he'll sometimes do things that other carries would have not have done. And if you were to have a more aggressive guy, maybe Aurora might have won a tournament by now. In the early days, I think nowadays he's getting a lot better. The whole BKB TP meme is a meme because he would leave fights that other carries would have stayed in. Right? That's kind of what I'm alluding to. But
the
modern version of them is very, very good. And the fact is, when you look at this year, having the different mid lane stand-in, the 5 stand-in, the roster swaps, the fact they've, throughout the entire time, still been doing very well in tournaments is testament to how good they are. And it is a matter of it is inevitable. They are going to win something. Even if there is some like grand finals curse, they are going to win something in this year. Like it feels like it would be wrong if they didn't.
None of you listening to Quinn's hot take. What did you say? They will never win an event.
I think I said something like that. And you said it wasn't even hot. You said, this lukewarm. This is the coldest thing ever. It's like a sub-zero temp take.
I didn't say that. I just said you're probably saying what everyone else is already
That's because they're changing name, right, guys? Right? All the rumors.
What?
No, just back to you now.
I feel like that was just a reference I completely missed. And so instead, I'll give you guys what you're looking for. And that's a draft in this best of one. Falcons 3-1, having only lost against Glyph, whereas on the other side, Aurora are 1-3, having only won against Tundra. So now I do wonder where the power rankings are for these two teams as they come into it. Taken out right now is Lone Druid, Husker, Pangalia, and Puck.
These are very sensible bans. I don't think anybody should be giving Makoto Puck, to be honest, unless there's something insanely important you gotta leave in the pool. You just gotta ban the 0 first ban, because he is just built different. He didn't care about Night Stalker or Void Spirit or Slaughter or any of this crap. He'll beat it all, and he's done it before. Other than that, the rest of it's pretty stock standard, I'd say. Tiny ban, maybe.
That feels more Falcons specific.
Yeah.
I think you don't necessarily put it in a first phase ban unless you're up against Falcons. You might think about banning it, but first phase is where it feels.
But also, we have been seeing Tiny like struggling in games where it's like Tiny Alk are carries that can play okay early to mid game, but then they feel like they're just not doing any damage. The one wrong item, the wrong initiation, and you just disappear. But of course, both carries early in the patch had a lot of kind of buffs going towards them. They have been getting some little nerfs across the way. I think we are feeling it in some of these games. But they take the Doom. Again, Timber was available, but if they pick Timber, Falcons go Doom, kind of feel like you're just giving them kind of a bit of a freebie pick, so they take the Doom themselves.
Yeah, they also play it very comfortably on carry. If anything, I think Nightfall's probably the better Doom player between the two of them because he's played the 0 a bazillion times, so it holds a lot more weight when you can actually flex the 0 compared to just being an offlane hero that can get Drought or Shadow Fiended or one of these heroes and shut down.
And then Clock, just a treat. No matter what, like any pick position in the first like 2, if Clock's available, you won't feel bad picking it. And Crip, he's a very map playing player, so Hoodwink, Clock, they kind of fill the same role where they're just going to run around and just be annoying.
The Bowler.
The Bowler. I keep thinking you're saying like Bowler. I'm just...
Could be.
Could be both.
Do you think you have what's your nickname for Doom? Do you think you could do it for every hero?
Satan.
God.
Is that not as good as the Bowler?
Nah, the Bowler was pretty good. Because it's just so like unique to his toolkit, you know?
The Devourer.
And that's just a spell.
But
Dan, T was more critical than me.
Is there another hero that eats? Okay, well, Snapfire doesn't eat. The thing
gobbles
does.
up.
No, you just temporarily hold them in the mouth
in
and
your
spit them out.
belly and spit them back out.
I don't think it goes all the way into the belly. I think it's just mouth.
Yeah, I think it's just, yeah.
You think it's like maybe it's like a pelican type deal that got like the pouch?
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
what I think too.
I'm not gonna put them into the gut and then, no, that's just
It's not
too
like
much.
Regurgitate them.
Yeah.
It's not a cow thing, not a chew in their cut.
Or maybe it does, because don't when you spit them out, she has the fire around where the hero lands.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe it is. Maybe it does go.
Maybe the fire spawns in the
You're saying
mouth.
it's like stomach acid?
Yeah, I thought stomach acid,
Right.
but you're right. Maybe it does.
Like, are dragons breathing fire from like their face or like their stomach?
Isn't it depends on the type of dragon, because there's like 8 different types of dragons, and that's like if they have 4 legs, if they have 2 legs and wings, if they have 4 legs and wings. There's like, there's a whole like lore thing to the types of dragons, because you have Wyvern, who's a wyvern, but that's a type of dragon.
So
And Mortimer is technically not a dragon, he's a lizard.
are there dragons that just use it from,
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Dragon D's is my favorite.
Okay,
Well, you made a great point. I don't know. How do you follow up such a great point like that? You'd be nuts to.
Dragon D's what?
Anything. Anything you want.
Wait, sorry, quit anything?
Anything.
Okay. All right, this panel's over, guys. We're going to... We're out.
We're not even halfway through the day.
What series is this? Is this 3 or 4?
This is number 4.
6, 7.
That's not even relevant. You're so annoying.
And you know what? The thing is, though, Trap...
Can they ban something? Why are they taking so long to ban the
Chat's not
heroes?
even reacting to this, by the way.
Bro! Who is it? Falcons? Fucking
Yeah.
get Ali back in the team. What the hell's going on, bro?
Amar's looking at the keyboard, and he's like, where...
Losing my shit.
Yeah, he doesn't even know where the letter is to be able to, like, click it to find the hero.
Snaking's losing his shit too. He's like, Amar, just ban something.
Dude, they're both almost out of, like, they're halfway through reserve time on ban. Like, it's second phase bans, Brother Bear. Like, is this, like, prep stuff?
You still have 4 more heroes to pick.
I mean, there's a reason why these two teams didn't win the last tournament, right? Like,
yeah.
Right here. Like,
yeah.
Indecision. Oh,
yeah.
They banned bloody Timbersaw. Congrats.
Cool.
The hero that we talk about in the first phase, you finally banned it in the second phase.
Oh, awesome.
That's so impressive.
Glad we waited a minute for it.
Yeah.
Okay, I will say, why don't they pick Timbersaw more? They ban this hero so much. I don't know.
Okay, no, this is the thing. When you have like such an extreme specialist in it, Amar is like even the smallest thing that could be perceived as enough. He's like, it's too bad. I don't want to play it anymore. And so he throws like a little tantrum about it. He's like, Timber's bad because of this. And then you see everyone else win it, and he's like, I still think it's a bad hero. People shouldn't be winning with it. I promise you, if you interviewed Amar, that is almost verbatim what he would say.
Are we having another Falcons game today?
A what?
Another Falcons?
Yeah, we are.
So, would you like to interview him and get the tantrum?
Nah, you can do that.
Oh, no worries. Sure.
Your interview was so good.
Yeah, if we do get an Amar interview, we can ask him that. Either way, Falcons do go for the Enchantress, so they go for the opening of the clock and the Ent just to try and secure lanes without giving any information away. But they will naturally run into mid lane and just group up and make moves, make tower progression on catapult waves.
This is the thing, a lot of people ban the Chen against Falcons because it is just such a snake hero, but it feels like he's more than willing to just interchange that with Ench, who isn't necessarily bad in this patch either. So if you're banning one, part of me is like, do you almost ban both, or do you just ban neither? Like, is there really that much more to banning a Chen than just letting it through and having a similar hero in Ench?
You just can't ban all of them, right? Because if you
course.
look at Aurora, then it's like, let's say they ban Chen Ench, then you're giving away a Pango or the Viper. I would argue maybe the Tiny could be let through the pool to promote it, but between Chen and Ench, I'd rather ban Chen against Falcons if I had to pick my poison between the two.
But then I'm saying, do you have to ban either?
Yeah, you still respect Chen. Yeah,
Alright.
yeah.
I respect your opinion.
I respect yours too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice.
Very respectable.
Now someone we don't respect, Quinn. Any thoughts?
On the Bane? I remember that time you played Bane after you retired. It was like a couple months ago.
I won.
Yeah, but you did nothing in the game.
Win's a win. Dub's a dub.
That's why we said he was delusional earlier, right? Because he does it from the mid lane, and like he plays a Bane, gets carried, and he's like, this role's easy. This is...
That's true. We can't argue. He did.
Also, this is cool and different. There's a heckin' vengeful spirit in this game.
Sorry, pause for a second.
So this is a classic counter to Doom, because you buy the Ags, and then, well, you don't really want to Doom her because she just respawns. So it's very, very cool. It's also historically pretty good against Bane because you can swap cancel. Even though that's generally more of a support thing, it is very high-paced and high-tempo with Enchantress. You've got the Howl with 2 heroes that right-click a lot, so there's some cool stuff here, but I have not seen this hero in a core role in like a year.
I hope that it's like Razor to mid to off lane and Venge going to carry. It's something that within pubs, again, not high-level ranked games, I'm talking in different areas of Dota 2, Venge carry has been a thing that I've been seeing. It just does a lot of damage. Like SMY, you just keep punching. You can go act like 3rd, 4th item, but like on paper, you can win your lanes. Like you're just constantly just pumping out decent damage. I was alluding to the unranked games that I was playing.
Yeah, I'm just skeptical because you're like on paper, and so often we go, yes, this toolkit is very good for these reasons, but seeing it come to fruition, like that's where my worry is right now.
It's just because I think Specialist Array existing made certain ranged heroes more viable because you have like options in build path. But like Avenge Core of the Past, you're kind of going like treads into please get me Ags, please get me Ags, please get me Ags. You get Ags and then you can buy items after, right? Or maybe you have to go Manta then Ags. Like now it's like if this is again a core Venge, you can just go for like treads into like maybe Dragonlance, Specialist Array. You can see what's happening in the game. Maybe you still go for other items, but like your farm speed comes through the fact that this item exists. Of course, the problem of having this hero in a core role is you really need a player to want to play it, because like telling someone, hey, this is a thing, core players aren't going to suddenly play it instantly, right? Like you need someone to prove to the world that it might be a thing, because by default, it's not.
No, I think I definitely agree, but I do think Skitter is the kind of player who likes this hero and who wants to play it. And Falcons have last pick too, so while Venge is probably carry this game, I think it's more of it's an enabling hero in that you want other heroes that also pick up some of that slack in carrying the game. So, but Mallory having last pick is pretty nice too.
I can further add to the Venge if you'd like. So basically, in the unranked games that I am playing, it's Fogged, myself, and a gentleman called LL. So if Fogged or I or whatever, we see stuff within our unranked games, you know, we go and randomly yap to other people, and I'm just saying, maybe there's a chance that Fogged, because I've not spoken to anyone about Venge. I'm gonna maybe say that maybe Fogged's been whispering into the ears of some of the people, because you know, I've done it in the past with Warlocks and Tusk like 2-3 years back, but maybe this is now Fogged's contribution to Falcons losing in this game.
Oh wow, we haven't even waited for the last
No, I actually really like it. No, jokes aside, I do like it. I do like it.
See, he says both, so that when we come to the conclusion, he'll be like, what do you mean? I said I really like it.
I will stand on the hill that I like this pick. I like the concept of Venge, and I'm not going to ever go back on that.
Okay, I hope you
Venge is an undiscovered hero. Save it.
Clip it.
Clip it. Done.
Clip it. Void Spirit, that's your favorite hero.
I do love that hero. It does suck, but this is a great Void Spirit game because there's pretty much nothing that kills him, which means that you don't need to think about BKBs or any really defensive items. You can buy all the aggressive and farming tools you want, which is what this hero kind of needs because his damage is really bad. So if you have to buy defensive items, then you run into some big problems. However, I think the hero, even in a good Void Spirit game, still loses a lot of the time. So it's also against Malrain, a player that is known for having some nasty counter picks. Now, Huskar and Viper are banned, as well as Sneebor and Monkey King. So it's a lot of the dirty stuff is out already, so I'm not sure what he wants exactly. But as soon as you see Void Spirit, your immediate thought is, how can I like end this guy's career?
I mean, you also want to have a hero that can help your own draft, right? Because when you look at Falcons' lineup, it's what Razor can walk in with the BKB, Venge with items will happily be a bit more aggressive, but you kind of want that extra simple early game hero to complement the amount of skirmish that you are going to bring.
You could pick Earth Spirit.
And you think for sure it's a Malrain hero we're looking for?
I would be. I mean, I know it could be Void. It could be an offlane hero. It could be an offlane hero too, actually.
Because I'm wondering, what is the Void Razor mid matchup like?
Could it be like the offlane Tide and then you just keep hitting creeps?
Okay, it's a Shaker mid. Okay, so it is going to be. I mean, that is a good matchup for a Shaker. It's not a hero we see a ton these days, but if you look at Falcons heroes, they have a lot of stuff that kind of just runs in, and that's what Shaker wants. He wants some beef that runs in for him so he can look for fissure opportunities and he can look for an echo chance. So it's a good game for him. Clockwork can stack with the Rocket, Eng can stack cams, so I'd say overall this is very unusual from Falcons, but I think there's rhyme and reason to a lot of their picks. And I think it's very cool, but it's not like the XG kind of cool where it's like it's cool, but it's going to lose for sure.
Yeah.
This is the kind of cool that's like, it's cool, and they can actually win.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool because you have the supports that can bring life to the early game, and then throughout the kind of complexities of Doom and that initiation, you have Fissure to block off as you run away. You've got Swap to add the barrier as well. Like, there's just always elements to lean on for Falcons. And then for Aurora, it's a clean draft. A reason why they got to the grand finals in the previous Dream League into other tournaments in this year, a draft exactly like this with heroes, probably this exact hero combination of the 5, right? Like, it's just a very simple draft. Like, you'll play your lane, you'll get items on Nightfall, you'll gank and secure runes with Mikoto, you hit a Doom, you win the game, right? It's like, their draft is very clear in what it does. For Falcons, it is a little bit more, you need to find farm on Skitter. Is he going to go for like SMY, Specialist Array, Hydra's Breath into like MKB, Pike? Like, is he going to go for like the build that is kind of theorized as maybe an option? Or is he just going to go for like some old school build because he still hasn't kind of, truly found that whatever Venge carry is? But I'd like to think they theory crafted it if they're picking it in this position.
I'm probably scrimmed it as well, but more on the Venge laning. Is this a lane where you just have to sit passively? You have to hope that you're in this lane equilibrium that is very favored you towards your tower, or you're going full aggression.
Yeah, I'm using Snaking's bringing a creep. You're slowing people. You're punching people. Maybe even crits coming through with a clockwork rotation. Then you all go through the twin gate to go kill the enemy carrier. It's just like you are being really just like you're reminding that your opponent, like, I picked Venge to punch you.
I love Venge. Go birds, caw. This crap's cool. It's fun. It's conceptually good against Doom. I think Shaker's fun too. I don't know. It's just nifty all around.
So you're loving the draft, and you're loving each lane as well. There isn't like a caveat to you where you could see maybe one lane filtering short that opens up the gate for Aurora.
Oh no, that can definitely happen. This Venge hero is it's insanely volatile.
Feast or famine, yeah.
They might get completely crushed in lane and they get turbo stomped, or like, yeah, Venge is garbage. They're not going to pick it again. But I hope that's not the case because it's fun.
Well, whilst we still don't know the answer, we get to have that fun. Venge is awesome on paper. It's great, and luckily for us, it's Owen and Fogged casting this, so we can hear from Fogged what he thinks about the Venge carry.
Hello, yes, I'm looking. We'll get some new heroes. It feels like Fog coming through on this one. Falcons bringing in the Skeeter Venge. I mean, we heard from T on the panel. This is apparently something that you know quite a bit about. Because I'm glad you do. Because when it comes to watching pro games, we're not really seeing any of it. So most of us, we don't really know a lot about it right now in this meta.
Yeah, so we've been spamming this actually in unranked a decent amount. I don't know if obviously I actually have not talked to Falcons about this one. I actually do talk to them a decent amount about like random shit like Lich and other random stuff, and I think maybe I influence at times here, maybe in the negative and maybe in a positive sometimes. This one I definitely didn't, but I will say this feels like it fits Skitter. It's like a sacrificial one position, right? In a way that he can just kind of make moves around early. It's not just a sit back and hit creep kind of thing. So I can see it. I don't know if it's going to be good, but what I do see is that Falcons is like, guys, Owie's not here. Let's pick some fun shit because he's never going to let us do this again. They get Shaker and Venge on the same team. I'm super excited.
Yeah, that is the thing. It's like, it's double risky, right? They're trying out, you know, obviously Marine, mid Shaker, amazing. But this hero right now, and just in this, nobody's playing this, right? Nobody's bringing in the mid Shaker. I imagine for numerous reasons, right? One, there's a lot of mids that are picked right now that just dominate matchups. Say you're some Shaker against something like a Snap or something, or a Viper, you're going to have a bad time. Obviously here it's been able to be picked in a situation where you should be able to get a lot of denies against Makoto. And then outside of that, what is it? Just nowadays the amount of stun that this stun hero does isn't actually as much as maybe you'd hope for it to be.
I'll say a couple of the things that, in my opinion, why the numbers have gotten drastically nerfed and changed, right? I think teams have gotten better at contesting Ancients and playing around it. Because this hero, you play around, you stack, he goes and Echo Slams Ancients and gets Blink Dagger and then runs the map. So I think there's been quite a few things that have been addressed to nerf this, and teams have just gotten better. So immediately I wanted to point out, looking at the wards, Kaori already blocks Ancients. They ward the as well like the area to see if there is going to be anything like backing up the Gopher stacks, etc. So preparation is already made from the side of Aurora. But yeah, I'm excited. There's a lot of fun things to point out in this game, as we were saying. You know, the Venge. I was mentioning to you like one of these builds that we've been trying. You start to get pretty ridiculous late game scaling, insane late game scaling, if you do get to that point. So we'll have to see how it does go down. Makoto.
He's got to be careful. Once that shield goes, an enchant totem and a right click might do quite a bit. At least the next enchant totem will kill it.
Pushing the limits. I can't look away from mid lane really, because this matchup can just get really crazy.
Yeah, careful.
He's got a mango. Makoto.
Oh, he got the shield off with the pulse. If he didn't get that off, would have been dead.
So yeah, this lane definitely designed for Malrine to get it. Another reason why we don't see Shaker, right, is because, like you were saying, just a lot of these lane matchups just end up being really hard. And first or last picking your mid at times can be quite complicated. So them able to sneak it in like this means it's not going to get counterpicked. Means he should have a pretty decent entry into this game. So yeah, cool to point this one out. And it's a playmaker, and Amar, he's playing more of that anti-carry / carry in the offlane, as he likes to play a lot of times. So when Malrine can play these type of just straight up tempo setters, I feel like it fits this team in a lot of different ways. And yeah, this Venge, this matchup, I'm curious to see how good it's going to be versus the Doom. It feels amazing. Like, this Wave of Terror is going to be very effective at all stages in the game, and the swap is very strong versus Doom. Just that barrier that you can apply either onto yourself, onto allies. Can be pretty cool. I'm looking forward to see what it's actually going to do and what he's going to build.
Yeah, I'm in a very good lane so far.
Yep.
Just sort of
has to have a good lane.
Yeah.
That's the important thing for this hero too.
Because I guess what the toughest lane for Falcons is probably going to be this top one, right? Like putting pressure onto Nightfall, or does it actually get kind of good once the levels come in for the Razor and Clock against the Wind Ranger in lane?
I think it's pretty decent. Wind Ranger should get a decent amount because you have ways to disengage, but Clockwork is very disruptive. Should be able to ensure that Amar gets a lot up here. And the Clock versus the Bane matchup as the game progresses, I hope he doesn't just skip Battery Assault, because I've seen too many of these games where they just have like 0-4-4. I don't want to see that. I want to see him have at least 1 point to cancel. Even though you don't play as the same in these Clockworks, it still is a very value point in this one. And let's see if it's going to be... I wrote that build to you, right? The Specialist Array kind of style build that I've seen, at least from some of the Venges. I was trying to look to see if I could find any of the players that were playing it in pro or in high-level pubs. I just haven't gotten the chance to actually watch as many because we've been at so many tournaments. I'm literally just trying to watch games nonstop, but it's just hard to catch hold of them in between.
Is it a Midas here?
No. Mid, Mikoto.
Oh, bottom as well at the same time.
Oop.
Taking. They're going to get him. First blood for Mira.
That's a really big kill. Of course, Hoodwink lanes do have insane amount of burst damage that sometimes catches people off guard, but that's a big deal. A Doom lane able to pick up an Enchantress. Usually Snake. Good at gauging the death threat on this hero. And WS. Oh. Yep. I've just been impressed by him. I don't think I've seen it. I actually need to look how many. I think this is one of his less played ones, I want to say, that I've seen from him. But he's been a player to watch for me in a lot of these games. So I'm looking forward to see his Doom. Because as far as I remember, I don't think I've seen him play Doom at least for like a week or so. Okay, never mind. He played it a couple days ago, but I didn't remember that game. But I do like this. Like WS is super aggressive, so looking forward to see what he's going to build. So we've seen some players go super greedy, other players go for like the drum aggression build.
Top.
Mid lane. And top.
Trying to see if they can dive Nightfall. The shackle off one of the two of them gives time for Mira to TP over and help out. Indeed, over at the mid, attempts being made on Maureen. He's going to get away from the Remnant, and with that, should be fine.
He's got boots. He's faster than Kaori. Kaori can't walk in to go steal the bounty either, but Maureen actually doesn't feel like he can walk in for it, so Kaori will be able to get it in time if he does want to walk up.
Skeeter swings across over the Twin Gate. They won't get the carry kill, but they will be able to take out Mira from the lane.
So this is what we used to see Skeeter do. This is like the old Falcons. Remember the 5-minute, 6-minute when he plays Weaver and his gyrocopter, goes through the portal, finds a kill, and then runs right back. So maybe this is why he wants to play Venge. Like we said, he wants to get involved early, and this is a hero that kind of fits the design for Skeeter. Cool move. Maureen, wait, what? Kaori just slept the creep. Whoopsie.
Oh, well. I mean, Mikoto still wants to try and get this kill. He's diving in for this. They get the angle with Nightfall turning up the shackle shot and the power shot. Maureen is going to try and get into the trees. Maureen's going to be fine. So Aurora, they bring, they carry Nightfall over towards the mid to try for that play. They don't succeed. They don't kill him. Oh, I'm fogged.
What's up?
I think Skeeter knows. I think it's a Midas hero.
Why are you saying that?
He's buying those of haste.
That's a Treads, Owen.
Is under attack.
Where's the belt? Where's? Oh yeah, he's got band of belt.
What are you talking? If he doesn't buy Treads on Venge, I'll lose it. Nightfall.
Excuse me, because he's got these bits of a Wraith band. Maybe the Midas asked for Tread. Anyway, top Nightfall. He's gonna run. Snaking. Not gonna be able to do anything about this. Salves up as well. Nightfall.
Got me thinking. I'm like, what the hell is he talking about?
He has a very messy inventory. Okay?
You just don't like the not completed Wraith Band, I guess.
Exactly.
But yeah, the phase boot or Treads very, very good, of course, on the Venge. Amara.
Ooh, they got him with a shackle shot. Ooh, gonna get the chance to run, but the blood grenade will clip him. Nightmare comes in. They'll take it off to try and save him. He's still alive here. He's gonna get the static link comp onto Mikoto with the power shot. Hits hard, takes Amar down. They'll lose Mira in return. Maureen,
here.
See if we can get a good Fisher angle onto Mikoto. Mikoto's got the Astral Step back up.
They want him.
They're going to look for Nightfall with the Fisher.
Skeeter.
Skeeter in with the Magic Missile. And, Echo Slam.
Oh.
Just, they might not get Nightfall. Now, surely Skeeter still finds him. One more hit on the Nightmare. It's going to save Nightfall. Hold back Skeeter. Nightfall gets out of this. And now Skeeter's just dead. Double kill for Mikoto. The aggressive dive from Falcons, it went wrong this time.
The Echo Slam, that did like what? That did nothing. I think that actually did like 50 damage. Well, that didn't connect. They tried to go for super aggressive plays, bringing the Venge in too, but Aurora responded in spades, and Mikoto plays his way out of it, and Nightfall lives on a fraction of HP. All right, at least this game is delivering in terms of excitement.
It's entertaining. We're getting entertaining.
Aggression on all fronts. Nightfall is struggling as well too, so Skeeter, his rotations may have not connected there, but they actually have the same net worth, so they are at least matching each other. And he is going to go the array build. Kind of figured it would be. It feels good on the Venge. I wonder how long he delays Aghanims in particular, because they're mentioning on panel versus the Doom how it can have that merit really, really early, but I think it could still be like a third item, because you do want these small items in between so that you do get the power of getting that right click. And the first item Ags does not feel great.
No. And will he finish his Wraith Band? That's the real question. Is he just not efficient to do so?
Probably not.
He's got a Slippers of Agility in his backpack.
Yeah, it does feel kind of bad. If he had done it, he would have already. I don't know. We'll see. Who cares? It doesn't really matter. It's not that big a deal.
Might be game defining.
Imagine that.
If he loses this game with Slippers of Agility in his backpack, we'll know that was the real problem. Ooh.
Swap. Into stun.
Into stun. A very dead Wind Ranger.
Dude, Venge, you never see swap anymore. It's like a whole new thing is coming into Dota 2 right now, guys. The swap into the Centaur stun. This is Dota 1.
Yeah, when was the last time Nightfall was playing against a Venge in a pro game? Probably been quite some time. Mid, they'll drop a boom, because why not?
See you later. Maureen, I think the next Echo Slam is going to be for the Ancients. The stacks are starting to be made since the camp is no longer blocked. We did see Kaori put a sentry earlier, but hasn't been able to put down that secondary one. But Maureen does die, gets slowed down even more so, but yeah, he's going to be able to go back, recover, get that Ancient. But Mikoto, he's thriving. The Vessel going to be the choice for him this game, since, like Quinn was saying, not the most threat overall from him. Yes, there's some chain stun, but no silences.
Well, it's going to be hard, because, you know, as we know, Void Spirit just isn't a hero that really wins games.
Very true.
So if there was a game for it to win, this one is looking pretty good with how hot of a start Mikoto's having.
Agreed. And he has the Hoodwink, which I think is actually a pretty crucial one when you get the Shard. It amplifies Void Spirit so much. It's one of the biggest ones, in my opinion, for this hero. SMR.
Got the catch. It's
very dead.
Razor. Mikoto getting another. Very nice moves here from the Void Spirit. I mean, this is the one thing right in the timings between the mids. If you're a Void Spirit, you're running all over the place.
Oh, watch the slam.
Shaker, you got to try and get this Blink Dagger.
Oh, yeah, we got to see it in time. Beautiful. Well, that's pretty much the full Blink Dagger.
It is. Very, very close to it.
So he is completely caught up. He's actually ahead of Mikoto now, just with one button. High skill.
Well, look at Mikoto's looking for action down bottom with his inventory.
Vessel is
he could
not
probably
on
dive and kill Skeeter solo, right?
It's dangerous next to... He doesn't know the Enchantress is there, does he?
He's being very careful, Mikoto.
Not
wanting to risk that.
Venge is a lot tankier than she seems. A lot of situations. She's got like 11 armor. You know, you get to play with the swap as well too that gives this barrier. It usually feels like it's very fragile, but it can get turned pretty quickly there, so don't want to overplay your hand at this point. So we said Maureen, the blink is about to be finished up for him here. But Mikoto continues to get power rune.
Yeah, Arcane and the full Vessel. Like again, he's having sort of the dream timings here with this sort of early build up with the Void Spirit, but has to keep the pressure on because
he does.
It's hard to keep up in farm, and I mean, I guess with the Shaker, I mean, how would you say both of those sort of farm when it is kind of the AFK phases? How does that sort of compare between Shaker mid and Void Spirit?
We haven't seen the Shaker, but the Shaker farms very fast. Right? You just double nuke waves, you play careful. And we see Falcons, on top of now they're having very good net worth, we just saw there. They have all their neutral items. They have triple chipped vest versus the Wind Ranger. And Nightfall, he's actually struggling a lot now in comparison to the Venge. And at least for me, I feel like Venge can, I guess both can get involved pretty early because like you just play from power shots and all that, but a Venge can just play in the face of everything here a little bit easier at this point in comparison to the Windy. Maureen?
Trying for the jump on him.
Don't get the stun.
Just trying to hide the blink. Picks the blink up now, Maureen. A good hook shot from Crit. Comes and gets the cock push back onto the both of them. They have the swap and stun on a Mira. Jump forward from Maureen trying to finish with the hook wing, but Mira's actually able to continue to run away. Snaking coming in from the side. Fish is there. They'll finish off the job. And Amar catches Kaori on the other side of the river. So they'll clean up the two supports, and with the grouping up around the mid, should be able to take out this tier 1 tower.
I feel like I'm casting a game from like 10 years ago or something, because honestly, I'm looking at Falcons draft and it looks like a Dota 1 draft almost. This type of style of this, it's got incredibly strong early skirmish with lots of chain stun. It's just the Venge really that's making it look like all this, but this is a very strong timing for them. This Wind Ranger is super shut down and very, very vulnerable at this
WS. They found him. Maureen getting a lovely angle here with the Fisher to try and block off his escape. They'll drop the Echo for this one. It's a very high value kill. He was top net worth. They take him down. See Aurora, and they get something in return. Snaking caught by the Nightmare. So they will find the Enchantress, but the rest of the team safely out of there, Falcons.
Yeah, this is pretty cool. Really exciting to see it all come together. We'll see how Nightfall is able to persist through this constant aggression. I feel like they're going to just run at them quite a lot here on the side of Falcons. Their only cooldown really is the Earthshaker. And Skitter, he's going to do second item. So first Array, then he's going to go back for it. Probably because he's playing versus the Doom. It makes it that much better. Looking forward to see what he can get with that there. Other thing too is, so Crit, some of the games in Dream League had a very difficult time getting out of the lane with Amar as this Clockwork, and they completely strayed away from it. He's having a much better entry into the game too. He's already level 7. Gonna have Blink very early, and that's actually quite complicated for a Bane to play against, even for the Wind Ranger. These cogs are a nuisance when they're this high level, this early.
And just looks so much better as well with Amar back on the more greedier style of offlaner, right? Rather than trying sort of like Mars kind of initiation focused heroes. Yeah, back on the Razor, he's absolutely crushing it so far in this early game.
Yeah, I don't know. There's been something about like the way that they don't get to play the lanes in a lot of games when I've been watching from Falcons. Like him and Crit just literally walk up and feed and then never get involved quite early on. This looks infinitely better, at least from what we've seen.
Oh, nice scan there from Aurora. Allows WS to back off from this smoke.
And WS is going to go full greed build. Perhaps because his Nightfall is struggling, he's going to be able to go for this Radiance build. Snay does get the heal off. Let's see if they want to actually go for him here. I don't think so.
I mean, they're thinking about it.
Okay, with the rest of the two, they will be able to go for him. They don't want to expend Fiend's Grip for an inch. They want to save it for a core.
Yeah, that's fair. Maureen slams back online. Check for the runes. Going to be a nice shield rune for Maureen.
Maureen's having a very good game. Even though he did have that, you know, little bit of a slip-up echo in the top in particular, his timings are really solid. 13, he's got Shard, he's got Blink.
And this is sort of the thing with Void Spirit right now. Mikoto, he's had a great game in terms of rotation and kills. You know, 3-0-4, very clean start. But he is falling behind a little bit on farm.
And Nightfall, he's just dead.
They're going to get the catch. Great control of the cogs. Into the Fisher. Fully locked down and controlled. They also get the chance to just drop the slam onto Kaori as they'll chase out the Bane. Themselves another here. Amar, double kill on a killing spree now.
It's looking complicated.
I mean, what is so... Because it feels like Aurora's strong point at the moment, right, is fighting around Mikoto as this Void Spirit. But that strong point's only going to get weaker and weaker over time with just sort of the inability of the hero, with the nature of the hero, for it to keep up in farm with what Falcons' cause of being able to pick up on the map.
Yeah, this is like the build we've seen from a lot of the players, right? It's Vessel into the Shard, and the Shard is just played pretty much strictly to farm around. But it does make you a bit fragile in terms of your HP pool in the mid game, where they can just full chain stun you and kill you. And Mikoto does have to be a little careful down bottom. We'll be able to back away. Echo Slam is not up, so right now Mikoto probably feels a little more free on the map. But whenever Echo's up, he has to be careful.
I mean, they want to try and die for Skeeter, but the Bushwhack's not going to catch him. Sharpshooter also going to miss.
This is awkward now. Slam is still on cooldown, so they want to probably look to punish
Corey.
This is deep.
The Nightmare setup, but a lot of TPs are coming in. I don't know if Aurora can get away with this play anymore.
This is way too deep.
Yeah, they have to bail out and just leave Corey behind. Maureen able to pick up Mira on the escape. Both of the supports dead, and Aurora, they really wanted to try and look around and poke around this tier 1 to get some sort of action again for Mikoto to lead the charge into, and they don't find it.
It felt pretty forced, right? Aurora's like, we want to make something happen. Echo Slam's on cooldown, want to bypass this tower, get the tower and some kills, but not able to. Both supports get sacrificed. This timing for the Venge, it's going to be there. Skeeter. Aghanims plus that array. Level 12, very soon to be finished up. This feels like Falcons is just playing on full comfort. You can kind of see with the way that they're moving around the map. Everyone is very happy with the way that they're able to just play their heroes. And a BKB now finished up for Amaro already. Concerning moments, Nightfall is not getting much space whatsoever on this Wind Ranger.
No, it's almost surprising, really, that he's the same net worth as Mikoto. And, you know, Mikoto's running around the map looking for action. Nightfall, he's, you know, trying to hit the creeps, but still the two of them struggling to really close the gap on any of the cores of Falcons when it comes to farm.
Okay, so this is, I don't know, like Mikoto now, after buying the shard, after he buys phase boots, right? Like, this doesn't feel like that inspiring right now for as a next item where he spends 1,000 gold after having this, after having the slowdown, he just gets phase boots.
Mirror. Found him in the trees. Skeeter gets the vision with the wave of terror. Crypt follows up. And, you know, Falcons are just constantly picking up kill after kill after kill across the map. It's, you know, Aurora, what do they do? You know, can they get away with being this sort of passive? We saw them make one sort of attempt to make that move down bottom, but since then they've sort of split up again. You know, what is the game plan for Aurora? Slam, it's going to be there. Corey dead. The support of Aurora continuing to suffer.
I think they're just getting punished because of how strong this early draft is from Falcons. This is not usually the Falcons style that we see from them, right? Usually they like to be a bit more about sitting back, throwing that big lead. This is an incredibly aggressive draft that pushes the envelope. So I think it's catching Aurora off guard quite a lot here. Skeeter now has the Ags. These fights are very complicated because even if you do, let's say, doom a target or you kill the Venge, right? He can either save a target or he just comes back. Doesn't feel nearly as bad if he does get brought down. This draft is looking pretty good, actually. Pretty interesting.
So what's next on the list here for Falcons?
Yeah, I feel like Aurora, it's going to be hit the creeps. They've got the BKB for WS. I want to see them make moves with WS now. He is super strong. Probably the strongest hero on the map at the moment here with this BKB. They got to make more space for Nightfall.
Let's see who they can catch.
Echo Slam is cooldown as well, too, so they can look for this fight.
I mean, might just have to settle for crit. It's not really what they hope for, but with sort of how the way kills are slowed down, they'll take it.
Can they steal Wisdom? Kind of dangerous.
Yeah, Mars already going to have that picked up. And on the other side of the map, Snaking taking theirs. There's going to be both 21-minute Wisdoms going to Falcons.
And the pressure on the bottom lane, too. Something that Snaking always does with his Ench. He does have the Dark Troll Summoner, getting some good damage onto this tier 2. It's forcing a reaction from Aurora. And Aurora, they want to play around this WS Doom. They don't want him to have to react to this bottom side, but they are having to react heavily. They can't actually go for another aggressive play on their own. So they just find a Clockwork kill out of all that movement. That is cool, man. I'm really looking forward to see what else Skeeter goes with the build. I think it is going to be the one that I was mentioning to you, where you go Manta and then you go the Hydra Breath after. If you get to this point, this damage is crazy. And Echo Slam is back up. But they're looking for their own play now. Aurora, is WS going to get BKB off?
Straight away, they get the change done. Echo to open things up from Maureen. All the lockdown required.
Biggest kill they can find, slowing down that momentum. That was after he's just been sitting back, getting BKB and Radiance. They get a significant amount for it. And straight to Roche, Skeeter's in. So Aurora, perhaps it's going to have to be, I don't know, I'm just like, that was their timing, right? The BKB Radiance. The next two aren't that big. It's a Kaya for the Void Spirit, and then it's just a Force Staff for Nightfall. So these are not going to be the big impact items in comparison to Falcons, who are getting some really strong ones. Playing to their strengths on Falcons. Aurora. See when they feel confident to take a 5v5. Mira.
Maureen. Ooh, the rocket flare. Oh, don't miss it.
That went through.
He'll still get him.
Okay. Kaori looking pretty dead.
Oh, off the mark.
Just kidding.
They're actually going to smoke up and maybe see if they can get back in on this.
WS needs a way to get in because he doesn't have Blink Dagger, so he has to just charge in and get the Doom.
I mean, it has to be Makoto with the setup. He's got to go in and set something up with the Remnant. And again, just having to settle for the support. They find Snaking.
He is tanky. Is he tanky enough? He's not.
Well, crit. He's going to try and jump in and disrupt the escape.
And WS?
They get Corey in return, and now with the swap back on the WS, WS has to put the BKB. He'll drop the Doom down on the Skeeter, but he's going to die for this WS. That's him gone. And
Skeeter doesn't
he doesn't really care that much. He's got an Aghanim, so he can continue to play.
It's a lot of gold for WS at the least, but yeah, Skeeter can just continue to farm here. This Venge pick seems, I don't know, this could be something we maybe see other teams try as well, too. It feels really interesting versus Doom.
Yeah, because sort of the other direct counter to the Doom mechanic, right, was always the Wraith King. But would you say, you know, if you're going to make one of those two heroes work, and obviously Skeeter he's very good on both of them. At the moment, you would actually say the Venge is just all round a better hero than Wraith King right now. So if you want the answer to the Doom, you pick the Venge.
Yeah, it's infinitely better because for me, it gives you just the Vengeance Aura in general that you get put on your allies, but also you're a ranged hero. You're actually a carry. As we see turrets being pretty successful in this patch. And now, look, Skeeter's back. Doom is on cooldown now also for 70 seconds. Yeah, this is fun. Aurora, Nightfall is, I mean, I'm saying he's recovering, but there's so much stun and control for him that I'm worried until he has BKB, because he can just get 100 to 0 very easy.
No, absolutely, yeah. Four of these heroes pretty much. Well, okay, 3 of them are stuns, but even just getting caught by a static link if you try and enter into fights can feel pretty bad. Not easy to fight.
So, talking more about the Venge, I mean, because it is a lot of the highlight of the draft, right? A lot of the centric focus is the 20 talent as well, too. When you get this, that is like the peak of the Venge. You get this Wave of Terror steals damage and reduces. You start hitting like an absolute truck, and they've changed a lot of ways the way they the Aghanims works as well too, where you get the full benefit from Vengeance Aura. So even when you're dead, you're hitting at full damage pretty much. So happy to see this being tried out in a pro game.
Top lane. Corey's got to be careful. He's going to show himself. He's probably going to die for that one. Did not account for crit being around. As Corey, dead again.
It's such a hard Bane game. Whenever you play versus Clockwork in particular, but a lot of different things that Kaori's getting tripped up by here. Aurora, Blink, as we said, is done for WS. He's going for the Aghanims. So maybe this is an answer. So talking about the Venge answer versus the Doom, now the Doom's like, all right, if I do myself, then the Doom will persist when the Venge is dead as well too. So this is the answer. So cool little things that we do see, adjustments being made from WS.
Aurora still not ready to really do anything about their tier 2s going down. Just going to have to let Falcons push onto this top tier 2 for free.
So Makoto does have his Aghanims now finished up, so has an actual item timing to play around with his team. Before that, it's just a couple small items that don't really give too much. Range is finding kills.
I mean, he's thinking about trying to get back in on this with Nightfall and Makoto backing him up, but Maureen's playing it safe. Gets the kill, gets out.
And WS is not that healthy. Has to be super careful here. Crit looking for the angle.
Trying to see if they can do something for the high ground. Nightfall, he's going to lead in onto Snaking. They will get the Enchantress, but TPs are coming in. Mauri's head ready to jump back over to WS and finishes him off because he's so low. Hook shots in over towards Kaori. I mean, they get Snaking, but it's costing them so much. They just cannot find a good trade this game, Aurora.
Maureen is gigantic this game now at this point. The damage she's putting out is crazy in comparison to the Void Spirit. Literally kills the Doom, kills the Hoodwink, kind of essentially by himself almost, with the initial Echo Slam beforehand. A hero that we've not been able to see get picked almost. They don't have too much success. The Shaker, the last pick Shaker is looking incredible this game as well too.
Yeah, it's looking super good from Malrine. And now I can't help but feel that, you know, I think it was the panel said a lot of analysts saying right now, you know, not fans of the Void Spirit. You know, it's like, because Makoto, he's doing everything right. He's 4-0-6. He's not having a bad game, but there must be something kind of limiting him because overall the game doesn't feel great for them, right? Maybe it really is that this hero just ain't it right now.
I don't think I can. I mean, the hero definitely feels like it has some weak moments, but I don't know. I feel like the rest of his team is kind of letting him down a little bit.
Kill
They're just getting
Malrine.
picked off so much. That's the problem, is that he doesn't have the supports to play around because they keep dying.
Come up. Wasn't. WS is watching from the high ground. They get the swap and stun onto Makoto into the Fissure. Jump forward into the Enchant Tome. Is Makoto dead?
So much damage. So much control. Doesn't get the Force Staff off to protect him either. I don't know, the supports here are the ones that are like suffering the most, I feel like, on Aurora. They just can't play the game, and that's where Void Spirit, he relies a lot more on having the two supports having a good game than a Shaker, who at this point has gotten away with so much, can just go for solo plays. Maybe we will see more Shaker again and less Void Spirit.
Oh, I hope so. I'd like to see that. You know, Void Spirit's kind of whatever. A little underwhelming, but yeah, Shaker, that's a lot of fun, this hero. Grip going to be used, but again,
a Doom.
Oh, I mean, they just had to drop 3 ults for snaking there. That's how you know that the game ain't going great. And over in the mid, the carry's dying. All day.
This game feels pretty impossible for Aurora, and it's felt that way kind of since like the 15-minute mark or so.
Yeah, pretty much. And you know, fun to see though. Falcons doing it with essentially 2 new heroes, at least for this day and age. Mid Shaker coming back, and Skeeter on the Venge carry, and both of them, you know, it's not like they're getting carried or anything. They're both playing a pivotal part in why this strategy is working as well as it is.
Yeah, the Venge looks, I mean, I want to see more of this hero get played in Pro Dota, because as we said, we've been playing this a lot in the unranked and all that. So T was talking about at the start. Another swap, Makoto.
Oh, goodness. Gets a chance to dissimulate. There's been static link to the Fissures there. He's just dead again.
The swap. Too strong. Skeeter has now hit level 20.
Oh, they're crumbling.
Big peak timing. This game's done. They have to get Nightfall a big kill.
Aurora. He's just in. Hook shot over towards Kaori. They catch the Bane. They will turn and get the shackle on a crit again. They're killing supports, but that's about it. WS is going to try on a Skeeter, put the BKB, but Amar's on top of him with his own BKB, running him down with the static. Big WS will get into the fountain, but Amar, he'll kill him off in the fountain. They'll turn over towards Nightfall. 4 dead, none of them with buyback. Amar, he wants to try and get Mirror as well. He won't die for it though. He's been sensible. Doesn't want to lose his life for that one. But it's 4 dead. Back over to barracks. They've got a creep wave coming in, so they can keep this push on. As Falcons, They pretty much dismantled Aurora in this one. At this point, we're seeing Aurora just struggle to get anything done. And when they do, it's just costing them so much. You know, they're having to drop like 3-4 ultimates for support kills. They can't deal with the team fight right now. Nightfall is just dead any time that it shows up. And for all the clean start that Makoto had to this game, now he's just showing up and getting taken out immediately as well. They just have too many stuns. He can't deal with them.
Too much stuns and just too much raw damage, too. Skeeter swaps them in. Everyone has Vengeance Aura. They get just eviscerated from the Razor, the Venge, and that Earthshaker.
Yeah.
He's got a Butterfly now finished up, too. One more fight potentially for Aurora, but they can't kill cores.
And Malrine, he's just getting so many levels. He's level 24 on the Shaker, 31 minutes in.
Octarine finished up as well. Absolutely massive. Only had the one death, had the one slip up top with that Echo Slam, but since then it's been pretty picture perfect from him. And Crit's just been stacking. So I should have mentioned this a long time ago too, but power of a Clockwork as a melee is you can actually double stack always with Rocket. And he's done that the whole game. So making sure that Malrine has this crazy net worth, has this crazy explosion into the game.
Oh, he's got amplified damage room as well. Ready for the next big slam.
And Skeeter, he's about to hit like the big fun items too. He's about to get the Butterfly, potentially that Hydra Breath later if he wants to. Aurora, the final potential fight here, have to connect something big. See if the Chasm Stone with that Aghanims is going to be enough from WS. The big doom.
Can they find something here, Aurora, in their favor?
The problem is the Venge on the front line, right?
Yeah.
If you catch him, he's just going to come right back.
They're going to go on Skeeter. They do get the bushwhack. AoE Doom, but he's able to step out of it. They get caught by the stuns, the two of them. WS puts the BKB, but he's dying through it here to the damage of Amar. They'll try with the Fiend Script to lock Amar down, but it's just going to be Kaori dying again, and they've had enough. GG is called. Falcons coming in, looking very impressive. Amar very hyped up there. Very happy to get to play some Razor, and I think, you know, for the Falcons fans, they're happy to see him play it as well, because we've seen him on some other heroes. It's looked pretty not so great. Here, back on the Razor, it's looked better than ever, and then Maureen bringing in the mid shaker, and Skeeter with the carry Vengeful.
They just looked like this looked like the most comfortable I've seen Falcons in quite some time. Just everyone playing heroes that they like to play. They get to play Skeeter with this like non-traditional carry that can be sacrificial, but he didn't even have to sacrifice himself that much. Aurora, this game crumbled pretty quickly. The Falcons looking good with a very intriguing draft.
Yeah, I mean, I think with less carry Wind Ranger and less mid Void Spirit and more mid Shaker and more carry Venge, I think, going forward in the rest of these games this slam. There we go, Falcons, they take the win.
A fantastic win, especially for all the Vengeful Spirit believers and enjoyers out there, two of which on this panel.
Hi, that's me. I'm an enjoyer.
I love Venge carry. It's really
You're
cool.
a believer as well, not just an enjoyer, but a believer team.
I would have put my life savings on this game as a win. That's how much I believe in the Venge. £50. Anyways, yeah, no, the last time that Skiller did play Venge carry, that's actually back in 2019. That was the last time he played. He was on a team with PPD and Universe.
Nip.
What?
It's Nip.
Yep.
But I can't believe that's like, you know what I mean? When you reference those players, you're like, wow, that like 2019 does feel like ages ago, but that is like
Yeah, no, that is
a whole different era of Dota.
That's a shock to the system. He went Vlad's Tread Solar Crest back in the day. They did lose to Liquid, but again, they didn't lose to Aurora in this game as Falcons because, yeah, they just able to just showcase why, I think, before we talk about Venge, just the Ench and the Clock, the early game, what they brought so much life to the game, to then amplify heroes like Venge to shine.
Yeah, I think they also just kind of straight up outplayed Aurora. They kind of, I don't know if Aurora made like a single move this game that worked. It felt like Falcons was kind of just running at them, and they were just feeding, porting everyone into every fight, everyone dying, and then just running it back over and over and over again. I'm not sure what the heck happened to this Aurora team between getting second place in a game 5 and then coming into this tournament and just being kind of cheeks like that. I don't know, are they 1-4 now?
They are 1-4 now, yeah.
Yeah, like that's...
To be fair, they are a team that is always quite predictable in draft. Like the heroes they pick, the positions they pick them in, like we always kind of know what's coming from them in that regard. It's like they have the Doom, then you get the Hoodwink, and Kayori's gonna play Bane or Phoenix, right? Or maybe Ench, right? Like it's all very predictable, but they're so good at these heroes that you can keep copy pasting them to new games.
Yeah, I just think like so much new things. That's not really a sentence. I just think newer things coming out from Falcons is catching that script off guard.
Exactly, and that's the thing. Where Aurora have made multiple grand finals, yet to win one though, in regards to tier 1, that predictability will be their downfall. Will hold them back from lifting trophies, lifting potential Aegises in the future. They need to start adding a couple more elements into their draft because their play is exceptionally good. But when they have these drafts like this, where teams find a little extra hero to showcase a brand new reveal, you can outpace and just put Aurora to the side quite quickly. Still very hard to do, quite rare based on their performances, but yeah, Falcons in this game, it was just an absolute treat.
Yeah, I just really want to go back to this Venge a little bit, because what you were talking about, Quinn, is no movement from Aurora felt successful. Even at the end here, when Doom gets his Ags, and you think, okay, if I can just stick on a couple of heroes and keep them silenced, keep them doomed, like there isn't going to be anything that Falcons can do. That felt like their Hail Mary right at the end, but pre that, there were Dooms that weren't being placed down because the only hero he could close in on was the Venge. And when he does get the Doom on the Venge, he's already got Ags, and it doesn't even matter that you've killed off Vengeful.
Yeah, it was kind of too little too late. I think a lot of the issue comes down to the fact that, first of all, they picked this Void Spirit hero, which just sucks, and they lost lane to Earthshaker, which it kind of should. So now he's sitting there not doing anything. In the other lane, you've got a Doom, which is, you know, fighting tooth and nail. They're about even, roughly. I don't think Venge is, like, owning him or anything like that. But Falcons, they keep using the gate. They keep span going up to this Wind Ranger, and Aurora, they just don't have any momentum of their own. I think their lanes just aren't going well enough. I think this Void Spirit pick, people need to stop picking this hero. I say that as the biggest proponent of that hero ever. Guys, it's trash. Stop picking it. And I think that really is where they get owned. I think the Venge is super cool, and it's a really neat pick, but if I'm being totally honest, I think it could have been other things too, and it would have had a somewhat similar effect. That being said, it's sick, and they should do it more often because it's really cool, and it's good against Doom.
Yeah, we're seeing the lower third there. It's only the second Venge pick in 7.41 team.
I mean, the hero is just lost in the patch. No one likes the hero in regards to, as a support, you don't really do much in lane. There's no big level timing to play on. Swap was kind of whatever, but because of Specialist Array, because of like the changes slowly over time to Venge, I can see a world where it can be a core. Not a support, but a core. We probably should get a couple more games during the slam at least of Venge in the carry role.
I was gonna say, when you say core, is it only really carry you could see it being viable, or are you like maybe in the most absolute niche of niche, like, you know, scenarios, could you see it moving to any other core role?
I would argue probably still only carry, because your melee can be like the Tusk, the Clock, the strong damage E5, and then you fight together through the lane, and then you want your offlaner to be a bit more like reliable. Like if the Venge goes to offlane, you have a bad game, then your carry needs to farm, your Venge has no presence. I feel like you're asking to lose a game on volatility. But if a carry's had, like, again, in this game, it was like 1k net worth below the Doom, still catches up, you have a game to play. And Mars doing perfectly fine on the Razor, right? So yeah, I think carry, allow the volatility to be protected through the safe lane.
I agree. I think the hero mid is unpickable, awful. And off lane, I think, is just hyper risky. Because if you lose the lane, you're just full cooked toast.
Yeah.
Well, it's a lot of fun to get to see it there, and of course now that's the other thing that you have to start thinking about and question marking. When will it get pulled out? Will it get pulled out again? And, you know, yeah, Venge, just nice to see some more heroes getting a little bit of love there. But we can look towards now the fact that Falcons 4-1, Aurora 1-4 again. It's just a big, like, where are they sitting for themselves, Aurora? Like, how does this happen? Is it a little bit of burnout where it's just like, yep, we didn't win that grand finals, now TI invites are out, and maybe we just aren't scrimming as much, maybe we aren't playing as many pubs? Like, is the motivation not there? Like,
I would hope not, because for a team that hasn't lifted a trophy yet, they shouldn't have this mentality. It's like, you get so close, you get to the 5 game, you lose. That should then be like, you know what? Let's go to the next one. Let's get the win. Let's get ready for TI. So I would hope it's not the reasons that you gave, and it's more just teams are just getting better at the drafting. Teams are understanding that being kind of in a box style of team will only get you so far, and it's more on Aurora to keep improving rather than to kind of accept their defeat and, you know, call it in.
To be honest, I think they may have just hit a hot streak during Dream League, because I feel like this team is kind of hit or miss within sections of tournaments. Like, there have been other tournaments in the past too where they were mediocre for a chunk and then they hit it off and owned really hard. Like, I feel like they deviate quite a bit. I think
wasn't it in Birmingham where they did really well in groups and then the patch hit and then they just they bottomed out,
completely dive bombed.
They got patched out that one.
Yeah, but I also think it's somehow it's just a quality of this team that I think they're relatively inconsistent. Because I think also because of their small hero pool generally, like they like to keep it pretty small. That if that crap is not working, then I think it's hard for them to adjust and fix stuff. So if they lose one game, well, they're gonna pick the same stuff next game, and if they lose again, then they're still gonna and so it just sort of keeps going, which I think is why the ruts can be so deep and be long enough that they're just out the tournament ASAP, because they're not that good at fixing their problems, I think.
Okay, a compounding issue then for the side of Aurora, and there's still plenty more best of ones for them to try and figure themselves out. But of course, for today, there's still plenty. We're going to be looking at our next one, LGD up against Spirit. And my favorite thing whenever we get to have an LGD game is the fact that Quinn will inevitably shit on their draft. And so LGD are 3-1. You've been proven wrong so many times, Quinn, and yet still it feels like you're going to come in and you'll be like, I'm not confident on their drafting.
Step out of this framing. Just, I don't
Yeah,
wanna,
me too. Can we just zoom in on Quinn for this one here?
I mean, he's been horrendously wrong, and it's okay.
No. They have won one game.
No.
They have lost one game. Both games, their drafts were bad, but they just happened to win one of them.
I feel like the last game draft, the game before, I can accept the slander to some degree. That was very risky. But the last game, that's just catching strays for like no reason.
It's not like that.
SF,
it's not a playable.
Master Batrider, Whisper Batrider, like what? I mean,
yeah, you were going hard.
It's like unnecessary.
I didn't go that hard.
No, you went really hard.
I didn't go that hard.
Yeah.
You rolled the tapes.
You're gaslighting me. I did not go that hard. I said that their draft.
I'm not gaslighting. I'm lying.
Their draft sit down round back saying that you have to like ease it off on your hate.
That did not happen. That did not happen.
Production literally. No, we can talk about it.
They've had drafting issues, and I think they have gotten somewhat better. But I think there are things that are off, not just in draft. Like in that last series, I did not like some of the item builds. I think the order in which Tai Long bought the items is a little like clunky, and I think at some point it became awkward. I think going straight for the Dom with bottle and no boots before you get to the Super Dom is a little weird. I'm not sure, but I just look at the inventory and something feels off. And I think the Shadow Fiend did not buy Silver Edge, did not buy Pike, and was full blob mode all the way up until like 50 minutes when he's the main damage dealer, right? If he's not in the kill combo, then nobody's dying. I think there's things like that are a slight like dissonance that are a little off. And while I think this is a team that has looked way better since Whisper's come back compared to Batyok, I think it's still it's not quite fully there for me.
No, the team very much has the problems of course, again, between draft and play. Previous Blast Slams, when they were heroic, they were having multiple games, like 20, 30k gold lead, still losing them because they had this like random emotion, weird in-game calling. But it was so easy to like look at the draft and go, well, this could be a problem here, this could be a problem here, right? But I think right now in this tournament, it is, in general, I think their play is still needing to be improved, but they spent more time focusing on the outer game stuff to try and find some stability there. So we're yet to probably see the in-game improvements really hit during this tournament, because there's been so many like little mini problems that they had to fix. Like, it feels like they focused on the non-gameplay stuff for now. Let's get the good drafts in play. Let's understand our hero pool, this type of stuff. Because again, on average, it's got better. Like, you know, Quinn has nearly got to agreeing with. But the game is beautifully chaotic as always for this team.
I feel like you're going to tell me a very inverse story for Spirit, right? LGD are 3-1 and you were nitpicking and saying there are still those errors and some of the wins might not have been necessarily wins if they were coming up against different opponents, but Spirit are 2-2, so they're split right down the middle for their 4 best of ones. And they did win earlier today. That was up against Glyph. So this is where it's that weird middle ground of I actually don't know where to play Spirit right now. I genuinely don't know where I could put them.
I feel like they are... You just don't know what you're going to get when you go into a Spirit series, and I think there's no way to really figure that out or parse it, to be honest. I think you see a draft and it gives you more or less confidence based on that, but I don't think you can feel that like when you watch a PARIVISION game. You know what you're getting going into the game. They're going to draft aggressively, they're going to win lanes, they're going to do well. With Spirit, I think you don't have a feeling for it because it's not there. I think they haven't had the consistency in a long time. They're trying to build that with a new player, but they just got him like, I don't know, a couple weeks ago. When I think back to when they first got Rue, it took them a little bit to build that momentum too. Like, they weren't just like hot off the presses owning and winning EWC. So I think give them a little time, because I think this roster shows a lot more promise, but they are not quite there yet.
Yeah, I'm not expecting them to be a top 2 team in the group stage, but also not to be eliminated. I feel like their true showing of Spirit will be in the best of 3 in the last chance, kind of phase of this group stage.
So you're expecting them to sit in that realm?
We are like this kind of straight bang right in the middle. That's where they're probably going to live for the rest of this group stage. They'll have a couple more good wins. There'll be some random like draft loss kind of vibe, but they're still trying to understand themselves, and they're still the best of 3 team for Spirit. I feel like they have always been if they take an L, they'll adjust really nicely, but in best of 1s, there are no adjustments. They're not as consistent as other teams to be able to showcase a 11-0 group stage, because they enjoy the adaptations of draft and the complexities and the wide hero pool that they have. That doesn't help you in best of 1s. So yeah, they're just a middle pack team due to this format.
Okay, right, middle pack of the team. Again, not necessarily loving what LGD are drafting Spirit. It feels like we have big question marks about it. If we were to try and narrow down what have been tools for success for each individual team, what heroes come to mind?
I think for Spirit, it's maybe Hoodwink, or, I mean, not a specific hero, but Yator having a nice counter pick. That's good scaling. I think you always want that from a Spirit draft, and it gives you a lot of confidence.
And then quickly on the side of LGD.
Not a hero, just full chaos. I want LGD to be aggressive, like get kills in the lane, go across the map. Like, don't have any respect for your opponent. Play your game. That's when LGD looks great.
Wow, that was a reference I didn't know Quinn would ever make, but fair enough. I like it. You've outlined it. Let's see if our draft does play out that way between LGD and Spirit. LGD eking out quite a number of wins for themselves, 3-1, Spirit 2-2, and for our draft as it comes up, you'll see banned out right now is a Slaughter, a Puck, a Lone Druid, and a Husker. Things that are just so inevitable when it comes to best of 1 bans.
We haven't seen a Husker yet, man. This hero's banned. It's either banned
or what a shame.
Yes, it is
boring
here.
Wait,
it's not boring. It's cool.
It's not.
It's a conceptually dope hero. He makes his own HP lower. He toys between. He's on the bridge between life and death. He's like the river heckin' Styx.
He's a low skill MMR farming hero that
Nope.
often gets last picked in
I
pubs.
challenge you to go play 25 Husker games and see how many you win.
That's perfectly fine.
Okay. That's your next stream.
Sure, there's my next stream.
Okay.
I have to sleep. 20, that many in a row is quite...
No, not in a row.
Okay, sure. Okay.
Well, you're not going to see it either way. Snapfire, we're also not going to get to see it, and Timbersaw either. One more ban for Spirit is on the cards there. And I wonder if it's going to be something that's a little bit more specific towards LGD. Well, yes and no. That's just a good generic takeout of removing Clockwork.
Yeah, I think LGD played Clock in their last game, so maybe a little targeted, also just somewhat generic. Like you said, everyone's picking this hero. I'm curious to see what direction they go, because they kind of pick a different direction every game. It's like a street with a million different roads, and they just pick a different road every time, so...
I mean, they had the Snap opening, the Kez opening, the Hoodwink opening, the Clock opening. It's like... Yeah. It's just...
Yeah.
Where do we go today? And there I go for the Kez. So there's 4 paths. They were down one of the 4. They open up a 5th path in today.
And this is now our 3rd first pick Kez game at Blast Slam. The second one on this stream, and one happened yesterday on the B stream.
And they both won, right?
I
think the first.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we get the same response that we saw earlier, right? First pick Kez into Doom. Doom, of course, into the Kez. Will feel nice throughout the game. But as we saw, higher pacing, fighting, skirmishing is a nice way to deal with what can be a more static hero like Doom. Even in the last game where we didn't have the Kez, Doom kind of struggled with the speed of the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think you need to see a stronger support hero. I think the real issue in the OG game we had today is they picked Tusk, and I don't think Tusk is very good against Kez. Like, he'll get parried, he can jump away from tag team. If anything, I think it's horrible against Kez. I think you want a hero that can sit there and harass him and have some stun that if he ever tries to commit to the fight that you can de-initiate. So I think something like Techies is really cool because you disarm him. Hoodwink is good because the hero's just always good. You want like a strong range 4 that's going to hit this guy, gives you some gameplay. I think you can pick Grimstroke too. The silence is pretty cool. Anything that's like a follow-up range dude, not some melee schmuck.
Can we start getting a list of what heroes will upset you, Quinn, with LGD? Like, if LGD picks a Zeus for
that
some
actually
reason.
might be a better list than what heroes he enjoys seeing them play.
Right now, we can be talking about some very obvious heroes based on the meta, but like, what are the heroes where you will start getting that, that Quinn?
I'll be curmudgeonly.
Yes.
Zeus.
What word?
I curmudgeonly.
Spell for me.
I think it's CURMUDGEON.
You could have said anything, I would have agreed. And what does it mean?
To be a curmudgeon is to be sort of ornery and grumpy.
Okay, right.
Fair enough. So Zeus is number 1 on that list. I assume that to be the case.
Yeah, especially Zeus. Zeus. Especially Zeus Soup. I think Zeus core is better than Zeus support. I hate Zeus support. That's pretty high up there.
Anything else?
If they picked OD, I'd be happy inside, but I would think they would lose.
Okay.
I mean, that is unpicked in like 7.41, right?
Yeah,
so
it's awful.
That would be awful.
I don't know, if Void Spirit?
Okay, sure. So, okay, we'll keep 2 into the mix. Zeus and Void Spirit will be the 2 that we're looking out for LGD. Spirit, though, they are continuing the normal draft, right? Hoodwink, Doom, nothing special. It's just, what do you want us to talk about here, Nat? Like, it's
a standard draft.
It's just so standard.
Give me a synonym for, what was the word? Curmudgeonous? Was that the word?
I don't even know.
Curmudgeonly?
Curmudgeonly?
I just trusted it.
Ornery is similar.
Okay, I also don't know that word. It's another one. A more bland word that the average IQ might know, like myself.
Irritable?
Okay, that's a good one. I do know that word.
Yeah. I don't know how simple we're going to go because I'm like, just nodding the entire time. Like, yeah.
Mad.
Big words.
Angry.
3. Sure.
Is that one of the, what was the word again? Curmudgeonous? Oh, I can't remember the word, bro. I don't know.
Crud muffin?
I don't even want to Google it. I'm going to mistype it and get some just awful shit. Can you type it onto here, please?
We're all in an English lesson right now.
It looks like cucumber. Oh, no, because I've not... Yeah.
I misspelled it. What is this? It's in Danish.
That looks like Welsh, brother. What's happening?
They're doing something else. Meanwhile, Treant and both Wind Ranger have been picked up.
Oh my god.
That's a crossword.
That is a
Do you like the support Wind Ranger? Because that's what it's looking like it's going to be.
It's fine. I think this, I mean, honestly, the support Wind Ranger, I don't know if it won me over, but it looked totally, it was chill. You know, I think picks can look bad, they can look really good. Wind Ranger to me was a hero that was like, yeah, it kind of did its job. He pressed some nice shackles. He had relatively decent impact in a lot of skirmishes. It looked chill. The tree is the one that I'm more confused about, to be honest.
But KJ does play the tree quite aggressively. Like when tree support became a thing in 7.41 back in the day, you know, many months ago, he was buying boots, running mid. Like he wasn't trying to play this like side lane tree. It was like, I'm going to do all the map movement, all this craziness. And Wind Ranger, we saw Theodolico earlier, he's happy to run around and do the same thing. So even though these heroes look like they're more side lane focused supports, there is room for these players to showcase a more aggressive kind of ability through them. So maybe a Tai Lung mid lane to utilize that, or even Whisper in the off lane, like if he sees the Bat pick or another off lane hero that can create tempo, they are going to have like these tri-lane moments quite early on, around the, the 5 to 10 minute mark of the game.
Tailong also does play the Kez mid, so it could be Tree setting up for a turret carry against Doom. I didn't think about that initially, but that is definitely an option.
What about that? Yeah.
Yeah, that would make the Tree make a lot more sense to me if you're setting up for. I mean, the thing is, they banned Drow and Shadow Fiend themselves, which are the two sort of top tier range dudes against Doom. Deuce is kind of too bad, I think, to pick. So I wonder what they would pair that with if they are picking a range carry.
But is that the Shadow Fiend and Drow ban because it's very easy for Spirit in this pick position to pick themselves, like the Tusk SF, the obviously Clock's ban, but that type of combo, and then Whisper's like, oh, now I have to pick an offlaner to survive this lane, rather than I get any pick I want. So they're kind of banning the heroes that prevent Whisper's creativity on 18.
Yeah, that's possible. I think it may also just be a respect ban because Spirit's been picking these heroes a lot and they've been pretty successful with them compared to other stuff. I mean, I guess both Doom and Beast are flexed to kind of all three roles in a way. I mean, Doom's probably not going mid, but Beast can go mid, potentially carry and off lane, and Doom can go carry and off lane. So you don't really know where they're at.
I mean, Spirit's draft looks quite clean, right? The supports have the early game damage to help through the farming tendencies of a Beast and a Doom. When all the heroes are online, they will be able to kill any hero in the game, fight any type of team fight. They can go Roshan. And they still have a last pick to throw into the mix to kind of fix the pacing that LGD will be kind of showcasing in the next two heroes. So I think Spirit, it just looks clean. It's now on LGD to start rounding out that lineup a bit better. The Whisper hero, you don't know your carry matchup?
I mean, do you do it or do you just reveal the... Like, if there's going to be another support and you reveal that the Kez is probably then going to go middle and it's a carry win ranger?
Yeah, I think that's both are perfectly fine. It just depends on like which player has more heroes available to then not get banned out.
Yeah, you don't have last pick, so the order in which you pick them is pretty much exclusively determined by what you think is the more sneaky pick that won't pick down.
I think you just go for the Batrider.
I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, I guess. This is a pretty decent bat game. Bat's pretty good against Doom because you don't care too much about getting doomed, and you're also a hero that plays off of jump. So if you start the fight, then Doom is not really a problem because you've already killed one or two guys, and then it's whatever. Plus, you buy Boots of Bearing, so if he does press Doom, you can run somebody else away, or run yourself away. So I don't mind this pick. Don't mind it at all. I do somewhat doubt at times the power level of Batrider as a core. We talked about it in their last game. I still feel similarly that even though it's Whisper Bat, which is he's built a little different than other folks.
Yes, true.
But it's still Batrider. You can only do with a hero what you can do with the hero. You can't break his bounds.
Where's the point in the game that you're worried? Because when we saw it, it felt like it did well in lane. It was active in that early part of the game. It maybe faltered in the mid part when they were trying to push high ground and had a little bit of a eek moment. But then even in the later part, when he gets these Ags and has the double lasso, it still felt that he was impactful for that bat.
Yeah, I'd argue it's when there's double BKB on the Beast and the Doom, and then Spirit get their final like big physical damage hero. That's probably the window of what you're being scared for, because like Bat jumps in, he grabs Beast, and then Doom still present, plus a Terrorblade style hero. Probably not Terrorblade into the lane, you will just get run over, but they'll probably find a better ranged hero to be able to deal with it.
I was thinking if you lose lane on Bat, which is definitely possible, there are counters to this hero, and if you do fall behind early, then the hero can be a pretty big burden because he's that sort of archetype, sort of like a Leshrac in some ways, where you only do damage if you're close to them. So if that's the case, and that means if they're ahead, you can't really get close to them and run on them with the Firefly, which means you're very, very low damage, and that's a problem for a lot of core heroes to not be contributing in some meaningful way. We'll see.
Ursa fine here for Spirit. Again, it's last pick, but the lane's so bad actually. Just die to Bat. That's the only thing. The game, heroes for the game versus heroes for the lane, because there's heroes for the game that are very good for Spirit. But is your draw, if the rest of your lane is going to go well enough to help give him time, because yeah, Whisper will just annihilate you.
Wow, I'd say that's really good drafting by LGD then.
It's just Batrider. Oh yeah, good point. Yeah, great drafting, right? The Batrider is
trying to poke the bear over here.
Yeah, you should have. Yeah, good point. Sorry, missed the cue.
It's all good, T.
Was that you trying?
That's his bear.
Bear. Oh. You do a bear. This is like the same thing, copycat.
Hello, that was a bit more. I didn't want to be too loud. There's people who work here that are going to look at me differently if I get too, barbaric
rambunctious with his grizzly bear.
I mean, I do live in the forest, so.
you do say that often.
Not that often.
I think for Spirit, you could look at something like a Weaver. Could be decent. I think when you think about the classic Batrider. Wow. That's a little copycat behavior.
That's like an immediate, like, I thought yes, Venge would be seen more, but I didn't think literally in back-to-back best of ones.
That's hype.
That's great.
I mean, into the Doom, into the Beast, if they literally were waiting around watching the game and they see the build, it's not that, I mean, let's be honest, Venge, it's quite simple, right? You're buying Tread, Specialist Array into potentially the Ags or whatever. Like, it's not as if it's some rocket science build.
Damn.
So, fair play.
Way to discredit Skeeter on the bench.
Hey, he played a great game.
Rocket science build. That's what we all call Skeeter. No, I think it's reasonable. It's very reasonable. I still worry for this hero's laning phase. I think that is the riskiest part. I think if you get up the lane, the hero's super cool against Doom. There's a lot of stuff that makes a lot of sense, and the array build makes it seem like it can farm at a reasonable speed and not some turtle. But I still think if the hero falls behind early and actually gets ganked, unlike Aurora was able to do, then you can have some real problemos. So while the hero is cool, and even in a good Venge game, I think there's always a degree of like risk.
Yeah, it's just also the fact that Spirit, they scale so nicely that when Venge is like swapping and Batrider's lassoing and you get into this point of the game, they might have some damage problems. And Spirit,
holy,
go for the Juggernaut. So it's like the old school, you buy Manta, sure, bat into Juggernaut is the kind of, you can never spin because I can lasso you, but you buy Manta, which is so important, into a tree, even just jointing potentially that initial lasso is quite nice.
I don't know what I think here. This is a weird one. I would say it's a pretty good Jug game. I don't think it's a game where you can really touch him that much. Like if you look at their heroes, a lot of their damage is small little ticks. It's not huge burst, and it's not any heroes that do ultra high sustained DPS. I think especially against like Taser or some BKB piercing stuns that cut you off. So I feel like it's a pretty good healing ward game. It's a very good Manta game. Like you said, if he spins stuff off, he's pretty chilling.
I can also see like the Ags on Jug being nice against carry Venge, where like you swift slash in, you put the Venge illusion or Venge herself to like half HP, and then like you click her down. She then becomes the illusion. You can then like Omni slash that one, kill it. Like there's multiple ways for you to do damage to Venge without Venge doing damage to you, and like that alone could be quite a nice thing. But it's very early days, like the second Venge carry game, what third now Venge pick in general for the season. So it's not as if we have a lot of Venge, tech to even think about. So it's like quick responses. I mean, I like LGD's lineup. It makes sense for the aggression, the go, but there is something so beautifully simplistic about Spirit's lineup that they will just overcome it inevitably. And I can see Venge running out of gas in this game a bit.
I think this is one of the first games I've seen of this team where I think they're at minimum even at draft, potentially favored. I think the biggest question mark for me is how this Doom lane goes. Doom hoodwink against Venge tree. I think if Doom loses the lane, it's a big problem. If Venge loses the lane, it's a big problem. Somewhere around even, I think we've got a really interesting game, but I think there's either extreme of that lane's outcomes becomes a large problemo. So that's where I'm looking at. It's hard to fully gauge where it lands until you see how that lane goes.
That's the joy of getting to see our second Venge carry, not just for this patch, but also for our day here. So our best of one between LGD and Spirit. Maybe Spirit have a quick answer to it, or LGD just going to run away and give Venge carry a couple more stat buffs.
Welcome. This looks like a draft from 15 years ago. Vengeful Spirit versus Juggernaut? What the hell am I watching? That's amazing.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing, but this is... This is very different. I mean, we've cast... This is our fifth best of one of this tournament so far that we've cast. I feel like we've seen massive hero variety, which is super cool, and this game is no exception. This is our first Venge game. I think it might be the first... This is our first Jug game that we've cast, not of the tournament, obviously. I think so.
This is probably our first Venge carry game in a decade. Is that an exaggeration?
Yes, but we haven't seen it much.
Why can't you just lie?
Yeah,
huh?
No.
I'm talking about you and I casting.
Yeah, I feel like we've casted before, but it's very rare, Shannon. That's
bullshit.
Probably also the first Kez we cast with this tournament. Not that we've been missing him. He was very popular, but I don't think we've had him yesterday in our games. But yeah, this is a very different draft. It looks like at first glance that LGD effectively just took a strategy from the very previous game of running Venge carry into Doom. It worked out well there. We'll see if they can repeat that success that Falcons just showed. Obviously, the building blocks around it are very, very different. But I'm 100% with Quinn on this one. I think top lane is going to largely decide the entire game, potentially, because I think the other lanes are kind of playing themselves. I think Bat and Jug is nowadays more or less just a farm trade lane for the most part. If the two supports can fight each other, which is exactly what's happening, Rune, Theolocore are just trading blows. And in mid, Kez versus Beastmaster should also be kind of a wash, I would think. But the top lane, the tempo is set here.
Good, because I want to talk more about Vengeful Spirit.
Yeah.
Why are we starting to see her all of a sudden, Cinderin? I mean, this game, normally I look at Venge, I'm like, oh, it's a good save against X hero, I guess Beastmaster in this case, but it is a core. You still will see it in all likelihood. We've seen minus armor with Kez be absolutely disgusting as a first play. You said there's not going to be a kill in this lane, Cinderin.
I said they were going to.
Toro gets first blood, and Whisper kills off Rue. Unbelievable! You're just ruining the cast already.
This was not at all what I said, Shannon. I said they were going to go even on farm between Bat and Jug. I didn't say no one would die.
Okay, so in that case, Bat Rider should be getting a kill soon, right?
And what I mean, which are the same thing, as it turns out.
Sometimes it's the same thing, yeah.
So, about Carry Venge, a big part of the logic here is just against Doom. It's a hero you don't want to doom when she has Ags, because she dies, she comes back and actually is undoomed and can then play her hero. So, like Wraith King logic, in a way. And then the rest is icing on the cake. Also, now that you're playing with, after the introduction of Specialist Array as an item, it is a farming item for Venge. Oh, nice damage on King Jungle. It's actually going to kill him here. With the Doom Hoodwink lane, a very potent lane in its own right. They're losing creeps in the tower, though. Collapse has to hand back. Yeah, okay. So yeah, I think based on the previous game and the small sample size we have so far, I like this Venge pick here. I think it's completely fine. And to T-Governor's point about Jug against Venge, I think that kind of goes both ways, because he's right with the Switch Flash logic, that you can get in on the Venge and maybe force out her ult, and then, or her death, rather, and then use Omni Slash. But conversely, if she has Ags, she'll have it earlier than you do. Then you're a very unappealing Omni Slash target early on. And knowing how LGD played yesterday, they tried to play really fast tempo, mind you. They played the carry Night Stalker yesterday in our game. So
yeah, it looked great for 25 minutes.
Yeah.
Until Night Stalker became not a hero anymore, unfortunately.
Nice little detail down bottom. Theolocore can use the Wind Run to go and kill the healing ward. So Yatoro needs to be very much on his toes with that. Did get taken away that time. But yeah, Jug with a little bit of a head start here against Bat. Generally speaking, the way you can trade farm here in the lane, Jug will get a bit more than you, but you can get equal net worth by farming stacks in the jungle, which I would imagine is on the menu for Theolocore to go and stack the right side camps. Forcing out the spin.
Yatoro forced to Blade Fury away for the time being. Good dispel against the Bat Rider, and of course, now that hard dispels on end, not a good lasso target a lot of time as well.
Rue.
Yeah, Rue's gonna get run down here. Whisper should be able to pick this up as Theolocore helping out.
Nice
Rue
from Theolocore.
Does fall to Whisper in the end.
And this is arguably the best offlane Bat Rider player in the world right now. So can't say I'm surprised that Whisper is going toe-to-toe with Jug for now. Just an exceptional Bat Rider player. When he had a short
mid lane,
mid, he did play there too, but he's just better in the offlane.
Yeah, I mean, we thought that was going to be a pretty interesting transition, and it looked good for, I want to say, the first week, and then people kind of figured out his playstyle maybe. It just feels like he can be more chaotic in the offlane, I guess.
Yeah.
Maybe if it was like way back in the day when the mid laner was intended to roam a little bit more, then he probably would have fit a little bit better. But yeah, glad to see him back in the offlane, like you said. And I feel like last time we cast him on Bat Rider, he almost just single-handedly carried the game. I forget what tournament that was, but yeah.
Jungles, once again, will be run down by the Doom. Nice living armor will buy a bit of time, but not enough.
Yep, TP support though. Theolocore there with the power shot. And Yuma, another magic missile in just a moment. Collapse, gets Fog of War advantage. Into the tree line he goes. Pops the Lotus as well. We'll take it though. And that should be the death of him as Theolacor gets credit for it. Already has the urn.
Yeah, that's a very early pickup. I don't think he's going to upgrade it. At least I wouldn't advocate for that. I don't think the Vessel is particularly great here. Jugger doesn't mind it all that much. It's a bit annoying for Doom temporarily. I think Beastmaster farms too fast. I think the timing window that the Vessel was relevant against that hero is too narrow for what Beastmaster's timing is. So I would like to just see a casual urn here and then looking at other things. In my eyes, this is a decent early shard game actually in Wind Ranger, which we don't really see anyone buy most of the time. Oh,
Wall's getting gone. A full Raptor dance. Has to use the roar onto the tree as Roosh shows up with a big blood grenade onto 2. That's going to turn things around on the KJ. And Theolacor a little bit too late to the party. Will be getting gone on by Not Me, who still has that haste rune. A couple more right clicks should suffice if he can find the angle, but now he's taking heavy damage. Goes for the kill, gets it. Will it cost him his life? Pops the Fairy Fire. Tai Long can't finish the job himself. We'll have to be content with the farm under the tower.
That was a really good dive from Not Me. Just playing the complete limit, recognizing that with the level 2 taser on him, he could go for that full-on rundown and still find a way out with the Fairy Fire. Very close. Toro getting bullied here. Can't say that this is a fun lane for Jug 1v1 once Bat hits level 5 and maxes out Sticky. I'm very happy to see that from Whisper here. I feel like players don't go this build enough of the time. I think sometimes they're a little bit too eager to get the Firefly for the farming, but for the way, like you talked about, how Whisper likes to play, this just makes a lot of sense here. Blast off, good connection.
Yeah, Mitaro with the Blade Fury now. Whisper in a lot of trouble. No TP support on the way. He's trying to get to the other side of the cliff, and he does just barely get out.
That was close. Any stacks for him? No, they just never stacked. That's kind of surprising, to be honest.
Meanwhile, Collapse takes out KJ in the top lane. That's going to be death number 4 already for the tree.
Seems like a constant here. KJ is not really in his element so far.
And he's not playing Zeus. You know?
Yeah. It is a pretty tough treant lane. There's just overwhelming damage between Hoodwink and Doom. And if you ever want to try to poke your head out to do anything aggressive with an attack, that's great news for Hoodwink because you're next to a tree when you do that. So.
Yep, very true. So is it too early to call how this top lane has gone? You're saying this could decide the game after all.
I definitely think it's Spirit favored, but it's not like landslide victory. So the concern here was that Collapse would either completely run away with it, or that an early rotation from Wind Ranger would give the Venge a head start, and then maybe you get a second kill with level 6 swap into tower or something.
Now we have Aurora mid lane onto Tai Long with a blast off to follow, and Collapse is there trying to get off the Doom, but the Ravens, whatever the hell it's called, gets him out of dodge. They have to Doom the support instead. Definitely not their intended target. And good timing there for Raven's Veil is the name of the ability.
It's so funny. I feel like this, regardless of how many years these pro players play at an elite level, every single game that has Kez or Mirana, you always survive once where the enemy team needs to be like, oh yeah, we need to buy detection. And that was that time.
Well, they forget that they have to try to counter every single mechanic in the entire game on one hero.
That's right.
They just can't believe that that was the design, you know?
If you're against Kez, you just look at your shop and you buy one of all items. You're like, we probably have what we need now.
That's right.
It was still a great move, even though they didn't kill Kez. They get the Wind Ranger kill, they take the tower very early for Beastmaster. That's super useful. And you can see Laurel is going for the Helm of the Overlord. This has become, it seems, the standard for mid-beast now as well. For the last, I want to say, half a year to a year, it was almost always Ags Rush, but this is the second or third time this tournament alone that I see Beastmaster go Overlord first. So, more tempo.
Smoke here from LGD. AJ getting some good vision. He's going to get initiated on. Likely will lead to his death. Although Tai Lung comes in, there's the Raven's Veil, gets the ankle slash off as well. The tree just dies. They see a huge stack here. The Blast Wave is actually going to hit Tai Lung. He can't get to the low ground. Now he's in a lot of trouble. Can he deny himself to the creeps? No. Collapse gets a double kill instead as the reinforcements for Spirit fully arrive and take control of the situation. Laurel gets a shit ton of these creeps. Very good exchange for
this taser.
Team Spirit
is fast. It's not over yet.
Yeah, Yuma still getting chased.
Dispel on the living armor.
And KJ is here to try to assist. Does not have level 6 yet, so there's only so much he can do. So Yuma dying under the cover of the tier 2 tower after a long ass chase.
Really well for Spirit. This is the second game of their Doom that we cast. Collapse is on fire on this hero, no pun intended. It's actually, this is the second game of his on that Doom where he's just running the show very early for the heroes, like what's normal for it. KJ is 0, 5, and 0. I believe all 5 kills might actually be from the Doom himself. Oh, he's gonna find Theola Core. He could choose the Doom in here if he wants to. He will.
He will.
Another one for the books.
No deny. Good attempt.
And they're also going to lose top tower. Now I can safely say that the game is spiraling from the top lane. It wasn't 5 minutes ago, but now it's starting to look really tough for the Dire. Their lineup, we talked about, it's kind of tempo reliant. When you're playing Carry Venge, Kez, and Bat as your 3 cores, you're getting smashed in the first 10 minutes.
I've never seen this combo in game before. Maybe it's more normal now, but I'm sure he just picked up whatever creep he could. But the Keef the Bold Ogre Bruiser with Beastmaster sounds insanely good, does it not? You roar, and it gives you enough time to actually Ogre Smash, which I believe it does percentage based, right?
Yeah.
400 plus 8% of current HP and damage.
Yeah, that has to be really strong because it's so impossible to land. But yeah, for Beastmaster, you can stagger the stuns really well. It's pretty cool. You're right. We don't see this very often as the creep of choice. Now watch him not land it a single time.
He's probably going to replace it first opportunity.
KJ is going to get dusted. He is about to cash in his 6th death of the game. Trying to make them work for it. Oh, look who's here. It's Collapse. Death, taxes, and Collapse killing KJ. Just another one for him.
Cool guys don't look at explosions there.
He is level 4 on Treant at 12 minutes. And he's not even close to 5. His game is impossible right now. It's actually just like, what do you do except go to a lane and try to get 6?
Can you tell me how Treant is as a hero right now in the meta? I mean, it's picked pretty early, so I assume it's still...
It's stable. It's not positively. Like S tier, but it's good in the right circumstances. This clearly has not been one of them. So I would probably put the hero in somewhere like A tier.
Was it mostly the nerf to, I was going to say, huge ass stack taken out by Whisper?
Mega nerf to the shard.
Yeah.
Hurt a lot. Yes. That was the main thing. I mean, that was when he was first picked.
Oh, this would be a huge kill for LGD. Collapse on a killing spree. Focus fires applied to him from the support Wind Ranger. Should be able to find him in the end. The swap actually gets the killing blow as, KJ dies again. No big surprise.
He almost got a full level from the stacks, though, so he's almost level 5.
Okay. Even taking stacks gets him killed. Watching someone take stacks gets him killed, rather.
If you were to look at, sometimes when you do stats, you do KAD instead of KDA, and then King Jungle would actually be Agent 007. So.
Oh yeah, that's true.
This is a very rare scoreline in Pro Dota to be 0-7-0 on any hero in any circumstance. He's having a rough one. Not going much better for Theola Core either, 1, 5, and 2. So I guess the good news, if you want to look at a silver lining, is 12 out of 14 deaths on the Dire are on supports. Bat hasn't died, and the other 2 cores have died once each, so they are keeping somewhat up with the flow of the game. But just the issue with the overall map control is that Spirit control probably almost 2/3 of the map already when you look at how deep they're pushing the waves. So they will farm more than you. Jugger has access to more space.
I have some really bad news, Cinderin. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
The Beastmaster has taken over a different creep, so the Ogre Bruiser is no longer. In fact, he just killed an Ogre Bruiser camp.
Oh no.
The Centaur
how boring.
reigns supreme. Yeah, very sad days indeed.
Yeah.
That's a nice action scene. Look at that.
Yeah, that's right. This could be a loading screen.
That's true. What is this creep called? The Ancient Ice Shaman.
Bad.
He has the
Boris.
He has the worst underbite I've ever seen. Needs to go to the dentist.
Well, not anymore.
Probably lives in America, so not the greatest healthcare situation. Understandable. He was at least made in America.
Ice shaman in America. Is it Alaska or something, right? There's not many options.
Yeah, Alaska's a good
Probably
place.
Canadian. More likely.
Well, if he's Canadian, then his...
King Jungles walks into a mine. I was ready for him to die somehow, but he actually survived interacting with a different mechanic in the game that time.
That's true.
5 unlocked from the Wisdom Shrine. So when's the last time we've cast a game that a hero was not level 6 at 15 minutes?
Oh, it's been a hot minute. I'll say that.
Pretty rare. I keep harping on it a bit because obviously, I mean, effectively they're almost playing 4v5, and Trand ulti is very good in this game. It unlocks the ability to keep Jug in place.
Drums, they find Yuma, they get the Doom, and that's going to be the death of the position 1 bench. No Ags yet. Tai Lung in the meantime trying to get something out of it. We see a Lasso on the other side though. Onto Rue. It's not going to be enough for a kill because Laurel is still here with that Centaur creep. Shackle not going to hit as Tai Lung. Not a whole lot to work with here. As Yatoro, first Omni Slash of the game, not the greatest.
Lucky.
Yeah, the creep wave tanks most of it, unfortunately for him. And that might just be the end of the fight in general, but still a good fight despite losing this Hoodwink for the Spirit side.
Yeah, that could have gone a lot better too. And the good news for LGD is King Jungles was able to steal the Wisdom, so he's actually 6 now. And if you imagine that engagement we just had with an Overgrowth, I think LGD might have got 2 or 3 kills.
He killed the courier. Oh, 2 couriers, and now he will die for it.
Oh, he was about to ult. There is no way you do that there. He stopped.
Oh, but Beastmaster. Ooh, Laurel dies in Fountain to the tick of Kez, one of the many mechanics.
Yes.
On the Birdman. In addition to the Mage Slayer, I guess. That's a pretty big kill for LGD. They're going to need a little bit more of that to feel like they can get back in.
He really likes it. So it's going to feel right at home. Oh, they find
not me. He's spotted. Yeah. They use the Essence Distiller just to ensure vision. Yatoro shows up. They know he doesn't have Omni Slash. Not that it'd be that good because it's only level... It actually is level 3. He can get swapped. He's in a lot of trouble. Does not have the healing ward. Well, actually, he does, but it doesn't matter. Too much damage to withstand as the power shot brings him to his knees. So Collapse will be able to scurry away, and they're going to find Rue as well. So 3 kills off the back of that.
That was a huge
LGD back in the game.
Actually, maybe a little bit of, you know, just unfamiliarity with when you don't play against a hero very much for a while. You might just, I'm not going to say he forgot about swap like Dre, but it's like...
Oh, yeah, that's a rap reference, I'm sure.
That's right. He might not have... it might not have been at the forefront of his mind right there that that was a possibility that he could actually die. And that's a costly one. It's effectively the entire lead gone, and levels
how common,
very hot on the Dire.
How common is the carry Venge in Immortal Pubs right now, would you say?
It's not exactly like a... How to say?
Would you say it's more common as a support these days?
It's not particularly popular in general, which is why we've been surprised to see it in this tournament. But I do think when it gets picked, it's probably on average more as a support. But I kind of think the hero is better as a core. You're just very much so putting yourself on... You need to execute the strategy very well. This hero can also be strong late game, but it has like, if you were to draw a graph of when it's strong, it's like medium, and then it's like super strong when it gets Ags. Then it falls off for a bit, and then when it gets like 5 slots later, then the Ags is suddenly insanely good because your lives are so powerful. But it's like this weird interim period where you don't necessarily do that much from like minute, I want to say 25 to 35 maybe, compared to a lot of other heroes. So if the teammates can bridge the gap there, which is what we saw in the Falcons strategy they had, for example, Amar on the Razor was popping off around that time. They also ran a mid-shaker to match the tempo. I think if you structure your lineups well, I really like this pick. I think it's very cool. So... And now you're pretty comfortable, probably, right? You just got your Venge Axe at 18 minutes all of a sudden. You know you just want a good fight. Bat has Lotus. It's starting to look quite...
Yeah, it feels like all the momentum that Spirit had has now just been nullified as the Olakor is found by Collapse. Another Doom for the Wind Ranger. Collapse really... It's like a... Yeah, he's been talking to Slacks or something. It might pay the price, though. As Collapse is going to get magic missiled and taken out easily. As the blast off was actually canceled. Oh my, Rue gets killed off now as the Omni Slash is reflected by the Lotus that you talked about Whisper picking up. And the lasso is enough time to buy them the damage needed to kill off the Toro as well.
Fucking good on that, dude. Like, that was genuinely just flawless play. I can't put a finger on that. Perfect flame break mid-air on the Techie's jump, so the blast off didn't connect, and then he last moment Lotuses himself in anticipation of the Omni Slash, just completely outplaying the players of Spirit in that instance, Whisper on the bat. And he already got the bang for his buck now with this Lotus. That fight alone is probably worth what it cost, right? And now you're gonna get a blink.
And they're gonna find Not Me, who's level 9. KJ does not appreciate that, so we'll get level 8 now.
0, 8, and 2. Progressing. They're 4K up, and this is fun to watch. It's very... It's giving PPD position 6 flashbacks, this one. And that was one of his favorite heroes, too. No coincidence there.
I like how you didn't bring it up yourself there. That would have been self-deprecating.
No. I would never.
Only if it was Pudge?
Yeah, that's right. That was one game that you keep referencing. Probably.
The funny thing is, we've been referencing it for so long, I had forgotten that I cast the game. Somebody linked me the replay not too long ago.
Yeah, so it can't have been that memorable, right?
We're going to see the lasso initiation. Collapse, dead to right. Toro, not too much to be done about it.
Yeah.
And they're going to get the flame break as well. They're going to probably continue because Yuma, like you said, has the Agnum Scepter. Going to use the magic missile, get yet another kill to the name of Whisper.
They might get the swap.
And they're going to look for it. Not going to find it. Still the swap available. As Rue will be able to live through the day, but still feels like everything going the way of LGD.
It's kind of fascinating how this game transpired, right? You had this early mega lead for Doom, who was super strong, and then you make one mistake around your mid-tier 1 tower, and since then it's been all LGD. Like, look at the graph for this game. It's not that characteristic when you have this type of lineups that the Radiant builds this advantage at 10 minutes, and then it's literally just a free fall. Hasn't been a single good minute after minute 10 for Spirit. And here it goes. Another pickup, Theola Core.
Gale Force, eh?
Yeah, I was recommending buying it. By the way, we talked about the vessel. I'm obviously happy to see him buying the distiller. You have mentioned that he has it. I think that was a much better choice this game. And
yeah, tell me what you think of this item, because we haven't really talked about it too much since its introduction. Because when I think the first tournament we cast, it was picked up a couple of times, but it was still really early in the patch.
I mean, it's very good if you're playing against heroes with invisibility, so you can get that true sight, but also just against heroes that like to play around the trees. It's a great item against Hoodwink. It is also sometimes a decent item against a hero like Techies, who you can kind of anticipate being in angles and then counterplay. So it's just an overall good item.
Yeah.
The more
Another
I think
swap
about
initiation.
It genuinely feels like an item you should probably almost always have in your team in pro games, just because if you think about how many fights happen around some sort of fog of war where it would be really nice to see a specific hero you're chasing. The opportunity cost of buying this item, I just think it's very favorable. Another objective, LGD.
Absolutely.
Not taking their foot off the gas at all. Next objective being claimed here, Aegis for Tai Lung. He has Manta and Mage Slayer working on Butterfly, one of the best items against Juggernaut.
What do you think of, not that the Mage Slayer is unusual, but this game, like you're going against a Beastmaster who did not go Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah.
You still think that's the right choice?
I mean, it's pretty good on Kez. You really benefit a lot from the regen components and from the magic resist. This is a hero there where it makes a world of difference to have, let's say, just 20% more EHP, because if you get off a Raptor Dance, you have 100% more EHP suddenly. So items that offer some sort of hybrid damage and tankiness are just inherently really good on Kez. If you're not going Falcon Blade, I think you need this item for the mana regen. You need a way to be able to consistently use Echo Slash to farm. So I think you're either going Falcon Blade, Battle Fury, or Mage Slayer. Almost always one of those three. for them.
Well, Tailong and company have taken out 2 tier 2s. They're going to poke at the high ground here.
Oh, I'm feeling the
See if
tempo.
they can force out a fortification. They do. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a big power spike. They have Tailong halfway to a butterfly, but more importantly, he has the Aegis, and you, of course, have the Ags on Yuma, so it's basically an Aegis in a way. Yuma looking for the swaps. Level 2 still, so doesn't have that extra range quite yet. Has the smoke from Spirit. They're going to want to jump in.
KJ showed up top. He uled the Hoodwink, so they know Treant can't be a part of this push, so it's a 5v4 situation, but LGD got what they came for. They get the tower, they force the TP, and then they leave. That's just completely clean play here. He almost has the butterfly now on Tailong.
Yeah, he's a beast.
And it's generally speaking, a very, very good sign for any draft, I would say, if Core Venge is second on net worth, regardless of everyone else. Like, this hero just generally doesn't get there, which is why it... Oh, hang on. Rue.
Yeah, they don't need to swap for this one. Rue is going to be run down. Blast off doesn't do too much.
Oh, nice try from Yuma, but... Okay.
Well, they do...
So he tried to horsey across.
Oh, they found the jug. Yatoro does not have Blade Fury for 3 seconds. Shackle Shot is there. Has the Omni Slash. Afraid to use it. I can't blame him. With that Lotus. He will bite the dust.
In spite of Yuma failing to jump across with Tumblr's toy, then failing to Manta across, then getting Power Shot saved, and then swapping his own illusion to get down, they still kill the jug.
It worked. That was a symphony of sausage supreme.
That was quite exceptional, but... Oh.
Okay. Yeah.
Gonna get lassoed and killed
the Doom.
And KJ with the Yuals, he's gonna buy himself a little bit of HP here. That's enough.
Yeah, he's fine. For once, he's fine.
Yep.
And Tailong gonna keep leading the charge despite not having 2 of their members. They know that the jug likely, if he bought back, I feel like you can't get back in this game. It's gonna be very difficult to regain that farm. So this will be an early lane for the LGD side, as they are looking very, very good right now. After a bit of a, I want to say, a meh start to this game, it was like one fight kind of turned things around, and it's been nothing but LGD since.
Yeah, and
they're going to be able to
come here.
Yeah, kill off Laurel, trying to get something off, but slowed to a crawl thanks to the sticky napalm. And now that the rest of the cores are alive, the Beastmaster's dead. So how do you fight if you're Spirit?
Yeah, I mean, this might just be 2 sets. You have a minute on Aegis, and Venge has 2 lives as well. So it's effectively kind of like a 5v7. 4v7 without Beast.
And you can see Yatoro not even remotely close. He's just going to be farming the enemy jungle.
He has to get this butterfly before he fights. I think that's his call to his team, is like, guys, I can't fight until I have my next item.
Yeah, that means 2 lanes.
And this is becoming a stomp.
Yeah, Aegis for another 30 seconds, so Tailong would not mind just dying here. And we'll be the full
this
2
is
sets.
very entertaining to watch, because I think the way in which LGD have played this mid game has been very... like super high skill, both in terms of team movements, but also individual closeness. It's just, even stomps can be great when, you know, it's for the right reason.
I mean, when we cast them last, it was the Night Stalker that you talked about. And it's interesting that Venge is kind of similar. You can get pretty involved relatively early and have high octane offense, as Collapse is going to be found in the LGD jungle.
Because of Venge.
Yeah, and now the Overgrowth will set things up. Should be dead to rights, but the difference between the Venge and the Night Stalker is Venge scales really well to the late game, right?
Yes, that is
I feel like it's a safer pick all around. I'm loving it.
Yeah, you're looking for something else with the NS that they ran yesterday, which is of course the Flying Vision, but in this game they have insane vision in other ways. They have Bat, they have Treant, so they don't need the carry to provide that whatsoever for the game. So another free pick here. Whisper 11, 0, and 6 on his...
Yeah, pretty standard for him, I'd say.
Probably best hero of all time?
I think so.
It's either this or... what else was he? He had like some insane phase on Timber, I think. But his bat is just...
I mean, who's a better bat in the world, though?
I don't think anyone is, personally. But But you know,
I
if you
feel
can
like
be the
it's-
best hero on more than one, or best player on more than one hero.
Yes, I think Bat. I would say he is.
He is
the best Bat.
Nasty on this.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, Yatoro, like you said, working on that butterfly, not too far away from it, but he's against 2 other butterflies pretty shortly here.
Yeah.
So he'll need to itemize. I mean, do you itemize for an MKB? Can he even afford to do anything like that?
I don't think he has a choice. I think if he doesn't buy it, they don't have enough damage to kill the enemy heroes anymore. Like, consider you have to kill Kez, who either you burst him or he has a massive self-heal and he's playing with Treant to protect him. He's playing with Swap. And you also have to kill the Venge twice. So if Jugger doesn't do ridiculous amounts of damage, I just don't think you have it. That's the trade-off that you take when Beastmaster goes Overlord, is he doesn't deal that much damage right now. And dooming is difficult because you can't doom Venge with... Well, you can, but it's pretty bad. So yeah, Yatoro has to itemize full damage in my eyes. He is queuing up both MKB and Lincolns. The dust. They're not going to find anyone though. They thought it was Treant, but it was Venge. So this smoke has failed, and now they're going to get pincered. This could get really ugly for Spirit.
Shield rune though for Laurel. He does pick it up, but he gets lassoed for his troubles. They burn through the rune pretty quickly, and Laurel is just isolated. No teammates nearby. He just drops to the deck. And actually he's going to buy back, but he still want to fight. Yeah, Omni Slash is used. He's going to get back in this fight pretty shortly. Yatoro trying to get to the high ground. The Blade Fury away. BKB from Collapse. The power shot not quite enough as Yatoro barely gets out, but KJ is there to finish the job with the Tree Trunk Fist, as they're just going to call it. GG for LGD as they completely dominate Spirit.
Great game from them. I think there's definitely something to be said about there's 2 sides to this. I also think this wasn't Spirit's best game of the tournament so far, clearly. But I am more impressed with LGD than I'm disappointed in Spirit in this one. I just think they really kicked it up a notch after 15 minutes and just ran away with it. Played super fast, aggressive, and comboed their heroes and moves very elegantly. So that was great to watch. I loved that.
Yeah, absolutely. Very entertaining game here between LGD and Spirit. Let's see what the panel had to say.
And once again, LGD win on a draft that Quinn hates and does not believe in.
Just one time, if he can believe in a draft. We just saw Venge beat Doom in the series before, and then it does it again. You're just never believing in them. The America's bias, insane.
Yeah, that definitely happened. I definitely didn't say I think they were favored.
No, you did like the LGD draft.
Only does he hate me flip-flops. That's the thing. Sorry, back to you.
The tune has definitely turned. You liked what LGD had for them, and whilst the earlier game wasn't necessarily heavily in their favor, everything just went right for them. LGD felt like they were stable, and they were the things that we had on concerns on their other wins is, yeah, you've won with maybe an unfavorable draft, but at the end of the day, the playstyle was a bit rough. This time around, I didn't think I saw any of that.
No, yeah, I mean, it's at least for Spirit, right, the early game did go very well. Collapse was popping off, right? He was creating a lot of opportunities. And then for LGD, like, when you look at this, the pressure that was getting applied, mainly through the Doom, they just kind of identified his positioning. They killed him off. It was like around 19 or so minutes, they killed him top. Then they fast forward a couple minutes, they're behind the tier 2, killing him again. So all of the tempo that Spirit was playing on was very quickly stopped by Batrider with Lasso, Venge with Swap, Batrider Lotus Orb as well to stop Yatoro's entry to the game, where he was just eating Omni Slashes. They just kind of respected Spirit's early game and then decided, we're going to break you when we are ready.
This Lotus is disgusting. He got it off so fast. It was actually unreal. I mean, Whisper on Bat really is a different beast. No one else is playing this hero offlane. I mean, no one else is playing Snap offlane either, but it's just the Whisper factor. This guy just plays what he wants, and he makes it look awesome. And I think one of the big downfalls for Spirit is this Beastmaster build looks so bad. He just can't do anything. Like, Cinderin said Beast doesn't do really any damage with this build, and it's true. He has this Dom, but you get it so much slower than you would in the offlane because you're buying Bottle and you're buying like Wand and all these like in-between items that you wouldn't if you were in the offlane where you'd buy the Dom faster. And every minute that like faster that you buy Dom matters a lot. And it's just you want your mid hero to be able to do some amount of damage. And if he can't, then it makes the function of your draft so strange.
Yeah. I'm just happy that we're talking about an LGD game where we're not just constantly saying the word Tai Long, right? Because it's always, I feel like, what hero is he playing? Why is he not playing this hero? Why is he doing this? And this time it was like, he just played a casual Kaz. He did his job. but it's more towards like Whisper on the Batrider. Even though KJ died multiple times and was kind of having a rough one, he still kept providing the vision to then open up other people, right? So yeah, it was nice that the shift of Tai Lung to other people, there's not as much pressure on him, I feel.
Yeah, I do want to circle back and talk about Spirit a little bit more, because you're talking about Beast. The build you didn't really like too much, Quinn, but there's also the element of you're just not favoring the hero in general. You do think it's a little bit lackluster, and so then what are teams still seeing in it to pick it up for themselves in draft, and why isn't it turning towards something else right now?
I mean, I like to hear from the offlane. I think especially paired with Coddle, the boars and getting to Dom and stuff, I think there's a lot of validity there. But I think from mid, the hero it just doesn't really feel like the pizzazz. I feel like the whole point of the mid beast is you farm ag super fast, you take Roche. If you're not doing that build, if you don't think it's legitimate, then I just don't think summoned heroes from mid generally function that well. There's a reason we don't see it throughout much of Dota history. It's because it just doesn't really fit very well. So I think if you're picking the hero, you want it off lane, you want to abuse the boars, win the lane, take the towers, get fast, super dom, and then you just collapse the map like really quickly. And I talk about the player, I'm talking about the heroes and stuff. So
yeah, the actual play style of.
Yeah, you gathered that. Okay, yeah, good.
I did get to that one there. But we can't talk about Collapse and his Doom, because whilst the lull Beast mid wasn't really what you're enjoying for early game, this Collapse Doom was phenomenal too.
Yeah, he was absolutely popping off, because we had to double check the stats. Like, my guy was killing everything. He was farming everything. He was doing literally everything for Spirit in the early game, and it is because he has the best net worth, right? At the 12-minute mark, right, he's ending with around like 7,000 net worth. Before that, all Dooms in this season, they were getting to around 6,000 net worth. So he already was popping off there. In regards to kills, I think it was like, what? The average or the best was like 6 kills, he got 8. Like, in regards to his early game, Collapse was putting Spirit on his back, doing absolutely everything. So when we got to see LGD with the comeback clips, killing off the Doom, and kind of understanding what Collapse was doing for them, it is a clear reason why LGD was able to win this game, because it was kind of like Collapse versus the world. And yeah, as you see here at the 12-minute mark, right, 8, 1, and 2 on the Doom, highest amount of kills right now on Doom in this patch. Same thing for the net worth. Like, he was having a record-breaking game for player to hero combination, but it didn't really help them. No one else stepped up to also break records.
He was cooking, but I also do feel like this Doom hero is like, it's okay, but the response to Kez has not looked that good. That's 2 times now that we have seen it, and we also saw first pick Doom from Aurora, and all 3 of those games is lost in the mainstream so far, and it didn't really look like it did anything in any of those games. Like, the hero is, for all intents and purposes, basically a carry hero, and when you first pick a carry hero and put it off lane, you just open yourself up to a lot of risk that if your lanes do not go well, and you're not very, very solid, that you have a lot of overlap, because Doom is single target damage, carriers are generally single target damage. You can have issues and redundancies in your draft that I think you can see here, right? Like Spirit, they're ahead 3-4K, they lose 1 fight. It shouldn't be you lose 1 fight and now you can't play anymore and you get ransacked. That to me says there's some issues there, whether they're apparent or not. That's not normally.
Then is it again, going back to the Beast that needed to be changed, is there a little bit of, oh, we could have picked a different carry that was more active, that is a little bit more not single target, because their overall last pick was that Jug, and so that's where you go, if we could go back and change that last pick not to be Jug, is there an open option?
Off the top of my head, I can't think of a different carry. Well, I wasn't even thinking of Jug, to be fair, when they picked it. I
think Weaver the most.
Maybe Weaver to apply fight to the Batrider. Like, I'm thinking like when you're picking your carry, you want to try to kill off Batrider, and then Doom does well, and then you get to play for everything. Because like, the reason why Beast mid is maybe a thing with this build is because your side lanes win, you eventually get this Helmadom Overlord, and then it's like, well, now it's run through the map. Exactly what LG did when they had the Night Stalker carry and Beastmaster mid. It was like all tempo, all go, all fight. But Jug did nothing, Beast did nothing, Doom did everything. Like, to your question, just replace the middle of the carry with a more active, forward-thinking hero, and this game's probably going to be quite different.
Yeah, I mean, they're all valid points we have to bring up, because LGD of 4-1, 2 of those wins have been with that Batrider. So the fact that you're talking about, yeah, the pick needs to maybe target that a little bit more, then you either have to be comfortable in countering it, or you have to be going, we need to ban that one out. It needs to go a little bit further up, and it's not going to play into factor at all right now for our next best of 1. It's PARIVISION up against BetBoom, and I wouldn't say either of these teams are looking towards a Batrider by any means. It feels like there's much more stability and meta coming out from both of them.
Yeah, I would be very, very surprised if that were to be the case. I mean, they're both just super good right now. I think for different reasons, then they play very different styles. To me, BetBoom are the underdogs into this, but not by that much. BetBoom is such a weird team, because I think they play off of what a lot of other people like. They're playing Oracle in a lot of games, and they really abuse coddle combos. They're picking Lycan super consistently. They're picking lifestealers. Like BetBoom, I think, will always have a slightly different hero priority list because their players just, I don't know, they play the game in a very different way. Even though they are sort of have that CIS roots in them, like the way like they're, I don't know, they have that similar style. They have different heroes and different flair on it that I think they make them different.
I mean, one of the most successful teams with that Snapfire that everyone else is trying to get wins on for themselves as well. And on the other side of PARIVISION, we've been talking about how well they've been doing. They recently won Dream League as well. But then what started at the beginning of Blast Slam, TI invites going out, and finally I got my hands on an interview with one of the players. It was no one who joined me to talk about that specifically. No one, thank you so much for joining me. Congratulations again on winning Dream League Season 29. How was it to have to reset so quickly and come into a best-of-1 group stage format?
Yeah, well, it's actually pretty hard because like you just won a tournament and the next like day after you need to play another tournament. I don't know. I feel like I'm exhausted, but it is what it is, and we need to do it.
Yeah, the other thing that also happened on the start of Blast Slam was TI invites went out, and there's a lot of chatter around the fact that you guys over in PARIVISION ended up not getting an invite. But how did you take that news, and how do you think it's potentially changed the atmosphere in the team?
Yeah, well, I think it changed a lot to us because, to be honest, before Dream League, I knew we were not going to get invited, like, for sure. And I think the Valve did already, like, they already have like these 7 invites pre-Dream League, no matter what. And this is the sad part because I think if you do that, at least like do it pre-Dream League, but not after, because like what's the reason? But it's Valve, and they have their own like thing to do, and I respect them a lot. And I think they're right about the invite pre-Dream League, so yeah. And I don't think it changed much in atmosphere. For me, it's like we just won a tournament and now it's like nice, we have to chill now, we don't have to play qualifiers. But because this season is actually, I don't know, it's super hard, like in terms of tournaments and all the days that we need to play and to put in. We basically grinding don't stop, I would say, after the new year. And even though we miss some tournaments and we don't get like higher places, so we actually don't play somehow other teams do, but still it's really hard. And I would like to have invite just not play qualifiers, and but it is what it is, you know. It didn't change anything for us. It's just like we need to grind one more like 2 weeks of our life.
Yeah, that's the thing. We end Blast Slam, in the earlier days of June, and then I know that those online qualifiers start from about the 15th of June onwards. And so now I wonder, is that a different sentiment on how you're approaching Blast Slam, knowing that there is that extra 2 weeks tacked onto the end now for you guys having to do qualifiers?
No, not at all. We just play the tournament like we want to play. That's all. Like we want to win every tournament that we competing in. So we'll try it here as well and see how it works.
Well, from interview to draft, jumping straight into a BetBoom up against PARIVISION. And yeah, that's that little insight there from no one about how, yeah, if invites went out pre-Dream League, then it makes sense that they wouldn't get one. It's just unfortunate that after winning, they thought they would have been then considered for a TI invite.
No, I think it just shows the maturity of no one, and like kind of obviously what he brings to the team, like the way he's answering the question. Like he knows, like if it's pre-Dream League, they're not getting it. If it's post, they might be able to, get it and squeak in. So, it's quite nice kind of hearing that answer. It's not as much of a shell shock of like, oh, we're not going to be invited. Oh, now we're playing Blast Slam. Oh, it's like they're very realistic. They know their position within the Dota scene.
I also like the little excerpt where he says that he thinks the 7 invites were correct if it's pre-Dream League, which I think is respectable. I think a lot of teams would whine about the Xtreme invite and be like, nah, we deserve the invite over them, whatever, especially if you look at like the performance right now in this tournament. But I think understanding that there's more that go into team fights than just like the most recent tournament result. And the fact that, you know, having international representation, especially at the tournament called the International, makes a lot of sense. The fact that he's like totally chill with that, he's not using this, I think it's very easy after you don't get the invite to whine a little bit, but he's not whining at all, right? He's kind of just like, yeah, it sucks a little bit, but you know, it is what it is.
And also to maybe be like, we have to now put in 2 extra weeks of qualifiers that we weren't expecting to, and so maybe we're a little bit more burnt out mentally when we come into Slam. Not at all. Every game that we've seen from PARIVISION feels like we're getting more and more out of them, and now I wonder, having a Kez on their draft coming up against a Tide Hunter first pick for BetBoom, I just well, as a response, sorry, huh?
It's a change of pace.
Yeah,
We finally done Kez into Doom. Third time for today would have seen that, but luckily Kez into Tide, it's something different. Tide is of course pretty good against melee heroes. You also can Kraken off the buff that Kez, or the debuff technically, Kez is throwing onto you to then do damage. So yeah, it makes sense on paper. It doesn't force you down a Doom game that it can be awkward. Again, Spirit. Team before also lost with it. Already forgot the name. Who lost with the other Doom?
OG.
Aurora?
OG. Aurora lost to the bill, wasn't against Kez.
Okay.
Everyone's been losing with Doom today. That's all that matters.
Yeah, I was going to say, all I'm just seeing, though, is Doom is actually not as impactful as people
I've
think it
just
is.
clumped
Full
every
stop.
Doom loss into one box and gone, it's to the side
Makes
now.
sense.
Yeah.
No.
See ya.
I think from the bans, what surprises me is that they ban Snapfire. I don't think PARIVISION, I mean, they played it like one time maybe, but I don't think it was super impactful. And I think also, BB, since they're the best Snap team, it would make sense that then they also know how to beat the hero. And I don't think it's that high priority of a first pick compared to, I don't know, like Kez, or even just like pre-banning their Viper, stuff like this. This ban to me is a little interesting. I do think Tide, whenever, if you look back a couple months ago, Tide was the best response to Kez by far. But since then, people have found ways to continue to beat Tide, even though Tide was like crushing Kez for a couple of weeks there. So I'm interested to see how it goes in sort of the current situation.
I'd like to see them still respect the Viper though, because like if you're banning Snapfire to then force out the, you know what, let's not ban Kez, they'll pick it, we know they're going to want it, to take your Tide Hunter, if you then don't respect Viper against one of the best Viper teams in the world right now, getting that free break, enabling the Kez +1 kill combo onto you, okay, they do ban it out, so yep, I don't mind it. I feel like this is the type of draft that you want to see in a best of one, where it's like, when Yandex got the first pick Lone Druid, it was kind of cool if they could fully beat it, you know, like, you know what's coming in a best of one. That's really helpful. So here, the Kez, BB have to be prepared for it, of course.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what other heroes they pick against it. I mean, if you leave this hero, it means you've got a plan against it. I think the past couple of teams we saw play against it did not really have a plan. They were just like, it'll be fine.
Yeah, we'll beat it at this point, right? Smile.
Yeah, and I don't think Kez is the kind of hero you can just say like, it will be fine, especially when you're playing against people who are really, really good at the hero, like Satanic is. I think he's arguably the best Kez right now, so you've got to have some real answers. So far, it's just very stock standard, you know, melee plus range, BetBoom classic offlane. But the Tide is cool, and we'll see what else they have in store for it.
What do you feel conceptually is your answer to Kez, right? Because for people, they were thinking the Doom so that you can silence him and be able to deal out damage to him during that. And then the other potential option is just trying to lock him down, burst him to death. Like,
I mean, it's not even, you don't even, bursting, of course, burst any hero is going to be great, but like constant, reliable, cheap stun. Like when he jumps in without BKB and he's got just a Deso, have a Yules or a stun or something. Don't allow him to get the Raptor dance off. Just have ways to constantly make him think about, can I actually get my spell combo off? Because if you allow him to press all his button swap, and all that bullshit, then sure, he's going to run around the fight and have complete freedom. So yeah, just cheap stuns. Like a bushwhack on a hoodwink. When he jumps in, just throw it onto him, and now you can quickly go and do some more damage.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of specific heroes, I think about Faceless Void, the hero of Hates being dilated. I think Timbersaw is pretty good because you can maybe skate by the lane with all the armor stacks, and then you just have a bunch of damage versus him. I think you also want stuff that can kite him somewhat, because man fighting this hero is just not reasonable. So you want to be able to space him to kite him. Like T said, when he runs in, you stun him or whatever, mess with him. So it carries that either are like an Ursa or something like that, or a Faceless Void that actually can beat the crap out of him, or something that's more kitey, like a Terrorblade, Drow, something like this, that you're saying, I'm not going to fight you one-on-one, we're going to skirt you around the fight. You want something along those lines. I mean, the hero is also just insanely broken and has a stupid amount of tools, so there's a reason we see it winning so much and banned so much.
Yeah. And then PV with the Witch Doctor, right? The return of the Witch Doctor, probably the team that has played the most games of it in recent time, and again, makes sense into Tide Hunter with the Maledict, just eating through a tanky hero is going to feel really good.
You're also holding your position for a little bit longer in the draft. I mean, 9 class will thrive. Like, his IO you can pick no matter what. But then his other heroes, you kind of want to see a little bit of information just so we can try and exploit the lane.
Yeah, Pangolier is also just, you can never go wrong with the hero. It's great against Tide too, because burning this hero's mana and also being invulnerable in the fight is super nice, because sure, he can purge your stun, but you're going to re-stun him 1 second later, so Kraken doesn't really do anything against any of your spells. And on top of that, you get the flex, so now that BetBoom shows a Shadow Fiend here, you can still put Pangolier somewhere else and counterpick that SF. The flex power of that hero is one of the other stupid parts about it. Is not only is the hero just insanely good, but it also goes multiple lanes, so it's insult to injury.
I wonder if BetBoom are going to want, you know, their other support here with a lot more stuns. I was not thinking Treant Protector at all, but it does make sense. It's at least BKB piercing with his ult.
Yeah, it's also just the lane. Everything about BB is just, our side lanes are so strong that our last pick for GPK is like the good old-fashioned, you are mid, you see 5 heroes, win me the game. Because our side lanes don't need help. Like, you can spend all of your resources on yourself in mid, and that is kind of the BP mentality, right? They want to have the strong side lane, supports come to mid. We'll say it pretty much any time we talk about this team, and this is exactly what this draft is saying. So now it's on PVision to try and find some elements of kind of aggression to kind of break that. Again, I really like the Witch Doctor and what that can do. Pangolier with Diffusal Mage Slayer can do it as well. It's just they need the other support to bring the damage. But playing like Marcy into Living Armor and a Tidehunter, it can feel awkward, but that's like the type of hero I'm thinking. Sure, there's like the casual Rubik that you just pick into all the team fight. Still some spells feel nice, but...
Interesting.
Okay.
I think it's all right. I don't think it's anything crazy.
Yeah.
In some ways, I think the hero is kind of bad against Treant, because if you jump in, then he overgrowths, so you're kind of stuck in the midst. It is a hero that I think is good against Shadow Fiend, because you have a lot of kill potential on the hero in lane. Witch Doctor Kez are going to do well in lane, and they have the potential to gate, so you've got a lot of potential threat looking at that gate and coming to swoop in on Shadow Fiend, so there is that aspect of Dawn having a lot of kill threat early on, but it's not some wow pick, which I think you generally want your 18 hero to be. It's kind of, yeah, sure, it's fine.
Not that Dawn necessarily goes this build anymore, because she does have just high damage output with her traditional build in this patch. But could you look towards getting an earlier ag so that even if you do ult in and Tree wants to overgrowth you in position, you at least have the lingering heal? It feels like you can go through those sustainable team fights a bit more.
I would rather see just like BKB's ACs become like really tanky by yourself, and if you're getting overgrowth on your jump, then the Pango's not getting overgrowth, or the Kez is, like, other heroes will be happy. Like the Dawnbreaker for me, it's like the damage of BB is very low in the early game, right? Tide and Tree, they're sustainable. SF damage scales through items, so there's a major window of the game that BB are kind of like AFK with the first 4 heroes. Like there's a little bit of poking, like chip damage they can do in lane, some outplay potential, but the big picture of their game is built on GPK bringing the damage to the other heroes. So I feel like the Dawnbreaker, when the Witch Doctor's running in, the Kez might be running in, same thing. Like you are going to change a lot of the early game fights, but there is this like invisible timer in the back of your mind that at some point you are running into overgrowths and ravages and an SF with a Daedalus, and can you actually do enough damage to kill them all off?
Yeah, I mean, I think this 4 hero doesn't, I don't know if it overly matters too much. They will just pick some stocks. I mean, I can see the Rubik or just some guy. 9 class has got all kinds of random stuff in his pocket. It'll all be fine. He's played line a couple times.
I mean, the Tusk is also available if you want the most like classic pairing with Dawnbreaker, right? But
does 9 class play Tusk?
I don't off the top of my head, I don't think so, but it's there. I'm scrolling through, don't worry.
The Shadow Fiend tree is pretty cool against Pangolier. It's the classic of having the turret plus the BKB piercing stun, so it's nice against whenever he rolls in, you just overgrowth and beat the crap out of him.
I have the hero, Earth Spirit. In the 4 roll, it gives a little bit of fight. You roll in, kick the SF back. If the game gets really scary, you then eventually get Aghanims to then take the SF away from his entire team and send it away. But alas, they go for the Rubik that we spoke about earlier. Oh, Earth Spirit would have been sick, actually. It would have just been fun. When I say sick, I mean for my own enjoyment. But Rubik, as I already mentioned, with Tidehunters and Hoodwinks and pretty much all the spells in the game, it's perfectly fine. Some damage reduction through Fade Bolt. You can't really fault it.
I think this hero's pretty bad against Pangolier. It used to be considered a counter, but I think over time, the lane, I think if anything, is slightly Pangolier favored. As remember, you need to max shield And Pangolin can't break the shield, yes, but you also don't reduce any of Pangolir's damage, so it's very easy for him to take favorable trades against you. He buys Diffusal first, which kind of owns you really hard. And he can also just buy Shard to roll once he's been chained too. So I think this matchup's kind of bad. I think it's a bit of a fake counter. I also think it's kind of bad versus Kez because he has multiple ways to purge chains. So I'm a PARIVISION bear.
But the thing with Ember is that it provides a lot of information where we said that like BB could be kind of awkward, right? Like when you're jumping in, like you want your Ravage to be next to your Shadow Fiend, and if Ember can go in and bait out Dawnbreaker, Solar Guardian, or you're forcing Pangolier to use spells like Quinn's mentioning, their spell's not available to go for the Shadow Fiend. It is kind of like everything on Kiritich to do their damage. It's like it's everyone enabling him. So Ember is just going to be kind of this sacrificial lamb to buy some Mage Slayer, whatever, get into the middle of the fight. Like that's his job, just to be annoying. He's on P-Vision to understand, like, is he actually going to be a kill threat to my supports, or can we ignore him and then, you know, actually jump the target you want to jump?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes that's the frustrating thing as a supporter is when you're just getting poked down by an Ember and then you're like, I don't actually want to engage in this fight. I don't want to follow my cause into where they're going. So the Ember could cause that sort of chaos, but you're fully in PARIVISION, you're saying, Quinn. You're just like, you don't really see how this lineup could be. I mean, there's always a way. Don't get me wrong. When I say it like this, of course, I'm aware that there is always a way. But ultimately, you just see so many more avenues in which PARIVISION come out on top.
Yeah, I think BetBoom have trouble. I think they have trouble actually doing stuff. I think Pangolier has a very, very free game, and he's got a lot of places he can easily make moves. I don't think it's that easy for Ember to do stuff. I don't see Kez getting ganked by the supports. Tidehunter, I envision drawing at best. And so I just don't see avenues for them to actually speed things up. And when you're playing against Pangolier, Kez, you gotta have some oomph there, and I don't think they got any oomph.
Any final thoughts from you quickly, T, before we get into our game here?
No, I'm good.
Oh, okay, all right. Just getting absolutely shut down there. Thanks so much, T. It feels like so much is not given from my analyst, and maybe we'll get a little bit more from Syndred and Sunspan in this best of one.
Sorry to disappoint Nat. It's not going to get much better from here on out as we take over. Sunsfin and Synderen, hello. Hello, Synderen, hello. Hi.
I think they're worried. They're scared of being chronically wrong. So now they're pussyfooting around making actual calls, you know? Which is understandable when your track record of draft predictions is like 20% combined between the two of them.
And what's your prediction rate in general, would you say?
That's besides the point. This is...
okay.
You're good at predicting, comparatively. So why don't you tell me who's going to win this game?
I see Kez. I think Kez wins.
Yeah, okay. Sometimes
my analysis.
It's that simple. Yeah, it's just that simple. The panel seem to not like Ember that much here overall, on average. That is to say, Quinn didn't like it and T was okay. So that's negative. Slightly below average, I guess. I'm kind of with the line of thinking that Ember was not the best option here, but there's hang on.
We're gonna have a fight right off the bat, and Save is super dead. The old Echo Slash into Swashbuckle.
Yeah, so this lane is already good for Pango. Now it's very, very good. This should play itself, basically. But what I was going to say was, even if Ember isn't the very best pick for the game, there's always value in having a player on one of his best heroes. And GPK plays a very, very good Ember. However, there are a potential small set of issues here. They were talking about the weakness of chains compared to your average game, which I definitely agree with. But if you want to look at the positives, they don't really have any catch for him. So I think Ember actually has a ton of freedom in this game. But with that logic, there might have been other mobility-based heroes that could have...
Well, Rubik can turn into Ember and then get catch, Synderen.
Well, what's he going to steal? Which of the two spells will he steal between Slight Chains?
Chains and his ult.
Onto Kiritich.
Oh, wow. Yeah, he is super dead. My goodness.
I think Kiritich does not expect the level 1 telekinesis play there, but worked out really nicely.
I wasn't expecting him to die to level 1. That's pretty crazy.
They took perfect advantage of Kataomi being out there to open the small camp, and then He was either doing that or blocking big with, I think he was body blocking big, and then they had this small moment of opportunity and they found a nice kill onto SF. I think this is a very difficult SF lane. As soon as Dawn gets level 3, you just always hammer in, get a full Starbreaker off because Treant has no stun, and you can chain it with Rubik. You see, they're just going to go for it immediately again. This one wasn't that well executed though.
No, a little bit off the mark there, and Notice is going to take some heavy damage as a result. Won't lead to a kill, but I mean, he's definitely worse for wear. Kiritich will be forced to right-click some 9 class as well, which I'm sure is therapeutic in its own right.
Yeah.
And Kataomi already halfway to KJ's level at the 2-minute mark in this game.
We're just gonna keep throwing shit. He's stopped. They
ended up winning. Well, the funny thing is, he was 0-8, and then the final kill onto Yatoro. It was a blink punch by KJ, just emphatically ending the game. That was really hype.
That must have been so satisfying.
You know what else is really hype, Cinderin? You know what today is?
May 27th.
That's right. You know what May 27th is?
It's probably some important day in the US that I forgot about.
It is. It's the birthday of Harambe.
Oh, yeah. That's
R.I.P., my friends.
That's
R.I.P.
true. How could I forget?
Yeah, it's on your calendar. I made sure of it. Like, what's the deal?
This does actually make sense to me as the teaser that it is for those who know. If you know, you know, I guess.
You know what the sad thing is, which I didn't know until recently, is that tomorrow is his death day. Isn't that crazy? It's just back to back.
Oh, wow.
It's very morbid. Celebration of life, we'll call it, Cinderin. Really important in this game, of course, because we have a lot of
life. It's one day if you're a... What are those flies called in English that live for like 24 hours?
Oh, it's a fruit fly, I think?
Isn't that type of them? Anyway. In Danish, it would literally translate to a 24-hour fly.
Wow, that's a really catchy name.
a day fly, but when you say day, people think of the daytime, right? But,
I see, yeah.
Oh, SF once again on the receive end. I mean, this lane is just nasty. He's gonna trade, maybe?
No, nice blocks coming out. Wait, 9 class?
Nope.
He is really living on the edge here. Kataomi gets baited a bit. Oh my God. How is that possible?
Where did he go?
I'm trying to understand. Did he want to die?
I was willing to give him the benefit of the doubt for that too. Maybe.
Was it a sacrificial death in honor of Harambe? Is that what's going on here?
Maybe he thought that they kept damaging Treant enough that he couldn't go invisible. That might have been it, but he found a large enough gap in time there to get what a funny death though, regardless. But yeah, very inconsequential. It's fine for Rubik to come back with full resources. It allows them to keep some semblance of pressure onto the Shadow Fiend. You can see Noticed has gone for the Raindrop early, which I very much agree with here on the Dawn. And he needs that, because yes, they've killed SF twice, but he's still getting dwarfed in net worth, because SF is out farming him very, very much so on the Dawn. Rubik's happy though.
Hey, mid lane, GPK is doing great. I was led to believe that this is Pango favored, Cinderin. He's 36-6 versus the 29-2. Some would say that's a win.
I'm definitely surprised he's winning on CS after Pango had first blood. I think that's
true. That is true.
I think that's just masterful play. I don't think this is an expected outcome. And no one is a good laner, so GPK is definitely...
Yeah, you know what the old GPK would have done?
There it is.
I had to.
Yep.
It's just tradition at this point. He does hit level 6 first, no one. He is one creep away now from getting that Rolling Thunder. As there was rotation from Ducalis, it's likely going to cost him, although 9 class coming in as well. GPK gets lifted. Maledict applied as well. Did not get to the high ground, as no one is probably going to continue the chase. A little bit too far away now, so GPK will live. Yeah. And I don't believe he has a Remnant up, so he can't do the old TP fill the bottle up trick.
Yeah, he had to use the Remnants to disengage there after the initial go. But still, stays alive. In the top lane, I haven't really talked about that much. It's kind of playing itself. Kez and Tide will just farm. And Quinn was talking about how Tide was the go-to counter to Kez in at least one event a couple months back. I guess the Kezes have adjusted better to, in terms of itemization and with the patches that came in between. And you're just not interacting. That's how this lane plays, which for most melee offlaners, you lose to Kez by default. So if you're just not playing against each other at all and both are farming, that's on average good. Sage's gonna get eaten here, as it turns out.
Yes, he is.
Unless, well, is he gonna live here? He is actually alive, unless they can do one more instance of damage here. Kez looking for trouble.
And no one as well. Swashbuckle to try to take this Wisdom Shrine. It's not going to happen, though. And now the bridge being crossed. GPK scaring off 2 members of PARIVISION. And will now Remnant back into his triangle.
No Remnant.
Going for the Spirit Vessel this game. Your favorite hero, Dawnbreaker. You have a lot of favorite heroes.
One of them for sure. She can get an honorable top 3.
How do you think she is this game? Because we talked about the lack of lockdown for the ult, a bit awkward at times.
I think with the lane going this way, I'm not loving it. I thought they were going to do better down bottom. Not in terms of kills. This is probably par for the course, but his CS is just very lackluster versus SF. SF 66 and 14, Dawn 30 and 5. So, you know, just kind of getting bodied, and Treant plays a big part in that. But I would still say this is performing worse than expectations. So playing Dawnbreaker this far from behind feels really bad. Like it's a win more type of hero.
Yeah, we're gonna see some action in the river. Save will tick out. GPK now in a 1 versus 3. Get some slight damage. Not gonna go for any killing blow though.
Voodoo Restoration is such a good value point. Just 1 point in that, just walking around, and Ember is kind of not even close to killing anybody for now.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Will be the Diffusal build for no one. I think it's either that or Mage Slayer generally, right? Or is it no?
Yeah,
just
it's one or the other.
Lean towards Diffusal.
He's gonna go Diffusal because Kez is going Mage Slayer. I think this is the ideal way to do it when you're playing Pango. I think most of the time you want to buy Mage Slayer, but if you have another hero buying Mage Slayer, I think you should basically always go Diffusal. In this case, if Kez wasn't there to buy the Mage Slayer, I would argue you probably still go Diffusal though, because I actually think the Mage Slayer isn't good enough offensively for Pango. Whereas Diffusal is just insane. Like it's very, very good against these heroes. Ember hates losing mana. It's a great way to stick on top of a hero like Shadow Fiend. It's also very bad. It actually makes Swashbuckle good against Tide, a hero that usually doesn't give a crap, but once again, the mana issues are pretty prevalent on those heroes, so I like it. Don't really have a finger to put on any itemization so far. And I like that Notice is just going standard Dawn build. I think it's the right thing to do. Just go Phase, Soul Ring into Echo. You have to scale here.
But how would you say they play the fights? Is this just like a Rolling Thunder setup, pseudo setup for the Solar Guardian? Or does he actually have to play with his team?
Oh.
Okay.
They were not expecting him to have a secondary remnant he was jumping to. That is a swing and a miss.
Yeah, we just talked about the lack of stuns for Solar Guardian.
Yeah, it feels more like a defensive measure than an offensive one in this game, and as you know, I've talked this to death. I think Dawn picks are best when you can use the ult both ways. He is going to get...
Oh boy, Overgrowth nice and the raises. It's enough. 9 class now going to get chased and brought down easily by the BetBoom side.
Yeah,
no one desperately trying to finish this Diffusal 250 away.
If you're running Dawn and you have no setup in your team, so it's almost only for counter initiation, I feel like at this level of play, it's just too easy to play around it. The hero is already not meta for a reason. It's useful sometimes, but the best games that I have seen is where, okay, we're clearly counter initiating some key ability and we have 2 stuns ourselves to land on. So yeah, not the best one. This game.
Yep, Kiritich on the Shadow Friend. Top net worth on his team, just a few 100 gold away from Satanic on the Kez is opting to go for a Yashikaya first item. Is that actually the norm right now? Like first item?
Some players do this most of the time. I would say it's a mix, which is good. That SF doesn't always do the same thing as a carry. I wonder what the rationale is here for going that versus... Because I feel like against a hero like Kez, it's actually very valuable to get an early pike. And just build into the full right-click style and just overwhelm him. Especially considering you have BKB piercing ability in Overgrowth, but... Yeah. Just comfort, I guess, for... I mean, it's a good item.
Now, Kataomi spotted. No one's going to use the Rolling Thunder for the first time. And yeah, they find the connection. Will be an easy kill.
That was a lot of resources and heroes for that. But if they get this one...
Yeah. Oh, they actually do set up the Solar Guardian with the Starbreaker as well. A huge kill onto Kiritich, who's been relatively untouched after the laning stage, having a bit trouble initially, but has definitely bounced back. That's a big one. As mid lane, picking up big ones. Yeah, save. Sharpshooter, no one.
Well, so, say another one.
In the end, it's a 1-for-1.
Trade-off, yeah. Miro is playing Tidehunter, so he is top and hitting the tower.
Yeah, the classic.
Everybody else is interacting, but Tide has built a home up here. He's going Mage Slayer, interestingly. That was not an item I was expecting here on the Tide for this particular game. It's not great against Kez or Dawn. It's like okay-ish against Pango. But I thought he was going to go more in the direction of maybe a faster Ags. Kiritich will solo Ducalis and force the ult out of Satanic, which is... Okay, I think...
Okay, he has another ult.
What do you think about Raven's Veil having 40-second cooldown for what it does, and Raptor Dance 40-second cooldown for what that does? I think that's a very good way of nerfing Kez. Those cooldowns.
Got the Overgrowth onto 2. 9 class gets killed off first. Ravage is there onto no one. Doesn't have a swashbuckle for a couple seconds. His GPK Searing Chains basically aligns with it, so can't really chase.
Yep.
As bottom lane, Kiritich is going to try to take care of Noticed, forcing him out for the time being. 40-second cooldown, 2 ults. What's the cooldown on Raptor Dance?
40.
So they're the same.
And they both scale down to 30.
Cinder, I don't have thoughts on this hero anymore, all right? I feel like we beat it to death.
Okay. I think that would be
the opening.
That's all I'm saying.
On to 9 class, Rolling Thunder coming in from no one, though. Solar Guardian as well. Not going to find any true connection. Talked about that being a bit of an issue for their lineup. Searing Chains on a 2, though, is Miero. Doesn't have Ravage for quite a while, so doesn't want to fully commit, especially with the Maledict applied. Cannot dispel it, but save takes out Ducalis, and that might just be the end of the fight. The tier 1 tower will be going the way of BetBoom.
They are getting nothing out of this Dawn. I think that's just fair to say. There's absolutely no value yet.
As 9 class, very aggressive, but it looks like it might be able to be turned around onto Miero, but he just barely survives on a sliver of HP as Satanic has come to play now, gets rooted. Raptor Dance not going to hit anything as Notice getting super low, will tick out. No one as well. This Spirit Vessel is getting super value at the moment. And Kiritich, super fast.
Yeah.
Looking for the connection on the no one.
Remnant in 5.
Well, if he sticks around.
Ward.
Yeah, they're going to try for it. No one, very greedy. And yeah, that's going to end up being a really easy cleanup.
Oh, now
5k lead for BetBoom.
And he's going to place an obs that they see trying to find their ward. So they know that there's vision up here too now. Added value. This game is looking super damn good for BetBoom. We cast them yesterday. They had another great performance where they played against Spirit. Kind of followed a similar trajectory to this, where the early game was kind of even, and then in the mid game they were just having better fight selection and overall just better execution too. I think the clearly glaring issue in this game for the Dire side is Dawnbreaker not finding any impact, and bottom net worth to go with it too among all the cores. So she's 6th in net worth and her spells aren't useful.
You see the AoE on 9 classes anchor smash, by the way? Look at how hilarious it looks. He's gonna die.
Don't have it anymore.
That's too bad.
Yeah, the AoE was too small. He could still get caught by Ember.
No one has to use the Rolling Thunder to escape. Kataomi thinking about overgrowthing, but I don't think they would have had the damage.
This map is shrinking fast.
Indeed.
All 3 tier 1s are gone. You look at the Radiant, they're all healthy and they have Treant. So all their towers are like 80 to 90% health. And it's hard for PARIVISION to break open a tower because they don't have a sieging hero and they're not better at fighting right now. So they kind of can't impose that on the enemy team. They have to find a gank that's successful and then try. Seems to be the attempt here on
B1.
But, well,
yeah,
that
it's
just
hard to
doesn't
catch
work,
him.
Noticed. You don't have a stun. Tough.
You think he knows that, Cinderin? You're implying he doesn't.
I don't know.
Maybe he's used to having Basher at this point in the game.
Yeah, I mean, Slardar was in the pool. He was dirty on that another day, and they have Kez. I think that was a pretty powerful pick here.
I thought you were going to say Pog, and I was going to slap you digitally.
He was probably worried about the lane. Because otherwise, I think it's just a way more obvious Slardar pick, right? It gives you a stun and a setup. You get Corrosive Haze for Kez. And Noticed has played it really well in the past. But I guess the SF Treant lane was just too much of a deterrent to that pick, which is probably part of the reason that BetBoom went for it. All right, Echo Saber, 18 minutes. A pitiful time. And he has to go BKB next because he can't even stand in fights.
Yeah, he's not going to provide too much damage right now.
I mean, in my experience, Dawnbreaker just doesn't recover from this in pro games. I think it's almost impossible. Even if your hero can farm pretty well with the Soul Ring, you're not going to keep up the pace of Tide, Ember, or Shadow Fiend. And your net worth is not as impactful as theirs is. So even if you were close, your hero is still just intrinsically weaker. So I think this game falls on Satanic's shoulders almost completely. If he messes up once or twice on Kez, it's just over, I think.
I mean, I think the worst news for PARIVISION is, despite how poorly Notice has farm has been, he's relatively close to no one on the mid lane Pango. That's, I think, disastrous.
That's a big part to BetBoom's credit of how offensively they've played around mid. They've really, really pressured the Pango. They've only killed him twice, but they've just kept him unable to find kills. And obviously, all the time when he's on the receiving end, you're not farming. So his overall CS here only sitting at 140. Ducalis will get Overgrowth and will get Ember.
Yes, he will.
Easy kill.
Yeah, what is the Witch Doctor? Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, we haven't talked about this much from Witch Doctor's perspective, but he shares the same problem this game as Dawnbreaker does. Like, how do you play that hero if you don't have setup?
Yep. I was gonna say, I don't think he's cast his ult a single time, if I'm not mistaken.
You need teammates to stun enemies so that you can land a Maledict and cast your ult.
Yeah.
If you want to play Witch Doctor offensively. If you're playing him as part of an Aura strat and you're maxing heal and you're buying Greaves, I think that's a different playstyle, but I don't think your lineup can really do that. So he's also in a bit of a pickle here together with Dawnbreaker. Maybe they can be two pickles in a jar, as they say, together.
Yep, that's a saying.
Yep. Oh, good ward on security here. This would be a great connection.
Absolutely, but
they're too late, maybe? Yeah, they're too late by a few seconds.
That's a shame for them.
Oh, this is awkward now.
And now a lot of time wasted.
There's nobody here. Yeah. In the meantime, Tide is tiding. So he has Ags, and he's starting to work on a Yule's, interestingly, as his next purchase. I think this is a pretty decent game for Blink Shard against Pango and Kez. That Shard is actually super high value, but just doesn't value it.
What is the thought process with the Yules? Cancel for Witch Doctor ult that he's yet to cast?
It's decent against Kez when he's winding up. It's decent against Dawnbreaker when she arrives. I mean, it's not that great, is it?
It's not incredible. I mean, it can be good against Pango with the right timing because Rolling Thunder I mean, then again, he's gonna have Shard pretty soon.
I don't know. I'm not sold on this Yules. He also hasn't committed for what it's worth. He moved the Blink up in priority in his quick buy. Maybe it's for a later Wind Waker that he's already thinking ahead because he knows they're in a good spot. Don't know.
Well, for BetBoom, let's see. Kiritich, very close to a BKB, 1,000 away. GPK, basically the same, not too far behind. So that's going to be a nice power spike for them, and that'll align with the blink on Miero. So that is going to be pretty dirty. And PARIVISION, well, Satanic very far away from the BKB. No one does have the Shard now. As he's going to get overgrowth and feared and killed.
That was actually a Yashakaya kill. He would not have been able to wind that up in time if he didn't have it. So, value in that instance for Kiritich. This is probably just a clean Roche, no? I don't think you can fight it all without.
Yeah, there's no way they can fight
about it. So, nice and easy. Solar Crest on the Shadow Fiend from save. And also Solar Crest on Treant. They're running double crests, knowing that that's another thing. I mean, we just keep finding more and more flaws with the Dire lineup. It's almost strictly physical damage. So
yeah, that's true.
Like itemization-wise, you just want to buy every armor item and 2 crests, and it's super hard for the side of PARIVISION to find kills.
And Kiritich will get the first Aegis of the game.
I think this is a good game to buy Vlads on Treant, actually. With what we just said. It's nice for Ember, it's nice for SF, it's nice for Tide. Tide could also buy it himself, obviously. He's a great Vlad's buyer. Opted not to do it. That's what I thought he was going to buy instead of Mage Slayer in this game.
Yeah, well, he has Blink now.
Yep. BKB SF. It's all coming together now for BetBoom. Now it's about...
I love it when teams end up aligning on like these big items simultaneously. Because there is some dead net worth not being taken advantage of at the moment.
Yeah. Ember's BKB and 50. I think they're just going to go then. And the only way currently that I see PARIVISION winning a fight is if Kez does Kez things. I don't think anybody else stands a chance at piercing the amount of defensive tools the Radiant has. Double Solar, Treant Armor, Treant Ulti. Tide is unkillable, basically, for the Dire lineup. And an Aegis. You can see how confident they are. They're just letting Kiritich solo push here with... Ember wasn't even near yet.
Yeah, he's gonna get telekinesis, but look at that gush hitting 3 heroes rather. This insane range. Such a good Aghanim Scepter.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And you can see BetBoom smoking now to see if they can wrap around. Not sure if the blink has been revealed yet. As, yep, there it is, and goodbye no one. The player, that is. His 9 class takes a tumble as well, and this is getting out of control now for BetBoom.
Oh, Noticed could actually be in trouble here too if he doesn't ult away. Yeah.
He will do so.
Goodbye, says Wonder Woman. Wonder why you picked her, woman, that is. As we continue the push up top, this tower is gone as well.
That's good.
Matter of time. They'll glyph, but no.
I mean, when they picked her, part of you was happy though.
I love seeing Dawn, and I think we were focusing on the positive, which was her against Shadow Fiend. Unfortunately, I think that's literally the only positive thing about the hero this game. And that, to me, that's just not good enough to pick it.
And coming into this, we should update people. BetBoom 2-2 so far, where PARIVISION 3-1. So if BetBoom wins this, then they end up tying it up. Yeah. I kind of like this format. I wouldn't like it for every tournament because it used to be like this for a lot of tournaments back in the day. But it's been so long, it feels like. Every once in a while, this like huge round robin is pretty fun to cast. Best of one. Yeah. For some reason, the first thing that comes to mind with me is TI4, I believe, where Alliance went like 0-13 at TI. Do you remember that?
I remember that
they were just out
at TI3. I think they were lossless in the group stage of that one.
Yeah, it was like, is it TI4 or TI5? Either way, it was.
Yeah, you might be right. It was one of the two, I think. They had a very bad group stage in one of the TIs and an awesome one in the other. Well, they were very good at TI3, and then their stuff got nerfed hard.
Yeah, as it goes, you know.
Unfortunately, Admiral Bulldog never learned another hero, so he had a full year.
Well, he had 2 heroes. I feel like he had a third. What was the third? Lone Druid, Nature's Prophet.
His were Lone, Prophet, Clockwork, and Bat. Those 4.
I genuinely don't even remember the other 2, if I'm being honest.
Here
That's
comes
the initiation onto Miero. Got the Raptor Dance on him. He's going to brush it off, though. The Maledict is going to do a considerable damage.
Nope. Got the silence off to save that BKB. That's nice. He was about to get Slight Chained, and then I don't think he has a choice. But Ducalis will cash in his only 4th death of the game. It feels like he's died more than that, but it's actually just mainly been the Rubik.
Yeah, it feels like his impact was Healing Ward, or Voodoo Restoration rather, in lane, and then Maledict on Tide.
Yeah,
the
and
ults have had.
Cool idea.
It's going to be hard to.
I do like it because it's obviously undispellable, and Tide will take a lot of damage. But again, there's like some. It feels like a draft where there's individually interesting ideas and dynamics, but it's missing the red thread, which is why none of these things are really showing the potential that each individual has.
Is that a saying?
I don't know. Maybe it's only in Danish.
They're missing the red thread. That's interesting.
Do you know what I mean when I say it? Because then that's good enough for me.
I mean, it sounds to me like the missing piece.
What's that called? Is that not an English saying at all? See, with you, I'm not even sure when you say you haven't heard it, because I'm like, it might just be a thing that you've never heard of. All right.
Well, the panel was befuddled by the curmudgeon word, which has been one of my favorites because I've been characterized as being a curmudgeonly my entire life. Ducalis gets deleted with a single sharpshooter. Oh my.
Oh, it's called the common thread in English, apparently.
The common thread, okay.
Yeah. Well, this
I've heard that,
dictionary claims that. It's missing the common thread. So if you say that, you mean like there's no like logic or direct path toward what. Yeah, okay. All right, I'll remember that. I've said red thread to you many times. You've never.
No.
No?
There's no way. I feel like typically if you say something that I find weird, it doesn't matter what's happening. I will bring it up, as you know.
Typically, you don't listen.
Like that's true. The only
I might have said it anytime.
Yeah, it might be when I'm not listening, which is, to be fair, a lot of the time.
Yeah.
I can only listen to you so much.
Yeah. Fair enough. Understandable.
You know, I could have made a very positive spin with that. It's just that when you speak, I'm just enamored, you know, to the point where I can't listen to you anymore. It's just too much.
It's so hot.
Oh, they're gonna find GPK. Has to pop the BKB. Now the gush coming in. Another sharpshooter, Ducalis. We'll live this time. I want to say that's the first death word of the game. I could be wrong, but not much impact there.
Yeah.
It does feel like a very hard Witch Doctor game after the laning stage.
So I'm trying to wrap my head around how you solve this issue thematically. Like usually if you're missing catch, you're buying a Hex at some point or an Abyssal. You can play Dawn with Blink Abyssal. It's so far away though, and it's not really that good. Kez can maybe buy Silver Edge to get in and also to kill Tide, but that also sounds pretty bad. I don't know, I'm kind of grasping at straws here because ultimately, yes, the gold isn't moving, but I don't feel like the game is getting easier for the Dire. Unless they solve that problem inherently. They're gonna buy Basher on Pango. That's one thing that would help. Because that's a semi-reliable stun, right? We can
Nullifier for Notice as well is the next thing on his list. I'm trying to figure out.
They're still just gonna get away though.
What is it for exactly? Like it'll get rid of Living Armor, Solar Crest.
It's decent.
Flame Guard.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's a crazy good pickup though, unless I'm missing something.
4 staff on Hoodwink. There's some, you know, little things, but
it's solid, but I don't think it's a game changer. You know?
I agree 100%.
In fact, you're buying. If you're buying an item that expensive to counter 4 staff, which is a lot less expensive, in theory, you're not getting your value at all.
Yep, that's true.
Obviously depends on the context and the situation,
but this is a problem that Dawnbreaker runs into a lot in games that she's not winning, is that there's no like, hell yeah, I'm gonna hit an insane power spike item. He is swapping it now to AC. I'm happy to see that, because I think that's a better choice. But even that also isn't like a total game changer. But I think they're just gonna play into the idea of Kez is going to do this or we're gonna lose. And this is the best item that Dawn can buy for Kez. She stays alive longer and she gives him more damage.
Yep.
So
yeah, I like it. So Tormentor taken out. Kiritich gets rewarded with the Shard.
Yeah.
Which is a 50-50 between him and Kataomi on the Treant. So is this even something you buy anymore on Tree? With the nerf?
Sometimes. I think Ducalis bought it earlier. I want to say today.
It does feel like when you're winning, it feels way better to get, I would say.
Yes,
but
100% agree.
This could be a good opportunity to do so.
It's time for PARIVISION to try to do something. Now Kez has Daedalus.
Yeah, he's strong.
Another...
By the way, Ducalis is... I mean, he might not even get it, but are you surprised that he's going for Ags? He has the blink for better positioning, but...
I just don't see it. I'm not seeing it, man. I really am not seeing it.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, they'll find a little
spotted.
snack here. Smallest of kills, but still a kill. More Deso charges for Kez. He's up to 4 now at 32 minutes.
Yeah, that's great.
Baby steps for the bird. Baby bird steps. Oh, hello. Ducalis. Oh, somehow that gush didn't climb him. They weren't ready to go anyway.
Interesting for GPK, the casual plate mail. Talked about all the physical damage, and it's basically the only damage into Ag, so he's not even gonna finish it yet.
I like it a lot. I think
Shiva.
this is occasionally very good. That's what I was talking about. You're playing against triple physical core. You want to buy armor items, so even if you're not going to upgrade it, this is just insane EHP value. So I really like that he went for that. Would have been more than happy to see him finish the Shivas first, but valuing the Ags higher, I don't mind it. Just getting the plate mail along the way seems very, very clever. Ducalis is going to blink up on a high ground and be the ward that he doesn't have anymore.
Yeah, smoke from BetBoom.
Imagine this works.
Gonna wrap around. They might get some vision unnoticed. They're gonna use the Ravage. He has the gem as well, and he's killed off immediately. No one with the Rolling Thunder. Gonna be countered thanks to the Overgrowth. The buyback now from the Dawnbreaker, but the right clicks onto no one. Too much to handle. Oh, do they actually have the connection onto Kiritich, the stun lock and the kill? So a good turnaround. They're gonna get GPK as well. It cost them 2 buybacks, so pretty expensive. But perhaps that's what you get for ravaging a Dawnbreaker.
That's what you
get their gem back.
Kez to Kez,
yeah,
and
they
he Kez'd all over them. And you're right. You know, the Ravage, it looks really good to start. You immediately kill 2 heroes, but it's 2 heroes that have buybacks, so...
Oh, man.
It was a 5-7.
Can they even go for this?
That's a really good gush into roar damage. I think Miero could potentially defend this Roche.
He might try for it. Satanic. Yeah, they're opting to not.
God. Oh, he's almost dying to Roche.
Satanic has to use Raptor Dance on absolutely nothing.
Oh my God, this
so it
is
looked
so
like
awkward.
a free Roche because of 2 core kills being defended by a single Tidehunter. There's no one. They're gonna find save on the high ground. He will get destroyed.
Mission accomplished. Roche is gonna move. Can they kill him?
Oh, you're right. He's gonna toss him. Oh dear.
Oh, he's helping them with
he's actually going to be taken out, potentially. Kataomi coming in as well. Satanic does get the Aegis. It's going to cost Tree his life. A good attempt, but now that's 4 kills overall the course of the last minute or so in favor of PARIVISION.
Keep in mind that entire time, SF and Ember had buybacks. They chose not to spend a single one of them. Either buyback defends that Roche 100%, but they thought they could hold it without using these core buybacks, and that's going to cost them.
Close.
Well, oh, good defense.
Nice telekinesis save.
And
Solar Guardian as well. Looks like he's fine. Kiritich, he's going to get harpooned. Has to pop. Well, notice. Have to be careful here. Rolling Thunder. The BKB saving Kiritich for the time being, but this might be too much damage. This would be the second back-to-back death for the Shadow Fiend, and somehow PARIVISION have come back into this game. Wow, that's insane.
2 situations, one in which you use 2 buybacks and one in which the opposing team doesn't use any, has swung the game by 10k. You're getting top tier 1, or excuse me, tier 2 now as well, probably, with no Shadow Fiend on the field. I was definitely not expecting this, and it goes to show, like, if you expend Ravage on heroes like Dawn and Witch Doctor and they both fly back, you're at an inherent disadvantage for the upcoming fight. You're missing a key ability, and Dawn has a way to connect when she buys back instantly. So it's so easy to say in hindsight, but like you said, ravaging Dawn might just not be good enough. Like, you want to ravage literally any other core and you probably win the fight cleanly.
Yeah.
Now Kez can do it. 27,000 net worth.
I'm a believer. Now that Shadow Fiend's had back-to-back deaths
for the game. I was like, who do you think is going to win? You were like, I don't care about the drafts. Kez always wins, and here we are.
That's right, he does, and Satanic is showing why. A Ravage being used defensively for Miero. Rolling Thunder coming, no one. Not going to fully proc it, it seems. And the Gushes are starting to stack up. They do have to be careful. GPK killing off Ducalis. Now the Solar Guardian. The extra AoE as well. Not enough to save no one, though.
Uh-oh, this would be a dieback on if she doesn't get out. Already one on Witch Doctor.
Fine.
Yeah,
and they still retain their gem, so they do bleed a bit. PARIVISION not able to really fully put this in their grasp, but they're still in a good position now.
This game is super unpredictable. Anyone's game now. I still feel like the ease of execution, I am favoring Radiant, but the Aegis on Kez makes things a lot less obvious. It's only 2 minutes to go though. You outlast that one and suddenly it gets a lot easier for the Radiant once again. I genuinely feel like if you kill Kez, you can't lose. So any moment of opportunity to find and kill Satanic, you're good. He's 4-0 and 4-0. 0 death game for the Birdman.
That is impressive considering that they were kind of getting shellacked a bit early in the game. Satanic, you talked about the Daedalus, has the blink. Gonna finish the Swift Blink into his namesake, Satanic. So that is more to look forward to. And what's the, I assume the Shodosai critical strike is the, I can't believe I'm saying these words. That's the talent that you take?
Yeah, usually. If you're playing single target assassination focus, for sure. So I think he should definitely take that this game. I have seen the other one taken if you're playing against, like, let's say PL, for example.
Well, the other one, it sounds not that good, but then you read the info thing and
yeah, it's
the same duration, but it's 3 slash instead of 2, so it's faster for each slash, right?
It's 50% more damage, basically. If you hit the full echo slash, it's 50% more damage at the same time.
Yeah, but if you just read it +1 echo sight, to me, without reading the info, it's like it's slow still. You're not going to hit 3 ever, but because it's sped up.
What I'm saying is I believe the 3 swings come out in the exact same time that 2 usually do. So it's 50% more damage in the same time. Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Very good, Sundarin.
Yeah, we got there in the end. We both said the same thing twice, and then we agreed. So,
hey, that's how world politics should work.
40 minutes. Here comes Satanic. It's time to open up the map.
Very rare sight, I have to say.
And Swift Blink is now only 300 away, so this wave should do it. Pretty much, 40 to go. And he is not saving for buyback. We're all out.
Yeah, Satanic's not a big buyback believer, you know?
He's also not a big dyer, so...
True, if you don't die, you don't need buyback.
That's right, that's what everybody thinks. Oh, he did take the slashes. I thought he was going to take the side crit.
All right, I want to see what this looks like.
Interesting. I guess this is safer if you're kind of playing... If you feel like you can't hard commit as much as you would like. This is just more damage from range. But back when the Shodosai crit was 100% at 25, I feel like it was taken every single game. It got nerfed to 80, and then people explored the other one more. But I thought in this game he was still going to take the Sai, just to be able to kill SF faster and Ember. Okay.
Smoke versus smoke. Notice again they're going to open up on. No Ravage, though. They've learned their lesson, it seems. No one with the Rolling Thunder. Forcing out a BKB on the Miero, but that's about it for now.
Yeah. That's clearly by design there from PARIVISION to send the Dawn in front. She actually didn't have buyback. It was on cooldown, but she's super tanky and hard to kill, and you want her to be the target as much as possible. She's like the literal best option for PARIVISION for the fight to start on. If she gets BKB off and a Starbreaker, she might heal a decent amount, and you want your other two cores to have the freedom because they will be the ones actually killing stuff.
Well, thought this was going to be a pretty one-sided game, but we have ourselves a late game situation, it seems, where both teams can definitely win this.
If everybody keeps scaling, I think it's actually hard to call later as well. Dawn is a beast when she's 6-slotted.
That's why they picked her, Cinderin.
Amazing. Yeah, well, they saw it coming. Ooh, damage rune now for Kez.
Wait, which 25 talent do you like on
Starbreaker?
Dawn. The other one's so good, though.
They're both very good.
It does feel like because you have Shard, which you're going to get every game, it feels really bad not to go for the right talent, you know?
Yeah. I think Whisper's go-to build on Dawnbreaker when he's 6-slotted, I think it has Octarine in it, because then you have the distance between the Starbreakers is so short, and it heals for so much that it's exceptionally high value on the hero. Wouldn't mind seeing that in this game either, on Noticed, if he can get there. Obviously, the item has a lot of mana regen, so you can sell your Soul Ring and just farm it up.
I didn't even realize this talent existed for Dawn. The hammer grants movement speed. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that was from the post-facets patch, I think. As in the one that removed them.
It speeds them up for the same amount that it slows, so 36% movement speed bonus.
You're basically hasted. I think it lingers for like, I want to say 1 second.
Oh, that's cool.
But it might be longer. It might be 2.
Well, they have a damage rune, by the way, on Mr. Satanic, and it will activate now. They're going to look for a fight.
If he gets a jump on SF, he probably just almost one-shots him.
By the way, he did go for the Celestial Hammer, 25 talent.
Oh, he did. Cool. All right. It is also very good. It connects.
The scan comes out. They know they're here. Initiation, no one. Tries to get the shield crash.
Oh, he's hexed.
Try to disengage. He gets hexed, but the telekinesis saved. The Rabbit is only going to hit him, but it's enough to get the kill. He does not have buyback. Solar Guardian basically in place. Notice trying the GTFO. And Satanic and company cannot try to hightail away, knowing that no one has no buyback.
If they knew
Ravage
there was
is
no
down.
buyback on Pango, I think they would have run them down. But they're unaware and they're hoping for Roche. This is a max respawn time, almost. So very lucky for PARIVISION. They'll actually get a chance to contest for this Aegis if they want to, as it will respawn 20 seconds after the Pango. That's just really lucky. There's no other way about it. This was going to be theirs for sure.
What are the 25 talents we got coming up that are impactful?
Ravage duration on Tide is really big. Another full second. Goes from 2.4 to 3.4. Guess that's pretty much it, right? Pango's is not as important in this game, I think, as it is in other games. Oh, hang on, Kataomi.
Goodbye. Miero jumps in, misses the gush onto his target, which was Satanic, but the AoE is so big, hits everybody else. You're gonna get one support who buys back instantly, which is 9 class. Looks like they might want to fight here. Pango's up in 10 seconds. And Miero, Satanic is going to open things up onto the Shadow Fiend. Kiritich deleted. That is not what you want to see from your position one, and he's down and out for a minute and a half, which means that Roche will be in favor of PARIVISION now. as he will spawn very shortly.
Kez.
Yeah, he Kez'd everywhere.
Yep. That was a really nice
buying out
play,
that
though.
Satanic
It was
as
super
well.
heads up from 9 class. They had the vision. He gets the blink telekinesis in a spot that SF was really not expecting to be seen. And yeah, once your telekinesis there, you're actually just dead. There's no counterplay available. They don't have any
Satanic
support on the Radiant. So
he's hitting critical mass now. So he's eaten his Ags, has the Satanic. Basically, the only thing he can do from here is get Moon Shards and or the Shard. Ag Shard, that is. Or maybe a Refresher if he wants to be cheeky. 40 seconds for Shadow Fiend. They do have to withstand this gush, though. They're going to go for the initiation. Ravage comes out. Miero and company, they do get the Rubik's. That's a dieback, but Miero gets completely decimated by Satanic. As GPK doing pretty good work, has a double kill to start this fight. That's 3 dead already for the BetBoom side, as Roche will belch right in their face. So no more gushes to worry about. As Hoodwink will buy back now. This is a big Roche. This is,
by the way.
Yeah, this is Aegis, Cheese, Refresher, Shard, Banner. Another Sleight of Fist initiation from GPK. Have to be a bit careful. Satanic. He got it. GPK, he takes the Aegis and he kills off Roche as well. Was not expecting that. Now Satanic has to run away. Has absolutely no mana at all. Gets Searing Chains and killed off his first death of the game. No buyback, because who needs buyback when you don't die? 4 dead for the PARIVISION side. What a turn of events. GPK putting them on his back, Cinderin. Holy crap, that was sick.
Clean execution. That's crazy. He gets in there, gets the last hit, gets the Aegis, and then kills Kez afterwards.
Oh my god, that's slow. The slight steal. He wasn't even in the pit. That's insane. That is such quick fingers.
Of course, as we talked about prior to the game, the prediction rate of the panel, Quinn said this was not a good Ember game, and that's why GPK is 13-1-11 and probably made the game-winning move there.
Man, you're really hating on Quinn this week.
Fuck that guy. He likes Huskar. He's dead to me.
This is going to be minimum 1 lane, probably 2. There's a tier 2 in the bot, so can't go for the megas.
This is easily 2 sets, and then probably... Oh, there's also a damage rune in the river, and they see it too. They have a ward there, so they could even set up for a follow-up fight with this. I would probably put that on the Ember over the SF. I feel like GPK just has way too much freedom in the fights, given the lackluster amount of lockdown. Give him the rune, let him pop off one last time and get the win.
That was absolute filth.
He's carrying up Radiance now on the Ember. That would be interesting to see.
That's an old school one.
Minutes.
Yeah. They get the tier 2
again. Triple physical heroes, so evasion is good. Is he going to commit for it? Oh. He will give the bottle to SF, so looks like
there it is.
Decision. He does complete it.
Wow.
Sacrificing his buyback for this. He has Aegis though. Hard to see him dying twice, in fairness.
You say that. When it's you that say that, I don't know anymore.
Okay.
Your caster curse has been known to be unbeatable at times.
Yeah. I thought GPK was going to do a cool remnant play there where he remnanted across the shop and then sells the Mage Slayer midway, but...
No, they're going to get some support kill here. Nice kill for the... Did he end up going Axe? He did. Have we seen that do anything since? No. Genuinely. And what is the point of this?
And I think the answer is we won't as well.
What is the point of this?
I don't know. I feel like there were just regular utility items would have had a bigger impact, like Glimmer, Force. You know, Lotus against Ember and Tide is really nice. And he could have afforded at least one of them.
He didn't even go Shard.
He's queued it up now, but he's prioritizing Disc. Oh,
Ravage. Opening things up, and no one is dead, but Kiritich is as well. Satanic still packs a pretty punch at the moment. So it's a 1-for-1, but a double buyback now on PARIVISION. No one with the Rolling Thunder onto Miero. There's the Death Ward. We've been waiting for it all game. He just needs to be put on a cliff so he can't be killed off. Now he's stuck there for his cooldown on Blink Dagger. So no buyback for the Tidehunter. What can they do with this opening? There's no Roche. Gotta get some building, surely.
The waves are really bad, though. They're all the way across the river on both mid and bottom. And yeah, well, and top, because Kataomi's up there pushing that out. I don't really think you can even hit high ground. You can maybe get tier 2s. But you also got to remember the risk reward of this, right? If you try to push anything and you fail, you lose the game. You use the buyback on Pango, which is obviously massive, and you know for a fact that
just uses cheese.
They're not hesitant to go for. Oh, was that just for? Yeah, he just used it for value or what?
I didn't see what his HP was at or mana.
Huh?
Yeah, I don't know. Interesting. He's trying to go for a butterfly now, by the way. So I don't know if that's a backpack item or just a replacement for Mage Slayer. I guess Mage Slayer becomes the backpack item with BKB.
Yeah, for sure.
Being swapped.
Yeah.
All right, they get one tier 2, and it looks like that's it. But still a good fight for PARIVISION. Just reminding people that Kez exists in this game.
Yeah.
And he can 1v5 if left unattended. There's an Eon disc for no one now.
Yeah, he needed that badly. He might have needed it 10 minutes ago. But now that's a really big, that's a potentially game-changing item. Because it should allow him to guarantee get a roll-off. If it procs, he can use roll-up and then ult. Can still get overgrowth though, but it makes things a little more complicated for BetBoom to execute.
No one. Rolling Thunder. They find their target. It's a hoodwink. And he did go for the Rolling Thunder cooldown talent at 25. So with Octarine, what does this turn into? After the duration of the Rolling Thunder, it's about 35 seconds downtime.
Yeah.
Not too bad. Arcane Rune on GPK.
It's 4v5 though.
He's not too afraid right now. He's already consumed his Ags, apparently. Huh. Wait, what? Why did he consume his Ags already? Am I missing something?
Really wants the bottle.
Well, if the bottle was guaranteed to have an Arcane Rune every time, sure.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. I think that does look a little bit...
As you lose your stats as
Donald.
Polar Guardian with the Starbreaker. GPK has to use the BKB. And the Rolling Thunder on the other side. Ravager trying to dissuade them from going on top of Kiritich. They're trying to go on top of, but Kataomi with the overgrowth instantly dispelled. No one caught in the midst of that as well. So all in all, nobody dies.
They forced a Ravage though. That's pretty good. Trading Dawn ulti for Ravage at this point in the game is super well worth it.
He does have Refresher for a second Ravage if need be. There he goes in with the second Ravage into Kiritich's ult as well. It is enough. Satanic dead, and that means the rest need to get the hell out. He does have buyback, but they're just getting slowed to a crawl. These gushes are insane. Eon disc procs for no one. There's the buyback onto Satanic. Wants to come in and try to turn this around. Big shadow raises coming out from Kiritich. Maledict applied right now, but the Starbreaker available for notice. The Rolling Thunder trying to find the connection on the Kiritich. Cannot do so though. Satanic still walking ever so slowly to catch up with the rest of his team. But now they're very low on HP. I'm not sure if they can fight. Attempted TP, not gonna happen. Satanic comes in to take out Kiritich again. And they're gonna find the Treant on top of that. So double kill for Satanic. And now the buyback available for the Shadow Fiend, but their base is getting some pressure from these creeps.
We'll be okay.
Got to be a bit careful.
It's a huge buyback though. The Kez death is a potential opportunity to win the game here, BetBoom. If they somehow kill him in the next 6 minutes, they should just be able to push straight down mid. Satanic is aware of that, so not trying to press any advantage in this 4v3 situation because buybacks can just lose him the game, so has to play cautious.
Sange Kaya for GPK. Are you surprised that, I mean, I know it doesn't refresh items, but is Refresher not crazy with Ags?
It's very good still, I think. There was definitely merit to considering that this game. I would agree with that. I know you already have Octarine, but still, you just like full on non-stop sliding and jumping with remnants.
Yeah. So Satanic he didn't go for Butterfly. He went for Nullifier, which he can take apart for this Divine, which he can just do now, actually, if he really wants.
Yep.
And we talked about the Nullifier value not being the craziest this game.
It's better.
I assume that's what he did. True. I mean, are you keeping the Nullifier and backpacking something? Oh, the Deso gets sold. Okay. All right. Well, no buyback. Not that it would do much if you lose your Divine anyway.
I really like the smoke from PARIVISION, even though they don't have buyback on Kez. I think this is a winning mentality, going for a play here. Trying to get an advantage when you know the enemy team's going to spill out on the map. They're trying to set a trap.
Smoke on both sides. Miero, he has one Ravage. Refresher down for another 20 seconds. No one with the Rolling Thunder. Creates a little bit of space, forces them to back away for the time being, and maybe now PARIVISION wait for the next Rolling Thunder, perhaps. Does have Refresher, though. Very tense moment now. Roche up in 35 seconds.
I just realized Dawn is 0 and 3.
That is really weird. What the hell?
Super rare. He's got a single kill. He's pretty decked out now, though. This is
not about the kills, though. He's only died 3 times, which is surprising.
The hero starts getting really strong.
No one.
Big now.
Has to use the roll up. They're going to find the opening now onto the Rubik. Tries to telekinesis himself. GPK will have to use BKB to force the issue. Solar Guardian keeping him alive a little bit longer. Going to jump in now, the Abyssal Blade. They get the Stunlock onto the Shadow Fiend, but the Yules is going to keep him alive. Rolling Thunder now on top of him. Kiritich gets off his ult at the last moment. Is there enough damage for him? He's trying to right-click notice. Not really doing that much at the moment. Continuing to get bashed. Meanwhile, Kez doing Kez things. GPK getting gone on by the Death Ward. Gonna use the shard now to stay alive. They have the connection. They have the stun lock. They have the kill. 3 cores dead. Just like that. And into the Roche pit they go. PARIVISION. Some way, somehow win this fight. I mean, in the end, easily. It costs 1 buyback on the Rubik. That's it.
Not something I thought I would be saying in this game, but Shadow Fiend is falling off. Actually.
He was just sitting there right click against the Dawn, who's so tanky now.
He can't beat Dawn in a fist fight. There's no chance. She has way too much sustainability. 5,000 health, 40 armor, Abyssal Blade, Satanic. No chance that SF ever kills her without something like a Rapier at this point. So, yeah. That was just the way that fight developed with formation. I think your formation on BetBoom's team got broken way too hard going for that Rubik. And he just buys back.
He's going to use Solar Guardian just to get back in position to be able to get some barracks. There's 3 buybacks available for BetBoom.
This push is very, very fast between Kez and Dawn.
They don't have the Deso any longer, but Divine makes up for that, I believe. This will be 1 set.
They'll probably go for 2 and then back and get position. Or maybe? I mean, yeah. I don't think they're going to dare to just straight go for the set. But
I don't think so. And they know at this point, either they don't have buyback or they obviously do not want to use it with about 10 seconds left.
Yeah.
So this will equalize the barracks. It's not the same lanes necessarily. The mid lane aligns. So it's top and bottom that are the differences. As we're approaching 60 minutes.
At 49 minutes, this was a 94% Radiant win expectancy game.
Kez.
Now it's about to be 50. Yeah, Kez was the 6%, of course. The other heroes were 0.
It feels like that. And now that Satanic has the Aegis, 3.5 minutes with it. Divine feels very safe. He is completely alone right now. As GPK going to take the brunt of the damage. We'll have to Remnant away. And pops the BKB as well. Wasn't sure if anybody else was nearby.
I think I would really like to see Kiritich sell his Yashakaya now, actually. I think it served its purpose, and now it's too late, and I think you need to get hard-hitting stuff. You need Swift Blink Rapier, I think, so that you can actually pose a threat to Dawn, so you can actually kill the Kez in a stun. Like, this Yashakaya isn't doing that much.
Let's see what Satanic gets for his tier 5 options. Oh, he does not get Deso. That is unfortunate. Ooh, these are some
god though if he wants it.
Yeah, the enchantments are good. So he wants Rift Shadow Prism for the illusion, which
your favorite.
It's not. I would not say it's good, but if you can trick them, that is good.
Dawn got the Deso. She hits like a truck now.
Yeah, that's nice.
It's very rare we see Dawn reach this point in a pro game, because usually Dawn either loses or wins by like 40 minutes. So this is going to be interesting for sure. When he hits level 30 and gets the Starbreaker talent as well, he is enormous. Does he have? Yeah, he has overwhelming blink.
Yeah, we didn't mention Satanic's 30 now, so you got the Shoto strike talent as well. All right, so any of these tier 5s matter, Cinderin? The Deso we talked about?
Yeah, Deso's big.
They have double Deso, actually, so no one. Double dipping?
What do you want to get on the Radiant? We have one on the Shadow Fiend.
I mean, am I wrong that Rift Shadow Prison, I mean, he did not have good options at all.
Oh, he took Minotaur Horn and SF. I really thought he was going to take the Fallen Sky, actually.
Fallen Sky into Requiem, yeah.
Well, also just like to have some sort of additional just counterplay of some kind. I understand that this 2 seconds BKB is nice, but I just don't really think that's more likely to make a difference than moving. For the upcoming game deciding fight.
Maybe this illusion's better than I think. I don't know. 50% outgoing damage on Kez.
The thing about Fallen Sky though is you have to not have taken damage for 3 seconds, so he kind of has to use it offensively. But I do think there's some merit.
Oh, in their base. Oh my god, the Starbreaker demolishes him. Miero with the Ravage, not doing that much. It does clip the Kez though. Telekinesis saves Solo Guardian right on top of him. They find a stun lock. They're gonna get the kill on GPK, but he's able to get the Remnant away. Satanic now on the run. That's the Aegis down and out. Still has the BKB. And the Satanic is back in his inventory. The Ravage was stolen. 9-class doing absolute work. Kiritich dies again, has buyback. Will certainly have to expend it here at some point. Ravage barely clips one hero, so double Ravage down. And we'll see if PARIVISION can take full advantage of this. Gush is now stolen. That is pretty dirty as well on the Rubik. Although, doesn't have Ags actually, so maybe not.
Yeah, I'm surprised he doesn't have that at this point.
Yeah, at this point, very.
What a nasty steal from finally getting a good Ravage there for the Rubik. We've waited all game for 9-class to hit a fat one, and was that the first one he even got? I think.
I haven't seen one yet. Yeah, gonna force the buyback onto the Hoodwink. Kiritich still maintaining his down for 60 seconds. Their base, you have to be a bit careful here. No one with the Rolling Thunder. Creating some space as Satanic wants to go from here. They're gonna have to buy back on the Shadow Fiend. Surely the Titan just get ripped up like a watermelon. And now going for the Mega Creeps. There's the buyback onto the TIE Hunter. GPK focusing on Notice. Still staying alive with the Starbreaker. Satanic. Now we get too much here. Kiritich coming in with the Requiem. It's successful. It fears the Kez. And now Satanic's in a lot of trouble. The Divine Rapier drops to the deck. But this is going to get dieback onto the Shadow Fiend. Buyback instantly from the Kez now as GPK taking tons of damage. The Death Word finally doing something in this game. GPK staying alive just barely. The Sharpshooter does hit the Dawnbreaker at the last moment. Finally, the death comes for the Ember, but the buyback still retained. Dawnbreaker has to save the Ancient. It's at half HP. The creeps have been doing a lot of work in the enemy base. What?
Is this still not over? It might still not be over. Kez doesn't have his Rapier anymore. Tide has Rapier.
Yeah, that's big. That's big.
No.
Needs to consume his Ags. He really needs the AoE Ags here. Oh, he's just going to drop his boots. Yeah, that makes sense.
His Anchor Smash hits hard.
No, it's, yeah.
Time to get crit, baby.
The problem is he just dies so fast now at this stage of the game to Kez.
Yeah. Well, now that Kez doesn't have Rapier, it's a lot less dangerous,
it is.
Actually. This is, you're not confident pushing here.
No, no one. This is what he's been doing, creating space so that they can hit buildings. Miro going to be the recipient of the first stun, and it is Mega Creeps. And Satanic now focusing on the tier 4s. There's the buyback from GPK, so now it's a 4 versus 4. They're going to back away.
Wait, what? Oh, I thought if he bought back that they were initiating at the same time. Otherwise, this buyback makes no sense. You already got Mega'd.
Oh, yeah.
That seemed like a panic move, because if you combine this with, let's say you catch Satanic with any Blink Hex from Tide or whatever, and Ember buys back and you pile on him and you get that kill, you probably win the game against Megas. But like this was just a completely wasted buyback. PARIVISION were backing anyway.
Yeah.
So that could be a really costly mistake. But as you like to point out, Shen, with GPK, you know, it's never easy. A rare mistake.
Everybody's buying out items.
Yeah.
Okay, now that Ducalis has BKB Cinderin, now the Ags is good, right?
I guess.
Now, surely it makes sense. He knew this was going to go 66 minutes.
The EM disc on Tide could be pretty big, but he needs to have it in his inventory. And I don't know what you swap out right now.
Radiant are scanning.
And Satanic working on another Divine. It'll be a bit, though. Only has enough for one component.
Surely Tide should play with Magic Rapier, right? And then swap it after he uses his spell? 25% bonus damage on Gush and Ravage is no joke, and then you just, you know, just cast those spells and toggle it mid-fight. 6 seconds.
Yeah, you could. You could.
We might see.
Sounds like a lot of clicking.
Smoke. We'll see. Keeping it on physical for now, though. There's a lot to keep track of in this game. It's probably not a priority for him.
Smoke from BetBoom. There's the Ravage coming out. It does hit 2. Telekinesis save on a Dawnbreaker. The Eon Disc does proc. Ducalis inside of his shard, now staying alive. GPK getting bashed. Meanwhile, the Rapier back on the deck as Satanic picks it up. Picks up what was always his. Has the Nullifier still as well. I didn't realize that. Or just built it again, I think. Either way, that is essentially a dieback, or it is a dieback for the Tide.
That move had to work. They had Refresher, they had 2 Ravages, and they got nothing out of it. Quick reactions from PARIVISION. And now this should be a formality 5v4 with the Rapiers back in your hands. You just need to get any opening. You know there's no buyback on Ember.
9 class has Refresher before Ags. What the hell? That is crazy. Searing Chains trying to delay as much as possible. Roche banner place, though. Look at the range on this thing. Insane. He will be able to aggro the creeps eventually, though.
On Rubik, man. This has to be over.
Yeah, it's disgusting. But surely they know he has Ravage.
I don't know if they've kept the overview of that during all of this.
Yeah, that's true. There's a lot to keep track of. There's a Rolling Thunder initiation. Looking for the Ravage #1. It is there. The Yules to save him. Another Ravage is available. And there it goes. Not the greatest effect, but they still are starting to get buildings. Tier 4 almost dead. Battlefield on the sideline looking for an opening. Gets a couple of right clicks. Good amount of damage. Actually destroys the Rubik. But now the counter initiation from Satanic is not quite enough. And now the heal coming out from the Shadow Fiend. Another Yule save to keep him alive as GPK trying to do as much work as possible. They actually kill off 3 heroes in the blink of an eye, and now no one and Satanic have to hightail away. This is without a Tidehunter. This is with double Ravage on PARIVISION. They lose this fight horribly.
How did they not kill a single hero in 2 Rubik Ravages back to back? How's it even possible?
Now they're going for Roche.
Kills, Rubik dies for it. Then Witch Doctor dies going in, and then Dawnbreaker dies going in as well.
Yeah, they can't do this. They cannot go for this.
Oh my god, I can't believe the game didn't end. There's no way it didn't end there.
He bought double Divine Rapier now.
Yeah, well, he didn't kill Shadow Fiend in half a second, so that wasn't good enough, clearly. So now he wants
backpacking Daedal? Okay, he puts it back in.
This is a huge Aegis. It generally isn't that big of a deal at 70 minutes, but this one means a lot to Shadow Fiend because he keeps getting burst by Kez, and now he has a buffer. Yeah. And you saw in that fight, if Kiritich survives with even 5% HP, if he presses Satanic and uses 2 raises, he's back to full. So it's just a tiny bit missing from the Kez there. Katsuomi gonna
doing a good job.
Board here.
And we're gonna see the replay here.
A bit. I can't believe they didn't kill anyone.
I mean, the Wind Waker from Hoodwink, Save just owned that fight, by the way.
For sure, but like, how is the Rubik able? Okay, hang on, we're back to live. No one. Disc procced. It's a big cooldown. 2 full minutes.
Yeah, 30 seconds for the Dawnbreaker. As Kiritich working on a Divine for himself, as we're at 70 minutes now. Yeah, they're the ones with the Aegis advantage, but they're the ones that are mega creeped. And when is the last time we've seen a mega creep comeback, Cinderin? On this, like, general patch? I haven't seen
I played pubs the other day and lost twice in a row with mega creeps, and then I stopped streaming, so it hasn't been very long for me.
How about in a pro game?
In pro games, it's pretty rare. I don't know if it's happened so far in this tournament. I might have missed the game where it did. There's so many games. But, I mean, I don't know what the win percent on megas is this patch. It's probably like 98 to 99%. This is definitely one of those games where it's not even, like, I don't want to call this a 50-50. Even in favor of the team with megas. I think they're behind until the Aegis expires.
Yeah.
So, if you outlast the Aegis, you're probably in a good position again for Dire. The win expectancy of the game is basically 50-50. But right now, I favor Radiant. See if they can find a way to use this Aegis, though. That's the biggest challenge, setting things up.
Theoretically could be a big deal. Satanic working on his second tier 5. Because this one has not had much impact, obviously.
Yeah, true. So what's
the question
the ideal
is,
one?
what would he want? Giant's Ring, Cinder.
I mean, maybe he wants Regalia.
Yeah, Regalia would be good.
Insta-kill SF with double Rapier Regalia.
He's definitely not going Stygian. Unless the others also remake their Stygian.
Yeah, he could go Stygian and Dawn gets another item. I mean, they could also both have Stygian. It's not bad, because they're not necessarily hitting the same hero.
Radiant are scanning.
Still have a lot more... What are these things called? Rift Shards or something? Mad Stones?
Mad Stones.
10 out of 20 for Satanic. Both teams... I mean, are you surprised that... okay, they're smoking finally. I mean, with the Aegis, you feel like they would want to take a fight here. Oh. Satanic.
He has to be careful. He has 2 rapiers. This is dangerous territory.
Yeah, do they not? They have a sheep on Miero. If they get a sheep,
oh my god, if he gets caught here. The Rift
oh, they jumped the illusion. It actually worked. He pops the BKB just in case. Now he's going to apply some pressure. Raptor Dance. He's using everything to get the hell out of here. No one with the Rolling Thunder now. And I think they're just going to try to back away.
Stolen Ravage?
Yeah, Stolen Ravage yet again. Used yet again. That is a kill on the Hoodwink. 2 minutes on the deck. Kiritich gets 2-shot. Holy shit. That is Aegis down and out now as the Death Ward finally being applied. Some pressure, but the Kez gets killed. That is huge. And no buyback for Satanic. Can BetBoom finally finish this game? The mid lane, they do have to worry about a bit. As the Shadow Fiend, again, in a lot of trouble. Feel like we've been saying that game after, or fight after fight, dies as well. GPK, though, gets bashed, destroyed. So despite not having the Kez, everything is backwards in this game. They win the fight. There are buybacks in mass, though.
Rapier check? Where are the rapiers? Okay.
Let's see.
There's one on the ground next to Kali. It's like, anybody want this?
Protect it for the Kez.
Yep. I mean, you could definitely give a rapier to Dawn. She's owning. Just let her pick one up. I guess not.
Yeah, that's true.
We're reserving them. We are reserving them. Holy I can't. How many times in this game am I going to say I can't believe it's not over? How did they not win there?
I don't know. It feels like killing the Kez is not enough anymore. The rest of the cores have caught up, Cinderin. And the supports, for that matter.
This is insane.
There was 4 Ravages in that fight.
Alright, somehow the Radiant seems to be the team that will be forced to use buybacks here, not the Kez, who didn't have it, like you said. He was short.
Yeah, noticed. I mean, they're going to have to use something. GPK, that's 2 buybacks expended now. Maybe that's enough for No One and company to just get the hell out. Overgrowth, though, is going to keep him in place. He's dead. He does have the buyback.
This mission
the rest get out of dodge.
For Dire. It's very, very good to get these buybacks out. You still have the Mega Creeps advantage. Now you're in the driver's seat again, because no Aegis in play. The 2 Rapiers still waiting for Kez. And a gem.
Shadow Fiend dies in
the right-hand side
literally.
of the map currently has more net worth than Treant. Or about the same net worth. Oh, they're gonna.
Oh, there we go. Notice does pick up one.
Maybe they're splitting them 1 and 1. I think that's probably the ideal way to do this, actually. Yeah, I like this better. I think they should.
Are you surprised that? I mean, I know they don't have vision of this, but are you surprised that BetBoom didn't try to get these rapiers? they should know that they're not picking up both without Satanic around, right?
I don't know if they could have. I mean, who would have gone there? Who was even alive?
Literally anybody.
Well, who was alive?
Well, they bought back. They had 4 heroes.
Well, after their buybacks, they were completely cornered in their base. So you mean while Satanic was dead, they should have insta-bought back and just rushed over there?
No.
I suppose... it's just so hard to say. Like, they don't really...
I mean, it's also easier said than done, and we have Vision,
can't get
and they don't.
Regalia now, if he wants to.
Okay, what does he choose?
He will.
Yeah, I don't think there's a choice there.
Audacious Regalia.
He is killable, though. And the thing he really has to worry about is the double overgrowth. That's actually the big one, because he can BKB before the Ravage comes out.
Yeah.
Obviously, the Hex is something that you have to be scared of, but there's not a whole lot to be done against double overgrowth.
Kataomi can definitely be the X factor still in this game on Treant. This hero doesn't fall off late game. The value of that ability is just still super high.
It feels like they need, I believe somebody, they remade all their tier 5s. Everybody is, right? For the most part. What's the one that cleanses? Because I saw that.
Witchbane?
Yeah, it was on the Radiant. But theoretically, that's AoE, right? That's like 300 AoE or something?
Yeah, it's...
Like, that would be crazy good to have against the Treant.
Another Rift Shadow Prism there for Kiritich. Am I massively undervaluing the Yashikaya? I understand that casting the Razes faster is really good. I understand that casting the ulti faster is really good. But versus a Rapier, at this point, where it feels like the way fights are decided is you one-shot insta-gib somebody during Ravage or Hex. I don't know. Now he's queuing up a Butterfly. 80-minute
considering
butter.
he's been... I mean, yeah, Butterfly makes more sense at least. Starbreaker's not going to miss, though.
No.
I don't think Falcon or Echo Slash misses.
No.
Had this discussion yesterday.
Those two don't miss, I think. I know Dawnbreaker can't. I don't know about Kiss.
I mean, it shouldn't be able to miss. It's AoE. It's like a rebuke.
I would think that can miss.
Man, oh man. They're just going to wait for all buybacks here. I mean, right now, 4 out of the 5 on PARIVISION have buyback. Theoretically, this would be a pretty good time to go. Roche is not up for a minute and a half. So if you wait a minute and a half, they still don't have buybacks on BetBoom. So I guess that...
Thinking about recrafting her item, by the way.
How do you know she's thinking about it?
Well, she hasn't crafted the same one, which she could. I have the menu open. She can make the identical item to the one she already has, but she can make a different deso. She can get the max HP regen, which is, you know, 100 HP per second. I think that's kind of irrelevant this game. 115 move speed is really nice when you're playing without boots, but you have the hammer, so that travels you. I mean, maybe there's just nothing better than 40 strength.
Yeah, tough to say.
It's kind of crazy to look at this and feel like 40 strength is actually the best, but I think losing 30% attack speed also really sucks. She's not only using Starbreaker, she's also hitting a lot in between.
No, for sure.
So you probably just keep what you have. All right, Roche in 15 seconds.
After all that shit talk on Dawnbreaker, look at her now, Cinderin. Huh?
I always said if Dawn gets late, she gets nasty, but I didn't think it would get to this point.
This is beyond late.
Yeah. I mean, it's worth pointing out, if you look at the win expectancy graph of this game, there's been 2 separate moments where the Radiant were Omega favorites. 15 to 30 minutes and 40 to 55 minutes.
Roche spawned like a second before daytime, so now he has to wait for him to walk. So more delay. I mean, buybacks are going to be pretty close for BetBoom.
Yeah.
Sorry, Boom Boys, as they're going to be known.
What if this game never ends?
Then Darkseer will join and ruin the map like the old days. I mean, that's why the tier 5 should be buffed, Cinderin. That's what I'm saying. All right, Satanic with Aegis now. Does the Roche banner continue to... That would be... I'm sure it doesn't. It only has 3 levels, I think.
He did it on SF, finally. All right, he assembled his rapier and put the Yashikai in the backpack.
Okay, good boy.
Double rapier on GPK. He's transitioning to right click with double rapier dataless on the Ember. So he's...
Yeah, makes sense.
Making the switch. These slides hit really hard.
This is a good time to go. Another cheese eaten for no reason, it seems like. PARIVISION. They should know that these buybacks are not available for a little bit longer. Rolling Thunder. Looking for the hoodwink with that Wind Waker. Very annoying to deal with. Nullifier applied. Looks like he'll live though. And look at that damage onto no one. Oh my god! He died to a Shadow Raise. Holy shit, inside of his ult. Does that put this fight to an end already? I mean, the buybacks are coming back now.
He has to respect Shadow Fiend when he's rolling. Like, the amount of damage that Kiritich has with this rapier, the raises hit like a truck too. You have 22 armor only on Pango at 84 minutes or 82 minutes. I can't even read numbers anymore. It's so late.
This is insane.
I'm struggling to see how either team ends the game, actually.
Yeah,
It's so hard to be on
have
offense.
all these buybacks now.
Yeah.
GPK 400 gold away. Although the Tide actually 2,000 gold, even when the cooldown is back. That's a big one. Of course, PARIVISION don't know this.
Just queuing up Crimson Guard on Miero for his Ancient.
That's not bad. Doesn't need phase boots.
No.
It's a bit, I mean, he has BKB and I guess you Eon Disc replace, but he dies so fast. Like you can die before the Eon Disc actually enters your inventory.
For sure.
And without
I think
buybacks,
there's a case to be made for having Disc in your inventory over phase boots at this point, I think. Any game-breaking fight that's going to break out is probably going to come off of a smoke anyway, so then your move speed is less important. You just need to be in the right neighborhood so you can blink.
We'll turn this tide to our advantage.
Yeah, GPK, or rather Miero, the only hero in the game currently without buyback.
I believe also the only core is not level 30 now, right? Yep. Every hero is level 28 or higher.
To be fair, this talent is not going to have much impact in this game.
No.
This is a binary thing. If you win a fight, you win the game. Your anchor smash is not going to matter on buildings.
No.
So, a minute 50 on the Aegis. And now they know that buybacks... I mean, as far as they know, from PARIVISION's point of view, everybody has buyback on BetBoom.
They're letting their own Aegis expire. They're just not going to use it. It's pushing too difficult. So that begs the question, what timing are you playing for? Like, is there anything that's going to change this status quo that you can do yourself anymore? Because you could wait for next Roche, but it does the same. Or you already have a backpacked refresher.
Can you translate that, Tundra?
Sorry?
Can you translate that?
Can't translate. Oh, the first no.
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
Okay, they get a kill. They go for an assassination attempt. It's successful. Hoodwink does have buyback, of course. Going for a much more right-clicky build, by the way. This, if you click on the Hoodwink, this is like a turbo build, a regular turbo build.
Yep.
Deso, crit, Wind Waker.
This is good too. Pango, if you didn't notice, he used ulti into Fallen Sky on the tower and then he left. That is a pushing strategy. Unfortunately, he's against living armor.
Yeah, it's not that good. Time for the 5 Meteor Hammer strat. For sure worth.
It's time for hammers.
Yep, looking to force a buyback potentially.
Book of the Dead.
Sleight of Fist does so much. Everybody and their mother has a Divine. Satanic gets one hit applied to him. He goes to half HP.
Oh, they forced a buyback though. That's pretty good.
They did.
Yeah, there's this Falling Sky to instantly blink out.
Yeah, what is stronger, Living Armor or Fallen Sky?
Well, living armor. So you need more poke than that. All right, Aegis expired. It's time to go.
Yep, that makes sense. Satanic has Satanic back in his inventory. Now Miero walking up very casually. Gonna get bashed. Gets off the Ravage, but the BKB's already activated. He's dead to rights, and he has no buyback. He's the one in front for some reason. But usually when this happens, that means they're gonna win the fight somehow, but they get the connection onto the Shadow Fiend. Kiritich dead instantly buys back. Divine Rapier's being put back into inventories. Everybody's had all this inventory management is too much to keep track of as GPK gets insta-gibbed as well, but the double raise destroys Kez, and buybacks galore as the Witch Doctor casually dies to one right click. Triple kill for Kiritich after he dies. The tier 4 survives. And now with all these buybacks, I think if you're PARIVISION, you just wait for the casual respawn. Problem is Satanic did use buyback here.
I can't stop laughing thinking about Ducalis in this game. It's like everybody's an anime character and you're just the fucking squire just walking around. You press your ulti, it tickles someone, you get one shot. All right.
I have Voodoo Restoration, guys. Voodoo Restoration.
And half of Reddit says this hero is broken. It's so funny. Witch Doctor OP guy not being picked more. It's like a wet noodle running around. Oh,
yeah, he has been having a rough one.
Well, okay, which buybacks were used? So that's the winner of the fight. Nothing else happened really. In terms of net worth, the changes are irrelevant.
Yeah.
So we still have buyback on Pango, Dawn, Rubik, Treant, and Witch Doctor. So 4 Dire heroes and 1 Radiant hero have buyback. Only Kez using it in that fight for the side of PARIVISION. So if they could make another move, that could be the end of it.
Could be.
I can't wait to see the damage numbers in this game either. I feel like it's very hard to keep track of who's actually been carrying in terms of damage. Like Ember might be doing a lot more than you think. He now has 4 rapiers and a Daedalus, by the way.
God,
might have underestimated how much damage Shadow Fiend's been doing.
Yeah. I mean, Kez is going to have...
did more damage this game between Dawn and Pango? Because I'm not sure at this point.
Between Dawn and Pango, probably... Oof, that's tough.
That's tough, right?
First half of the game was definitely Pango, but yeah, it could have switched. I mean, how much damage do you think Satanic has done this game? Like over 150k? 120k?
No, not over 150. I was debating whether it's over 100.
Really? I think it's
probably close to that.
Really?
Yeah.
I'll say 120k. Cinder.
All right. We'll see. We'll see by the end. BKB Hoodwink, a classic.
Yeah, tier 5s can be remade again, by the way. Just need 40 Mad Stones. No big deal. So, with the Roche potential in 30 seconds, how much does he matter? It matters more for the Radiant, I assume, because of buybacks. Or if you put it on Kez, I suppose, because he refuses to save for buyback ever. Or he just used it, so. So I assume Roche is still a big deal.
I still think the best Aegis hero in this game is somebody against Kez. I think that's the most important thing. I think that the absolute best Aegis carrier is probably tied. But
he's getting melted. He goes for Crimson,
like
no buyback.
Get it, right?
Yeah. There's no way. So Crimson available. By the way, it only took 90 minutes, but 9 class has Ags.
Oh, amazing. He still has Ravage, by the way.
Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good spell. And Satanic, what is he up to? Building more rapiers, okay. Has the boost of travel too.
At this point.
I don't know.
He has everything, so.
Can't say I played a lot of 90-minute games.
Can't say I've played
even for me. Yeah, I've never played Kez before. That's true. All right, we have a smoke. PARIVISION looking to close the door on this best of one. Definitely with the advantage right now because of buybacks. The issue is Satanic does not have it.
Oh, they see save.
Yep. Okay, insta-give save. He's dead for 2 minutes. No buyback. That is a big opening kill. Might not seem like it, but with all the damage items on the Hoodwink, it does matter. And And they still have the Mega Creeps, applying some pressure to Miero. Kataomi gets off the overgrowth, only onto one though, refreshes. Has a second to work with. Kind of a waste though. Eon just propped on 2 heroes though. Yeah, Satanic had one apparently. We'll swap some items back in. As finally this tier 4 is going to fall on the Ancient, now exposed. Miero jumps in, gets the Hex, gets the Ravage as well. Is it enough to take out the Dawnbreaker? It is, but they have buyback and the Solar Guardian. And now the Rolling Thunder again, creating so much space. 9 class already using Ravage #1, refreshes again as the Tidehunter gets deleted by Satanic. He no longer has BKB though. Ancient exposed. No more Crimson Guard for Miero.
I can't watch.
Notice, he's the one right-clicking the Ancient.
Oh my God.
And Satanic trying to be as careful as possible. They're going to have to do something against Notice. Look at the damage. He's going to pop the BKB, applying everything to this Ancient. Finally, fortification comes out, but Kiritich getting destroyed. Satanic keeping him alive, but no. Yes, he's getting back to full HP. How is he still alive? Finally drops to the deck, and GGs are called. 91 minutes, and PARIVISION. As I said, Kez wins, Synderen, obviously.
Yeah. Everybody could have predicted this. Anybody who watched the first 10 minutes knew it would end this way.
Good Lord.
Wow, that was insane. I don't even know where to start, so I'm not even going to try. GG.
All right, panel, you guys can try to break down this game.
We're definitely going to try. I don't know if it's really possible because it felt like every moment of an engagement, it didn't go the way you predicted, and it didn't happen when you thought it was going to happen either. The amount of times we waited for Aegises to expire and then thought, yeah, PARIVISION as a team, this is when we're going to re-engage for us right now.
Yeah, I mean, all I'm saying is I knew that Ember would lose as a bad pick. You know, it was kind of
Are you serious right now?
I have just got a fresh stat update, all right, in this game, all right? Based on Quinn's hatred for Ember, it was Ember Spirit, 160,000 damage. It's an all-time record. Previous high was 135,000.
Wait,
yeah,
like
bad pick though.
Brother, Ember Spirit, 160k damage is an all-time record.
What the heck?
No, I was reading.
But do you want to go again about how it was a bad pick?
I mean,
brother had like 4 rapiers at some point.
Who got the W? Who got the L?
Wow.
Who also got the Aegis? That was a pretty.
It might be the only time Quinn has ever predicted a draft correctly.
We'll see about that. No, I mean, this game was wild. I think it shows how good of a team PARIVISION is. They were able to bring this back from the precipice because they were getting crushed for the majority of this game. Well, I said maybe 1/3 of this game. It felt like the majority for a while, but eventually it became a small part of it.
Yeah.
But they clawed back.
Yeah, I mean, the early game BB was utilizing the strengths of, again, the support duo, the Ember, running together. They were utilizing the fact that tied down towards this like brick wall. SF was farming nicely. I think the problem in the game kind of came from Miero and some of the early to mid-game Ravages, trying to kill off Pangoliers, kind of defensively using them. And every time Ravage was on cooldown, PVision was like, no, we're going to go capitalize on that. Satanic on the Kez, ripping heroes to shreds because he knew the Ravage was on cooldown. And that is the difficulty with a Tidehunter. If your Ravage isn't perfect, you will get punished. And then, of course, we had the beauty of the 91-minute game, 5th longest in the season, and the back and forth of rapiers. But yeah, I mean, the reason why it went so long was because both teams are so incredibly good at just clawing out those small little margins.
Yeah, I think BetBoom might be my new favorite team to watch. Like yesterday, we saw them get 2 rampages on 2 different heroes within the same game. And then we're seeing them be in a 91-minute game, the longest we've had for Blast Slam. We had an Ember Spirit with 4 rapiers, as well as an Aegis steal that happened in this game too from GPK. Like, what have they not delivered in the last 2 days of Slam 7? Like, they have to be growing in people's popularity.
All I know is I've seen that endgame inventory from GPK multiple times in losing games. Yeah, I mean, it is just beautiful, the synergy, right? The overgrowth from the tree to hold them in their position, the Ember slighting at the perfect time to then also get the Aegis. Of course, Dota is about kind of the randomness of it. He's slighting, thinking he might die.
That was calculated.
And his thoughts were fucking perfect because he was there like within a matter of like milliseconds to yoink that Aegis. It was, again, the small things that these teams can do to keep themselves in games.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a slight Aegis steal before, and I've played a lot of Ember Spirit, I tell you what, and I've not seen it, so kudos to him. And it's crazy that they lost. I mean, at the end of the day, you can't beat Mega Creeps. I have not seen it happen in a long time. It's just, the creeps, they just come in, and they come in, and they come in, and you got to stop them, and you can't, and then you lose.
There's also a stat we got given about that too. There's only been 6 this in 7.41. So yeah, it happens very rarely, at least in Tier 1 games. That then boils down to maybe like 2 or 3, because that does include a couple of the online random Tier 2 tournaments, but like Quinn mentioned, it does not happen, really.
It's just so tough. Like, we even see them want to push out at the bottom, try and take that last lane of racks for themselves on BetBoom to try and even it up so it's mega versus mega. And they're like numbered advantage, it feels like. They're at a point where they should be winning the game, and then they end up losing it, and then 2 rapiers are on the ground for a solid like 2 minutes.
I guess one question, if you want to try and analyze the late game, is when there was
Can you, like, how late game? Like, what time frame are we talking?
Do you know when 3 were dead and then SF took the Aegis and then they ran to take the fight, they killed Kez, then they all died?
Yeah, that's the exact one I'm talking about. That was like 70-ish minutes.
Yeah, it's like, that to me is a point in the late game where maybe you just don't go for Roshan, you run it down mid lane, protect your waves. Like, at that point, you know the buybacks are based on time, not economy, because when they go for...
Right here,
yeah, like when they go for this fight here, sure, they kill the Kez and then they all get wiped and have buybacks, but it's like they don't really want to force it too much because they think they might have buyback. Kez actually was missing it by 600 to 900 gold. So this is the fight where it's like it's already a little bit too late for me, where rewind the clock, when they wiped them earlier, run it down the mid lane.
Yeah, this one's I mean, they honestly also got so unlucky. Like, they see the Kez illusion, but then he's also below and breaks them, so they think it's real. Like, normally, they just wouldn't go on it. Maybe they hex it or whatever. He's not going to ravage it. But the fact that the Kez breaks them below is like, what the heck is this? Like, it's so unlucky.
At least the tree was in a position that he caught the BKB Kez with the overgrowth, but I actually think that that was to the detriment. You almost don't want to catch the Kez because then the rest of PARIVISION don't try and follow up to save him. It's just, oh, they've escaped. Everyone resets. Maybe then that would have been... So it's that weird, like, yeah, it's unlucky that the Ravage doesn't hit because it's using an illusion, but it's also kind of unlucky that the Overgrowth does hit on a BKB Kez because everyone then wants to defend him.
Yeah, and on top of that, like we mentioned, it's like when you do get the fight as a viewer, you're seeing like, guys, just buy back. Look, the Kez is now. There's no way at like 74 minutes into a game, you're going to know he's missing like 500 gold. Because like you see his inventory, you're always going to assume he's going to have like money for it. Like, people don't just have no money at that point.
What is the vision around Remnant, by the way? Because there was an Ember, none at all. Okay, I've never played Ember, so it's a genuine question.
Used to be.
Huh?
There used to be.
That's what I thought, because there was the 2 rapiers on the ground, and there was an Ember Remnant between them. So I was like, was it just out of range? But they're saying there's no vision on it.
Yeah, no vision.
Rapiers should die if they're on the ground for too long. That was unacceptable. How dare they just sit on the ground for like 30 seconds? That should have been like.
It was longer than that. Don't undersell. 30 seconds was.
I was underselling, but yeah, like there should be like a little timer, like beep, 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 and then it could be like Counter. You go to buy defuse kit or something. Yeah, I love Counter-Strike. CS2, by the way.
Dude, you do one Counter-Strike event, and apparently everyone wants to just bring it up.
Love it. But do you believe that?
I wasn't bringing it. I just like Counter-Strike.
Yes. Could they afford the defuse kit to keep the rapiers alive? Do you think? Or?
Yeah, I think definitely. Looking at the net worth of those players, they definitely could have.
Perfect.
But we're in a bit of a timer as well, so we're going to move on from our Parry and BetBoom series, and we're going to look at our second last best of 1 for our day number 2 here. We got Falcons up against Yandex. So we just beat a record for the longest game in Blast Lamb, and I feel like there's the potential for it to be beaten with these 2 teams.
Yeah, I'm so sorry for all the viewers. I mean, I guess why are you sorry? Because you probably like these games, but out of the 5, 2 were including Falcons of the top 5 longest games of the season. So yeah, you're very right. We are very likely going to have Falcons try their best to do it.
Okay, but Yandex, I don't think it was in any of those games. They have been crushing people. They have not had very many long games. But what they have had is an interview with Malady that I did.
I think after our failure on PGL Wallachia, we decided to take the things seriously and bootcamp, try hard no matter what, don't find any excuses. So that's the reason why we are doing good at this tournament. Hope I don't jinx it.
I mean, with the way y'all are playing, it doesn't seem like you can jinx it. My other question was, how is playing with DM been compared to playing with Noticed? And do you think it's affected your gameplay in particular, or how has it been?
I think when I was playing with Noticed and when I'm playing with DM right now, it doesn't affect my gameplay that much. But DM brings us something that I think Noticed couldn't. It's more communication and more like team fighting stuff, which target we should focus, which area we should play. So yeah, I would say that's the difference between those 2 players. Although Noticed has a better hero pool.
Okay, hero pool wise, but the communication one is the one I'm interested on, because you have obviously played now, Quinn, with 2/5 of that Yandex roster. So out of
3, I played with DM too.
That's true, you did actually, yeah.
And I played with Soxa.
Well, the Sucks one I don't count as much, but I guess you could.
I played multiple tournaments.
I know you did. It just doesn't feel as long running in my brain compared to like, you know.
High standards, that's it. You know?
Yeah, exactly. My standards are incredibly high for your teammates. So, all right, fine. If you want to say all 4 of them, I was mostly going to say because it's like Malady and Watson have their own thing in the safe lane, but they're talking about the overall communication, the overall team fight. So, looking at the old Yandex, do you feel like that clearly was something that was missing, or this is like a 1% that the players notice on themselves?
It's hard for me because I don't know how much CJ talks. My read on him is he's more of a quiet player, and I think Notice is also more of a quiet player. Watson can communicate, but I think he's not the person who drives the game. And Sox, to me, his communication is surrounding movement on the map or more generalized, broader calls, not specifically team fighting. And from playing with DM, I know he is a big-time yapper. He talks a lot about team fights and like about heroes and kills. Like this stuff is very much true. And so I think it makes sense and it fits for them because Malady is also not like a team fight yapper. And so I think they kind of had space in their team for someone who talks more because they have a lot of people who are quiet or offer little tidbits here and there. So I think adding one more cook to the kitchen, I think, is not a problem for this team, and I can see why they wanted something like that.
I like that he already put the kind of DM on the, your hero pool is kind of small compared to Notice as well. Like throwing in the one-liner at the end, it's like, okay, but based on your point of communication, like it doesn't matter if your hero pool's small because it's like if you're getting targeted in bans, if you're still getting some of those heroes, you're going to lead your team no matter what, and then other picks later on in the draft will be able to deal with the problem. So I don't think DM's like a bad player to have in your roster if his hero pool's small because he is very good at just being noisy and kind of like a time soak for most teams.
Yeah, I mean, Malady keeps it real. He's not gonna beat around the bush.
I do think he's like one of my favorite players to like get to hear from. He is just
sack
like
of potatoes last slam or what was
Dude,
it?
I wish we had that just like immediately ready to go as a button. That is exactly what he said. A sack of potatoes.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, I think that honesty is good, and I think that's one of the positives of his and Watson's relationship is after lanes or whatever, they will just talk about, no, you did this wrong, you did that wrong, and it's not toxic. They're just very candid about it, and I think that's what allows them to improve and have very good synergy. I think their lanes have been amazing so far this tournament, and they build that because they're just, I mean, first of all, they're just like really good friends from way back, so they've got that natural synergy. But on top of that, they keep each other super accountable.
Yeah, the honesty coming out from Malady as well, where he's like, oh, wow, failure at that one event. And we're like, literally no one even remembers that, bro. But it's like burned into his brain there.
Rent-free.
I think it is, but I think that's what drives him to be so good. So, T, before we get to see our draft, to hopefully begin very soon, for Yandex, we've talked so much about what's working for them, but on the side of Falcons, despite that opening best of 1 loss against Cliff, they've also been having a great run for Blast Slam.
Yeah, they're on a 4-win streak, like you mentioned. So I feel like for them, it's I think the support duo is really, really important. Like when I see Ench and Clock and the pairings of aggression, then it makes sense. Like I want to see their supports own the early game. If they don't, then they can be a little bit more awkward, right? So I'm just looking towards the support duo. Like what partnership can they have in the draft?
We can keep looking because we're going to head into a draft and we'll see exactly what sort of heroes they're getting their hands on. Well, with DM having a smaller hero pool, as coined by Malady, not myself personally, I wonder where Falcons will take their bans because for Yandex, they've taken out the Husker, the Doom, what feels like massive specialties on the side of Falcons. A Lone Druid, a stable, stock standard ban, but yeah, there could be some more targeted bans come out yet to be discovered.
Yeah, I mean, for Yandex, of course, aren't really going to be throwing around like Clock and these type of bans. I mean, when you look towards Snaking's 4 games played so far, it's 2 Chen, 2 Ench. That's always something to consider. But I'm loving Crit's Clock. I'm loving the Ench and the Chen from Snaking. Well, he just got an impressive Clock. He just uses it so well. The cogs, the hitting, it's honestly like buying the blink. Yeah, bro, the bowling, buying the blink. Like he's always in position to remind his opponent that he is one of the best Clocks.
Some more bans. Timbersword now, Keeper of the Light as well. I do just wonder, Enigma's the one that sits for me. Slaughter I love as a ban, actually. We talked about CJ, even though you don't know him too much about a Yappa, but we know how good he is with the Slaughter and the Night Stalker. They're the 2 really big successful picks, so I do like Slaughter being a first phase ban. I just wonder, is it going to be a Phoenix/Enigma ban here? Because you do have to consider just how comfortable DM is on it.
Yeah, I mean, they've left the Enigma, calling his bluff.
Yep.
I do think first pick Enigma is a bit worse. Yeah, they'll pick the Pangolier. If you picked Enigma, then they can just respond with Pangolier or like Gyrocopter even. Like there are heroes that are not super popular but do own the Enigma very hard. So I think it's the kind of thing that when they picked it before, it was a response to Lone Druid. It wasn't just outright. So I think it makes sense to not pick it here. And I also respect Falcons not just auto banning it, but thinking a little bit more and banning some heroes like the Shadow Fiend that they just do not play. So getting them out of the way, the heroes that aren't in your pool makes a lot of sense.
There it is.
Is that impressive clock?
Yeah, I know. I mean, we all saw it coming from a while away.
It is. I'm not sure if it's good or bad against Pangolier. I think this matchup is. I think it's more neutral than it used to be. I think it used to be pretty good for Pangolier, but over time now I think because you can't slide between the cogs anymore and they're the smaller ones, I feel like it's shifted slightly more into being Clockwork area. Also, you can burn like an insane amount of mana compared to before. So
yeah, I mean the way that you are playing Clock is like you're running towards the rune. Like if you're on top of the rune already, you can just start throwing a couple of cogs up to the high ground. Like the Pango can't go and contest it. Like he's gonna swash into it, burn his own mana. Like it's just uncomfortable. So I just like it for the map play.
Do you see what two heroes they just banned?
That's Chen and the Ench. And finally, Snake will play a new hero outside of course, game 1 loss against Glyph, where he played Lich.
I'm just saying, there were two people on my panel that said they would never ban both of them.
I didn't say that.
Never. What
He did say that.
You can't imply that, too.
It was illegal and they'll go to jail.
Yeah, true. And that's exactly what's going to happen. If Yandex fly over to Denmark, then the border control will put them into handcuffs for double banning.
As coined by T, obviously.
Just to clarify, after Nat just slandered us.
No, I don't think there's any need to clarify.
No, not us, slandered me.
Yeah, no, I'll stand with you here. It's sometimes difficult to ban them.
Okay.
But they did it, so good job.
Good job. A little pat in the back there, Yandex. No.
To be fair, there is a difference between first pick, second pick, because in the scenario that we were talking last time, they were second pick. So in your first phase bans, using one of them and then using your only ban on the other one, that's where it's difficult.
Yeah, I was
going to say context with this ban order is very different because you do have 2 bans in the second phase, so it's easier to do it.
Yeah, the context is probably needed where we were talking about how it's like if you had to ban one, would it be the channel the Ench, and why wouldn't you ban both? So they figured why not just ban both, make them think a little bit more. And Falcons do love running down the clock quite a fair bit. They ban out Necro here and go for the Snapfire, which again has been interesting results for them personally.
Yeah, I think except for just a couple of teams, this hero has looked kind of trash outside of, I think even BetBoom lost with it today to Liquid. So the hero has not been doing so hot from what I've seen. It is good against Pangolier and lane, we've talked about that before, and it makes sense with Clockwork because you've got a hero goes in and sets stuff up, sets up for the kisses, for all of Snapfire's damage. It's not so easy to actually land on people, so there's some synergy there for sure. They're pretty good at running between the runes and these jungle areas too, but I don't know. I'm still somewhat skeptical of this hero when picked early. This could also very easily be a Pangolier offlane, and you pick a new mid hero against this. Watson's got plenty of carries, I think, that he can pull out, so we'll see how they respond to it.
This was the flavor of the draft for so long for Falcons. I actually feel like at any point that could be the inverse there. They favored the Lich so much and then teetered away from it. Now Yandex is saying, I'm not really sure why. We still really favor the Lich, so we're going to pick it up.
Yeah, it is just like a generic 5 that can fight into the lane. Like, we don't see Warlock, of course, because of, the removal of facets and Grimoire and all that, but Lich is kind of like a replacement. Even Jakiro, of course, with like the loss of Twin Terror, the change of his damage. Like, Lich can provide punch in the lane. He can secure range creeps. He can deny away flag creeps or range creeps if he wants to later into the laning phase. So he is kind of like your stock standard. I need just to pick a hero in that 5 role, and he fits it kind of perfectly.
Yeah, nothing wrong with it. Windranger to me is also just sort of, she's there. Similarly as the LGD game, I don't think there's a particular reason. I mean, you've got to cancel against Snapfire and you're fast, so I guess you can argue that that's a nice matchup there because it's hard for Snap to actually kill you compared to a more clunky support hero. So I can see it.
Yeah, I mean,
the rationale.
Support or core. Like, core you buy BKB quite early so you don't care about the damage, and support you also can buy like a Yules or something if you really want to and just run in. So yeah, I mean, I think the pick just complements what Falcons are going for.
The Snaking Bird, I feel like that's not a hero he plays very often. He's capable, but when I think of snaking, I don't think of the bird. I also don't think it's particularly great against Pangolier. In the lane, it's not bad at all. He's just some melee hero, and I think a lot of Pango's damage, especially on the first maybe 3 levels, is right-click damage, is sort of chatting up. But I'm interested to see how it goes because I just don't see him play it that often.
Yeah, I just wanted to go double check. Is this still his 7th most played competitive hero?
Really?
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm surprised that you don't like. I'm not saying he's synonymous with the hero, but I do see him as a Phoenix.
But
like he's comfortable on it.
He hasn't played it for a month, so it's not like other players where
A month isn't that long.
Yeah, but that means the entirety of Dream League he didn't play once, and he was getting picked a lot.
Yeah, that's because I was telling you, Lich was that flavor of the month.
Yeah.
I think what it is for me is that Phoenix is generally a more farmy hero, and if they're playing, like, I think on Falcons, snaking is generally... I don't think they just don't play heroes. Like, the same reason that Tinker 5 didn't work for Falcons is that the hero takes a lot of farm and sort of this side lane dude where I think Falcons cores are all farming, and so they kind of need to be able to be in fights and skirmishes.
Yeah. And at least with like the Chen Ench where he also does the farming, there's like some other type of map contribution that you don't feel bad when he is doing it. But like a Phoenix, when you're farming, like you're off. You're not doing anything else in the game. You're doing your own little thing. But that aside, Yandex, they do get the Kez, which was a first phase ban in other games and first picks, but now it's going into 18. I mean, I don't mind it. I think Falcons kind of have a draft where I can see them having problems when BKBs come into play. Like Deso BKB on the Kez, and what do you really need to care about? Like you can jump back out after Egg. You can just blow up heroes quite easily. I think Tiny has been having damage problems going into the kind of the mid to late game portion of the game. Of course, Falcons, they have multiple cheap damage thrown into him. So I'm expecting them to play their lanes and kind of run into the map through the clockwork, but I think Yandex, they just have that nice element of scaling on their side compared to Falcons at the moment.
I think it's nice to have some hero who's a little bit more Chad who can go in, especially once he gets BKB, but Mage Slayer is amazing this game, so Kez very naturally buys it, which is super chill, and Lich, so much of the heroes you pick is determined by what your supports are and what they want in lane, because you just need that natural synergy in lane between the heroes, and that's almost like a gate that you have to pass, and if you don't, then the pick just doesn't work. And Kez, he works very well with Lich because Lich just wants melee heroes. He wants Chads. You need to be able to actually enable your Lich that you picked early to do anything. If you picked another ranged hero, then you're both unhappy because neither one of you helps each other.
But from the mid lane, like I'm looking at like Puck or like high annoying heroes, because Falcons, their lockdown, it's clock tiny. You're not really using Snapfire Cookie as your main lockdown. Like it feels like the mid laner has complete freedom on what they want to do. Of course, they don't have last pick, and they're not protecting Pucks and these heroes that can just get insta counter picked.
Yeah, I'm thinking about if there's something they could pick against Tiny. Because while Puck is okay, I don't think it's super spectacular. I think Puck doesn't like double range supports that much. You can, but against Tiny, you'll have just a Pangler who can also be bursted by some Shadowblade Tiny, a Clock Hook. Like there's some chain stun there, so I'm not sure if you wanted this Viper ban. Makes sense to me. We'll see if they look for something like a Puck. I could also see them definitely put Pangler offlane. He just sucks it up. Or sorry, Pangler mid. He sucks it up and then pick a new offlane.
I mean, it's still the Invoker as well, where you just pick Invoker yourself, and you have like Alacrity versus Egg. You have like Tornado when like Clock's trying to be a menace. Just there's a Tornado to a phase EMP. You want to burn my mana, I burn yours. It is a CJ specialty.
Yeah, I like Invoker more. I think you either want something that's very tanky, very blobby, sort of adjacent to the Viper that says, okay, you can cast all your spells on me and I don't care. Or you want something that is more spaced and is not going to let you cast the spells on him, saying, we're gonna have vision of you with some wave clear, and I will not get gone on. I'll play the fight from a distance. I think you want one of the two, but I think something in between is a bit dicey, because if you get gone on, you will be exploded. They got plenty of time to think about it. No, both players, DM and CJ, are both very comfortable in Pangolier, so it's no issue either way it goes, hence the first pick.
I've not even thought about what Amar's going to play in this game. I've not even considered it for a second. He's going to have last pick in the draft on Falcon's side.
Tide Hunter, definitely a consideration.
Yeah, I mean, it's Doom's banned, Tide's available. They're kind of the big two against the Kez, at least from what we've been seeing today.
None of them have won yet.
Dude, Kez as a hero right now is just ridiculous.
Yeah, boy's a beast. Boy's a beast. They're taking their sweet, sweet time to think about this one.
I think maybe there is an element of there. You're also thinking, what if Falcons want a last pick for yourself? Are you comfortable fitting into your draft, making them slightly more uncomfortable? Or is it the balance of comfort or not?
Think about that one. Okay. So we've seen this some against Snapfire because you just really easily cancel the ulti from globally. You see where the globs are coming from and you just nimbus him and his ult ends. And you do fine in lane because, I mean, you're just never close. Zeus is also very, very good at drawing because Arc Lightning is just an insanely stupid laning spell. At the same time, it's, in my opinion, it has some of the same issues that Puck potentially did, where you've got two really squishy supports, and now you have a Zeus too. So you may have issues actually getting into fights, but I can see the rationale.
Yeah. I mean, Zeus feels more kind of like damage mitigation, where it's like you just shove the lane, so there's no waves to play on, you're chilling. You use ult, so they have to reset, so buy time, and then Kez gets ready with the Mage Slayer and all these items.
I think it does put a lot of burden on Kez though, because Zeus is just not a hero that's very good at making moves. Even in the best of Zeus games, it's very hard to actually make stuff happen. And I think Watson tends to work better in a situation where he can join fights if it's good for him, but he doesn't need to. He doesn't need to be that driving force.
Oh, he's leading it this time for sure. Like, it's him or Pango, they have to go in or nothing.
Yeah, and I think that makes it a little odd for Yandex in terms of their usual formula. Normally you have CJ on the melee dude, right? It's very rare to see him on a backliner. Holy schmoly.
Legion Commander. We literally talked about it yesterday. I said I really hope we get to see her.
There she is.
There she is.
I mean, okay.
So much excitement.
Okay, so you can purge the whatchamacallit, the Kazurai Katana stacks, so that's not going to be stacking up on you. That won't be a problem. And Kez does a lot of right-click damage, so when you eventually get Blade Mail Blink, you can definitely kill this hero. At the same time, this hero is not picked very much for a reason. And you're playing against Frost Shield, you're playing against Pangolier, you can turn things around, you can get Yuled by a Wind Ranger potentially. Like there are responses to this, so it's fine, but it's not crazy to me.
Yeah, and it is a hero that Amar kind of dabbles with occasionally throughout the year. Like he played it 7 months ago, then 2025 he played it like a couple times. Like it's not a hero that he rushes towards, but in rare scenarios he can. I mean, looking at the final two bans from Yandex, it was Axe and Razor. They identified that Amar wants to lock on to this Kez. And I mean, I wasn't expecting Legion, but it does fit the same style of hero as the bans that Yandex has. But yeah, I couldn't agree more with Quinn in regards to the supports and the kind of the general heroes around the Kez. There are multiple layers of kind of protection. Like even when you do get the duel, you're going to have a ult from the Zeus to cancel Blink Daggers, a Pangolier running onto the back line to then disrupt additional follow-up damage, maybe even cancelling Sunray damage and stuff like this. So yeah, it is just going to be a fun battle between like can Amar find the duels, can Yandex find defensive ways to, you know, play around it. Sometimes Legion never even gets out the lane, just walks around the map doing nothing.
I mean, is there that element that they kind of want to play a little bit more dishonestly, where they just want to run around and get pickoffs so often that they're hoping it's never really a 5-on-5 until they're at an incredibly advantageous position?
Yeah, I mean, this map is so scary. Silver Edge tiny and potentially like a Blink, Blade Mail, Shadowblade Legion. Like, sure, you have a Zeus, but if your obs and sentry placement of your support are not on point, you are just going to be disappearing non-stop. So yeah, the pickoff game for Falcons is so scary if you don't respect them.
I also have not seen a Zeus win. It was picked once or twice in Dream League. It didn't win either of those games. We saw the Tai Lung game earlier yesterday, and it did not win. I think this hero oftentimes has a game that looks good and then loses anyway, and I feel like this may be one of those similar games.
Well, enough with the doom and gloom about Zeus potentially not winning games and yada yada. It's been a fantastic day of Best of Ones. We got, you know, the pleasure of seeing a carry Venge earlier, and now we finally get to see an offlane Legion Commander. I feel like it keeps delivering, but we'll see who comes out on top, Falcons or Yandex.
Hell yeah. Falcons versus Yandex. Best of one. Yandex is the only undefeated team in the group stage. 5-0. Falcons 4-1. Not too far behind. And yeah, I think I agree with the panel, Cinderid. Legion Commander is the odd hero out in terms of very fascinating. I had to do a double take when this was picked. I'm like, I can't remember the last time this hero was picked in general.
Yeah. This is a very important game because I think these two teams have a real shot at getting top 2. And obviously with the format of this tournament, if you're top 2, you start way later in the bracket. Effectively, you start in guaranteed top 6 for the entire tournament if you get out of the group stage in either pole position or right behind. And well, with what we've seen so far from both squads, they are definitely candidates to get those slots. So it is a very important game. As for the Legion Commander, I mean, Kesbrit times call for Kesbrit measures, I guess. You're just trying what else you can find against Kez. The hero just wins, like you talked about. You're gonna try the Legion into that this time. I feel like that's the literal only reason they picked it. Is because of
probably.
Kez. I think Amar is just like, what can I pick for myself that I don't hate playing into Kez? And this was what was left, I guess.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean,
I'm surprised that hero keeps going through. I don't know, man.
It also doesn't feel like an Amar hero because it feels like a hero that needs, like, first of all, you need a couple smaller items, and then you get really active. Where he has, I feel like we've been seeing so much of him play Doom, where he's just playing greed mode. He's basically like position 1.
Yeah.
Totally different playstyle. You cannot just sit in the jungle and farm on Legion Commander.
And worth keeping in mind, Legion Commander's Axe was changed. So it no longer is the good old long duration duel that gives you BKB. It is now the AoE press the attack. And when you win a duel, you cast press the attack, which was a very major downgrade in Pro Dota. Because now Legion has to buy BKB. Instead of Axe if you want to get guaranteed duels. And it just means duel is worse on overall. But she's more about other spells now in a different way. I think Overwhelming Odds is probably the strongest it's ever been currently. Aside from
since they made it
late, when they Facet won the game day 1.
Sure, they nerfed that 2 different times. As Soxa will get first blood with the power shot onto Snake King. I feel like the design of the hero is definitely more interesting than it used to be because Overwhelming Odds, it's not clunky anymore, which I like. But it hasn't felt that strong. And kind of dependent on how good of a start you can get off to is Amar taking heavy damage. Nice bowling there from Crit. Double bowling, in fact. Watson still will get the kill, though.
Yeah.
And if that's what we expect to see from Legion, then this will be a short game.
All right, that was a good idea, Amar. You've lost your lane now at 2 minutes.
I mean, the thing about Legion in general, like historically, and I don't think any of this has changed, is it does feel very snowball-y.
Yes.
Like, you don't get off to a good start. Like, the comeback potential is, it's not the greatest. Yeah, you can get some dual damage depending on your team comp, but I don't know. How do you feel about this hero currently?
No, I agree. I don't think Legion's very good. Period, right now. I think the Ags change was a huge nerf. I think the ways they try to compensate the hero in this patch are not enough, especially at a pro level, because like you said, you are very much reliant on snowballing and winning duels, and then you took away the best item the hero had for that playstyle. Yeah. You know, it's really tough. You're still gonna have to buy Blink Blade Mail regardless, and then you have to go BKB. And if you don't win your lane, those items come pretty slowly, because Legion also doesn't farm that fast compared to, say, a lot of other offlaners, like Tide is a great example, Doom, as you mentioned, Pango. So losing a lane in this hero is very, very bad. It's like what we talked about last game with Dawnbreaker. I think for Legion, it's even worse. If you get shut down in lane, your recovery is just...
Yeah, she kind of has... Axe has changed a bit, I guess, but historically she feels like another type of Axe hero where Blink Blade Mail is 100% required. And the problem with her, and you've already mentioned it, she usually has to get BKB because of this Axe change, where Axe, that's when things kind of open up and you can go for many different builds. We're going to see some action mid. Malrine will survive though. But it feels bad to have to buy 3 items literally every game, or else you just can't play your hero, you know?
Yeah. I mean, there's maybe room for some creativity, but it's honestly very limited. It's one of the most pigeonholed heroes in Dota in terms of items, I would agree. 100%. Speaking of the snap, by the way, Malrine, I was surprised to see he is Platinum tier on this hero. Not a hero I think of Malrine with that much. I mean, he obviously plays it, but this is a guy who has like 10 heroes seemingly that he's level 30 on. Snapfire...
Probably more than that now.
A lot of experience on Snap, as it would turn out. Must have at least 100 pub games under his belt with this level, maybe more, 150 perhaps. So
yeah, he's a nerd.
Also
we get it.
Against Zeus. Sorry?
I said he's a nerd. We get it, Cinderin.
Yes.
The bigger the nerd you are, the better player you become.
Yeah.
That's why their coach is so amazing, Cinderin. The biggest nerd of them all. Mr. AUI 2000, the great.
Heard he's not
Curtis
participating
Ling.
in this tournament though. which is probably the reason they picked Legion.
Huh. Yeah, he would never have okayed
AY
that.
was here, he would have been like, Amar, don't do it.
Speaking of Amar, he gets sinister gazed.
He will live.
As Watson will try to trade a bit. I mean, that's one really good quality of life is the moment of courage. How it procs is we're going to see Malady tick out under the tier 1. Amar wants to die apparently. Rotation required from Soxa to finish the job.
He was not expecting the Wind Ranger to show up. That was just a double support rotation. Phoenix from one side, Wind Ranger from the other. If Wind isn't there, they might actually be able to pressure Watson quite significantly, but...
Yeah, Tundra, I don't know if you knew this. I don't know if you knew this, but Polymarket is the official prediction market of Blast Slam.
I didn't know that.
You can go to polymarket.com to live trade the game, Sindrin.
I did know that. You told me yesterday as well.
Yeah. Well, you don't listen to me sometimes, so
That's
just
true.
double checking.
I did know.
All right, just just throwing it out there.
Appreciate it.
As we get back into the game.
You're known to be a very informative guy, and this is no different. Always.
Yeah, but the information's not always credible. In this case, it is, of course. But yeah, it's a hit or miss. Oh wow.
Turkey for crit.
Yeah. Soxa's gonna miss the power shot, but they still have the slow and the Thunder God's Wrath. But press the attack, keeping crit alive.
We'll get Snake.
In fact, Snake King is the one to die instead.
Great start overall for Yandex, though, you have to say. I think, historically for this Falcons team, I think the best way to beat this team is shutting down Amar. I think that's the highest win rate. If you could do like some sort of archetypical, which lane do you want to win?
Yeah.
I would pick to win that lane every time. And that's the lane they're winning. When Amar falls this far behind and he has to go into his farming mode, he has to climb a ridiculously oversized mountain when you're playing Legion. And in the meantime, I don't know if the heroes that his teammates are playing can fill that void for that long. The good news in that regard is that Skitter is playing Tiny, so that is a hero that can fight. But the last Tiny games we've seen from Skitter have been very slow. So I don't know. A little bit worried about the pacing here for Falcons.
That's just Falcons in general, right?
Yeah. Well, sometimes Skitter has games where he moves a lot and plays very fast on specific heroes like Weaver. Just lend themselves to that playstyle. Tiny is a bit of a mixed bag where sometimes you can move and be aggro, but a lot of the times you have to just stick. And if you're just staying to your lanes, I feel like Yandex are very happy with the trades they're getting overall in terms of farming. And I don't know. What do you think? A Pango with 2.5k net worth and a Legion with 2k net worth. How much better is the Pango? Oh, the Pango's 2 levels up as well, by the way. Twice as good?
Well, she hasn't... but that's the thing about Legion, Cinderin. I mean, how do you think of her as a laner? I guess that's my first question.
Very good against very few heroes.
Right, so specific heroes can own. Otherwise, I would say generally a weak laner, probably on average.
It's crazy. It was the heroes holding
top lane. Skeeter actually holding the Avalanche. Very disciplined.
It's
the DM did not go for the wrong
Legion's
thunder.
actually not a lane winner anymore, and I think it has never really been picked without being a lane winner. Yeah, she's in trouble again here. Amar has to press and run away. Non-stop harassment from Malady and Watson. I'm happy to see more Lich. I think this hero is really fun to watch.
Shira's gonna get some help from Soxa, but the Scatter Blast is there. DM coming in with the Rolling Thunder. They do take out Snake King, but it is at a heavy, heavy cost. As Soxa might be next on the list as well. That is the case, so double kill for Malrine as the Zeus is the prize. But DM actually out of mana completely, so this rotation gonna be potentially completely punished now as a triple kill for Malrine. All right, so he's having himself a good old time, about to finish Boots of Travel. Amar, the other end of the spectrum, getting destroyed. Snake King is here to get some experience. Now that Amar is
very
dead.
unfamiliar. Oh, nice try from Snake, but didn't clip on the dive. Otherwise, he might have actually been able to kill Malady there. He definitely would have. And the Rock Flare is going to miss. Yeah, as far as gold distributions go, this is a very unfamiliar one for Falcons. This is probably the least common one in order 1, 2, 3 on the board. Is that Malrine's top net worth, Skitter is second, and Amar is third. I think there's a lot of pressure and potential in terms of Snapfire's impact on this game. So Definitely the hero to watch right now. Nice backstab.
Oh, yeah.
Crit gets
Easy kill on Malady. Rotation on the way as well from Malrain. That means Watson's dead. His kill spree has been ended.
Heroes here.
And Malrain is owning hard. 4-0. And they're going to get this tier 1 as well. You know, he's not going to do it, Cinderin. But we said this cookie cutter build for Legion.
Yeah.
You could bypass Blink and get Ags on Snapfire.
And throw in the Legion Mega Telegraphed for the duel.
That's right, Cinderin.
Yeah, you could do that.
You could do it.
Try to win.
There's replacements for Blink Dagger. Is there a replacement for Blade Mail? Shadow Demon, maybe?
Yeah.
And then BKB, what's... you can't give BKB to... Oh, that's true, you can. Sorry.
Yeah.
Of course, how could I forget that absolute garbage hero?
He actually got picked. He's being played right now on the Xtreme. Spirit are playing it off lane on Collab.
Really?
Yeah.
Mortimer's Kisses on Malady. Pretty damn good dodges, but Amar, unfortunately not. The fact that he's out-leveled by a Lich feels horrific. My goodness, it's going to take a while.
We'll get him.
Does get the kill. One more creep for 6.
For him.
It is.
What a weird gold distribution this is. I'm very curious how this one ends up playing out. Early Mage Slayer completed for DM. Could be a big problem for the Snapfire as long as he manages to connect on her with the Swashbuckle every fight, but not going to be so easy when Snap is this fast and this farmed. See Malrain going for the Kaya, not the Blink.
Invis Rune as well.
DM, yeah.
Avalanche. Toss, hook shot, the works, and the kill. Malady's there, though, getting up a very good Chain Frost. Malrain in a lot of trouble. Thunder God's Wrath brings his reign to an end finally.
That is a good trade for Yandex. That Snapfire is worth a lot. Lich the one to get it, so we'll be getting a quick, as it looks, Pavis. Great item against Legion Commander. Because it's an item and therefore it's good against Legion.
Yeah, I'm not sure they're looking to counter the Legion Commander necessarily.
Not necessarily.
Would have bought that regardless.
We love to hate on Legion. I mean, you and I both think this hero is really fun, but yeah, she seems a little bit a shell of her former self, which is why it's so surprising to see it picked here.
You know, her real peak, Cinderin, in my opinion, and you're gonna hate me saying this. Was when you could level 1 jungle. God, that was fun. As we're gonna see the first duel of the game, as Amar will be victorious. 10 damage to his name.
Hey, he has more net worth than Pango now. So,
good job.
Not the lowest core anymore. Never mind, Pango took over again.
Yeah, keep us updated on that as it changes.
Oh, they're looking for a kill onto Malady here. Crit.
Yeah,
really nice
shot with the Mortimers.
And a little bit of NA aim there from Malrain, but they get the job done.
Doesn't have his license. Neither do you.
I don't think... No, I don't have a gun license. That is correct.
Yeah. It doesn't have to be just driver's license. You know.
That's right.
Although I think you need a driver's license to operate like a tank or something, right? Which Mortimer's is kind of like operating heavy machinery.
So you need both licenses is what you're saying?
Yeah. Well, no, he wouldn't need the gun.
Oh.
Do you even need a license for that in the US? Probably not, for being honest.
Definitely, you asking me that question is rich.
Yeah. Eat the rich, more like it, am I right?
Okay. If you're hungry.
Watson opting for... So he went for Mage Slayer on Kez. And will be a Deso next. Amara is going for first item Blink.
Yeah, it's a really, really strong setup game. Sometimes you go Blade Mail first, sometimes you go Dagger. I think going Dagger is very good when you're playing with heroes like Snapfire, so that you have reliable follow-up with mega high damage, because you can ramp up your Blink or your dual damage earlier in the game and enable them. This is less farming heavy and more fighting heavy, which is very unlike MR. But for this game, I do think this is the better order. It's also really good for Phoenix that you have Blink. He has some good friends to kill with. So, see what he can find.
Crit bowling for that wisdom. We'll get it. And hook shots to safety. Nicely done. Nice hit and run. Also a driving reference. I know you wouldn't understand that because you do not have your driver's license.
Also a gun reference.
A little bit different for that. As Amar is going to get ganked.
Yep.
And easy kill.
All right.
So Chira,
yeah.
He's got the Kaya. And going to be getting the shard first up, so 20 seconds away from being able to purchase it.
Standard. And he'll go Ags after. I mean, just completely standard stuff. The panel is talking about Nimbus against Snap being very good. It's also interesting against Legion, because Legion is obviously stunning herself. So she can't leave the Nimbus when she's dueling.
You know what it's not good against, Cinderin? It's not good against Ags on Mortimer. Gobble up. A Skeeter will insta-get Malady.
Yeah, you toss someone in and then they immediately get Nimbused when they land.
Yeah, well, he has to get BKB anyway, so.
Yeah.
But he's already gotten Blink on Amar, so we're not going to be seeing that. Did you say which lineup you liked more?
No, I...
Sick of being wrong about predictions?
Yeah. Have we been doing that bad? Not the panel.
I just assumed. I'm not keeping track.
No. I mean, for simplicity's sake, I probably like the Dyers. I think it's easier to execute if the lanes go well. Obviously, bot lane did not go well, but they've kind of caught up. So I like that better. But these teams are obviously creme de la creme right now, so ease of execution isn't necessarily that
Amar
a factor.
Duel onto Chira. Is there the backup? Is there the damage? Mortimer, he's taking more damage than the Zeus at this point. It's going to be close. And Chira will actually not get the duel, so nobody wins the duel. But they both die nonetheless. And Snake King will be collateral damage.
Yeah. Amar's thinking, when I do that with Doom, the guy just dies. But
yeah,
a bit of a quality difference here between the two.
I mean, Blade Mail is desperately needed.
But I think down the stretch, I think it's honestly close, because late game Kez is just silly, and I think very good against Tiny, actually. So I like the Radiant lineup better in the long run. I think for the early mid game, Falcons lineup is easier to play, but I don't know if they're building a big enough advantage right now that I'm confident that they can just bring this one home.
Nice stun locks, man. Very, very nicely laid.
It's very, very good at this hero. Brings a tear to my eye.
Oh, goodness. Didn't you say the hero would be dead if they got rid of the big old juicy cogs?
Well, the change that they changed it quite a lot with how bowling works. So, yeah,
I was hoping you're wrong.
Yeah, I was wrong. I thought it was definitely going to be worse than it is. I was surprised how good this hero ended up being.
You were so sad when the changes were made. I could see the depression on your face.
I didn't miss. I was happy they removed the big cogs. I
could see the vacancy in your eyes.
Okay, that's right. I was hoping it would return to battery assault more. Thought that's my favorite way to play Clockwork is 4-1-1, but he's just a one-trick bowling guy right now.
Not in turbo mode, Cinder. You should really give turbo a try sometime, because you can get Ags, and Ags is actually good on basically all of his abilities.
With zero practice, what pro team do you think would be best in a turbo tournament?
Turbo tournament? Oh, Falcons, easily. They go late game all the time. Crit.
Okay.
Gonna be found. Avalanche from Skeeter's not gonna hit as a nice Chain Frost coming out. Will result in the death of the Clockwork. It's a 1-for-1 though. Now DM. Rolling Thunder. Looking for Skeeter. They get the vision thanks to the Thunder God's Wrath. And now he's doing some bowling of his own with a Raptor Dance to follow. Watson with the double kill. Finishes the Deso as a result.
Still a very even game here. The question becomes, like, in terms, like, I like the Radiant better for scaling. And if we're looking at what Dire's potential is down the stretch here for Falcons, it's probably Snapfire becomes a beast. We've seen the GPK Snapfire yesterday when Blink BKB Daedalus and then got the 20 and 25 talents. That is a possibility. Okay, there's a duel.
Yes, indeed.
Damage.
That is not going to result in a dual victory, but it could result in a kill. They have the stun lock again. Malrine and Crit are destroying with this combo. Love to see it.
Yeah, dual just used as a 4-second stun there effectively. That's enough for them to connect. So a third death.
You know Amar is not satisfied with that. We can agree on that at least, right?
Well, looking at the duel, if he had Blade Mail, it still wouldn't really have been close, so...
No.
There's some way to go before you start winning these duels.
Infinite scaling. That's what we want to see. And Kez has infinite scaling just by existing, it feels like.
Infinitely scaling win rate with every minute.
With each Divine Rapier pick.
If the game goes beyond 200 minutes, he has more than 100% win rate. He can win twice in one game.
Yeah,
he
that's
wins
really good.
so hard and does so much mental damage that the next game in the BO3 is an auto win.
Well, it's good news that this is only a best of one for Falcons then.
That's true. They can only lose one game to this Kez. And then just like every other team, still not ban it in the future.
Have you played Kez yet?
No.
You know the saying, don't knock until you try it? Why don't you...
It's easier to just whine.
Oh, I can agree with that.
If I
mean,
played
that's
it really poorly, how embarrassing it would be when I think the hero is like that.
Yeah.
I don't know if I could look myself in the eye.
It's probably too complicated for you anyway.
Yeah, that's right.
Too many...
I like simple heroes like Earth Spirit.
You do not play Earth Spirit.
I do. It's one of my most played pub heroes.
I believe it when I see it. Crit has Jetpack now. What do you think of Jetpack?
And Blink. So this is really good. When you have Blink on clock, you can just Blink Cog and then Hookshot after. You can kind of do a 3 to 4 second chain stun, and then with Jetpack you can also reset position. This is a very good shard still.
I'm a noob. I have a hard time using it.
It takes a bit of getting used to the movement.
It's very difficult.
The luxury of the flying vision is insane in Pro.
If you're used to drunk driving, then you'll probably be good at it. But I don't drink typically, so
no, I don't.
I'm
drive
bad
typically.
at it. Yeah, I know. That's why it's weird.
Yeah,
it says a lot about you.
Well, maybe
you like your cocktails.
Maybe if you can't drive, then your instinctual driving is more like
yeah,
drunk drive.
So your driving is so dog shit that it's actually fine.
Oh, like this feels normal. Here's a illusion for Malrine.
Amar has Blade Mail now. And 1k into his BKB as Watson is gonna get initiated by the blink from Crit. Sunray to follow, but it is Kez, so he can get out of any situation.
Yep.
They wanted to get a quick pick into Roche, I assume. Not happening yet. As BKB online for Malrine. And going for a Shiva's. Interesting. So extra AoE on the globs.
So he is going to go caster style.
Yeah, which means Ags is on the table, Cinderin. There's Amar with the dual victory.
Wait. Duel.
Oh my god, I'm blind. Malady on the run.
Good prediction.
And there is Amar with the dual victory.
Damn,
plus 30 damage now. You know what it is? I think it's because press the attack just sounds like it should be dual. Somehow. It sounds so victorious.
Bit of a fun trivia for you with that. The dual sound actually sounds exactly the same as if you're attacking with a unit with a Gatling gun in Alpha Centauri by Sid Meier.
Huh.
I think it's a stock sound, just like Ursa ult. That roar from Ursa is you've heard in other places.
Yeah.
The sound that it makes when you go to the shopkeeper is definitely also a stock sound.
So, did you know, Cinderin, a little trivia for you.
Okay.
You might actually have known this, and my question after is how it relates to Dota. There's this placebo effect where a sound effect can make you play better.
Okay.
Do you know about this?
I'm not sure I've heard of this, so
we'll have to hold on. We'll have to hold on.
You have told me this before, I think.
Oh, I have. Yeah, we might have talked about it on the podcast. So there's a game, I can't remember the exact, I think it's like Wolfenstein or something, but they had like an Axis and an ally side where they have different guns. And there was one gun that had a really high win rate on one side, and it was like a bad win rate on the Axis, I guess. And people were complaining they want the buff. In actuality, from a programming perspective, literally identical stats. The only difference other than the name was the sound effect. Isn't that interesting? Do you think that that could apply to Dota? Because not quite the same with, like, you know, FPS and MOBA, not exactly directly related, but surely that must exist on some level.
Well, if that were true, then OD's win rate should be really high because Sanity's Eclipse is amazing. And Dung from Axe.
Oh yeah, that feels
very good sound.
Yeah, that one's good.
And well, I suppose Kez's win rate should be high because he has 17 different sounds.
Yeah, you're bound to get a good sound effect in there.
But they don't sound very cool.
There's no way to know because they don't reuse sound effects for different heroes, you know?
Yeah.
They're just something to ponder.
Yep. Something to think about when you're playing Wolfenstein the next time for you guys at home.
It's probably the wrong game too. I don't know. Don't remember. A 3K lead for Falcons.
It's pretty stable. Still a very even game though. In terms of expected development, I don't think, once again, this is a meaningful advantage. It's not really worth highlighting much. They're in good control of the map and they're getting the farm that they want. It's a matter of whether the scaling of their lineup is reliable enough. Legion's close to BKB. That'll help her. The question is, who would Amar rather duel 10 minutes from now? Is it Kez or Zeus? They're both very viable targets.
Well,
taking out the Zeus might be better, actually.
Probably easier, right?
Yeah, it's easier to win the duel, and if Kez gets to play the fight after Zeus is dead, you have decent kiting tools. Tiny's tanky, Phoenix can ult, Clockwork has Cog's hookshot, Snapfire has Cookie. All of your heroes have a way of distancing themselves a bit from Kez, so it might actually be better to just duel Chira if you have the choice.
Amar's close, Cinder, and he's close to getting the trifecta as the hookshot is in. Mortimer's to follow. Soxa will burn to the globs. Crit living for now. Watson has maybe something to say about that. He's going to get scatter blasted. Pops the Raven's Veil. And trying to do as much damage as he can. He is taking quite the beating, though, as Skeeter comes into frame with the BKB. Chain Frost's not going to bounce, though. And DM Rolling Thunder should end the fight because it ends up being a 1-for-1.
Unfortunately, Snaking didn't have mana for Supernova. That was actually a pretty good toss if Phoenix had ult. I don't know if Kez would have been able to get out in time with everything else going on, but instead they kind of just gift Watson a kill.
Yeah, you mentioned Malrine going for the caster build, which we cast a game yesterday, right, with Snapfire, and they went for triple physical damage core, and we were wondering, like, is that really the play? So I do like this a lot more. Spread your damage. As Amar wanting to get a duel, but the shackle connects.
The thing about this build versus the Little Shredder build is that the Little Shredder is a lot more reliable in late game, because you can just pop BKB, blink in, and blast out 5 shots immediately that do a ton of damage. Whereas playing on Mortimer Kisses, first of all, you need 25 before it gets really interesting. And secondly, you know, there's counters to that that are way more possible to react with, like mobility, BKBs, etc. If you just get blink cookied into Little Shredder, you can barely react before you die. So
yeah, that's true.
I think maybe the logic here is they feel like, well, we already have Tiny Legion and it's too much of the same thing, but that was the case we were making for GPK yesterday, and he just owned with the physical snap.
Yeah, he did.
Overall, I think the physical snap version on average is just better. It's just like more likely to work in any given fight.
Oh, power shot will scout things out. Can they get here in time? Nimbus does kill Roche, actually. So Skeeter snatches the Aegis, as it were. Very cool. Amar blinks in with a BKB, looking for a target. Oh boy, that's embarrassing. That's not good. And Shackle Funny how that works. Well, a little bit of gold goes the way of the Radiant, so Yandex not going to be too upset about that. Obviously, the Aegis is a big deal, though, for Skeeter. And that was the BKB reveal for Amar as well.
That's also the mental damage to yourself of not hitting that duel. Oh.
Goodbye.
Skeeter will hit that one, though. A nice hook shot. This one would be big with the
damage
duel.
get through Watson. He has the BKB, has the TP as well. We'll use it.
Nice Thunder God's Wrath to protect from a potential Legion blink into duel. So defensive.
What do you think happens?
Zeus ult.
What happens with toss and BKB if it runs out mid-toss? Do you end up in the air, you think?
How do you mean?
Let's say you toss somebody that has BKB about to run out. And the BKB runs out theoretically when you're supposed to be in the air. Is DM with the Rolling Thunder?
Genuinely doesn't toss you ever.
I see. That's too bad, because that would be funny, considering. DM rolling away will be fine. Smoke, though, from Falcons. They want to fight. They have the Aegis advantage. And crit with hookshot. They find it onto the Pango. Mortimer's Kiss is coming as well. DM with a swashbuckle. That's going to be the death of Chira, or Chira rather, dying to Skeeter. So that is the bigger of the two kills.
Not done yet either.
He's going to be found, although he gets the shackle off first. Malady there as well. Watson looking to reinitiate potentially, but they've lost DM. Double kill for the Tony. Well, Skeeter quite online now with the Shadow Blade Harpoon.
Yeah, so whenever they get the duel on Zeus, I think that the fights are mega easy. That's kind of
what do you do for that?
Here. I mean, Zeus can play very defensive in this game, potentially. And obviously buy Lincolns. All right, they're gonna try here on Skeeter. He still has Aegis. This seems a little bit wild, no?
They'd like to burn it, but I think they're gonna be the ones to burn instead. Not sure what the play there was. Soxa trying to get the low ground. Watson, he's gonna go for the egg, doing a lot of attack. Yeah, he's been able to kill the egg himself. Pops the BKB. As he grapples to the low ground on top of Malrine. Raptor Dance is there. Amar gets killed, so double kill for Kez, but now the BKB has run out. Cookie keeping him in place. Double Cookie, in fact, because of the talent, brings Watson down. That is a big one. Skeeter still withstanding all of this damage. A double ult from Zeus, not enough to burn the Aegis. Finally, they get it, but surely they've run out of steam. The Pango TPing in though, and there's the BKB TP, the Nightfall special.
That's a crazy good result for Yandex, judging from how that began. That did not feel like it was premeditated the way that ended up working out for them.
Yeah,
but they went in really early on the Tiny, who still had 2 minutes on Aegis next to the tower, and Lich just dies for it. I guess they buy themselves a bit of time for the respawns, but effectively, if Amar doesn't duel a Windrunning Windranger, probably that could have gone really, really sour for the Radiant. So,
yep.
But as it stands, back to 3k net worth difference. A huge kill for Zeus to kill Malrine there. That was worth about 1,000 gold for him. And I'm curious about the build here. Are you getting Lincolns? Are you getting Disc, maybe? Also a very good item against Legion. Because nobody's going to buy Nullifier here, right? I mean, technically Legion can buy it. Tiny doesn't want to buy Nullifier. Amar's queuing up Ags.
Yeah, I just saw that. Huh.
All
right, so how good is Press the Attack this game?
It gives 34% move speed and an AoE, and you cast it when you win a duel. I don't know. I'm just not impressed with this Ags, I have to say. I just don't think it's that good.
And there's no way to give the BKB effect anymore, right?
No.
Man, they really got rid of all her good stuff, didn't they?
All of the things that made Legion good in Pro got nerfed.
Or removed entirely.
Yeah. Removed the BKB version of Press the Attack talent. They removed Stonehall Plate. And they removed the Ags that gave BKB. All three. There we go. Oh, he bought Midas to sold it though.
Oh, okay.
God, I really thought he was going for it. I think it's a better Mags. I can't believe I'm saying that. I think a 30-minute Midas is better. But I don't know. Maybe I'm just a hater. Maybe I just need to believe in this more. The issue is it doesn't give you, like, what Legion is all about is you need to win the duel, right? So I find that buying items that allow you to either find better duels or win them when you do find them are just better than Ags. So Shadowblade can be nice to find an opening, but you're playing into Zeus, so I understand that's less appealing. But you could just buy some, you know, AC. So you can win the duels and power your Tiny.
What is it dispelling? Anything like Shackle Shot? You could... I mean, if you're not the one shackled, you can take off both shackle shots.
Yeah, that's true.
That has value.
And if
that's
you
about
are
all I
shackled
see. Like,
during your duel, you break out of it if you win the duel while you're stunned. Because you press the attack when you win the duel.
it's a bit weird, I won't lie. I'm just trying to see what the value could possibly be in theory. He is committing though, already has the point booster. So just 1,000 away and we'll see how it works out. Definitely doesn't feel like an Amar item either.
No.
Maybe he doesn't know the axe has changed. It's very possible.
Oh yeah, well why did he buy BKB then?
Very true.
Oh, gets the shard for free, that's good. That's Stonehull plate. Larger AoE on overwhelming odds, and you get a barrier based on how much damage it deals. That's a real nice one to get for free. And they're instantly into the smoke. They're nice and healthy after taking the Torm, so can look for an opening here. Crit would love to frontline with his Blink, Consecrated Reps, and Ghost Scepter. It's actually super tanky. And he will find an opening here onto the
what a build. Yeah, gets the stun onto Watson, has to use the BKB. It's going to cost the Clockwork his life instantly. Skeeter in the meantime in a big fight, the Sunray trying to heal him up. There's the duel potentially coming out onto the Kez, and that is the kill onto Watson. That's what they were waiting for. Amar pressed the attacks away, and the fight is now over. It's funny how every fight starts with Crit just sacrificing himself.
Yeah.
And then
if
they
he didn't
win
get
easily.
instantly stunned there, he could have probably played his way out of it too. His hero is decently tanky, but obviously if Kez gets to hit you for 2 seconds, you're dead. Couldn't get the Ghost Scepter off, courtesy of, I believe it was a nice shackle shot from Soxa, but still a great result for Falcons, getting the Kez down again. And I wonder...
I have a problem with this Aghanim Scepter tooltip, if we could take a look on Amar.
Okay.
It says increases move speed and becomes an 500 area of effectability. That really is triggering.
You should probably post that on Reddit. Those posts always get a lot of upvotes. You need to title it literally unplayable.
Oh, we get the duel coming out, but there's the shackle. He didn't pop the BKB. And this is not going to get the duel victory, and he's going to die instead. That is unfortunate for him. Malrine coming in to save the day. The double cookie with the little shredder. DM gets the barrier from the shield crash, rolls away. He's fine. So Soxa might be the only one to fall. Definitely not a good trade for Falcons.
He could have killed DM there if Skitter threw his tree at him, maybe. That's a huge kill because he had the gem. But they don't get him. As you said, had Amar used his BKB before the duel, would have been different, but it was on cooldown.
It was. When did he use it?
That's a good question. When was the last fight? Wasn't that long enough ago that it would be ready again?
Did he misclick in
maybe
at some point?
They end up trading Amar for Windranger. Not that big of a deal though. Retain decent control in the map. Oh,
So
look at this quick Chira Jr.
Okay.
He knows what's up.
Divine.
4 rapiers. Queued up.
Easy. Well, he got the Enchanter's Bauble, so this could be a long one, Cinderin.
Yeah, magic rapiers and play the fountain game. Well, if he gets there, if this game is like 200 minutes, he can't lose anymore. Basically.
Yeah, did you see that clip?
You can get like a 0 cooldown Thunder God's Wrath. Very good.
But he didn't get the...
I want items that end the game right there. The real tier 5 is Enchanter's Bauble.
But don't you need a different enchantment?
You can't get that until tier 5. It's the first time it's available.
Oh, so you're keeping... I see. You're keeping the first part and then changing the
bauble, and then you keep re-enchanting it with the...
I see. But then you have to keep getting the CDR as a choice, right?
I think you're guaranteed to after the changes to primary stats.
Okay.
Because there's some of them you can't roll. So I think Feverish is always available to Zeus.
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah. Let's see if they get there. Falcons is a good team to try it against. Might go to 100 minutes.
Good jump from Chira.
Haven't had any long games so far today, so that would be very welcome.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. It's like we're casting Falcons right after that. Like I feel like
just have a 90-minute game. What's the next one? Oh, it's
Falcons, man. They always find a way to extend it.
Smoke it up.
And Skeeter looking to block the smoke.
No,
Invis rune, not
bait for both teams.
Yeah, but he's gonna blink and get a beautiful avalanche. But there's the instant use of the Zeus Ags as Malrine destroys Malady. And Skeeter now on the run. Press the attack, keeping him safe along with the pipe. Cogs are going to prevent DM from going any further as Malrine jumps in with that BKB. Sox is still going to live, but there's a counter initiation onto Watson. Dual victory. Amar just waiting for that chicken to pop out so that he can rip off his head and eat it.
Never trust a chicken.
Ozzy Osbourne style. That was with a pigeon, though, I think.
That's true. Should suggest that skin to Valve. I'm sure they would not get in trouble for that.
And this tier 2 will fall in favor of Falcons as their lead is now growing to a respectable amount.
I mean, I'll say this much. As much as we were joking about the Legion, we did see the potential in why they wanted it against Kez and Zeus, and Amara has delivered after a really bad start. He is still 6th on net worth among the cores, but he's finding his net worth is really valuable as long as he consistently gets these duels off. Then
I always knew this was going to be a good pick, Cinderin.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, the one thing about Legion that is true, if you're at least a threat of some kind, you force Lincolns on heroes that don't necessarily want to buy Lincolns. Like, I feel like if you're Yandex, you pretty much have to go for something like that. Surely.
Yeah, I just think, why haven't they bought them already, given the matchups? Who can break the Lincolns? Clockwork with a Force Staff, I guess. And what else is there? Harpoon from Tiny? Is that it?
Yeah, they really don't have...
Legion herself doesn't even need to buy a Lincoln's Breaker because you're not buying Lincolns on the hero she wants to duel. The only guy buying it is, well, Pango also swapped away. Maybe they just don't think it's worth it. Maybe it's a matter of pride. They're like, we are not going to recognize Legion as a hero. She is racist, as you know, in the lore.
Yeah, who's she racist against again?
Pretty much everyone. Which, at that point, are you racist?
Yeah, that's true. If you're...
Then you're showing no preference. You just think everybody is shit.
She hates Axe's race, right? I'm pretty sure in the lore.
Glody?
Yeah, the
I mean, she has a
Aglody.
ton of voice lines called never trust whatever, right? And genuinely just seems to hate everyone.
I wish we could get an Arcana for her once they buff her and get that horse back in the game.
She has an Arcana.
Has to... A real Arcana, Cinderin.
There's the duel.
There's the duel. Jinx and victory for Amar. He now has 140 bonus damage.
Getting there. Slowly.
How much until he's satisfied? Or is it an insatiable appetite?
Insatiable for
Amar.
I mean, look at the Arcana. It's a demonic presence.
Yeah, it's too bad. There's no horse.
The Mask of Greed. This lead is
14k lead for Falcons.
Now. Yeah.
Yes,
now we're getting somewhere. The game has roughly been 50% win expectancy for a long time, but now even Gaben is starting to believe in the Dire. Step by step. The siege begins. 3 minutes on Aegis. No Pango. And Tiny
Roche Banner
amazing with Phoenix. You have so much healing.
True. And the positioning going to be hard to contest, and this is going to require a buyback. I don't know if you do it though. And there's press the attack. Shackle no longer. Duel.
Got the duel
onto Zeus with the BKB. Activate the Sunray as well. It's going to be close. The victory goes to Amar. And Chira falls to the ground, and now a counter hook shot onto Watson. He gets tossed up and killed off. No buyback on the Chicken Man. The other two retain theirs, and I mean, Pango never bought back in this. And I feel like, in hindsight now, a mistake.
Damn. That could just
be
be
2 lanes minimum, if not more.
That was super fast from Amar, being able to reach the Zeus there. Maybe that's part of the whole buying eggs for the movement speed when you're initiating. When you press yourself, you have 500 move speed, you just rush in and blink.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, buyback onto Zeus. Nimbus is out. It looks like Amar is going to take a tumble.
All right.
And with that, Falcons resetting.
It's expensive to hold.
It sure is. 2 minutes on the Aegis.
Skeeter?
Yeah, they might be able to burn this. No, they're too scared. Understandable. So 1 lane for Falcons. It looks like they want to go back in potentially.
This would be a very surprising play. They're definitely not expecting this.
Yeah, I think they spotted DM.
Zeus if possible. DM will be the only one offered to them. Nice reaction. Ooh. Really quick.
Malrine is so fat now. He's got refresher. So
hey,
double globs. Joe Mama.
Your grandmama's so fat.
I miss those actually. A lot of things from the 90s no longer in existence.
Yeah.
Some for the best. Do you remember laser discs? Are you too young for that?
I mean, maybe.
Oh, Soxa gets baited, but the Chain Frost with the... I can't remember the name of that goddamn spell. DM, Rolling Thunder. Looks like they're going to be able to clean up the Clockwork pretty nicely. And they get the kill on the Snake King as well, so a lot of magic damage. Not able to get the egg off at any point. And Skeeter. He's going to get some help from Amar. Gets the duel, nice but another Sinister Gaze. But there's the Mortimer's Kisses with that 25 talent. Absolutely destroy. 2 kills. And now Kez stuck in a horrible spot. Just getting cookied left, right, and center. Being force-fed these cookies. He's not hungry any longer. 1 TP out successful. Hookshot just slightly late. But Falcons, after all of that, the Aegis finally expires.
Malrine's a beast. What a sick game this has been from him. 13-2-13. It's the little things. It's his. I think you can tell among these top teams that are picking Snapfire that some players are just clearly more mechanically comfortable. It's the speed with which these spellcasts are going off and the decision making is just very, very quick. He knows exactly what he can get away with. Forcing out the buyback here of Malady.
Yeah. Amar jungling right now. Very important.
Good. Why is he jungle?
Sinister.
What is this?
I don't know. We'll talk about it in just a moment. As Malrine trying to get out. Looks like Amar is standing in the river. Okay, TPing to the outpost. I don't know what he's doing. And Soxa will be the sacrifice, it seems. So now that Amar has joined the party, they should be able to get this second set of barracks. There is a Divine Rapier now on the Zeus, though. And dual potential victory. A nice cookie as well. Oh man, they have so much AoE. The Zeus, the only member alive, as Malrine gets an ultra. And this might just be game.
One of the most satisfying talents in all of Dota now.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Dual refreshes on victory, so he dueled 2 back-to-back there. And unfortunately for him, he's not gonna. Oh, wait a second.
Ooh, the double Zeus. Oh, that is nothing to scoff at. Snapfire gets killed off as a result. Amar, though, still looking for another. Yeah, they're just going to buy back. Looking to end the game right here, right now. Definitely the right call. Now that Zeus does not have the Refresher or the Thunder God's Wrath, not going to be nearly as fearsome. These Nimbus is going to time out relatively shortly as well. Duel. And that's going to be the death of Kez. Does have buyback, but again, to what effect will it have? Tier 4 is dead. Gonna be megas pretty shortly. Does expend the buyback, but it's a 2 versus 5. This game's surely over. Malrine's 29. Oh my god.
He's had an insane
Louise.
game. Like, it's actually just wild. At this point, I'm not sure what Yandex are waiting for. Maybe they just...
Yeah, waiting to get globbed in base. There's the blink in from the Lich with the Chain Frost to follow. dies shortly after, though. And Watson and Cheer, only so much you can do here.
Mars just patiently waiting. He's not initiating on anything, waiting for Zeus or Kez to show, and if they don't show, they get...
Waiting for them to buy Lincoln still, maybe next game. There's the Ancient exposed, there's the Blinken, one more death for the Kez. Gets tipped mid-duel, that is impressive from Amar. And they take it. It was a close game for a while, and then Falcons just took over.
Yeah. That was really
fun
cool
to watch, though.
I mean, the thing about the lineups and what the potential of playmaking was, it was clear Falcons were the ones initiating, and the counter plays came from the Radiant. Just not, they couldn't handle the dual bursts with Snap.
Legion too good, Nat.
I have absolutely no idea what they just said because we were chanting about the Legion commander win, and I feel like that's way more important. Legion. I'm just happy to see her. I'm happy to see her get a win. And Quinn be right again. Zeus, huh? Bad hero.
Zeus sucks. All my homies hate Zeus. It's lost all the games that I've seen so far. He farms a buttload of gold.
Yep.
He ults some people. He looks kind of cool. It's kind of a vibes hero, like where you put on the sunglasses and then you lose anyway. Because this hero just doesn't really do anything.
All right, counterpoint, all right? I think Zeus is a fine hero, but the draft needs to enable the Zeus, right? Because you put your boy on CJ, the guy who runs in, playing Slardars and whatnot, Night Stalkers into the middle of the map, going crazy. You've now put him a hero that AFKs in the jungle pretty much, waiting for opportunities. And then you look to the rest of your heroes, there's a Lich, there's a Wind Ranger, there's a Pango, there's not really much motion happening, so it feels like they're doing nothing. Like, you look at the replay of this game, from like minute 16, it was even net worth, and then Amar picks up the Blade Mail. He starts running across the river, throwing himself into some like suicidal duels. He's going crazy on the map, but I didn't really see Yandex make big moves because CJ often is that player. So when you put him on the Zeus, you're playing an entirely different game, and this game showed it perfectly.
Yeah, I agree. I think Zeus is bad, and it's doubly bad for Yandex because that's just not. It's not the role he fills in the team. He's a soldier. He's the guy who fills in the gaps, lets Watson be the superstar. I think Soxa is also quite a hipster in a lot of ways, so you got to give him room to pick the stuff that he wants to pick. And you've got two soldiers in your other cores, and I think you've got to actually fulfill those roles. You may think, I don't know, Zeus is some counter pick to Snap or something like that, but I did not see any of that in this game. There was no point where I was like, man, Snap is so hard to play against Zeus. It was just like, man, Snap's killing everyone, and where's Zeus?
I do think Malrine definitely redeemed himself as well in this Snapfire compared to when we saw him play it in their first best of one. It just felt way more solid coming out from him. This Snapfire getting a tremendous amount of gold and experience, and you're right, you pick the Zeus hoping to be able to shut it down in lane, and instead this is one of the better Snap performances from Malrine.
But if you look at the hero that Falcons had, they're the type of heroes that you want with a Zeus, with a Snap fight, right? They're dudes who just go so far into the fight that you get to throw your spells from a distance and you feel good. Like, we weren't looking at Malrine being, you need to buy this early blink, you have to start the fight, you need to scatter blast and cookie and do all this. No, it's like you have legions and tinies and clocks doing it all for you. So it's kind of chill. Like, this is how you should be drafting Snapfire. This is how you should be playing it. Just skirmish and fight across the board.
Yeah, no, it makes total sense. And I think this is... It's surprising coming from Yandex to mess it up like this because I feel like that is, we've talked about it before, I think that's one of their strengths is they're very consistent in draft. They always have their base foundation and principles, and I don't think they have that in this game. You've got two range supports and you've got a range mid. I think that alone is sort of a fundamental tenet that you just don't really break except very specific situations where something else calls for something. But this is not one of those cases, and they're both true ranged heroes. Neither one of them is like a Bane or a Hoodwink or some dude who's getting in there and setting stuff up. They want people going in for them, and Zeus wants it too. They're not symbiotic at all.
Yeah, I mean, with this faltering step as well, that's Yandex's first loss in Blast Slam since they took their break tee, and so it feels like it's just interesting that this is the opponent that it happens against with a draft of picking Zeus last.
Yeah, it's over for them. They're absolutely incredible.
No,
that's exactly what you're asking me.
Nope.
Yeah.
You guys have to get yourself out of this one. I'm not doing it for you.
Tundra versus Xtreme.
Let's go.
All right, if you want to talk about the next best of one, our final best of one today, then before we get on into it, where would you put your predictions for this best of one? Xtreme Gaming? Xtreme? Or Tundra?
If you asked me before the start of this event, I would have gone, it's going to be a fun back and forth game between two. But now we're looking at two teams who have been incredibly underwhelming
So I don't know who's going to be worse.
And I mean, that's probably why Polymarket has put it at 45%. And what was the other one? I can't see it. 56%. That doesn't add up
It's
to
probably
100.
55.
50. You know what? It's gonna update to 55 eventually. But you're right. That's how close it is. Where it feels like at any one point they could finally get a good draft for themselves. I mean, they're both 1 and 4 for a reason right now at Slam.
It's exactly that. Like, I really couldn't call. Like, they've both shown some underwhelming play. Draft, you've seen a lack of confidence. XG's also not got Zhao Wei. They do have maps drafting for them this time around, so a big shift in like a legacy coach now moving back over towards maps, who again has been with them the entire time, but still, it's like, yeah, I have no idea what's really going to happen in this series.
Yeah, me neither. I mean, Tundra lost to OG earlier, and that says something.
I did write that down. Do you know all of the people they've lost against?
Tell us.
Spirit, Aurora, PARIVISION, and OG. And the one team they won against? Liquid.
What a weird situation.
Right?
I mean, I feel like a lot of those losses should have been wins according to the team's current form in the tournament. You said they lost to Spirit?
Yeah.
Spirit's been kind of sucking it up. Aurora's been kind of sucking it up. OG goes without saying. So to me, it's like, I don't know. That is not PARIVISION. It's a gimme. Whatever.
Yeah, sure.
That's tough luck. But I don't know if this team, they are not in good form. Neither one of them are, right? The whole Zhao Wei not being here thing. But even apart from that, I think their gameplay is also not up to snuff. So for me, this is two teams that are going into a match saying, we need to prove something here because we are not playing at the level we should be. And that feels very bad.
Yeah, I mean, it gets even more convoluted because Xtreme Gaming, the ones they've lost to, Falcons, PARIVISION, Yandex, and Liquid. So I don't really know how Polymarket are doing their predictions there, but it feels like they've got it right, just slightly favored towards Tundra there in Xtreme Gaming. Their win against OG. This is what I mean. So Xtreme Gaming
the transitive
won.
property.
No, but this is the weird thing. Xtreme Gaming won against OG, who won against Tundra. Tundra won against Liquid, who lost against Xtreme Gaming.
All that matters
is a draw.
Think about it this way, guys. We've won many slams together. We've had to deal with Tundra winning many slams together.
That is true.
We also said that we were
They didn't win the last one.
That's fair. We enjoyed the idea that they were the least exciting collectively. We had to ask in that graphic, all three of us picked them as the least exciting team.
Wow, that was
that was really
that
quick.
was so fast.
Okay, either way, we have clearly said that we don't enjoy them. So right now, we should be siding with XG. Get rid of them from the tournament. Put them in the bottom two. Kick them out. Don't bring them to Denmark, and we get to enjoy ourselves a slam.
You know, I wanna correct that graphic. Mine says I'm least excited for Tundra, which is fair. But why did they pick the roster with Chrysalis? Chrysalis is a Giga Chad. That was maybe the only Tundra roster I was excited to watch.
Well, you didn't specify that.
Yeah, I should have. I'm specifying it now. Production, if you could please change that
right
picture.
now.
Parentheses,
right
except
now.
Chrysalis.
Except Chrysalis.
Remco Rets.
So you can just crop the picture and just side it along so you just see the 4 players, but yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
We should be back in our own opinion. We said we didn't have all the 12 teams, so this is a great series to watch. For XG.
For Xtreme Gaming, it is right. I mean, I would like to see Xtreme Gaming be able to bring a little bit more together for themselves. I just think Tundra, there is some weird mental vibes going on for their roster. And then on the side of Xtreme Gaming, it is this, we don't know what they're drafting for themselves because right now their coaches are in the middle of limbo of swapping over, potentially.
Yeah, well, there's like some rumors Zhao Wei's like leaving them or something, or he's like annoyed or something. I have no idea. There's probably going to be like an update in like a week's time, but I think the main thing though is like when you have a coach like Zhao Wei leave and he's been with them for the entire year, like they should have enough systems in place that it shouldn't be this much of a shock to them, right? Like Aui's not here whilst Falcons are drafting, they're doing fine, you know? Like their gameplay's fine. It's not like, so clearly there's something else wrong within the team, which probably caused the reasons for Zhao Wei to not be here and all these kind of little dominoes to fall, because like it's not as simple as like no coach, no win. It's like teams doing something wrong and the coach take a step to the side. Like there's multiple problems right now with XG.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I think for Tundra, I mean, I said it before, they lost to OG, but like, that's a really big deal. I think this team should not be dropping games to the bottom seed, or maybe not seed, but the bottom like placed team in the tournament right now in terms of standings, just off of individual skill alone. But I don't know, they have Timbersaw against Necrophos, a matchup that no one else is playing. Timbersaw has not won a game yet this tournament. They're picking heroes that aren't good. They're just playing dysfunctionally. And you look at this team and it just shouldn't be the case. They looked unbeatable a couple months ago at Birmingham, and then suddenly they've just looked like dog water since then. And I don't know, it's so weird to me how this team can deviate so much.
I mean, it's also in best of ones, right? We backed them as our best of one team.
So
that was the issue. We've had best of one formats so many times in Slam, and they've always gone so far. They've been that team that hits top 1 or 2. They make it into that semifinals and only one best of 3 away from a grand final. And now, they're the team that's not pogging best of one.
At least we were right with Spirit. All right, they're not pogging.
They're also not pog, sure.
We're like 50% right. That's all that matters, right? Because yeah, Tundra, for like again, like what feels like the first time in Slam, they're not doing well in the group stage. Like normally it's like they don't do very well in other tournaments. Then they come here, then they just dominate, and then they go back to like kind of going, oh god, we gotta kind of rebuild ourselves again, and they come back to Slam, and then they just win it, right? So again, this is very weird to see Tundra in this format not doing well, and yeah, something has to be changed within them. Again, it doesn't feel like it's. I don't even know. It's like there are a couple draft things for sure, but it just feels like there's not that kind of that hunger. It just feels like kind of just playing the game. They're not like chasing the win. I don't know if that makes sense, but
it does, because it was similar to what you were saying, Quinn, where it's like they're just not on the same page together as a team as well. So whether it's hunger or not, you're saying they're just not cohesive.
For sure. I think they're too good to be losing. It's just I just refuse to believe that one of these players just like sucks now out of nowhere. Like maybe they've been playing less pubs and they're not as sharp as they normally are, but I don't know. I think they're a team that I don't view any of them as like big mic spammers or like the kind of team that leads off of we're doing this all the time. They're not like a huge structure team. I think they're the kind of team that goes off of vibes and when everyone's clicking. And when you're not clicking, then suddenly a lot of that crumbles whenever you're a team that's based off of vibes and doing the right thing in the moment and not so much of a we always do this, we always do that type of team.
Yeah, well then it's going to be a lot down to vibes, how exactly they're going to bring it together, because they're going to need to. One of these teams is going to make it out of that bottom 2 with this win. So let's see what drafts they get for themselves in a best of 1. Now, we weren't painting a clear enough picture of just how difficult it is for these teams right now, concluding or getting near the end of our day number 2. It is both Xtreme Gaming and Tundra, along with OG, who Tundra just lost to, that are the bottom 3 teams, all tied on a 1-4 scoreline. And so winning this best of 1, it puts you just that little bit above that you're not going to be immediately eliminated in groups, right? It could be that best of 1 that makes or breaks if you're going to get a second chance of making a deeper run into this tournament.
Yeah, Tundra entering this draft straight away with the respect Tinker ban. Like we've seen it been picked by XG in the tournament, but to come into this best of 1 and go, nope, we're not even thinking about Tinker. We'll let you have the other meta heroes that people are chasing for.
Yeah, I mean, I think for both these teams leading into TEI and EWC, every game you lose now, it's just an individual game, right? And they're professionals, they can get over it. But I also think that going into the tail end of the season, you want to feel like you're improving, feel like you're on the same page, you're doing things well. And whenever you hit into these ruts, I think late on into the season, it can be demoralizing, or it can enter, sort of cracks into the system, feeling like maybe we're not invincible, we're not all that good. You can start to build frustrations and resentment and things like that if you're not careful. So these losses matter.
The tactical rut. This is what it could be as well. All right, so Aurora gets in second place. They've been studied. They come to Blast Slam. They're not looking as hot, all right? So you don't want to look too good. Tundra, they know that Blast Slam will get a lot of money on the line, but if they do a tactical rut now, then they get themselves into TI. They're not going to be focused on. The PARIVISIONs, the other teams that are looking, to have that little bit of form, they're going to be studied.
I cannot wait for the 1 year that we finally get a team that wins the last Tier 1 team and then goes on to win TI. I know it hasn't happened before, but it feels like one of those Tier 1 events.
Yeah, I think Wings did it.
Okay.
I know Wings did it. They won the summit beforehand. I'm trying to think of cases.
Wings were based. They're like
that was completely different.
Wings were so heckin'.
But then there was like this massive narrative, and it still runs that it's like the most dominant team in the year that just never goes on to win TI, and so now people sack the event beforehand to.
It's a rare occurrence. Yeah.
Sure, it's a little bit of a meme, but it is just funny where it's like you can still feed into it because you're looking for the stats to prove it wrong, and there isn't.
All I'm saying, 1-4 Tundra.
Wings.
You never know.
That one time, which I didn't know about. You proved me wrong. That one time. Ever since then, though.
I mean, no team that ever has won a major back when there were majors
Yes.
has won TI in the same.
Which is why I guess now we change it to tier 1s instead of majors.
Because we don't have majors, but we could
yes.
have self-elected majors if we want as a community. You know, we
No,
could,
I'm good.
We could. What the? What? No, you don't like the idea of that?
Self-elected? No, let's just bring in majors.
Oh, sure. Yeah, fair enough. You know what? Good point. You countered the argument by just having majors.
Yeah.
I would dream of the even just two majors in a year, even one major. I'd actually start with one major in a year into TI. Whew. Bring back the cool trophies. Frankfurt major.
The ones that break in your hands.
Yeah, it's not good. Yeah.
Sorry, not many of us have ever lifted a major trophy to know. We can look though, instead of dreaming about majors, looking at what's in front of us here. Doom being the opening pick for Tundra and a responsive Rubik for Xtreme Gaming.
Yeah, I think Doom is a classic fallback for Tundra. We have not seen this hero have a ton of success recently, so I'm not sure if I fully believe in it, even though it's a 33 Doom. And Rubik I think it's a pretty good response because it's actually kind of annoying to hide the Doom with Scorched Earth. Because you need to Doom, you kind of want to run in with Scorched and press it. But if you do that, then Doom gets stolen. And so you have to Doom first and then press Scorched right after, which is annoying to have to hold Scorched. So it changes the dynamic a little bit, and he'll probably be pretty good about not giving Doom because he's played this matchup a million times, but it is pretty annoying.
I'll be honest, I am bored of watching Doom. It's just not been looking too good today, right? Well, how many? We've seen 3 games ourselves. It's lost at least 2 or 3 of them. The whispers in my ears are telling me that the win rates aren't looking too good for the hero, but...
We've seen 3 and they've lost all 3.
Yeah, but at least for Tundra, they have got 1 win on the hero. It is 33 specialty, but yeah, I gotta say, it's just not looking reliable. XG though, with the Rubik and the Storm, this is the type of heroes that I want to see against Doom, have that pacing, the punishment that we've been seeing all throughout the day. It's just, you go in, you poke, you reset. Doom feels like he's always chasing the target, but never really looking onto it.
I do think picking up a Doom, though, for Tundra is exactly what they need. These are the things that we're talking about. Like, when things that are so comfort for them get first phase banned, like a BZM and Foka, that just is a very clear example that's predominant in every best of 1. You really do just want things that you're comfortable on.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
Allowing through a Doom, as much as we're like, yeah, it's not really winning that well for every team, Tundra just need that. Like, this is what they need to eke out a win.
Yeah, no, 100%. It's like, even when you take the Ember for BZM, right? XG, they picked the Storm, so it's not as if they were trying to hide anything. They didn't pick up a position 4 to do double support pick, making Tundra reveal 3 heroes. They just presented their mid and kind of gave BZM a freebie in his response. So XG wasn't even trying to draft to put further punishment on Tundra. They are just kind of allowing them to kind of step through this draft with kind of no issues. And that's the thing with XG, I think, at least throughout this tournament, is their drafting has become a little bit more one-dimensional. You're not feeling that flair of the counter picks and the cool things.
Oh wow, 2 really quick picks, Bane and then straight into a Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, they ripped that fast.
Yeah.
They didn't even wait for Coddle to... I'm pretty sure they were spam clicking. I don't even think they waited for Coddle to show up.
I mean, the Nature's Prophet and Bane, right, into the Doom. Again, they've seen Doom from pick 1, so they've already kind of talked about their safe lane. They want to be quick and aggressive on the map. Nature's Prophet will just farm perfectly fine. Because of the Bane, you will have Nightmare to disengage the Doom if there is to be a tower dive. Yeah, just that's pretty much it. But into the game, Ember can buy Shivas and jump on top of you, force you to BKB and think about your own positioning. So Ember can be quite annoying in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, XG's heroes, I don't think they counter Tundra's heroes 1-to-1 particularly. You pick Storm with the Doom, which is traditionally a pretty bad matchup. You pick Nature's Prophet into Ember Spirit and Coddle, stuff that can catch you really well. It's also blind. But I do think on a sort of a broader scale, XG's lineup is cool against Tundra because Doom is somewhat slow. Coddle's not that great early game, and you're saying we're going to pick a lot of heroes that can fight early and pick you off and stuff, and we're going to go hog wild, which is not a typical XG style, but I think that is kind of what they've drafted for.
I mean, it's exactly what I want to be seeing. I want to see Arme TP into the 6-minute room where Ember steps up, maybe he's level 5, then you get the kill, you walk to the mid tower, throw down some trees, pressuring that. That's the type of pacing I want to see. And again, we'll see if it is possible. The problem for XG at the moment is Prophet is dealt with by Beastmaster later on into the game. You raw, leave him to the side, and then of course, if you do catch the Storm with the Doom, that is quite a simple target. So it's not as if Tundra don't have solutions to XG's aggression. It's more on actually setting up the map, so it's under their kind of pacing of the game.
I do wonder, by the way, if Xtreme Gaming are just sitting there spam clicking the buttons, because that was an immediate silence of ban after the Dawn ban.
Yeah, they're ripping stuff real fast for sure.
I love to see it.
I mean, this Beast pick is really good.
Excuse me, did you just praise the Beast pick?
Yeah, it's offlane.
Okay.
I'm chill with offlane Beast.
I don't know, I just had to make sure I'm
in the right dimension.
Yes. I just needed to hear it again.
Yeah, it's very good against Bane. That hero was terrible at dealing with the boars, and it's also a classic response to Nature's Prophet. And on top of that, you got Coddle, so you got more boars, and you got more axes, and you can do all the stack farming. I'm honestly pretty worried for XG. I think this beast is very fearsome. They've got really good combos with Coddle, and if you fall behind on Xtreme's heroes, they're horrendous. They cannot work from behind, so you need to do well early, and I don't know if you can against this beast, so I'm worried for XG. I need to see something good on last pick.
I mean, I was thinking of like Underlord, but again, it gets banned out, so it doesn't really matter. But Dawn and Underlord, very cool heroes. When you're thinking about the teleportation of Nature's Prophet, having your offlane just follow wherever Arme goes is quite useful. A hero that we haven't seen too often, but could maybe be a possibility here, is the offlane Magnus. Playing into a triple melee core, it just takes a Nature's Prophet with Miona to kind of start hammering down on that, and you do have some cool kill threat, but they go for a Tidehunter. They just round out nicely. Again, just bring some team fight. Sure, there's a Doom in play that can just slap it on the Tide, but again, triple melee core, fighting into Ravage. If you don't jump the Tidehunter, he is going to be able to combo you and open up the fight for other damage to be put into play.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I hate Xtreme's draft. I think this gets the award. Can we get a medal up on screen? I think this is the award for the worst draft.
Wait, this is the worst one?
I think so.
Bro,
Dude, there's been all these Zeus picks that he's hated on.
I think it's actually worse than the last one.
Okay.
They're triple counterpicked on cores. Doom is one of the best heroes against Tide. Ember is the single best hero against Storm, and Beastmaster is top 3 heroes against Nature's Prophet. Not to mention, both their supports are countered. I think Xtreme is ultra giga outdrafted.
So then if they're ultra giga outdrafted, how much time are you allowing before you give them a respectable GG out?
I mean, I think they have chances in the early game. I think
that'll be an Arme GG, to be clear. I don't want to see Arme def minute 20 like in the Kez game. Like that's not what that shouldn't happen, right? He's got to play the full 50.
I agree with T that I want to see Arme porting on runes. I think we need to be going hog wild out here. This Coddle hero is weak early game. Lich, if he gets shut down, you steal some wisdom runes, then you've got some potential to get the ball rolling, because Beast, Doom are greedy heroes. So to me, that's what you're looking at. You're looking at let's go. Yeah. All gas, no brakes.
Yeah, I feel like this draft in other players' hands might be able to perform, but I agree with Quinn. I am scared about the eventual scaling of Tundra, but Arme, it's all on him. Like, utilize his supports, get nothing to say active runes, and just make the map feel like it's their game to play. And just hope that Tundra don't execute cleanly. Something that's, I think they're on 1-4 guys. We're talking about 2 1-4 teams here. The drafts don't really matter because the play ain't looking too good, right? Who cares if one team's got a better draft than the other? We're looking at the bottom 2 teams of the tournament right now. Like, it kind of is anyone's game. Whoever just plays the better game.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, we talked about it as soon as we saw the Doom open, and we're like, they just need comfort to eke out a win, and then Xtreme Gaming go, actually, we're not really sure if we're going to draft well anyway, as according to Quinn. That's not me. Don't shoot the messenger. I'm just repeating what Quinn says.
It's a big chungus draft.
Big chungus draft. Well, it's our last best of 1 for day 2, so we're going to enjoy it, and we're going to see if Xtreme Gaming are going to be able to give it all and absolutely not ease off that gas at all.
Well, that was brutal. Apparently, Xtreme's draft has no chance, Cinderin. Is this true?
Is Quinn's track record strong enough to make statements like that, is my question.
Fair. He's very emphatic.
I will agree with this much. I think Xtreme's lineup is a lot better if it's played by Liquid. Let me put it that way. Because I think the way this lineup wins is something that Team Liquid is very, very good at, which is playing early aggression around Storm and Prophet and just taking over the map very quickly. It's not traditional Xtreme Gaming style. So this is effectively them saying our usual slow pace, we're going to get to late game, we're going to scale, isn't working for us. We're 1-4. We're just going to completely pivot and play in a different way. And we'll see if it works. I think if Xtreme play like they usually do, they're going to lose this game. So they need to prove that they can play fast and that they can play aggressive and take over the map. Because if this game is even at 20 minutes, I'm very much favoring Tundra.
Well, Tundra also 1-4, Cinderin.
That's true.
Not a great start so far in this tournament.
But the lineup is more stable.
Yes, then they have a lot of, I mean, we've seen Pure play Doom a million times. Obviously 33, the Beastmaster, one of the best of all time. And BZM's Ember, not too shabby at all. And what's his best hero, would you say? Is it Ember? Invoker, maybe?
It's between those two, I think. So if you put me on the spot, I would probably say his most like game-winning performances historically are probably Ember for me. But there's been patches where other players haven't really liked Invoker and he has still made it look really good. So that means like by comparison to the field, his Invoker is very, very good. There's a lot of very good Ember players, so it's harder to separate yourself. I think there's fewer truly stellar Invoker players.
Yeah, which is sad. So, very sad.
But I would say he's probably in contention for maybe, I was going to say top 3 Ember in the world, but there's Nisha, Mikoto, GPK. So it's a tough top 3 to make.
That's true. He's probably close after
he's
that.
Up there though. Might be like tied for 3rd or something.
And Pure playing this Doom, getting harassed a good amount. They're going to try to go for this first blood, but FY pops the Fairy Fire. Now the Gush turn around potential onto Pure, gets slowed by the Blood Grenade. He'll pop a Fairy himself. He'll live through the day.
Yeah, I will say in Xtreme's games, I've been in general, very impressed with XXS's just individual level. I think in the games that I watched a Mars game he played with Xtreme that they ended up losing. He was like the only core in his team that had a good game and made close to no mistakes. So you're putting him on Tide. I think this level of skill expression on this hero is maybe not the best.
FY dead.
He had killed here in FY. Not the most skill expression, and into Doom. I think you're kind of... If you have a player that's having a really good tournament, I would have liked to see them give XXS more responsibility than have him be this like brick. It's one thing if it was a good Tide game, but I don't even necessarily think this is that good of a Tide game. Like, Doom is very bad as a matchup. There's a ton of magic damage that your Kraken Shell isn't going to work against. So, I don't know. It's like okay.
When I think, and I know that you already talked about this, maybe not directly, about Ame. When I think of Ame, I think of I'm farming all game.
Yeah, hyper carry.
Which, with Nature's Prophet, probably not the best choice. I like to see this, though, because it shows to me that they feel the need to change things up because obviously it's not working. But can they execute it? Is this too outside their comfort zone?
Ame did play some very good Prophet games when Carry Prophet was popular. When you would just go 4-4-0 and when he had facets. In the current version, I don't think I've seen him play it. So obviously there's a matter of comfort with understanding your overall damage. The innate, you still have the Spirits of the Forest, but it's a lot worse than it was before overall. So see if you can find good impact. So far, this bottom lane is a wash, which I think is to be expected. There's very few lanes in Dota that beat Beastmaster Caudle and kind of just spam axes and boars and just keep getting mana. Kind of a cheesy lane in a way, because it kind of overwhelms even the heroes that can deal with Beastmaster summons. You just have to deal with so many more of them that will often be tough.
Up top lane, XXS has to pop the Kraken Shell, but that's not going to stop the Scorched Earth. And in fact, both members of Xtreme will drop this top lane. Very big advantage for Tundra now.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you sign up for when you pick Doom into, or Tide into Doom. You probably expected this to be a carry Doom. At least the panel was sure Pure was going to play when the Beastmaster got picked. Maybe they thought it was going to be a carry Beastmaster, and that's why they picked Tide. And they were like, it's Doom offlane, it's 33. But you can't take that for a fact until you see it. And I think Tide just... This is such a good lane matchup for Doom, so I'm sure Pure was thrilled when he saw that was their choice versus a lot of other options.
Meanwhile, in the middle lane, though, BZM sitting on 26 and 3 CS versus nothing to say 27 and 6. So for Xtreme, this is a wash as well as that bot lane like we talked about.
This mid lane almost always is a draw, honestly. I feel like we've seen a decent chunk of Ember versus Storm, and They generally just trade. Quinn obviously very much so favors Ember in the game. I don't think it's the laning perspective as much. You just, you know, you're both gonna farm, but it's tougher for Storm to deal with Ember in the mid portion of the game until you get defensive items. And what makes Storm the best is when he doesn't have to buy those defensive items, but he can go for a very aggressive build-up. But Ember kind of forces you to maybe get an early-ish BKB. Doesn't feel great. Bottom lane, more spam, more boars, more trees.
Summons versus summons.
Yeah.
I think 33 wins the summons battle, especially once he gets this helm. How good is the gank potential for Ame, would you say? I'm gonna pull that
With
thought.
Storm, it's pretty solid, except onto Ember. But if you combine onto
dead
another
to rights.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking like Sprout. This game, you got axes to get out. You have remnants to get out.
He's gonna have to TP here.
You can try. 33, not quite level 6. Gets the axes off.
Bait? Oh, it is. Might
TP, X Nova, and nothing to say join the party. So 33 looks to be dead. Only question is who gets the killing blow. It is nothing to say. The mid tax.
So you force 2 TPs and you're immediately turning that into a bit of a mid push. I think this is a pretty even trade. 2 TP scrolls plus the pressure, and you're gonna kill FY mid. This is not all that bad to lose a 33 Beastmaster for once. Alright, this is a nasty combo, by the way. I haven't talked about that. It's been so long since I've seen Lich plus Ember.
Ame. So he wants to fight here. He's already really low, though. Ame's in a lot of trouble. He just burns.
Yeah, that's not good.
Okay.
I've seen a lot of good Prophet plays in my time. This one is pretty far down the list. Kind of just TP'd into his own death.
It must have been a miscommunication because he knew there was 3 people there.
Yeah.
Literally
Well,
saw
we're
it.
gonna
We're gonna see the Doom.
Also dead.
Yeah, so Xtreme starting to see some of the issues with their draft.
I mean, yes and no. I feel like some of the things that are happening are kind of unrelated, to be honest.
Well,
just getting.
I know you said that. I know that you said that Ame has played Nature's Prophet a lot in the past. I remember casting him. I don't remember how active he was though. Which maybe he was, but maybe that's the thing that's unfamiliar to him. He's not used to doing anything but clicking creeps for the first 35 minutes.
For a
BZM and company going for the kill onto X Nova. It'll be a trade of supports. As BZM does have a remnant out, should be fine. Gonna get the shield rune as well.
Ready as well. All right, not gonna chase. Yeah, for a tempo lineup, this is going tremendously poorly.
Yeah, going for the Ari kill. He gets it.
They need to swing this quickly. The Ember, all 3 cores on the die are having way too good games for the lineup that Xtreme are running here.
Yeah.
So it's time to get active. The problem is whenever Ame leaves bottom, this is why Beastmaster is so good against Prophet Carry is, well, he's going to take your tower. So immediate punish.
Pure is in a lot of trouble.
So it's Ame though.
Oh, you're right.
Nothing.
Ame. There will be a trade, a 1 for a 1, unless Pure can get out somehow. He's pretty fast.
Yeah, he can TP at the high ground.
Has
he
the
TPs at the low ground.
X Nova.
That
okay.
is not smart.
Interesting choice.
I think if he went to high ground, he would have made it out.
Yes, he would have.
Maybe he was expecting someone to come from the other side, perhaps, but yeah, the high ground TP with our information would obviously have worked, but maybe he wasn't sure about the rotation of anyone TPing in or otherwise connecting.
Carry for carry, so Xtreme. It's still down 3k though.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a mega advantage for the Dire already. They've taken bot tower. They're almost taking mid tower already at 9 minutes. Beastmaster's coming in with a Dom creep with Rally.
Oh, Ari's going to take a Ravage.
Okay.
Xtreme get the kill.
I mean, that's going to cost the mid tower. Now they don't have Ravage. They can't defend anymore.
Yeah, they got the Rally creep, so should be a freebie.
Yep. Down it goes.
Very interesting game so far.
Yeah, that's one way to put it.
Very interesting. It'll be the Radiance for Pure. Obviously still far away from it. What would you like to see XXS go for? I think Ags has been... Last time we cast him, he went Ags pretty much first, I want to say.
See him go for another pick. But if I can't have that, then I think Ags is probably best here.
Another pick of a new hero, you're saying?
Yeah. Pipe is good in this game.
Yeah, true.
So maybe early Pipe and you try to team fight around it while it's relevant and the enemy team has only magic damage almost. Could be an interesting idea.
Meanwhile, BZM, yeah, he's owning it up. He's got that Arcane Rune activated. Indeed.
Up top, they're gonna doom the Tide. And
X-Nova's here though. He's gonna be able to hold Pure in place if needed.
He's alive.
Pretty close. Yeah, as we're gonna see a chain frost. So Pure actually takes a tumble. Ame, good rotation this time. Across X-Nova. As Ame's gonna get the double kill. Now BZM inside the tree line. Still has a remnant to work with. Early 3k advantage. As he's going to use the remnants to get really aggressive. This is extremely deep, especially with nothing to say, making his way over as well. FY, it looks like he's going to tick out eventually to the urn, as BZM, though, will be punished for this. Electric Vortex, and he's dead. So this is one thing that BZM struggles with from time to time, is just over-aggression, overconfidence. I think that's an example of it there.
It's hard not to feel like a god when you're playing with Caudle as Ember and you've crushed your lane. Tempering that aggression is very important. That's a huge kill for Ame. He kills, actually all 3 of the kills are for Ame here. He kills Pure, Whitemon, and BZM. That is going to reward him with a relatively timely Maelstrom now. So his farm can commence. I wonder if there's a build on this hero where you go for the Hydra's Breath. I think you need Pike.
Oh, another teleportation play onto Pure. He looks to be dead as well. So another death for the Doom. Position 1. He's got 3 to his name. Still working on the Radiance. Only 2k in the bank. He's not off to a good start anymore.
Oh, this could yet get interesting, but it's so important for Xtreme that something is going right at this point in time. It was starting to look really grim, but they found a couple of good picks. Now they're going to get a top tower. Start progressing the map a little bit. I want to say if they had lost 1 more skirmish or 2, the game would have looked atrocious, but now it's passable.
I hope you can't hear me pouring water, Syndrome.
I cannot.
Thank God.
Since you pointed it out, I think that means you were hoping I actually could, and you're lying. You wish I would hear you pour water.
You hear it from time to time.
Xnova gonna show himself. Xnova gonna die.
Yeah, oh, that's gonna be an easy pick off.
I'm not messing around there, throwing the chain frost at him immediately.
Well, they do have counterplay potential with Nature's Prophet, always able to be anywhere at any point, and didn't have vision of XXS at the time. Is going for the tanky consecrated wrapped build, it seems. So not going to help out his team, only himself.
Can you go reps and pie? Is it? I don't know.
Not really.
This item is good for staying alive against Doom. It's probably the best bang for your buck you can get on Tide for that specific purpose. And maybe that's good enough. But once again, have yet to see the purpose of the hero here. Not exactly the most obvious Ravage game. You're playing into Ember, who can move around. Doom is going to get BKB as a basic part of his kit after Radiance. The 2 supports are going to be playing very much so in the back line. There's no frontline support here like a Clockwork or anything. You're going to clip with the Ravage. So I think this is a tough game for XXS. And keep in mind, they insta-picked it. There was 0 hesitation.
Yeah, I was really surprised by that.
Which again leads me to think they must have been convinced it was a carry Beastmaster. Because like, otherwise, why do you snap pick this hero into Doom? That's just very unusual.
Maybe XXS is just having one of those days, you know? Just has to play Tide.
We all have those days.
Yeah, your 0-19 Pudge comes to mind.
Yeah, that's right.
You asked for Pudge,
had
Syndrome.
to play it, not because it was like some sort of captain's draft and we had no other picks left.
Yeah, the fact that it was captain's draft makes it more forgivable, honestly. You just couldn't die one more time, huh?
No, that's true.
If you could go back and die on purpose one time, would you do it?
Of course. Imagine being the only other player to have the Melk Award. Isn't that crazy that it hasn't happened a single time?
Yeah.
Since 2012 or whenever that was?
Yeah, the Melk Award, for those that don't know, which is
thousands of games.
There must be a few people that don't know what the Melk Award is. It's when you... There was a player named Melk. What team was he on? Was he on EG?
I think it was EG at the time, yeah.
He went 0-20 in a game, and they won. That's the Melk Award. Go 0-20 and win. Synderin was 0-19 on Pudge and won. So close to glory. Instead, it's just an 0-19 performance.
Yeah, no, there's
which is somehow worse.
I mean, I'm closest, I guess. I think he did it on Veno, if I remember correctly. I'm pretty sure it was a Veno answer.
Yeah, I do not remember. That's impressive, though. 33 with the helm of the Overlord.
So much damage and then not get a kill. That makes it even more impressive in a way that it's on Venom.
Yeah, especially back then, because, well, Poison Nova couldn't kill.
Right.
They would get low, but yeah, with a little Gale on top, surely.
Poison Sting here and there from a Plague Ward, you know? Plague Wards didn't have Poison Sting back then.
No, they did not.
Power creep. Don't you love it?
A simpler time.
Yeah. Yeah, you can say a lot about old Dota, but it was definitely simpler. All right,
Triceratops at the ready.
Pretty fun though on Ami, actually.
I've got a TP from XXS. He's going to show himself, and he's going to go for the Triceratops.
They can't push these towers without Doom if Tide is there. There's nothing that's going to pierce through him with these wraps. So that's the primary major upside to this pick in this game is its defensive purposes against Beastmaster. See, they're not really interested in trying to go on him. He's just farming under their noses because he knows he's safe.
And the BZM has a damage rune.
Not safe though.
No, he's not.
And
XXS pretending that he wants to do something. Yeah, FY gonna get run down by the drums. Good telekinesis, but they have remnants. They have ways to catch up. So both supports dead for XG. And Ame, he has Mjolnir now, going for the Dragon Lance.
Yeah.
Does he finish Hurricane Pike immediately, or do you have to go BKB in this game? I mean, BKB feels pretty bad too, though, right? You got Doom and Roar.
I think you need it, though. There's too much other garbage. You need to have freedom of movement. If you're playing against Caudal, Lich, and Ember, there's just so many crippling slows and roots. I think you don't get to stick on your target. So I think Dragonlance BKB into Pike is probably my preferred order. Alright, bot tower for Xtreme.
That's going better than what I was expecting, Synderin, based on the panel and yourself being so disgusted.
Well, going better for who?
For XG.
Okay, because I thought Xtreme might do well early and then they had to win it, and they didn't do well early. So for my expectations, this is actually not going particularly well.
Okay.
So don't put words in my mouth.
Yeah, based on the emphatic nature of Quinn, I thought the game would be over by now. You know?
Right. Well, he's at 1062. Oh,
XXS, he is going to get doomed. Going to try to walk it off, but that's too much. Way
hey guys,
too much.
Why did we pick Doom again? Did y'all wait? Can I play Magnus next time? Can I play anything else?
Does Magnus exist right now?
Imagine the comms and XXS is just sitting there. Don't pick Doom, or don't pick Tide, please. And Xiao is like, we're picking Tide. Insta locks it and leaves the room.
Now wash your
Good
face,
luck.
you filthy animal.
Wash your face with watermelon. All right, that's all the tier 1s down. The map
Yeah,
is
it seems
opening up.
Tundra are pretty content with the situation.
Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't they be? It's a very comfortable position on the map.
It's not that big of a network lead, though.
No, it's just the writing on the wall is that the Radiant's supposed to be ahead, right? That's the issue. Maybe I'm too negative about this from Tundra's or from Xtreme's perspective. I just think this is going to get harder and harder now. They're going to run at them like this.
Yeah, they're the aggressors now. FY is certainly dead. But the zipping from nothing to say. Going to control BZM a bit.
Oh, he
Doesn't have the remnants up right now. Uh-oh, BZM. He's going to get nightmare though. XXS looking for the opening on the Ravage. BZM still cannot get away. They do find the kill eventually. Wait, which spell did they miss?
He used Fiend's Grip on the dragon next to Ember.
Ah. Yeah, I get them mixed up
ready, he would have
sometimes, too.
lived. That's why that could have been. I mean, at the end of the day, they still kill him. So
the fact that it took so long, though.
Yeah.
Tundra were not interested in helping. Radiant's online for Pure.
Torment, excuse me, Roshan time. Torment time's after. Tundra will be eager to do both back to back with the Aegis.
Interesting.
Comfortable.
I don't. Huh. Helm of the Overlord and Ags together.
Yeah. If you're farmed
That's a normal thing now?
Not necessarily, but if you're having a really good game and you're super farmed, there's no reason not to do this.
Very cool. Yeah, Roche in a bit of peril as they're going to find a Bane on the sideline. Pops the Essence Ring, so might survive. A good nightmare on the BZM. This is very frustrating for him, but in the end, they get what they came for, which is the Aegis on Pure.
I don't see any reason why they don't beeline for Tormentor right now with their Beastmaster lineup. There's no threat that Xtreme Gaming can really teamfight you right now. You have such an insane power spike with an Aegis on Doom and Beastmaster Ags. So then push out bottom and then go to the cube.
I've never looked at the spells on this creep before. The Ancient Marsh Mage. Water Bubble Large.
Yep.
I don't know why. That really tickles me. I love that. Doesn't look like that great of a creep though.
No.
Generally.
The aura is really weird too. It only works in
you have to be in water. Well, Tormentor will be Tundra's, and Pure gets the shard. What?
That is a nice freebie.
So, wait, how low is he on net worth? Lich has the shard already.
He was the lowest among the cores.
Wow.
Yeah.
Interesting. Oh, he'll be happy with that. BZM has the Sage Kaya to go along with his Mage Slayer. Going to opt for the BKB, then into Ags. Ame getting closer to his BKB. Well, nothing to say. Sage Kaya.
But he still doesn't want to get doomed.
No, he does not. Is this a game that you need to go Lincolns at any point on Xtreme's side?
It's a very good item here, right? Doom and Beast. So definitely could be an interesting pickup. Storm already having to buy Lotus against Ember probably doesn't want to also buy Lincolns because then he's not doing damage. Like this hero has to buy offensive items or it's just bad. So I don't think Nothing to Say really has a choice here. If he buys Lincolns after even his next item, let's say he goes Kaya Sanj and then Lincolns, I think is just not relevant enough. He probably has to go Parasma. So who do you buy Lincolns on? Prophet? You're not really going to be a Doom target, I think. I don't know. It's tricky.
You never know. All right, pause from Nothing to Say because 33 is complaining about the lights again.
Okay.
Just ahead of the situation. That's right.
What do you think the win
pause at the beginning of the game
is according to Dota Plus?
What's that?
What do you think the win expectancy in the game is right now, according to the game itself?
75-25.
For Dire.
For Dire, yes.
Okay, it's 58-42 for Radiant. They have gained 58-42 for Radiant.
For Radiant?
Yeah, it favors Radiant, and Radiant gained win expectancy when Dire got the Tormentor. I don't know how that works, but Gaben loves Radiant more and more right now, so let's see if Gaben knows.
Really hates the Doom Shard, I guess.
Yeah, must be it. Oh,
TP in from XXS to try to keep these creeps at bay. It's gonna be tough to defend. A lot of damage to tier 2.
Defense. Tied eggs. All right.
Yeah, that is the ultra defense item for XXS. The high ground defense, that is. Very, very good. Has the gush damage and slow talents as well. They did pop fortification for this. That was their free one for the tier 2s. But Tundra just rerouting to get the top lane instead.
It's just a matter of time before they still get mid. It's on 10% HP. Just bring in one wave and Beastmaster will take care of it. And yeah, well, seems like we don't even have to wait on it. We're just gonna get it right away. Another easy pickup. And now the map is getting even smaller, would you believe it? One tier 2 remaining for the Radiant. The waves are going to be pushing deeper and deeper.
What's the percent now?
53-47.
Okay. Let's go Xtreme. So down 7k, they have the advantage according to Dota Plus.
Yep. It's very interesting.
Maybe it's because the creep that 33 has is still the water bubble guy.
Maybe it's because Pure is going to farm the enemy triangle alone.
Yeah, they knew. Aegis down and out. But the reinforcements have arrived. Chain Frost, not the greatest bounces. As Pure already at half HP, but already F1 and X Nova bite the dust. They are dead right off the bat, and they get the Storm Spitter as well as Ame. They lose the Doom, but that's it. It's going to be a full team wipe for Tundra. Now what's the percentage?
75 for Radiant. That's a pretty big swing. Now the Dire are back in firm control 2-1. I mean, this is probably going to be a lane, right? 3 cores dead for 30.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No buybacks on cores.
They don't know about buybacks though, but I guess you can kind of try to force the issue regardless. You at least want to poke out a buyback and then back off.
They feel safe because of the water bubble large right now.
Yeah, I think water bubble large is really good here. Oh, they're not even going to take the tower. Okay, I thought they would stick around for the tower and then leave, but not the case.
Yeah, well, considering that they're 1 and 4,
get a lane. There's no way.
Well, they would. I think they'd get the tower easily.
Yeah, I think that the tower was possible. But.
I mean, to be fair, it was only 33 pushing effectively. Right?
Yeah, the other heroes don't really do that much building damage anyway. And what BZM did here is he pushed bottom all the way in, so now they can go for that tier 2 tower instead, which is also really nice.
Pure does 250 damage, Cinderin.
Yeah,
that's packing a punch.
Yeah, he was.
Will be
dead,
another
though.
tier 2 for 33.
The one guy who died, so he couldn't push.
Well,
Tide gonna get doomed here. Oh.
Yes, he is. Chain Frost to follow with the Ice Spire as well. He Krakens off part of the slow, but the Doom cannot be Krakened, and he will fall. 50 seconds on the deck. And Pure getting ever so close to his BKB. Are there any items close for Xtreme that will make a big impact? Ame is 2k into an eventual Hurricane Pike.
There is nothing close. It will take some time.
Killed off.
The Pike will help, but yeah, Storm is indeed working on Parasma, at least the Witchblade first, which is necessary too. But we're not looking at any like major swing items like a huge Daedalus or something that's suddenly gonna change the complexion of the fight. Ame is more likely to stay alive, but honestly, with his current items, he doesn't really threaten Doom or Beastmaster during their BKBs whatsoever. It's not hit hard enough.
Well, we have a smoke from Xtreme. They want to make something happen. This would be a pretty good time because Tundra are a bit separated at the moment if they can catch 33 and Whitemon together. Next Nova. Smoke breaks though. Get some wards down. Whitemon will be the sacrifice.
There's a gem. Decent pick.
Yep, very true.
Yeah, nice smoke. He felt comfortable there on the Lich, having just scanned the area for wards himself and then as he is on his way out, they place a new obs coming in from the smoke, and they find the jump. So it's a nice 2k swing there, getting the gem on their own side for the Storm Spirit.
.33 is so big. Has boots of travel, BKB, Ags, drums, helm. Going for the blink. He's top net worth in the game. There's still, oh, okay. We are seeing a Lincoln's being queued up for nothing to say. Did you mention that?
I did not. He went for the Witchblade only. I thought he was going to finish Parasma first, but...
Oh, 33. He's gonna connect, pops the BKB very quickly, goes for the roar, onto the support, so FY gets saved temporarily. Essence Ring as well, it's not enough. And now the double Searing Chains, but the grip to follow, but the Bane dies with help of the creeps. And now the Sinister Gaze and company, and yeah, the Doom has been on tide literally every time, I believe. 4 for nothing, Tundra rolling.
If Tundra initiated like this, the fight is over before it begins. It's just too easy. I think when the roar comes out on Rubik, you leave. The fight is lost. Beastmaster gets to pincer you and just kill off a support to start. You have no idea where the other heroes are coming from and what way they're going to move. If Tide doesn't see Doom, he kind of can't play. So nice and easy for Tundra, and this will be a second rush of the game for them as well. More than able to kill this before 30 minutes, so it won't move. And I guess you give this Aegis, so who do you give it to? Is it Doom? Yeah.
Whoever's hitting high ground.
I think all 3 were actually viable candidates there.
Yeah, but Pure feels like the type to be, well, then again, 33 is as well, to be the dominant, like, this is mine, get out of my face kind of guy, you know?
Golem kind of guy?
My precious. Aegis.
Was that Golem or Jenkins?
Is there a difference? Ame was spotted by Ari.
Oh no.
And there's a connection from 33 as well. Oh, oh my god. What in the fuck kind of GG was that?
Oh no. He saw Bubble scout him. He was like, it's over.
Oh my god. That's the weirdest GG I've seen. Wow. Wow, I'm speechless. That was so weird. I mean, they were losing, obviously, but I feel like Ame does this a lot, right?
I don't mind calling GG. It's just the look of doing it there is not great.
Look at Tundra. They're also flabbergasted.
I mean, for what it's worth, that game was pretty much over. So
yeah,
from that perspective, not that big of a deal. But for morale, when you do it like that, you get scouted, you're like, I'm out. I don't know,
yep,
maybe
and
not
for once,
but not great.
For once, Quinn was right, panel. Take it away.
Excuse me, for once?
Finally,
I've got
he's right.
I've hard predicted 4 games today. 3 of them have been right.
Hey, Quinn.
Maybe you should hard predict more.
Guys, it's not about Quinn. Tundra finally getting a second win in the group stage from being literally one of the worst teams in the group stage after being a dominant Slam team. Now they have locked in. They're going to win it all.
Dude, and they did it by getting an Ame GG.
I'm being sarcastic, by the way, guys. They're not going to win it all, but they might. You know, they're slowly improving, and it is an Ame GG, which, I'll be honest, I fucking hate. Like, the idea of your carry deciding when the game's over because, like, he's randomly dying. He's playing the early game, TPing on Nature's Prophet, also dying. Like
this one?
Yeah, exactly. Not having that good of a game. I don't know. I get tilted when this shit kind of happens. It's just like...
Yeah, you should reserve it for the mid laners to GG out.
The Quinn shall henceforth be known as the Ame. I declare, I proclaim.
I proclaim.
I mean, Blast should make a custom emote called just the Ame at this point.
We got to switch it up, guys. Stay with the time. Stay current. Stay modern. Hip with it.
Yeah.
Don't be too hip to be
It just
square.
I mean, to be fair, XG did draft themselves a draft that was meant to be losing. They weren't really pushing them into a winning position due to draft. They really had to kind of just push themselves individually and overperform. And as you already see from the highlights, there is no overperforming here. Like, they just kind of sat into
really
the rhythm.
performing.
No, they're not. No. Yeah, 1-5. What can you do?
Yeah, this game, the writing is on the wall, I think. They have to play so much better than Tundra to win this game. It's almost unreasonable to expect it from any team, let alone Xtreme, who is just in the giganto dumps right now.
1-4 along with Tundra.
That's right. That's right. And now they're a little more in the dumps. Tundra's a little less in the dumps.
Oh, here it is. Look at it. Arme walking around out on the map by himself.
He wasn't even caught yet.
This is what I mean. Like, I literally saw the GG and I looked up and I was like, bro, they're all still alive, right?
Please say that's like a sarcastic. That's
Bro,
awesome.
it's so funny.
It is. Okay, it's funny, but also imagine you're the player right now. Like, imagine you're like, I don't know.
Bro, we know the Ame stories, okay? This ain't too surprising. It's par for the course.
Yeah, it's fair.
Yeah, it's so real right now. This is par for the course. He's also done it once before. And it's not like they were like, don't you, I don't know, they didn't wag their finger at him like, don't you dare do that again.
Okay, what are the repercussions to doing something like this?
The last time that happened.
Real talk?
Yeah, real talk.
I mean, Jawet left, no? Jawet was coaching them.
There's no way he left because of that.
Oh, no.
Oh, he sees Ame GG and
Bro,
when the rest of his team's alive and he's like, guys, that's it, I'm done. I can't believe I've been with this org for like the whole history of Dota, but that's it, I'm done.
To be fair though, he was in the cams pre-GGing and then suddenly he does the GG and then like within 2 games, my guy just disappeared from the boot camp.
We're extrapolating a lot of data
Why
with
not?
so many extra external factors.
Bro, I've seen the way this Jawet's spoken to people over the years, okay? I've seen it on some lands, all right? There's no way one guy...
afraid, yeah.
Bro, there's no way one GG is pissing him off so much.
Guys, we're meant to be clip farming. We got told that our quota of clip farms was super low this slam. I'm just trying to hit it. I'm just trying to make sure.
Well, what's the...
That was the clip. Ame did it for us.
Yeah, he did do
Hi,
it.
Ame.
Then what's the like real talk repercussions of when that happens and the rest of your team? Let's say all other 4 players are like, what the hell, bro? Why did we GG out like that?
If it was anyone else than Arme, my guy would have been kicked by
there's
now.
no way you get kicked.
You can't kick Arme though.
You don't. No, even if it's not Ame, you don't get kicked over that. What you do is you have a reasonable conversation with the guy, and you not right then, because right then everyone's pissed.
And you're emotional.
Yeah, exactly. You wait a little bit. I don't think it matters the amount. I mean, okay, like if it happens an infinite number of times, obviously it's a little silly if everyone wants to play. But
Yeah.
realistically, the way you actually handle it is you wait whatever 30 minutes, and the coach says, "Yo, come outside," and you talk about it, and you discuss why that happened, and almost certainly there's underlying problems that are causing them to suck, and you deal with those underlying problems, and you also say, hey, "Don't do this again, makes me feel bad," etc. You take people's feelings into account. That's the actual real way you deal with it.
I think that's reasonable.
That is fair.
But now are you expecting who's their standing coach? Maps is joining
Again,
them,
he's
right?
been with the roster the entire time.
Maps.
The thing with XG though, outside of this whole little Arme meme shenanigans, clearly the team has slowly been getting like corrupted and worse over the last weeks and months. Like this isn't suddenly like we're just bad. Like this is a kind of a slow trajectory. Like again, they had a pretty good Birmingham where they were just like dominating and like stepping up. They didn't win it, but like they looked like they were on like another level. But since then, it has just been kind of getting more and more awkward for them. I think maybe Blast Slam is the most.
They were okay in Dream League.
Volatile. Like they
were
were
like
okay,
6th, I think.
But like I think this group stage has been like the worst version of them in the last 4 to 5 months. So maybe we're kind of overreacting based on best of ones. Maybe they needed the full best of 3 and the format's hurting them. But right now in this format, it ain't looking too clean.
It does feel like we are overreacting. I don't know if it's like a lot, but like we are going to a pretty like hefty place with it because we are only halfway through our group stage. It is the end of our day number 2 though. We've had all 8 of our best of ones. And so looking at our results, we can see what we covered here on the A stream, getting to have a look at the wins. And it's crazy to see for me the amount of losses Aurora got today alone. But looking at the teams that they're coming up against, LGD, Falcons, they lost against, like it sort of makes sense. Same on the side of Tundra, right? For this A stream, they won against Xtreme, but they lost against PARIVISION. It doesn't feel necessarily that I'm looking at this and going, there's just no way that was the result.
It's also just a very hard tournament. There's a lot of good teams here, a lot of top 8 teams, a lot of invited teams to TI. All of them are here, aren't they? I think. Don't quote me on that, but I think they are. So yeah, it's just a very difficult field, and so you're gonna drop some games. That's the way the cookie crumbles. You're just trying to make it to the playoffs. Nat is really processing what I just said.
It was all 7
It's
of
all
them.
yeah. Okay, it's a stacked tournament.
Well, of course, it's Blast Slam. What
Oh, I meant on the A stream, sorry. I thought that's what you were being specific
Oh,
about.
no.
Oh, I could have immediately answered
Oh,
yes.
that's why I was
but
like,
at
man,
the
you're really.
tournament. No, I thought you meant on the schedule, like our results of what we saw today.
I was wondering why this like little finger pointing was happening off camera.
Because I was trying to count the TI invited teams of results that we saw in A stream. But we can look at B stream and see their results because there were a couple of teams we didn't get to see any action of here on the A stream. Most notably being Liquid over there on the B stream. They won all 3 of their best of ones there. So it's looking like a better day 2 for them.
Tofu and Ace fans, stocks are going up.
I thought they were already up. When did they ever go down?
They kind of dipped a little bit during Dream League. Their performance there was not so hot. So I think stocks were down, and then now they're back up again. So it's time invest.
Invest. Invest, T.
Invest responsibly, guys.
I'm not a financial advisor.
Only spend the money that you can. What else is there? What else do you say normally in these situations?
You will win. Get it twisted.
Normally what I say is let's look at our group standings, because with all of those results and the conclusion of our day number 2, we can see then which teams are standing up above the rest. It's Falcons and Yandex. Yandex losing to Falcons earlier today. Falcons with their opening loss against Glyph. And then, of course, what we just saw there is Xtreme Gaming and OG now being those bottom 2 teams, the ones that are looking to be eliminated, with Tundra looking further up the leaderboard just because of, I assume, I was going to say alphabetically, but it's not, for whatever reason.
Vibes.
Yeah, full vibes.
They're tied with BetBoom, Spirit, Aurora, but they just do, and Glyph, but they're just a little bit further up.
Yeah, if this was the Chengdu Blast, it would make sense why XG isn't 12th, but they're, because they're 1 and 5, not 1 and 4, and the graphic shows that they're better, and we'd obviously try and push them higher to help them get the. Anyway,
of course, let's look at some more graphics though. We have a bit of a meme that production has concocted.
I like memes.
Brewed up, because we have been doing the axis.
Great, wonderful. I mean, it's true. It is true. They are tilted. They honestly, they play like they're tilted. They look like they're tilted. They draft like they're tilted.
Where would you put Tundra on that one?
Before. They were smiling because of Army's tilt. I think they've untilted Tundra. So I think because of XG, Tundra are now like the opposite side, where this game, they're like, look what Army just did. And then they have honestly leveled up because of Army. So Army's tilt fixed Tundra's tilt.
Sorry, I can't take Quinn seriously with the beanie every time. I look.
Oh, he looks great. What are you on about?
You do look great. Every time I look at the screen, I just see the beanie and I'm like caught off guard a little bit. And I'm going to look at it because now we get to see the schedule for tomorrow. So 8 more best of ones on the Xtreme. And while they're up, Quinn, instead of having to pull it up later, what is your standout best of 1 for tomorrow?
Liquid Spear. We have not. We didn't get to see Liquid today. And I want to see that. I want to see the Liquid Bros take on Spirit Bros. I think Spirit are a little down in the dumps, whereas Liquid are doing a little better. But there's some very exciting teams, and I think their matchups are always spicy.
Hey, we actually get 2 Liquid games tomorrow. We get Liquid and Aurora as well, which that one is going to be interesting too. Like we've said, Aurora just struggling a little bit off the back of what was a grand final best of 5 appearance for them to now be like, ooh.
Yeah, I mean, but I think
where are they gonna play?
Are they gonna play? I mean, currently 2 and 4, so they kind of need to get some wins. So Aurora and Spirit both being the 2-4 teams. I'm looking at any of their series because tomorrow is like the point where you all decide, like, okay, are they actually the final day elimination teams, or are they final day still clawing to maybe get a top 2? So I think Aurora and Spirit have a lot of pressure on themselves tomorrow.
Well, a lot of talk about tomorrow. There is only one thing left to do, and that's to say goodbye. We guys are going to see you for more action. Those 8 best of 1s starting at 10 a.m. tomorrow.